Chapter 1: My Sister Killed Me, and the New Goddess Teacher. Yangcheng. A luxury hotel. With a groggy head, I opened my eyes. How did I get here? As he rolled over, Liang Chen was stunned to find a girl lying on his left. She had shoulder-length black hair, fair skin, and exquisitely beautiful features. Call. Luckily it was a woman, so his butt didn't hurt, otherwise his life would have been ruined. Liang Chen breathed a sigh of relief and carefully looked at the person beside him. Yes, she's an absolute stunner. She has long eyelashes, a delicate nose, and a face that evokes first love. At that moment, the girl let out a soft moan. Still half asleep, she blinked, equally bewildered. The next second, a scream erupted in the room. Ah! The frightened woman pulled the blanket over herself, covering herself completely. Take away the only blanket. She quickly regretted it upon seeing Liang Chen's appearance. The woman's face immediately turned bright red. Ugh, so ugly. Hurry up and cover yourself up, put on some clothes. Ha! She is incredibly good looking. The word ugly simply doesn't apply to her. But just as he was about to retort, he suddenly felt a chill. It's like not wearing any clothes. Oh. It turns out that what she meant by ugly wasn't her own face, but Liang Chen immediately realized that he didn't know where his clothes were. Besides, I was covered up perfectly just now, and you were the one who pulled the blanket away. You can cover it up with something else, okay? Despite the pain, the woman laboriously tossed a pillow over. Wow! Even with her brows furrowed, those crescent-shaped eyes couldn't hide their allure. Liang Chen was amazed. This was the first time he had ever seen such a beautiful woman. Seeing Liang Chen standing there staring at her, the woman shouted angrily and shamefully, "Don't look!" Then another pillow flew over. You've ruined me. Liang Chen took the pillow. Don't be afraid, you won't die. You were just shot by me. My gun is a kind gun, naturally harmless. What hit you with your gun? The woman asked, bewildered. But she quickly realized that her neck was covered in crimson. When Liang Chen looked away, he noticed a red stain on the bedsheet. It was clear that the woman was extremely lost and helpless at that moment. Finally, she took a deep breath, and something seemed to flash across her eyes. Finally, he got dressed and left without looking back. When Liang Chen left the hotel, he found an earring on the bed. This must have been dropped by that woman, and Liang Chen silently put it away. I don't know if I'll ever have the chance to return it to the other party. 1 year later. Liang Chen is already a senior in college and has found a part-time job at the school. Due to his outstanding performance in all aspects, he successfully became the class assistant for the freshmen. Their school. Each freshman class will be assigned a counselor and a class assistant. Help the counselors share some of the workload. Liang Chen knew the teacher he had been assigned to. She is a new teacher at the school, named Xiao Meijin. He didn't know exactly what the other person looked like or how old they were. All I know is that the other person graduated from a prestigious university. Accounting class 2. When Liang Chen entered the classroom, the counselor had not yet arrived. Upon seeing him, the once noisy classroom suddenly fell silent. But soon, a heated discussion broke out. Wow, this is what university is like. It's so cool. Who is that? Our counselor? Our counselor is a woman, and this handsome guy must be one of our seniors. Wow, senior. Hello, senior. You're so handsome. He. Hearing the students' chatter, Liang Chen smiled faintly. He walked up to the podium and began to introduce himself. Hello everyone, my name is Liang Chen, and I'm a senior student. You can call me senior. I'm also your class assistant, so feel free to ask me anything you don't understand. How lucky. The handsome guy is our class teaching assistant. I'm so lucky. Upon hearing Liang Chen's words, a female classmate screamed. They are so lucky to have such a handsome class assistant. Another girl couldn't wait to ask, Senior, do you have a girlfriend? A very straightforward question. As a handsome guy, Liang Chen was already used to this situation. Just then, the sound of footsteps rang out. A figure approached from afar and walked to the classroom door. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. An extremely beautiful and elegant woman appeared in their sight. The woman wore a casual blue shirt and black trousers, her expression calm and composed. There seemed to be a faint sense of detachment in his gaze. Wow, so beautiful. Who is this lovely lady? Ah, that figure, that aura, she's killing me. Hee hee, I think I've already thought of names for my wife and kids. Holy crap, you want to steal my place? I've already decided on where I'll be buried with you. 3 seconds. I need all the information about this woman. She looks like an ice queen, not someone you can easily approach. I just saw that the female students in Liang Chen's class were all excited. The moment this woman appeared, the male and female students were all excited. This face is stunning, appealing to both men and women. When the other students looked at the woman, Liang Chen also turned his gaze towards her. I saw that figure. His gaze sharpened. This woman looks so familiar. At this time, the sound of freshman's materials falling to the ground with a thud interrupted Liang Chen's thoughts. Just as he bent down to pick it up, the woman walked in. Her expression was calm, but she seemed slightly nervous and didn't notice Liang Chen bending down. She strode quickly to the podium and introduced herself to everyone in a clear, melodious voice. Hello everyone, my name is Xiao Meijin, and I am your counselor. I hope we can get along well in the future. University counselors are actually similar to homeroom teachers in junior and senior high schools. She glanced around the classroom and continued, for the next few years, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I will continue to guide you all. Congratulations to all of you on getting into our school. I hope you will enjoy your university life to the fullest. A burst of enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. Especially the male students, their hands clapping like little electric motors. Its eyes have even turned into hearts, radiating twinkling starlight. Yay, Teacher Xiao. We'll study hard. Teacher Xiao, we will definitely not let you down. Wow, we're so lucky. We not only have a goddess-level counselor, but also an extremely handsome senior student assistant. Ha, as expected, having survived the college entrance exam, university life won't let us down. My high school teachers were right. Class assistant? Xiao Meichin's heart skipped a beat. She's a new teacher and hasn't met the class assistant the school assigned to her yet. However, just as she was becoming curious, Liang Chen picked up the documents and placed them on the podium. The moment Xiao Meijin saw Liang Chen, she was instantly stunned. Chapter 2 Triplets, Am I the Father? The two were stunned the moment their eyes met. Liang Chen also recognized the other person. The two met a year ago. We met again in this way today. Incredulity filled their eyes. The classroom fell silent, and the students noticed their unusual behavior. What's going on? Is there some kind of story between the counselor and the teaching assistant? You guessed right, they not only have a story together, but they've also had in-depth conversations. Xiao Meichin came to her senses. Seeing the puzzled expressions on the students' faces in the classroom, a hint of panic flashed in his eyes. Ding, the perfect dad system is being activated. 10%. 100%. Go home with Xiao Meichin, gain her approval, and become the baby's dad. Complete the task to receive a cash reward of 50,000 yuan and a luxury baby stroller. For the healthy growth of the babies, please keep up the good work, owner. Just as Liang Chen was still in shock at meeting Xiao Meijin, a cold voice rang in his mind. Liang Chen? Stay-at-home dad? System? He was completely dumbfounded. He was shocked when he realized that only he could hear the voice. System? Is this the system I imagined? Yes, master, I am the all-powerful babysitter system you imagined. Sensing Liang Chen's inner thoughts, the system responded. Overjoyed, Liang Chen pressed for an answer. Is it the kind of system from novels? Yes, master. Holy crap, it really is. Liang Chen was immediately immersed in immense joy. But why is it a dad system? Do I need to go home with Xiao Meichin and gain her approval? Could it be? Yes, master, Xiao Meijin is pregnant with your baby. We hope you can take good care of the baby in the future, become an excellent dad, and accompany them as they grow up. Is that really the case? If it weren't for the system, he wouldn't have known that Xiao Meichin had a child. I never imagined that the system from the novel would become a reality. The system has now made him a stay-at-home dad, so the child is obviously his own. I'm confident the system won't cheat me and make me a sucker. And let's calculate the time. Last year around that time, Xiao Meichin was indeed shot by him. It must have been around that time that Xiao Meichin got pregnant. The first class for freshmen. Because of Liang Chen, Xiao Meichin was out of sorts throughout the entire process. But the students still listened with great interest. Because he's handsome. With such high looks, just admire her and that's enough. Who cares what she's saying? When get out of class ended, Xiao Mei Qin left in a hurry, as if she were afraid of something. Seeing Xiao Mei Jin leave in a hurry, Liang Chen also chased after her. Sensing Liang Chen chasing after her, Xiao Mei Jin became noticeably more flustered. Mr. Xiao, there's something I'd like to talk to you about. Xiao Mei Jin paused, her expression complicated, and said, let's talk somewhere else. Liang Chen glanced around and nodded. They arrived at a secluded corner, where no one was around. Liang Chen asked, how have you been this past year? Xiao Mei Chin's eyes flickered, and she finally took a deep breath and slowly nodded. That's good. If you get close to Xiao Mei Chin, you can smell a faint scent of baby powder on her. Liang Chen took a breath and asked with a serious expression, do you have a child? Xiao Mei Chin paused for a moment, then nodded slightly. Yes, I'm pregnant. Having received an affirmative answer, I looked into her eyes and asked again, the child is mine, isn't it? Upon hearing this, Xiao Mei Chin's heart skipped a beat, and then she shook her head frantically, no. No? Then, Miss Xiao, how old is your child now? 2 months old. It's been more than 2 months, which is exactly the same amount of time we spent together last year. Teacher Xiao, the child is mine, right? Don't lie to me. Faced with Liang Chen's persistent questioning. Thinking of her hungry children at home, Xiao Mei Chin's eyes began to redden. Originally, she planned to raise the babies on her own. But I never expected to be here today. In this way, she reunited with Liang Chen. Is this fate? Is it because God didn't want his child to be without a father that he met him again? Xiao Mei Chin was in a state of confusion and didn't know what to do. In the end, for the sake of her child, she decided to take a gamble. Yes, the child is yours. But the child is yours, so what are you going to do about it? Liang Chen hasn't graduated from university yet. He's so young, he has a bright future ahead of him. But now he has no financial means, and his children will only become a burden to him. However, the answer Liang Chen blurted out the next second brought tears streaming down Xiao Mei Jin's face. My child, I will definitely raise him. I will take responsibility for my child. Liang Chen looked into Xiao Mei Jin's eyes, and his answer was serious and firm. You. But you. I know what you're trying to say, but don't underestimate me. No matter what, I will work hard to earn money and take good care of the baby and you. Looking at Liang Chen's sincere face, Xiao Mei Jin's expression was complicated. Raising a child requires a lot of expenses, and she originally thought that Liang Chen, being a student, would be deterred by financial concerns. She had already made up her mind. Even if Liang Chen is unwilling to take care of the babies, she will still raise them herself. When the children grow up, we will tell them that their father went to a very far place. She never expected that Liang Chen would have such courage and responsibility. In an instant, Xiao Mei Chin's tears fell uncontrollably. I don't know whether I'm happy for the babies or crying for myself. Children are a mother's weakness, but also her armor. Even the strongest women have their vulnerable moments. Seeing Xiao Mei Jin with tears clinging to her eyelashes, Liang Chen quickly comforted her. Teacher Xiao, please don't cry. Don't worry, I will definitely take responsibility for the baby and strive to be a good father. Xiao Mei Chin wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and nodded. Although she hadn't spent much time with Liang Chen, her intuition told her that what he said was true. This genuine expression of emotion cannot be faked. Hopefully, he will treat the babies well in the future. That way, the children will have a father. Miss Xiao, may I go see the baby? After all, I am the child's father, and I want to see him. Xiao Mei Jin hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded and said, we can wait until school is over at noon, then I'll take you to my house. Liang Chen was overjoyed. I'm about to see my child. The baby must be very cute, having inherited both his and teacher Zhao's genes. Hey, Brother Chen, what are you doing here? And who is this? Just then, a voice broke their conversation. Suddenly, a tall, burly student with a surprised expression called out to Liang Chen. At the same time, I was filled with curiosity about Xiao Mei Chen. The visitor was none other than Liang Chen's roommate, Wenwu, nicknamed Scholar. Chapter 3 Buying Baby Formula, an astonishing expense. Raising human babies is no easy feat. Xiaocai is Liang Chen's best friend. This guy has been smart since he was a child. At 3 years old, one can recognize 1,000 characters at 5, one can recite Tang poems at 7, one can be well versed in the 4 books and 5 classics, and at 8, one can master poetry and prose. In their dormitory, Liang Chen was the closest to him. Upon first meeting Xiao Meijin, the scholar was utterly astonished. Subconsciously, she assumed the other person was Liang Chen's girlfriend. Could it be that the ancient iron tree in their dormitory has finally blossomed? After agreeing to meet Xiao Meijin after school, the two parted ways. The scholar kept asking from behind, "Brother Chen, who is that person? She's so beautiful. Is she your girlfriend? Wow, you got such a beautiful girlfriend without saying a word." Liang Chen was taken aback. Surprisingly, this guy actually guessed right. However, Xiao Meijin is not his girlfriend now. She's also the mother of his child. However, Xiao Meijin was, after all, a new teacher at their school. For her sake, Liang Chen hesitated for a while but still didn't tell Xiaocai about their true relationship. "Don't talk nonsense. That's Miss Xiao, the counselor for accounting class 2. I'm currently her class assistant." Oh, she's a teacher at the school. Good heavens, when did their school get such a goddess-like teacher? How could he not know? The scholar grinned slyly and said, "Hee, Brother Chen, I think I'm in love. Do you think I have a chance if I pursue Teacher Xiao?" Hee. Chance. Scholar, you're dreaming. Senior year students have fewer courses, giving them more free time to manage. "Hey Chen, wanna play some games at noon? I'll play Kaiwenji in the jungle, I'll carry you." Xiaocai asked impatiently after the two returned to their dorm. Liang Chen shook his head. "No, I have something to do at noon." Joke. He's going to see his child at noon. Is gaming more important than your own child? Get out of here. What's more important than playing together? You're not even going to play if I, Kaiwenji, carry you to rank up? Xiaocai looked at Liang Chen in shock. He felt that Brother Chen had changed. Goodness, before, when I invited him to play games, he would just nod and log in. Now, when I try to help him reach diamond rank, he says he has something to do and isn't playing. Chen Gu is acting strange today, really strange. Scholar, from now on I'm going to work hard to earn money and never play games again. Brother Chen, are you alright? Burn your sister. Liang Chen was both amused and exasperated. He used to be alone and didn't care. Things are different now, he has children now, so it's better for him to play fewer games. School ended at noon, at the time the two had agreed upon. The school side gate. Liang Chen saw Xiao Meijin waiting for him from afar. It has to be said that Xiao Meijin has a really good figure and temperament. You can't tell at all that she's had a child. "Xiao Meijin, I've arrived." Liang Chen originally wanted to call her Teacher Xiao, but after thinking about it, he decided to call her by her name instead. Xiao Meijin's body trembled slightly. Ultimately, she didn't choose to reject it, and finally said calmly, "Let's go." Xiao Meijin has a pink electric scooter, just big enough for 2 people. "I'll go buy some formula and diapers first, since we're out of them at home." "Okay, I'll go with you." Although Liang Chen just became a class assistant this semester, it was part of the school's work-study program, and he hasn't received a salary yet. But he occasionally does part-time jobs in his spare time. He has actually saved some money since his freshman year of college. Also, Liang Chen remembered that there was a prompt when binding the system. He went home with Xiao Meijin, gained her approval, and became a stay-at-home dad taking care of the babies. You can win a cash prize of 50,000 yuan and a luxury stroller. Even though I haven't received the reward yet, the balance in my bank account is enough to buy a gift for the baby. Liang Chen plans to pay for the baby formula later. Not long after, Xiao Meijin brought Liang Chen to the maternity and baby store. Liang Chen didn't know much about baby products such as formula and diapers. All I could do was follow Xiao Meijin and watch her choose. A baby typically needs about 4 cans of formula per month, and a good quality formula usually costs around 300 yuan. Xiao Meijin explained the selections to Liang Chen as she made them. Liang Chen silently kept it in mind. 4 cans a month, each can costing around 300 yuan. The minimum cost for a baby's formula is around 1,200 yuan per month. This is just the milk powder. If you add other expenses, it will be even more. Xiao Meijin became a teacher at their school because of limited financial resources. It hasn't been easy for her to take care of the child alone these past few days. But now, he's here. Liang Chen was determined to improve their lives. Just as Liang Chen was silently making up his mind, Xiao Meijin selected 12 cans of milk powder and several packs of diapers. It adds up to 3,900 yuan. Goodness, this trip to the baby store has cost so much. Meijin, I'll pay for it. Seeing that the sales assistant had packed their items, Liang Chen spoke up. No need, I have my own money. Xiao Meijin quickly shook her head. She knew Liang Chen wanted to be good to the baby. But Xiao Meichin felt that Liang Chen was still a student. Even if he can come up with the money, what will he do for a living afterward? When I first went to see the baby, I gave him her formula as a gift. Need not. Xiao Meichin still refused and quickly opened WeChat to scan the QR code to pay. Watching Xiao Meijin hurriedly pay and leave with the baby formula and diapers, Liang Chen felt a pang of heartache. Universities usually provide dormitories for their faculty members. However, Xiao Meichin's situation is special. She rents a place to live on her own. Xiao Meichin lives in an old neighborhood. The location is good. It's only a 7 or 8 minute drive from the school. There are hospitals, supermarkets, farmers markets, and parks nearby. It has well-developed supporting facilities and, overall, a good geographical location. Although this neighborhood is a bit old, it has a good location and isn't too far from the school, so I rented here. Liang Chen nodded. He had some understanding of rental prices in Yongchang. Even in a slightly older neighborhood like this, a one-bedroom apartment would cost at least 1,400 yuan per month. The larger the house, the higher the rent. I don't know how many bedrooms and living rooms Xiao Meichin rented. In addition to rent and living expenses, there are also expenses for the baby. This pressure is immense. The electric scooter stopped in front of building number 2. Xiao Meichin lives on the 3rd floor. The two carried their belongings upstairs. Xiao Meichin opened the door. Miss Xiao, you're back. As soon as the door opened, a middle-aged woman in her 40s walked in. Yes, Aunt Zhou, thank you for your hard work today. Xiao Meijin nodded and then introduced to Liang Chen, this is the postpartum nanny I hired, Aunt Zhou. Hello Mr. Liang, Aunt Zhou said, her gaze falling on Liang Chen as she guessed his identity. Hello, Aunt Zhou. Liang Chen nodded politely. Xiao Meijin did not explain Liang Chen's identity to her. As a postpartum nanny, Aunt Zhou tactfully found an excuse to leave. Make room for the two of them. Upon entering the living room, Liang Chen looked around. Xiao Meichin rented a 2-bedroom apartment. Although the decoration was simple, it was very cozy. Chapter 4, Triplets, Change the Baby's Diaper, Generous Reward. The decor is simple, yet it's very cozy. Liang Chen noticed that there were many colorful little clothes hanging on the balcony. It should belong to the babies. When Liang Chen noticed the system was binding him, it said become a dad to babies, and there was also the fact that Xiao Meijin had just bought so many cans of milk powder. Plus all those little clothes on the balcony. Liang Chen wondered if Xiao Meijin had given birth to twins. It was as if it sensed its mother's return. As soon as Xiao Meichin returned to the living room, she heard the baby whimpering from the master bedroom. I can hear the baby's voices. Xiao Meichin rushed into the house, frantically trying to soothe the situation. Babies, do you know mommy's back? Don't cry, sweethearts, mommy's back. Did you pee? Oh dear, you really peed. Is this how you welcome mommy, my little one? Liang Chen walked to the door and saw that the babies in the cribs were all awake. 3 babies were lying on top of it. Good heavens, are they triplets? Liang Chen initially thought they were twins. I never expected they were triplets. So now I'm a father of 3. Seeing the 3 adorable little babies instinctively nuzzling towards their mother. Seeing her busy, Liang Chen asked with concern, do you need my help? Perhaps this is the tacit understanding between triplets. The 3 little bundles of joy seemed to have made a pact. They all peed as soon as they woke up. Xiao Meichin couldn't possibly manage it all by herself. She held her baby and nodded as if she had seen a savior. Do you know how to change a baby's diaper? Won't. But I can learn. Xiao Meichin hummed in agreement. Then I'll teach you how to do it. Liang Chen walked to the bedside, where the 3 little ones were crying one after another, their cries growing louder and louder. This is my own child. Liang Chen was very nervous about changing their diapers. Following Xiao Meijin's instructions, he untied the little ears on both sides of the diaper and gently lifted the baby's tender little legs. Suddenly, a small, crystal-clear fountain sprayed directly onto Liang Chen's face. It turns out that Debao hadn't finished peeing and was peeing on Liang Chen's face. Oh, are you alright? I'm so sorry, I didn't know Debao would react like this. Liang Chen wiped it with a tissue and said with a smile, It's okay, boy's urine smells good. Liang Chen smiled slightly, showing no disdain. Instead, I was happy with the way the baby greeted me. At the same time, he also learned that Xiao Meijin was holding Debao. He is his eldest son. The 2-month-old baby is rosy-cheeked and incredibly delicate. Liang Chen was very careful when changing the diaper, afraid that she might accidentally hurt the baby. After changing Debao's clothes, Liang Chen felt like he had just finished a battle and finally relaxed. But there are still 2 babies to pack. Liang Chen continued to be extremely focused. With Debao's experience, Liang Chen became much more familiar with things. While holding the baby, Xiao Meijin introduced her to Liang Chen. This is Erbao. Erbao is a little sister. The little one is quite shy and cries a lot. This is Sanbao, the younger brother, and he's the most mischievous. Liang Chen looked at the 3 little ones. The babies look almost identical, as if they were made from the same mold. Long eyelashes, so incredibly cute. Liang Chen liked it more and more as he looked at Debao. He came to Debao's side and gave him a gentle smile. Looking at the little one, I stretched out my hands and said, Baby, I'm daddy. Can daddy give you a hug? A baby who was a little over 2 months old. Being clueless, I didn't know what a father was. However, children at this stage want to grab everything they see and put everything in their mouths. Seeing Liang Chen's outstretched hand, the little guy also reached out his little hand with interest and grabbed his thumb. Wow! The baby's hands are so soft and cute. Miss Xiao Meijin, may I hug Debao? Xiao Meijin nodded gently, sure. Seeing that Liang Chen liked children, Debao was also willing to get close to him. Xiao Meijin felt a warm feeling in her heart. Liang Chen nodded happily and gently hugged Debao into his arms. Perhaps he was holding the baby in the wrong way, because the little guy was squirming uncomfortably. Seeing his clumsy movements, Xiao Meijin couldn't help but laugh. Liang Chen, that's not how you hold a baby, you should hold it like this. Because the baby is still small, his spine is not fully developed, and he cannot lift his head, he needs to be held horizontally. Let their little heads rest on the adult's elbow, then the adult can put their arm around the baby's shoulder and support the baby's bottom with their other hand. This is the most comfortable position for babies, and it's also better for their growth and development. As she spoke, Xiao Meijin picked up her second child to demonstrate. Liang Chen listened attentively and carefully adjusted his posture as she instructed. Just as Xiao Meijin had said, as the position was adjusted, Debao quietly leaned against Liang Chen's chest. Looking at the adorable baby in his arms, a smile unconsciously appeared on Liang Chen's lips. Yeah. The little one nestled in Liang Chen's arms, blinking his beautiful big eyes and looking at his father with curiosity. At the same time, the second child in Xiao Meijin's arms was also looking at him curiously. Surprisingly, the 3 babies in their family didn't cry when they saw this strange uncle. Ding dong, congratulations to the owner and Xiao Meijin on returning home, gaining her approval, and taking care of the baby. 50,000 yuan in cash has been deposited into the account, and the luxury stroller will be delivered by express delivery. Note, the source of the cash is absolutely safe and legitimate, so the owner need not worry. Ding dong. Congratulations, owner, on your first diaper change. Reward, baby product identification skills. Just as Liang Chen was holding Debao and smiling, 50,000 yuan in cash appeared in his bank card. The stroller was delivered by courier, so I don't know when it will arrive. There are rewards for changing your baby's diaper? Liang Chenxin and the system communicated to understand the skills for identifying infant and toddler products. It can help you distinguish between good and bad products for babies, and whether they are safe. For example, encountering substandard baby food or baby toys that pose safety hazards. With this skill, Liang Chen could identify anything that was bad for the baby. With this skill, baby's safety is further guaranteed. As expected of a system, it's amazing. Liang Chen was very satisfied with this skill from the system. Ding dong. Ding dong. Just then, the doorbell rang. Xiao Meijin put down her 2 babies and went to open the door. A middle-aged woman came in and immediately urged Xiao Meijin to pay the rent. Miss Xiao, you've been 3 months behind on your rent. You said you'd pay it after you became a teacher when school started, and I agreed. Now that school has started, you should pay it, shouldn't you? I know it's not easy for you, a woman raising 3 children alone, which is why I've given you this much time. But it's not easy for me either. Now it's time for you to pay, isn't it? If you ask me, you're a girl, you don't really need to work so hard. Look at my son, he's just as good as you. Even though you have a child, he doesn't mind and still likes you very much. Why don't you reconsider? If you've thought it through, you'll never have to worry about where to live again. My family owns several houses in Nanning. Chapter 5, You're dreaming if you think you can steal my man. Xiao Mei Chin is beautiful, has a good temperament, and is also a university teacher. Although she has 3 children. However, the landlord still took a liking to her and hoped that she could become his daughter-in-law. The fact that the other person gave birth to triplets in one go means they have good genes. Who knows, maybe I can have twins or triplets with my son someday. Furthermore, her son fell in love with Xiao Mei Chin at first sight. It's not easy for a woman to raise 3 children alone these days. If the landlord keeps pushing her step by step, I believe Xiao Mei Chin will eventually come to terms with reality. Consider marrying her son? Xiao Mei Jin shook her head seriously. Landlady, please don't mention this again. I'll find a way to pay you the rent. At this moment, Liang Chen stepped forward and asked, how much is the rent? 5,400 yuan. Xiao Mei Chin's rejection was within her expectations. However, when she saw Liang Chen, her expression gradually turned cold. She was aware of Xiao Mei Chin's situation. The other party has been raising the child alone, and no other men have come except for the postpartum nanny. Could this man who suddenly showed up today be the father of my child? If that's the case, my son's matter will not be resolved. Liang Chen transferred the rent to the other party. The other party left unwillingly. Liang Chen was well aware of what the other party was planning. He thought to himself, sure enough, beautiful women are always the center of attention, no matter where they go. This time, they've managed to poach our own employees. The system just gave me a reward of 50,000, which, combined with what I saved from part-time jobs, is now mine. 5,400 is not a big problem for Liang Chen. After the landlord left, Xiao Mei Jin said awkwardly, Liang Chen, I'll pay you back after I get my salary. Liang Chen shook his head, no need. I'll pay for this for you and the baby, it's just a token of my appreciation. Liang Chen held to bow and turned his attention back to the children. Looking at the 3 adorable little babies, Liang Chen shared her thoughts with Xiao Mei Jin. Mei Jin, they are all my children. I will take care of them from now on. As their father, I want to be responsible for them. Are you going to take care of them? Are you kidding me? These are triplets. How can you take care of them all? Xiao Mei Jin asked, her eyes wide with surprise. Liang Chen patted his chest, confident in himself. I've always had a strong learning ability. If I study hard, I'm sure I can take good care of the babies. Let's not talk about the dad system. Liang Chen was also not comfortable leaving her child in the care of a postpartum nanny. He has seen countless videos on Douyin TikTok showing nannies abusing their employers' children when they are not home. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't trust Aunt Jo. However, I feel more at ease taking care of the baby. The price of postpartum nannies in Nanning is not cheap now, even the cheapest ones cost 7 or 8,000 yuan per month. And it also includes room and board. Hiring a postpartum nanny is an immense burden for Xiao Mei Chin. After a long silence, Xiao Mei Chin said, but what about your studies? You are still a class assistant, and you have work tasks. Liang Chen has his own ideas. Don't worry about my studies. My grades are pretty good, and I don't have many classes now that I'm a senior. I've already learned everything I need to learn, so I have plenty of time. The class assistant issue is much easier to handle. Today is the first day of school, and there aren't many tasks. I told the school leaders that I had something come up and couldn't do it, and asked them to arrange a new teaching assistant. Hearing Liang Chen say this, Xiao Mei Jin fell into deep thought. She felt that this was severely hindering Liang Chen's future. Liang Chen could tell that the other party was thinking of him. Mei Jin, don't worry, my studies are fine. I've already planned my future career. I have a part-time job that I can do from home and earn money. The most important thing right now is the children, they're only 2 months old, and it's not right for Aunt Jo to take care of them all the time. Xiao Mei Chin wavered. In fact, she didn't have enough money left to pay Aunt Jo's salary next month. If Liang Chen can take care of the child, the problem of taking care of the baby will be perfectly solved. Finally, she took a deep breath and said, okay, then I'll tell Aunt Jo later. During this time, I asked her to teach me more about how to take care of the baby, and to ask her questions whenever I didn't understand something. Liang Chen smiled with satisfaction. Okay, I will try my best, Teacher Xiao. Xiao Meijin blushed as she took to bow and went back to her room. At that moment, Aunt Zhou appeared out of nowhere. However, the way she looked at Liang Chen now was different from before. Mr. Liang, are you the baby's father? Liang Chen nodded and hummed in agreement. Aunt Zhou was happy for Xiao Meijin. Miss Xiao has finally made it through. Although you are young, you are brave enough to take responsibility. I believe you will be able to take good care of Miss Xiao and the babies in the future. She had previously guessed that Xiao Meichin had been cheated on by a scumbag man. After Xiao Meichin became pregnant, the other party ran away. In Aunt Zhou's subconscious, Liang Chen has always been this kind of person. But to her surprise, the man who appeared was completely different from what she had guessed. She has worked as a postpartum nanny for many years, visiting many families and witnessing all sorts of right and wrong. For the mistress, extramarital affairs were nothing new. When she came to Xiao Meijin's house this time, she thought that the child's father would never appear again. Looking at the handsome Liang Chen, Aunt Zhou couldn't help but tease him. Wow, Mr. Liang, you and Miss Xiao are really good at having children. Triplets. I've never seen anything like it before. Liang Chen never expected to be so lucky. Aunt Zhou then asked, is your family's good gene quality due to family inheritance? Liang Chen shook his head, I don't know, but I'm an only child. Their family, and indeed their entire clan. This is the first time we've seen multiple births. It's probably not from my family's genes. Could it be from Xiao Meichin's family? Liang Chen guessed to himself. A baby who is a little over 2 months old spends most of their time sleeping. When they wake up, they instinctively look for food. Perhaps it was because they were hungry. The 3 little ones started whimpering and crying again. They truly are triplets. Their cries sound like a trio, displaying perfect harmony. I heard the babies' voices. Liang Chen quickly went back to his room. Unexpectedly, just as they reached the door, Xiao Meijin, holding de bao, waved to Liang Chen, saying, come in later. I was a little puzzled that he was suddenly not allowed to come into the room to see the baby. I thought I had done something wrong. The babies are hungry. I'll feed them first. You can come in later if you don't want Liang Chen to overthink things, Xiao Meijin quickly explained. Breastfeeding? Let me help. Liang Chen thought that Xiao Meijin would be too busy to make baby formula by herself. I'll feed them formula later. I'll feed them myself now, Xiao Meichin said hesitantly. Liang Chen was taken aback, only then realizing that Xiao Meijin's ears had turned a rouge color at some point. He realized it belatedly. Oh, so Xiao Meichin is breastfeeding her babies. So cute. The mother's shy, blushing face is also very cute. Chapter 6 First time breastfeeding the baby. Liang Chen's gaze fell on a certain spot on Xiao Meijin's body. So white and so big. Xiao Meichin felt embarrassed by his gaze. Where are you looking at me? Liang Chen smiled. He couldn't help himself. She's so beautiful, it's normal to not be able to control your gaze. Xiao Meichin became incredibly famous. Hurry up and go out so Aunt Zhou can teach you how to make formula. Huh? Really? You have a milk supply of this size and it's not enough for your babies? Liang Chen was surprised. Not enough breast milk? Looks like their 3 little ones have great appetites. If Xiao Meichin continued standing here, she'd probably blush to the bone. Okay, I'll go out and make formula for the babies right away. Under Aunt Zhou's guidance, Liang Chen learned how to prepare formula for the baby. How many scoops of milk powder, how much water to mix? What water temperature do you need, and how do you measure the temperature? There's so much knowledge to be gained from this. To ensure the health of the baby's diet, Liang Chen began to learn how to identify infant products. Baby formula brand, Happy Baby. Security level, 5 stars. Infant formula ingredient, lactoferrin LPN. Infant formula rating, safe, babies can use it with confidence. Liang Chen activated his skill, and a string of amazing data appeared before his eyes. The newly purchased milk powder is of good quality and safe. After finishing the first bottle, I made another one. Liang Chen asked in confusion, Aunt Zhou, why did you only make 2 bottles? 3 babies, so there should be 3 bottles. If one baby has it, the other 2 babies should also have it. That's fair. Aunt Zhou explained. Compared to the first and second babies, the baby was weaker when he was born. The doctor advised Ms. Xiao that if conditions allowed, it would be best to breastfeed the baby. This situation is actually quite common in multiple births. Some were so serious that they even died young. Their little one is considered lucky. As long as the baby gets enough breast milk and proper nutrition, the baby can be just as healthy as their older siblings. After Xiao Meijin's breast milk was used to feed her youngest child, there wasn't enough left for her older and younger children. Therefore, I can only breastfeed my two babies a portion of their milk, and if they are not full, they continue to drink formula. In the bedroom, the little ones stopped sobbing after drinking their milk. The children, still wanting more after drinking their milk, blinked their big, watery eyes, which melted Liang Chen's heart. Liang Chen has loved babies since he was a child. Now, my own baby likes it even more. Looking at the three babies who looked like little rice dumplings, Liang Chen felt a deep affection for them. Oh dear, Xiaobao is full. Come on, de bao and air bao. How about daddy feeds you milk? Babies these days look almost identical, making it difficult for outsiders to tell them apart. However, Xiao Meichin was clever. She put labels on the baby's clothes. Seeing the names de bao and air bao above, Liang Chen knew who was who. You feed the older child first. The older child is more stable, doesn't cry or fuss, is strong, and eats quickly. You can feed the younger child later. Just like when he held the baby, Liang Chen carefully took his eldest son into his arms and began to feed him. Seeing how worried and apprehensive he looked, Xiao Meichin couldn't help but laugh. Relax, the baby isn't as fragile as you think. Just keep a calm mind and feed him slowly. Okay. Liang Chen hummed in agreement. No wonder it was the first one born. Just as Xiao Meijin had said, de bao was strong. He ate with his little mouth full, his face turning red and beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. De bao is the strongest of the triplets. After finishing his milk, the little one gave a satisfied kiss on the lips, then quietly looked at Liang Chen. His eyes were filled with curiosity. Looking into de bao's bright eyes, Liang Chen became even more determined to protect them. Next up is the second baby. Although the little one is a girl, her personality seems to be more outgoing than her brothers. She couldn't wait to eat milk. As Xiao Meijin looked at the second baby in Liang Chen's arms, she said with a smile, the second baby's personality is completely opposite to his brother's. He is very mischievous at such a young age. He always shouts when he wakes up. Xiaobao is even more mischievous than his older sister and cries the most, though his voice isn't as loud. But Xiaobao has one good point, he's not clingy and can entertain himself. Liang Chen laughed. He now understands that the triplets in his family have very distinct personalities. Every baby is adorable in their own way. The two were talking. The second baby, who had been held in Liang Chen's arms the whole time, hadn't had a drink of milk yet and was squirming his chubby little body in dissatisfaction. It appears to be a protest. The little one seemed to be saying, I've smelled the milk for so long, why haven't I had any yet? Humph, I'm protesting. Noticing Erbao's unusual behavior, Liang Chen held out the baby bottle. The little cutie held the bottle in both hands and drank it gurglingly. The way the second baby is nursing seems even more eager than his older brother. Liang Chen asked worriedly, is it okay to drink like this? Xiao Meichin smiled and said, no problem. Erbao loves eating like this, it makes her happiest. Perhaps, this is just a foodie's instinct. Liang Chen couldn't help but smile as he looked at his daughter. Xiao Meijin's gaze fell on Xiaobao, who was playing by himself with his eyes open. A hint of heartache crept into her eyes. Xiaobao was the last baby born. After he was born, the doctor said he was malnourished and had a weak constitution. So I spent more time and effort on him. I don't know if this is the reason, but the little guy is exceptionally attached to me. Although he usually plays by himself, he only wants me to hold him if anyone else tries to hold him, he cries. Once the little one starts crying, he can't stop, and his face turns purple. Xiao Meichin gently picked up the three babies, and the little ones giggled as they looked at their mother in her arms. The triplets look exactly alike and are very cute. However, if you look closely, you'll notice that Xiaobao is slightly smaller than his older brothers and sisters. Xiaobao happily stayed in his mother's arms, and Liang Chen liked him more and more as he looked at him. Then again, he hasn't even held his three babies yet. Meijin, may I hold Sanbao? Xiao Meijin hesitated for a moment before handing over Xiaobao, whom she was playing with, to him. Liang Chen was overjoyed. I carefully accepted the three treasures. The next second, the two stared at each other, wide-eyed. Xiao Meijin, standing nearby, was extremely nervous, afraid that her youngest son would cry. Sanbao was a little confused at this moment, staring blankly at Liang Chen. The little one was lighter than his older siblings, which Liang Chen could clearly feel. Looking into Xiaobao's innocent and pure eyes, it seemed as if a beautiful starry sea was hidden within them. A gentle smile unconsciously appeared on Liang Chen's face. It was as if I could sense the emotions emanating from Liang Chen. The little guy looked at Liang Chen and suddenly opened his mouth. Just when Xiao Chen thought Xiaobao was about to cry, something unexpected happened. Looking at Liang Chen's little baby, he suddenly grinned, looking incredibly happy. Chapter 7: Name your baby and win a luxury car. Xiao Meijin was surprised. Xiaobao likes you. And Zhou was also surprised. I don't know how many times I've tried, but Xiaobao doesn't give me any face at all. This treatment is completely different. Liang Chen smiled brightly. Maybe the little guy knows I'm his dad. He was the only son in the Liang family. I never imagined I'd have 3 kids now. My parents would be so happy if they knew. Liang Chen felt he should find a time to tell them the good news. Their expressions must have been priceless, right? Holding the baby, Liang Chen asked curiously, Meijin, what are the babies' names? Xiao Meijin shook her head awkwardly. They hadn't chosen a name yet. After a moment of contemplation, Liang Chen began, the babies are growing every day. It's not good to keep calling them big baby, second baby, and third baby. How about we give them names? Xiao Meijin nodded with slight delight. Actually, it's not that she doesn't want to name her babies. However, she still hoped that the children's father would help them choose names. I used to only think this way in my heart. Unexpectedly, this day has actually come. Okay, then you can get it for the babies. Seeing Xiao Meijin's expression, Liang Chen nodded seriously. Such rare triplets. Since it's my own child, I need to give him a name with a good meaning. Looking at the babies, Liang Chen started brainstorming. Liang Junqiao, Meijin, what do you think of this name for Debao? Junqiao? Xiao Meijin pondered for a moment, then her eyes lit up. My beloved, I am like a star and you are like the moon, our light shining brightly together every night. This line of poetry evokes a sense of purity and flawlessness, like jade. It implies that the man has noble character and the demeanor of a gentleman. The character Chao means morning, full of vigor and vitality, and contains a sense of grandeur and wonder, like the beginning of all things. The name Jun Chao is elegant and poetic, and sounds very pleasant. Xiao Meijin was very satisfied. Okay, then Debao's name is Jun Chao. Debao has a name now. Baby, you have a name now. It's Liang Jun Chao. Your father named you that. Debao seemed to know that his mother was talking to him, and he danced around happily. Liang Chen first named the 2 boys. Next up is Xiaobao. Yu Huai, Xiaobao's name is Liang Yu Huai, how about that? Yu Huai. From the Book of Songs, I cherish virtue, I do not boast or show off, I do not prolong summer with reforms. The character Yu carries a simple yet ethereal, dreamlike quality, making it appear elegant and serene when used in a name. The character Huai. It signifies a broad mind and magnanimity, demonstrating the upright character of a gentleman and the breadth of his mind. That's a really good name. Xiao Meijin smiled slightly, looking at Xiaobao with a smile. Xiaobao, did you hear that? Yu Huai, that's your name. Your father named you that. Now you and your brother both have names. Aren't you happy? Xiaobao glanced at his mother, then went back to playing with his fingers. Liang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that Xiao Meijin liked these 2 names. He was worried that he hadn't chosen a good name and that Xiao Meijin wouldn't like it. Finally, Liang Chen's gaze fell on their second child, their little princess. Yunjing, Liang Yunjing. Meijin, what do you think of the name Erbao? Yunjing is taken from the poem Partridge Sky Dream Immortal in the Complete Song Dynasty CI Poetry Collection. To know the scenery of Fanghu last night, it was only in front of Yunjai with his staff and shoes. It symbolizes ambition, gentleness, and is highly valued. Liang Yunjing, yay! Not only does it sound nice, but the meaning is also wonderful. Liang Chen, let's go with the names you suggested for the babies. Liang Chen personally named the babies, and Xiao Meijin was overjoyed. From today onwards, the babies have their own names. Xiao Meijin was so moved that she almost shed tears. He gained a great name. Liang Chen thought for a moment, should he give her another nickname? How about we give the babies some nicknames? Many babies nowadays have nicknames. Great! Xiao Meijin thinks it would be nice for the babies to have nicknames. Meijin, I chose your formal name, but this time you can choose the nicknames for the babies. Ha? Me. Yes, I bet the babies are really looking forward to their moms giving them nicknames, right, babies? The father chooses the formal name, and she chooses the nickname? Seeing Liang Chen's expectant eyes, Xiao Meijin did not refuse. She thought for a moment and said, the babies were born in July, so how about we name them Chi-Chi, Lele, and Wan-Wan? The eldest child is named Lele, the second child is named Chi-Chi, and the youngest child was born last, so we'll name him Wan-Wan. Liang Chen, what do you think? Xiao Meijin asked Liang Chen for his opinion, looking at him expectantly. Liang Chen nodded. It sounds nice. And that's how the nickname was decided. De Bao's nickname is Lele, Er Bao is Chi-Chi, and Xiao Bao is Wan-Wan. It sounds so nice. After discussing it, the babies' formal names and nicknames were decided. Ding dong, congratulations to the owner for naming the babies, you have won 30,000 yuan in cash and an Audi Q3 SUV. Note, the cash source is safe and there are no hidden dangers. A designated person will contact the owner later to handle matters related to vehicle collection. As soon as he finished choosing a name, the system's voice rang in Liang Chen's mind. This time, there's not only a cash prize of 30,000 yuan, but also an SUV. Liang Chen didn't know much about cars, but he did know the Audi brand. Cars from this brand are not cheap. The car rewarded by the system must be expensive. Liang Chen pondered. Having a car will make it much easier to take the babies out in the future. There will be dedicated personnel who will call or text you to coordinate. But since the system didn't specify a time, Liang Chen really wasn't sure. Just like the previous reward, the 50,000 yuan cash has been credited to my account. But the luxury stroller hasn't arrived yet. Ding dong, ding dong. Just then, the doorbell rang again. Xiao Meijin frowned. The rent had already been paid. Is there something else the landlord needs to do? Her social circle is small, and she hasn't told any of her friends about moving here. Apart from the landlord or Aunt Jo, the nanny, no one else would come looking for her. Why is the doorbell ringing again? Aunt Jo was equally puzzled and opened the door with suspicion. Hello, is this Mr. Liang Chen's home? The high-end stroller he ordered has arrived, please sign for it. Just as Liang Chen had hoped, the stroller arrived. Aunt Jo was taken aback. Oh, this is a stroller? Mr. Liang Chen? He's right here. The delivery man assigned by the system arrived, and after Liang Chen came out to sign for it, the delivery man left. Wow, what a beautiful stroller. It even has 3 rows. Mr. Liang, when did you buy it? As expected of a high-end item rewarded by the system. As soon as the stroller was placed in the living room, Aunt Jo couldn't help but marvel at it. There's no way around it, the stroller is just too beautiful. In addition to being beautiful, it also has a sense of sophistication. She has worked as a postpartum nanny for many years and has also stayed in the homes of many wealthy people. This was the first time she had ever seen such a beautiful stroller. Chapter 8 Mother, oh my god, my cheeks are melting. The father's cooking is so delicious. Beautiful and sophisticated. The quality is noticeably different. This kind of stroller is definitely not something the average person can afford. Xiao Meijin also bought a stroller for the babies. However, due to limited financial resources, she only bought a regular one. Babies are still young and usually stay at home, so strollers aren't used much. Compared to what Liang Chen bought, it's far inferior. Liang Chen, when did you buy it? It hasn't been that long since I found out I was pregnant. Liang Chen bought a stroller. And buying such expensive ones shows that Liang Chen really cares about the babies. Xiao Meijin was touched and happy for the babies, who have such a loving father. Liang Chen nodded gently. She had just bought it, she hadn't expected it to be delivered so quickly. Aunt Jo smiled and joked, Miss Xiao, you are so lucky. Mr. Liang is so good to the babies. She had barely finished speaking when she sighed again. Mr. Liang, I feel relieved now that you're by Miss Xiao's side. You wouldn't believe it, when I first came here, I saw Miss Xiao taking care of 3 babies all by herself, it was so hard for her. Triplets. This is the first time I've ever seen them. They're so rare. Liang Chen nodded, knowing in his heart that a girl raising 3 children must have suffered a lot. Since Liang Chen appeared, Aunt Jo has been overjoyed for Xiao Meijin. She seemed to have endless things to say, continuing to tell Liang Chen about Xiao Meijin's hardships. Let me tell you, Mr. Liang, when I first met Miss Xiao, she had a better figure than she does now. However, she has lost a lot of weight recently because she has been taking care of the babies. As Aunt Joe spoke, she looked at Liang Chen. At that time, I was curious. Ms. Xiao is such a good person, and she gave birth to adorable triplets, so why wasn't the father there to take care of her? Liang Chen coughed slightly. I had some things to attend to earlier. I will take good care of Mei Jin and the babies from now on. It's good that she's here. Miss Xiao will have an easier time from now on. Aunt Joe smiled but didn't ask what had delayed Liang Chen. As a postpartum nanny, she knew she had said too much. Asking any further questions would be crossing the line. However, Liang Chen kept her words in mind. He would never forget Xiao Mei Jin's sacrifices and would definitely find a way to make it up to her in the future. We will strive to give her and the babies a better life. Just as Liang Chen made up his mind, Xiao Bao yawned. His little expression was drowsy, like he wanted to sleep. Looking at De Bao and Air Bao. The triplets are indeed in sync. They even have the same daily routine. Sleep well, Wan, be good. Daddy will always be with you and your older brother and sister. Baby, go to sleep. Liang Chen gently patted Xiao Bao's back and walked around the room, softly coaxing him. The little one nestled in his father's arms, feeling a strong sense of security, and soon drifted off to sleep. Human babies are also adorable when they're asleep, clenching their little fists and sleeping sweetly. After Xiao Bao fell asleep, De Bao and Air Bao were also gently coaxed to sleep by Liang Chen and Xiao Mei Jin. The three little cuties lined up in a row, sleeping soundly in their cribs, which adored Liang Chen. Liang Chen sat contentedly to the side, quietly watching the little bundles of joy. After some time, Liang Chen got up and tidied up the stroller in the living room. I glanced at the time. She remembered that right after school, Xiao Mei Jin brought her back to see the baby, and now the baby was still hungry. If you go hungry and don't get enough nutrition, how will you feed your babies later? Liang Chen decided to make lunch for Xiao Mei Jin. It's a good opportunity for her to try my cooking skills. Liang Chen grew up in the countryside. Children from poor families mature early. He could cook when he was in elementary school. Moreover, Liang's mother is a very good cook. Liang Chen inherited her skills and his cooking is quite good too. Xiao Mei Jin rented a 2-bedroom apartment, so the kitchen wasn't very big. But though small, it has all the vital organs. It has everything you need: refrigerator, cabinets, stove, pots and pans. I went to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and took out all the ingredients. After tidying up, I started washing and chopping the vegetables. I heard a beeping sound coming from the kitchen. Xiao Mei Jin walked over curiously and thought it was Aunt Joe, but it turned out to be Liang Chen. Noticing the noise at the door, Liang Chen turned around and said, Mei Jin, there's a lot of smoke in the kitchen, don't come in. We'll be eating soon. Oh. Liang Chen, you can cook? Xiao Mei Jin was taken aback. Xiao Mei Jin was slightly surprised to see Liang Chen flipping the ladle with such smooth and effortless movements. Although there are quite a few boys who can cook nowadays. But this is the first time Xiao Mei Jin has ever seen someone so handsome while cooking. Liang Chen chuckled as he tossed the ladle around. Of course, I've been cooking since elementary school. Before, when my parents went out to work and weren't home, I was the one who cooked all the meals at home. The smell of cooking oil is too strong. You should go to the living room first. I'll call you when you're done. Good. You mustn't tell, you really mustn't tell. Liang Chen's stir-fried dishes smelled especially good, and the enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen into the living room, causing Xiao Mei Jin's stomach to rumble involuntarily. Aunt Joe was secretly surprised. This tastes even better than what I make myself. Miss Xiao has found a good husband. Not only is she good-looking and caring, but she's also an excellent cook. You couldn't find a good man like that even with a lantern. A dozen minutes later, Liang Chen came out of the kitchen carrying a fragrant meal. 3 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and 1 soup. There's only enough food in the refrigerator to make this many dishes. Mei Jin, Aunt Joe, time to wash your hands and eat. When Liang Chen came out, the dining table had already been cleared away. Aunt Joe got up and went to the kitchen to help, bringing out the rice cooker. It's more convenient to scoop rice when placed on the table. After washing his hands, Liang Chen served Xiao Mei Jin a bowl of rice and then sat down. Mei Jin, are you hungry? Try it and see how it tastes. If you don't like it, I'll make it for you again. Xiao Mei Jin nodded shyly. It feels so good to be taken care of, it makes my heart swell with sweetness. Aunt Joe, please eat too, don't be shy. Okay, thank you, Mr. Liang. Liang Chen's dishes are a feast for the eyes, nose, and palate. They smell wonderful and look very appetizing. Xiao Mei Chin picked up her chopsticks, took a piece of meat, and put it in her mouth. Liang Chen asked expectantly, "How is it? Does it taste all right?" "Just one bite. My goodness, it's melting on my tongue. This is an amazing flavor. It's so delicious and perfectly seasoned." After swallowing the first bite, Xiao Mei Chin's eyes narrowed, and her eyes curved into crescents, making her look incredibly beautiful. "It's so delicious, so incredibly delicious. This is incredible. Wow, this is so delicious. I've never had such good food before. Liang Chen, you're amazing. Wow, the baby's dad is amazing." Xiao Meijin was quite surprised to find that he cooked so well. A man who is both handsome and a great cook is such a plus. Chapter 9 Sons, I'm a dad now. Xiao Mei Chin can also cook. However, it wasn't as delicious as Liang Chen's. Seeing Xiao Meijin and Aunt Zhou enjoying their meal, Liang Chen finally felt relieved. As long as it doesn't taste bad, it's fine. I'm glad you like it. I'll make it for you again when I have the chance. Xiao Mei Chin was deeply moved upon hearing this. Having a guy who's willing to cook for you is such a wonderful thing. It felt like I was being cared for. The food was delicious, and Aunt Zhou buried herself in her food, careful not to disturb the two of them. After finishing the meal, Liang Chen wanted to wash the dishes, but Xiao Meijin wouldn't let him. Let him go back to his room and rest for a while. She and Aunt Zhou cleaned up the bowls. Inside the room, the babies were still fast asleep in bed, snoring away. Liang Chen sat quietly to the side, afraid of accidentally waking his babies. Suddenly I received a text message telling me to pick up my car. It turned out that the car arranged by the system had arrived, and he only needed to pick it up at the address in the text message. By the time Xiao Mei Chin finished cleaning up the dishes and went into her room, it was already 2:30 p.m. "Liang Chen, the babies are asleep, why don't you take a rest too?" Many college students stay up late, but most of them have the habit of taking a nap during lunch break. Liang Chen thought for a moment and said, I have to go out for a bit, I'll come back later. I'll come over to be with the babies after I finish my errands. He promised to take care of the babies and be a good dad. Liang Chen didn't want to only visit the babies every few days. To make things easier for Xiao Mei Chin in order to take care of the babies, Liang Chen felt he needed to find a way to stay with Xiao Meijin. While the babies are asleep, I'll go pick up the car first. I'll go back to school and bring my change of clothes. Okay, go ahead. Xiao Meijin didn't think much of it, assuming Liang Chen had something to take care of. And I told him to be careful on the road. Only after she finished speaking did she realize that she seemed to care a lot about Liang Chen without even noticing. Although they spent very little time together, he always gave her a sense of security. It was a very reliable and warm feeling. Hearing Xiao Meijin's caring words, Liang Chen felt a warmth in his heart. Leave the residential area. Liang Chen was in a great mood the whole way. Thinking of his three little cuties, a happy smile couldn't help but appear on his face. He's good looking. That laugh was even more outrageous. It attracted frequent glances from girls on the street. Wow, what a handsome young man. When he smiles, it's like his whole body is glowing. Liang Chen was already used to the stares of the crowd. He ignored the stares of those around him and rode a shared bicycle back to school. The place where I picked up the car passed by a school. He planned to go back to his dorm first. As soon as I got back to the dorm, I saw 3 people playing ranked matches. Liang Chen smiled proudly, "Sons, I'm a dad now." The scholar is using Kaiwenji as a jungler. Upon hearing Liang Chen's words, he instinctively put down his phone and stepped forward to congratulate him. "Brother Chen, you've become a father? Congratulations, congratulations. You've become a dad." "No, we've been tricked by Brother Chen again, he's taking advantage of us." "Yeah, Brother Chen, you're so mean." The one speaking was the chubby guy in their dorm, named Wang Xon, nicknamed Big Smart. "Brother Chen, you really like us calling you dad? You're such a pervert." Another roommate made a face as if he were looking at a pervert. His surname is Lu and his given name is Hao. The richest person in the whole dorm, nicknamed Big Mouth. "Yeah, Brother Chen, you don't have any weird fetishes, do you?" "Ugh, that's disgusting." The scholar exaggeratedly shook his buttocks. Liang Chen. Liang Chen felt that his 3 roommates were not normal people. Liang Chen solemnly announced again, I mean it, I really became a father. I'm pregnant with triplets. Is it true or not? Brother Chen, you usually either play games with us or do part-time jobs. Although many girls pursue you, we've never seen you dating any of them. How come you suddenly have a child? Could it be that the rich girl who was pursuing you forced herself on you, and you two ended up having a child? Or perhaps you've become someone else's unborn child and ended up being their father? Wow, no way, Brother Chen, you're the most handsome guy I've ever seen. You can't be the one left holding the bag. You're my idol. Get lost. If this pedantic scholar continues to spread rumors, the story will likely continue to grow. However, one of the scholar's guesses is also based on evidence. Liang Chen is very handsome, and countless girls in school pursue him. Among them was a particularly outrageous rich second-generation girl. The other party vowed to win Liang Chen's heart and make her his girlfriend. Ever since I met Liang Chen, I've been relentlessly pursuing him. However, Liang Chen knew that the other party's private life was rather chaotic. She frequents nightclubs and has dated many different boyfriends. Liang Chen felt that the other person's values were incompatible with his own, no matter how rich the other person was. He also did not agree to date her. However, everyone at school knew that the rich second-generation girl was madly pursuing Liang Chen. It wasn't a secret. Therefore, when Liang Chen said he was a father, the scholar thought Liang Chen had been drugged and forced into a sexual act. Liang Chen's serious expression was filled with joy. I have no reason to lie to you. I'm just so happy and want to share this with you. They're triplets. I'll take you to meet my children sometime. Liang Chen didn't seem to be joking. Big Mouth exclaimed in surprise, no way, Brother Chen, you really have triplets and are a father? Who is the mother of the child? How come you've never told us about the child even though the baby has been born? Liang Chen laughed and decided to keep the identity of the child's mother a secret for the time being. Let me tell you, my kids are super cute. They inherited the genes from me and their mom, they're so adorable. Oh my god, I know, Brother Chen, you came back specifically to show off to us, didn't you? Hee, I couldn't help it, it's such a joyous occasion, I couldn't resist. Shoutsai felt like he was being tickled. Brother Chen, let's put the baby's matter aside for now. Who is the mother of the child? What does she look like? Do I know her? The mother is very beautiful, that's for sure. I'll tell you who she is later when I have the chance. No way. Now's your chance. I'm all ears. Liang Chen kept his secrets extremely tight. Considering that Xiao Mei Chin had just started teaching at their school, and that he was still a senior student and had just been assigned to be a class assistant by the school, Liang Chen feared that revealing their relationship would affect Xiao Mei Jin's work at the school. If the school leaders feel it has a negative impact, it might affect Xiao Mei Chin's job in the future. Shoutsai, Dazui, and the other two are Liang Chen's roommates. We usually have a good relationship. He is very excited and joyful right now. All three of them were on the same side. I just couldn't help but share my happiness with them. As long as Xiao Mei Chin's identity is not revealed, they will not know about the relationship between the two. Brother Chen, now that you have 3 children, do you have the money to support them? My mom says that raising children is expensive these days. Babies are like money-devouring beasts, and the daily expenses are huge. Chapter 10 Xiao Mei Jin, huh? You bought this car? Liang Chen is still a student, and the financial burden of supporting 3 children is enormous. The scholar was worried that Liang Chen wouldn't have enough money to buy milk powder. Liang Chen waved his hand to indicate that they didn't need to worry, that he could handle the money, that it wasn't a big problem, and that they didn't need to worry. Ever since they found out Liang Chen had a child, the 3 of them stopped playing games. A murmur of discussion arose in the dormitory. After sharing his joy with his roommates, Liang Chen seemed even happier than before. Listening to the 3 people's conversation, he began to pack his change of clothes. 4 p.m. Liang Chen arrived at the Yongchang Auto Show Center according to the system information. Every day, many car brand 4S stores come here to promote their products. Many rare luxury cars can also be seen here. Therefore, a steady stream of people come to visit every day. Liang Chen went straight to the Audi 4S store's showroom. The owner of the 4S store was already waiting for him at the entrance of the exhibition area. Upon seeing Liang Chen, his eyes lit up, and he quickly walked up to him, extending his hand warmly. Mr. Liang, you've arrived. The surrounding staff were all surprised. Just who is Liang Chen that his boss treats him with such enthusiasm?
He actually took the initiative to reach out and shake hands with Liang Chen.
They were extremely curious about Liang Chen. Yes, the man in front of me is tall and handsome.
Even though she was wearing clothes from a street stall, she still managed to look like she was decked out in luxury goods.
Could he be a rich young master who's out experiencing life? Liang Chen was unaware of the speculations people had about him.
I don't know what method the system used to make the 4S store owner greet him here.
Liang Chen hummed in agreement.
He reached out and joined hands with the 4S store owner. The other party quickly said, "Mr. Liang, your Audi Q3 is this way, please come this way."
I've completed the formalities, and you can drive it away anytime. Seeing the boss's humble expression, everyone was surprised.
The total price of this Audi Q3 is around 280,000 yuan, which is not expensive for wealthy people.
Many people can afford it.
But this was the first time they had ever seen their boss act like this.
Who exactly is this person? Liang Chen glanced at the car and expressed his satisfaction. I'm driving the car away now.
Please help me with the registration and other paperwork.
Since it's arranged by the system, I suppose I don't need to worry about registering the vehicle myself. The system is so amazing, there must be a reasonable way to get a license plate even when you're not physically present.
Don't worry, Mr. Liang, I'll definitely handle it perfectly for you, the 4S shop owner assured him, patting his chest.
Good.
Now that he had the car, Liang Chen didn't linger and drove back to school to get his clothes.
Liang Chen had just left. The staff at the 4S store couldn't hold back any longer. Wow, boss, who is that handsome guy? Someone you can personally greet. Is he some young master from a wealthy family? Although he's dressed modestly, he exudes an air of nobility. Yeah, boss, just tell us, what was that handsome, rich guy's name, and what does his family do? Faced with the employee's curious questions, the boss shook his head. I didn't know who the other person was either.
I was notified from above to receive them properly.
The surrounding employees were shocked.
The people at the higher level that the boss mentioned are always either very rich or very powerful, and their identities are extremely mysterious. Ordinary people have no idea who they are.
Could it be that Liang Chen is indeed a noble young master from some family, just as they guessed? On the other side, after driving back to school to get his clothes, Liang Chen went to find Xiao Meijin immediately. As soon as I entered, I heard the babies crying. The little ones had woken up, and Aunt Zhou was changing their diapers. The little ones started crying loudly as soon as they woke up, their backs soaked with sweat. After changing their diapers, we wiped their sweat. Aunt Zhou suddenly remembered something and said to Xiao Meijin, "Miss Xiao, we've run out of talcum powder at home. Babies are still small, have high body temperatures, and delicate skin, so they sweat easily when they cry. Talcum powder can absorb excess sweat from the body, keeping the skin fresh and dry, and preventing prickly heat and intertrigo. And because it's hot, after bathing the babies, I use an appropriate amount of baby powder on them." Xiao Meijin is very concerned about children's affairs. I'm going out to buy it now.
I'll go with you, Liang Chen said with a smile.
You just got back from work, take a rest.
I can go buy it myself, Xiao Meijin said considerately.
Liang Chen shook his head, speaking with a firm attitude. Once downstairs, Xiao Meijin prepared to get her electric scooter.
Liang Chen told her not to go yet, and that they would drive a small car this time.
Xiao Meijin paused for a moment. Huh? Do we have a car?
Liang Chen led her to the new car he had just picked up.
Xiao Meijin was stunned. An Audi Q3, and it was brand new. Liang Chen, did you buy it? Liang Chen nodded. Yes. You just said you were busy, were you going to buy a car?
Xiao Meijin stared wide-eyed in disbelief.
My God, this is so extravagant. Xiao Meijin has some knowledge of cars. This Audi Q3 costs around 300,000 NTD.
Liang Chen went out for a short while and bought it back.
Liang Chen smiled and nodded again. Do you like it?
I was thinking that having a car would make it easier to take the babies out to play in the future.
I love it, it's so beautiful.
While excited, Xiao Meijin felt an indescribable sense of emotion. She felt that Liang Chen bought the car for her and the babies.
But your money. Liang Chen is still a college student. Where did he get so much money to come up with nearly 300,000 yuan? Liang Chen waved his hand and smiled easily.
Meijin, you don't need to worry about the money.
I still have plenty. All I want now is for you and the babies to have a better life. Don't worry about me, I really do have savings. Looking into Liang Chen's sincere eyes, Xiao Meijin nodded silently.
She could feel Liang Chen's kindness towards her and the child. I feel lucky for myself and my baby to have met a man like Liang Chen.
Meijin, stop overthinking and get in the car to experience it. Liang Chen opened the car door and let Xiao Meijin get in and experience it.
The interior exudes a sense of luxury. The 3-spoke leather steering wheel feels great in the hand, and there's also a 10.25-inch full LCD instrument panel and an embedded central control screen.
Every detail is exquisitely crafted. When he sat down, only 2 words could describe it. That is, comfort. The space is large, the decoration is luxurious and high-end, and there is a faint fragrance. It's practically every girl's dream car.
Xiao Meijin is most satisfied with the car's spacious interior.
It will be so much more convenient to take the babies out in the future. Feeling Xiao Meijin's affection, Liang Chen smiled as well.
When I have more money in the future, I'll buy a nanny van.
Babies grow so fast, and a nanny van will be much more convenient when they're older.
Chapter 11 Liang Chen, Meijin, I'll take care of you.
Taking your baby out is more convenient with a nanny van. However, the price is also higher. It's not something Liang Chen can afford right now. Nevertheless, Xiao Meijin was already very happy for the babies.
Liang Chen spoils them too much.
Meijin, can you drive? Liang Chen asked Xiao Meijin.
The system rewarded this car with a slightly more feminine feel, and Liang Chen thought Xiao Meijin would be more suitable to drive it.
Xiao Meijin nodded.
But he quickly shook his head, saying embarrassedly, I know a little, I got my driver's license, but I haven't driven a car since I got it. There are many cars in big cities, and Xiao Meijin, who hasn't driven a car in a long time, doesn't dare to drive.
You drive.
Liang Chen took a deep breath. In fact, his situation was the same as Xiao Meijin's. I haven't driven a car since I got my driver's license.
However, he got his driver's license 2.5 years ago, which is a little shorter than Xiao Meijin's. Go up and experience it, you should be able to get the hang of it. Liang Chen fastened Xiao Meijin's seatbelt and then stepped on the gas and drove off.
He drove very steadily, gradually finding his familiar rhythm. Large department stores usually have many specialty stores for baby products.
You can find many different types of talcum powder here. However, these places are all brand stores, and the prices are very expensive. Xiao Meijin rarely comes to places like this. Park the car.
Upon arriving at the mall's main entrance, Xiao Meijin looked at the grand and imposing mall and hesitated before going in.
Liang Chen, let's buy it somewhere else, it's too expensive here. I usually buy good baby products from street-side stores.
I only realized how hard it is to run a household after having a baby. If conditions are not good, one would want to stretch every penny in half to spend it.
Xiao Meijin now lives a frugal life. Liang Chen refused.
As a father, he wants to give his children the best.
Spend money when you need to. Meijin, I want to do my best to give the children the best. Believe me, I will make sure you and the babies have a better life.
After saying that, Liang Chen took her hand and led her inside.
Xiao Meijin was startled when she saw this.
She tried to pull her hand away, but Liang Chen gripped it even tighter.
Are you crazy? There are so many people here. What if someone from our school sees us? What a coincidence.
Besides, you're the mother of my child, so you're my wife.
If you see it, you see it. Ah.
Upon hearing the word wife, Xiao Meijin paused for a moment. Liang Chen took her hand and led her up the escalator, saying as if it were the most natural thing in the world, of course she's my wife.
Otherwise, would you want the babies to have no home?
This.
Liang Chen's sudden words stunned Xiao Meijin.
But.
Liang Chen said seriously, there's no buts.
Since the baby was born, you've suffered so much taking care of them all by yourself.
Do you want to be someone you and the baby can rely on? Or do you look down on me and think I'm not good enough for you?
Xiao Meijin quickly shook her head, saying in a panic, no, how could that be?
Liang Chen pressed further, then why? Do you think I'm too young? Or that we have nothing to talk about? No, that's not how it is.
With red eyes, Xiao Meijin explained, I just feel it's all too sudden.
I never imagined this day would come, and now I'm scared. I just started teaching at your school. What if the school finds out about our relationship? They might not want me anymore. What if I get fired and lose my source of income?
You'll still have to take care of the babies, and the financial and other pressures will be immense.
Liang Chen smiled helplessly. This woman is so kind it breaks my heart. Liang Chen couldn't help but reach out and pat her head. So you've thought about all this before. But don't underestimate me. Even if you don't work, I can still support you. I've raised you to be plump and healthy. He touched his own head, like he was comforting a child. Xiao Meijin blushed, shook off his hand, and said shyly, "You're so annoying." Liang Chen took her hand again, but said, "I respect your concerns. At school, we have a teacher-student relationship, but at home and in public, you are my wife." Xiao Meijin. Is this what you mean by respecting my thoughts? It was the first time I was held hands with a man while walking outside. Xiao Meijin's ears were red. To be fair, Xiao Meichin's stunning face and elegant demeanor, combined with Liang Chen's extremely handsome looks, made her a perfect match. They attracted everyone's attention the moment they entered the mall. Under the watchful eyes of many, the two walked hand in hand, and Xiao Meijin's heart couldn't help but pound. The entire third floor of the mall is dedicated to baby product specialty stores. The store is filled with baby-related items. So cute! Looking at the baby's things, Liang Chen was filled with energy. It was so heartwarming. Wow, this place is huge! Xiao Meijin exclaimed in amazement as she looked around. With so many specialty stores, I don't know how to choose the right one. Liang Chen glanced at the regional distributed system. I chose the biggest one. Nowadays, many specialty stores have sales assistants at the entrance to greet customers. Seeing the two holding hands, I was immediately amazed. Wow, that girl is so beautiful. Her legs are so white and long, she has a better figure than even celebrities. Oh my god, her boyfriend is so handsome, he's really good looking. I really want to ask him for his WeChat. What should I do? Are you crazy? She already has a boyfriend. The young man looks so young. Maybe they're siblings. A friend of mine goes shopping with his sister like that, holding hands. What's so strange about that? They can't be siblings, I think they are. I'm so envious of them. Xiao Meichin could, of course, hear the sales assistant's chatter. Normally, she wouldn't take other people's comments to heart. But they said that they and Liang Chen were siblings. Xiao Meijin felt a pang of sadness and inexplicable distress. Indeed, I am older than Liang Chen. Liang Chen is young, handsome, responsible, and has good character. A man like this is destined to be the center of attention, no matter where he is. Even someone as confident as her couldn't help but feel inferior at this moment. I feel like I'm not good enough for Liang Chen. Meijin, we're here. Look at all the baby stuff. The baby powder is over there, let's go. Liang Chen had no idea what Xiao Meijin was thinking at that moment. I took her hand and led her to the largest baby product store in the mall. So pretty. So cute. Seeing the baby's adorable things immediately cheered Xiao Meichin up a lot. She finds children's things so therapeutic. Xiao Meijin composed herself and went shopping with Liang Chen. The items in the specialty store are all clearly priced, and bargaining is not accepted. Looking at the price tag, Xiao Meijin whispered, "Liang Chen's prices are much higher than what I bought elsewhere, and I can't even bargain." Liang Chen smiled and said, "It's okay, honey, I have money and I can support you and the babies." Xiao Meichin. Although I know Liang Chen deliberately emphasized the word husband to get me used to it. But I still feel uncomfortable every time I hear it. Chapter 12. You're a shill, aren't you? You're here to cause trouble on purpose. The store was crowded. Most of the customers are parents buying daily necessities for their children. It has everything: milk powder, baby bottles, diapers, etc. And they are all big brands. Liang Chen discovered that almost all the products inside were from overseas. A prominent slogan can also be seen at the store entrance. Milk sourced from New Zealand, sourced from European pastures, and inspected in the United States, making it more suitable for babies in China. Xiao Meichin discovered that the prices in the brand stores were several times higher than those outside. Some even see increases of 10 times. But the store was incredibly popular. Parents came in droves to buy things. Seeing this, she secretly gasped. Xiao Meichin couldn't help but wonder, are there really that many rich people these days? Or is it just that you're the only one who doesn't have money? She saw a bottle of baby powder, similar to the ones she had bought before. 30 or 40 yuan is fine outside. It costs over 200 yuan a bottle here. Good heavens, that's so expensive. She tugged at Liang Chen's sleeve. let's buy it outside. It's not worth it here, it's too expensive.
It's not that I can't afford it. But since the items were all pretty much the same, Xiao Meichin felt it wasn't worth it.
The cheapest bottle costs around 200 yuan.
You need to buy at least 3 bottles for 3 babies. Moreover, 3 bottles are only enough for a period of time.
If you don't want the hassle, you should definitely buy a few more bottles to keep on hand. Adding it all up, it must be at least 1,000. Liang Chen shook her head. Just buy it here. Your husband has money.
The sales assistants nearby seemed to have overheard Xiao Meijin's words. He stepped forward and smiled at Xiao Meijin, saying, "Miss, there's a reason why our products are expensive. Everything in our store is imported from abroad, and it's all the best and safest quality.
It's different from the small brands on the street. I'm sure your baby will love it once you buy it." The sales assistant was smiling. But Xiao Meichin sensed a hint of disdain in the other person's eyes. Although she hid the disdain in her eyes very well, it still couldn't escape Xiao Meichin's notice. Xiao Meichin is no stranger to this attitude. Just like some saleswomen in luxury stores. She acts like everything in the store belongs to her. They often treat customers they consider to be of average means with a condescending attitude. That arrogant and disdainful attitude was fully displayed in them. But in reality, I'm just an employee. Xiao Meichin couldn't understand who gave them the courage to be so arrogant. And the sales assistant in front of you is just like that. Xiao Meijin didn't take her words to heart. She just glanced at her and nodded slightly, without saying anything more to her. Liang Chen started doing summer jobs in high school, and then did part-time jobs for 3 or 4 years during college. I've seen too much of the coldness and warmth of human relationships. Xiao Meijin could sense the other party's attitude, and Liang Chen naturally could as well. Just because something isn't a big imported brand doesn't mean it's good. Smaller brands outside the market have a lower safety rating. Whether a product is good or not cannot be determined by words or the opinions of sales staff. Only parents who have used the product can know whether it is worth the price. Upon hearing Liang Chen's words, the sales assistant gave an unnatural smile. "Sir, you must be joking. If our products weren't good, would so many customers still come to buy from us? Look at all these people. They must feel our products are safe and reliable, that's why they came here to buy them." Despite Liang Chen's handsome appearance, the sales assistants were not interested. All she cares about now is making money. What does it matter if a man is handsome? Without money, you are nothing. Liang Chen smiled. The sales assistant was indeed very good at talking. However, for the safety of my baby, Liang Chen cannot let his guard down. Fortunately, I have the skills to identify safe baby products provided by the system. Liang Chen activated his identification skill and scanned the priced products in the specialty store. He suddenly discovered that 3 bottles of the talcum powder he had just wanted to buy had safety concerns. Safety rating, 1 star. He then continued scanning the same brand of talcum powder and found that many of them still posed safety risks. Is this the imported product the sales assistant mentioned, safe, healthy, and more suitable for babies in China? As a father of 3, Liang Chen can't stand anything that could harm his children's safety and health. He absolutely had to speak up for the babies in this situation. Liang Chen took out the 3 bottles of talcum powder in front of him and said to the sales assistant in a cold tone, "Where is your manager?" The sales assistant was taken aback. "Sir, is there anything I can help you with?" "You don't need to come to him if you're buying 3 bottles of baby powder." Liang Chen placed the bottle in front of her, saying, "I'm not buying it. These talcum powders pose serious safety hazards. You can't sell these to parents to take home for their babies." The sales assistant's expression changed. "Sir, don't talk nonsense. Our products are all imported, they are international brands, they have been verified by the EU, and their quality has been double-checked. They are absolutely safe, how could there be any hidden dangers? The brand store's marketing is very effective." Upon hearing Liang Chen's words, another sales assistant quickly came over and chuckled, "Sir, you're not a shill hired by our competitor to cause trouble, are you? Just by looking at the bottle, you claim there's a safety hazard? Do you think you have X-ray vision? What evidence do you have to prove there's a safety hazard? You just spout nonsense. I said, if you're going to be a shill, can you at least be a little more professional? Do you think our customers are idiots?" Liang Chen. The sales assistant raised her voice a few decibels, saying that they were sent by competitors to cause trouble and smear their reputation. As soon as the hat was put on, many parents gathered around.
Faced with this situation, Xiao Meijin looked at Liang Chen helplessly.
Liang Chen, are you sure these talcum powders really pose a safety hazard?
Sensing her hesitation, Liang Chen held her hand and comforted her, saying, I'm sure you don't need to worry, honey.
I'll handle this. Feeling Liang Chen's gentleness, Xiao Meijin smiled. Okay, I believe you. Such a gentle and considerate man, though it's unclear how Liang Chen knew.
But at this moment, Xiao Meijin chose to believe him. As the sales assistant spoke, more and more people gathered around to watch the spectacle.
Seeing the sales assistant's confident demeanor, Liang Chen's face darkened. If the talcum powder is fine, I won't contact your manager.
I wanted to talk to you properly, but you accused me of causing trouble. Get your manager out here right now, or I'll call the regulatory bureau immediately. The sales assistants in the store saw that Liang Chen was actually serious. Customers flocked to watch the spectacle, and the scene briefly spiraled out of control. They quickly went to report to the person in charge, Manager Lu, that someone had come to cause trouble, but he didn't even look at them and just said that their talcum powder posed a safety hazard.
Chapter 13 Young man, I'm going to bankrupt you.
The store manager's surname is Lu, and his given name is Yu Kai. He wore glasses and a suit with a collar, looking very polite and refined, probably in his 40s.
I heard that someone was causing trouble.
He suddenly strode out aggressively, staring intently at Liang Chen. With his discerning eye, he could naturally tell that Liang Chen was quite young and probably still a student.
College students are giving up their good school life. So you really want to work part-time as a shill, huh?
He then spoke sharply, his tone menacing. Do you know that spreading rumors carries legal consequences? You have now seriously infringed upon our store's right to reputation.
Liang Chen was not intimidated by his imposing manner. I met his gaze calmly. If what I said is false, I will be held legally responsible. And corresponding compensation will be provided.
However, if your talcum powder is found to pose a safety hazard, you must guarantee a complete overhaul and will not be allowed to sell this brand of talcum powder again in the future, eliminating the safety hazard at the source.
Lu Yukai smiled.
Young people overestimate themselves and just spout nonsense.
This young man is arrogant.
He must be a college student, never been in the workforce and doesn't know his own limitations.
You want to pay? Can you afford it? Watch out, I'll make sure you're bankrupt. The phrase bankrupt has been used ever since. The onlookers gasped in surprise. Some mothers are worried about Liang Chen. This guy is so reckless.
He just glanced at the talcum powder, didn't even open it, and already said there was a problem.
Is this how handsome guys think?
No wonder I can't get handsome guys, their thought processes are just too slow.
Come on, I think he did it on purpose. You thought you could do whatever you wanted just because you're handsome? Ha, now you know you were wrong.
Wow, this is the first time I've encountered this situation.
It's amazing. I believe what the young man said, that the baby powder is problematic and shouldn't be used on the baby. Seriously? You actually believe it? You're just after their face, okay? How shallow.
The parents watching were discussing it non-stop.
Maybe there really is a problem, bro, I support you. This entire floor of the mall is dedicated to selling baby products. This isn't the only specialty store, every single one is a competitor. This is the largest store, and it's usually the busiest.
Now that this has happened, they're naturally happy to watch the drama unfold. Even some brand store managers chimed in, saying they supported Liang Chen.
To bankrupt oneself. Liang Chen smiled. I will not allow any products that could harm my baby's health to enter the market. As a father of 3, I will do my best to provide all babies with a safe and healthy environment to grow up in.
Hiss. The onlookers were stunned by Liang Chen's words.
Oh my God. This young man is already a father of 3.
And judging from the expression on their face, the other party was certain that there was something wrong with the talcum powder. A firm tone and a serious expression.
It doesn't seem like he's lying at all. That's amazing. He didn't even open it to check. How did he know there was a problem?
The onlookers were full of questions.
Hey bro, I support you.
For the sake of baby's health, products with potential safety hazards must never be sold to parents.
This is harming the child. Hey buddy, don't be fooled by that guy surnamed Lu. I've already called the regulatory bureau and reported it to them.
Someone will be here to inspect soon, don't worry.
We've got your back.
Yes, we support you.
Lu Youcai's face was gloomy. Damn it, the competitors are stirring things up, aren't they? Lu Youcai never expected things to develop this way, with the leaders of other brand stores taking the lead. The customers in the store immediately became suspicious. Could it really be as Liangchen said? Is he a shill? Is there really a problem with talcum powder? It would be terrible if there were any problems. Quite a few parents just bought baby powder from this store. Moreover, they are regulars here. It's better to be safe than sorry. What if there's something wrong with the things here? Wouldn't my baby be in danger? Lu Youcai, being observant and perceptive, naturally knew what the customer was thinking. He quickly reassured everyone, "Parents, don't worry, I can guarantee that all the products in our store are genuine and 100% safe. We import all our products from Europe, and the products we sell are the most suitable for babies in China, so you don't need to worry. Once I've dealt with this, all customers who come to the store today will receive a 30% discount on all purchases." Upon hearing about the 30% discount, the onlookers began to stir. "Manager Lu, we'll talk about the discount later. First, let's check if your products really have any hidden dangers. Even if it's available, we wouldn't dare buy it even if you offer a discount." Exactly. What if the baby gets sick after using it? Who will be responsible then? Of course, there are customers with unusual behavior. There are also those who are clear-headed and don't buy it. Upon hearing their words, Lu Youcai's tone turned cold, and he looked at Liangchen with an unfriendly expression. "Young man, if the test results come back later and our talcum powder is fine, you'd better be prepared to be sued by us." "We'll wait and see." Liangchen remained completely calm. He believes in the system's discriminatory skills. Since the test results show serious safety hazards, there must be a problem. Xiao Meichin's palms were sweaty. Liangchen wasn't worried, but she was. Although she believed in Liangchen, Lu Youcai said he would bankrupt Liangchen and sue him. That's terrifying. Liangchen is the child's father, and Xiao Meijin doesn't want anything to happen to him. Sensing Xiao Meijin's nervousness, Liangchen patted the back of her hand and said, "Don't worry, honey, I'm fine." Looking at Liangchen's resolute face, Xiao Meijin nodded emphatically. She needed to control her emotions so that Liangchen wouldn't be distracted and worry about her. "Hey sir, the regulatory authorities are here, and they've brought the testing equipment too." At that moment, a competitor of the brand store called out. They said the regulatory officials had arrived. 5 people from the regulatory bureau came. They even brought out their equipment after hearing that the matter had escalated. "Manager Lu, we've heard from the public that your store is selling baby products with serious safety hazards?" Lu Youcai quickly stepped forward and said, "Comrade, our store only sells international brands, and all our products are imported. There are no safety hazards. These are just rumors spread by someone deliberately trying to cause trouble. Whether there are safety hazards or not is not up to you to decide. Since we're here, we'll find out by testing it with our equipment." Lu Youcai said respectfully, "Okay, comrades, please go ahead and inspect. I have confidence in our products." This whole thing must have been maliciously manipulated by someone with ulterior motives. After Lu Youcai finished speaking, his gaze fell on the managers of the surrounding brand stores. He felt that these people must have conspired to send Liangchen here to cause trouble. Liangchen is a shill, right? College students shouldn't be studying properly at school, they should be taking part-time jobs to make this kind of dirty money. Young people are ignorant and arrogant. Then I'll give you a free lesson today, so you'll know how treacherous society is, Lu Youcai thought viciously, staring at Liangchen. Chapter 14, Made in Europe, More Suitable for Babies in China? That's a scam. Lu Youcai's expression was unpleasant. But Liangchen wasn't an ordinary student, how could he possibly be intimidated by him? He remained calm and composed. Such a temperament. This earned him a second glance from the onlookers. It turns out that besides being handsome, this young man also has the virtue of remaining calm even when Mount Tai collapses in front of him. So composed, so incredibly composed. You should marry a husband like this. Baby products are related to children's health, so regulatory officials dare not be careless. After Lu Youcai and other brand store managers explained the situation, the testing personnel quickly understood what had happened. They glanced at Liangchen. Although the man looks very young, he has gathered so many people and it involves the baby's health. Checking whether products are healthy and whether they will affect a baby's growth is their job. They randomly opened the brand of talcum powder, took a sample,
and put it into the instrument for testing. When the inspectors first heard that Liang Chen had determined the talcum powder had potential risks without even looking at it, they were shocked.
They expressed both hope and doubt, both in their hearts and among the onlookers.
But now, looking at the sample being tested, their expressions began to change. Check the first bottle. Then they checked the second and third bottles. All of these were random checks. The more inspections were conducted, the gloomier the expressions on the regulators' faces became. Watching the testing personnel take samples one bottle after another, knowing that once opened, they wouldn't be able to sell them. This all costs money, and Lu Yukai felt an indescribable pain. But facing the regulatory authorities, he dared not speak out against his anger. Xiao Meijin became nervous again, instinctively grabbing Liang Chen's hand and looking at the testing personnel with trepidation.
Take it easy. Compared to Xiao Meichin's nervousness, Liang Chen remained relaxed.
Liang Chen pointed out that there were safety hazards associated with certain brands of talcum powder, and the inspectors sampled a total of 15 bottles. About half an hour later, they stopped working. Their faces were terribly gloomy. Looking at their expressions, Lu Youcai's heart skipped a beat, and a sense of foreboding rose within him. The captain of the regulatory bureau came out. With a dark expression, he looked at Lu Yukai and said, "Manager Lu, we tested a total of 15 bottles, and the results showed that more than half of them had seriously excessive levels of magnesium carbonate, and they also contained asbestos. Both of these can seriously harm a baby's health."
And didn't you know that asbestos is a Group 1 carcinogen?
Now, our regulatory bureau has ordered your brand stores to immediately remove this brand of talcum powder from the shelves and prohibits it from being sold to customers. In addition, regardless of how much you have sold in the past, you must notify all customers who have purchased the talcum powder to recall and destroy it. They also need to post an apology on Douyin and their official account.
Lu Yukai looked troubled. Captain, but what do you mean but? I'm not discussing this with you. Asbestos is carcinogenic and has a 30-year incubation period. Who will be responsible if problems arise later? We now suspect that there is a problem with your talcum powder, and we have also checked all the other products in the store. Starting today, you are to suspend business for rectification. Lu Yukai was shocked. What? Captain, our boss knows you? Outrageous. I've said it before, this isn't a discussion.
I don't care who you know, you must cease operations and rectify your behavior starting today, or we'll shut this place down.
Lu Yukai felt like crying.
This incident caused a huge uproar. The business was forced to suspend operations for rectification, and they even had to recall all the talcum powder they had sold.
Issued an apology. There will definitely be compensation issues later on. It seems his time as manager has come to an end. The test results came out. Business suspended for rectification. The happiest people are the surrounding brand stores. Good heavens, there really is a problem. Brother, I knew you were right. Yes, how could someone so handsome lie?
These shops that harm babies' health should be exposed and the relevant authorities should punish them.
Hey sir, are you looking to buy baby powder? Come to our store, we'll give it to you for free. From now on, you won't need to spend any money when you come here.
When a wall falls, everyone pushes it down. That's how ruthless the business world is.
News of today's events was bound to come sooner or later, and many shrewd brand store managers have already begun to court Liang Chen. Unlike their performance. After the test results came out, when the regulatory authorities ordered the business to suspend operations for rectification and continued testing of other products, the customers at the scene were in an uproar. What? Carcinogenic, with a 30-year incubation period? These are heartless, unscrupulous merchants. For money, you've abandoned all conscience. You even claim it's imported from Europe and made to be the best for Chinese babies. Is this how you rip off the Chinese people? I'm crying. I just bought it a few days ago and gave it to my son. What am I going to do?
Oh dear, the regulatory bureau official just said that not only is there a problem with talcum powder, but other products also need to be tested.
I always buy my baby formula from them. Could there be something wrong with the formula too?
Thank God, I hope the formula is okay, otherwise I'll feel so guilty towards my child. The parents at the scene went crazy when they heard that other products could also harm their children. They all stepped forward to demand an explanation from the brand store manager.
Didn't you say it was labeled by the EU, tested by the US, and double-checked to be 100% safe?
Now the regulatory authorities have found serious safety hazards.
This is malicious deception of consumers.
You're harming my baby's health. If anything happens to my child, I'll sue you until you're bankrupt and have you thrown in jail. The angry parent's face had turned red. Every child is the apple of their parent's eye.
How could a parent possibly sit still when their child's health and safety are being threatened? Dear parents, this isn't over yet.
We're posting this on Douyin to expose them and prevent other children from being harmed by them. With someone taking the lead, the parents all took out their phones to record videos and upload them to Douyin TikTok.
At this moment, the captain of the regulatory bureau looked at Liang Chen. With an incredulous look, he asked, "Young man, you've never opened these talcum powders before, how do you know they're problematic?" "I have my own methods." Liang Chen smiled but didn't offer any further explanation. Talcum powder removed from shelves, brand stores closed for rectification. He was very satisfied with the result.
As a father of 3, Liang Chen believes that any store that poses a threat to infants' health should be shut down and its products removed from shelves. The head of the regulatory bureau looked incredulous.
"You can tell there's a problem just by looking at it?" "You could say that." The other person's jaw dropped. "That's unbelievable. How is that possible? Without opening it up and using instruments to examine it, how could the eyes possibly detect the problem?"
Xiao Mei Qin and the parents around her were also shocked. Liang Chen looked at Lu Yukai and asked uncertainly, "Manager Lu, your store has so many people every day, you must have sold a lot of this brand of baby powder, right?
Are you sure you can notify all the parents? Baby powder is a product that is used directly on the baby's skin. It contains excessive levels of magnesium carbonate and asbestos.
Asbestos is a carcinogen and has a latency period of up to 30 years. Liang Chen was worried that it would be dangerous for her baby to use this baby powder for a long time.
Chapter 15 is amazing, buddy, can you help us? Lu Yukai hated Liang Chen to the core.
But now that the regulatory authorities were there, he had lost his earlier imposing demeanor. He looked every bit the good student who knew his mistakes and was willing to correct them. "Sir, don't worry, we will notify the parents and the customer group. If anyone hasn't joined the group, I'll try my best to notify them, and we'll do everything we can to make up for it." At the same time, Lu Yukai was also filled with regret. "I should have spoken to Liang Chen properly earlier. If we communicate properly, we might be able to remove products with safety hazards from the market."
That solves the problem, doesn't it? Now it's all good.
When the regulatory authorities arrived, the products were removed from shelves, the brand stores were ordered to close for rectification, and other products also had to undergo testing.
With the internet so developed now,
this whole mess has ruined their store's reputation. And babies who are already using this baby powder.
Compensation for the damages caused is definitely necessary.
Lu Yukai felt that he had reached the limit of his managerial career. As soon as he finished speaking, a number of agitated parents came over to demand an explanation.
"Do you have any conscience? Selling carcinogenic baby powder. My child has been using your baby powder for almost a month now, what am I going to do? Where is the boss? Call him out here. Yes, call your boss out here. We need to get justice for this."
The voices rose and fell, and the parents' emotions were on the verge of spiraling out of control. Xiao Mei Qin felt a wave of fear wash over her.
Fortunately, Liang Chen noticed the problem. Otherwise, if you buy it and use it on your babies, the consequences could be disastrous.
At the same time, Xiao Mei Qin felt a surge of relief. She didn't have money before, so she couldn't afford things like those in these places.
This naturally preserved the baby's health. "Hey sir, you and this lady are here to buy baby powder, right? Why don't you come and visit our house? Our store is right across the street. I can guarantee that our products are different from this store's and are absolutely safe. To thank you for bravely exposing these unscrupulous merchants for the health of babies, our store has decided that from now on, all your baby powder purchases will be free, and all formula will be 50% off." The manager of one of the baby product stores squeezed out of the crowd and approached Liang Chen, warmly trying to win him over. As more and more parents gathered to demand an explanation, the situation worsened. Liang Chen nodded and took Xiao Meijin's hand, walking towards the door. "This matter can be handled by the regulatory authorities. There's not much point in Liang Chen staying here any longer." He was still eager to go back and take care of the babies. He took Xiao Meijin to the baby brand store across the street. It's a bit smaller than the previous one.
but it still displays a wide variety of goods. There were still quite a few customers in the shop, but they had all gone to the other side of the street to watch the excitement. The person in charge of the store was overjoyed.
Gloat. It's always so satisfying to kick someone when they're down.
Hey sir, how do you like our talcum powder and other products?
The person in charge smiled and spoke very politely to Liang Chen.
At this moment, Liang Chen was seen walking into the store, and some parents followed him in.
Liang Chen noticed at a glance that there was something wrong with the talcum powder on the other side. If he buys from this store, it means there's nothing wrong with it.
I'll buy from here from now on. At this time, many parents share the same sentiment.
Liang Chen arrived at the talcum powder shelf and activated his identification skills. The panel displays that the product is qualified.
He then picked out one for each baby, and smilingly told the person in charge, "Yours is fine. Manager, this baby powder is great. I plan to buy it for my baby.
Could you pack it up for me? I'll transfer the money to you when I see the price."
The store manager nodded quickly. "Young man, you don't need to pay. I said I'd give you a free meal, and it will be free from now on. Plus, every time you buy milk powder, I'll give you a 50% discount." The person in charge packed up Liang Chen's things and refused to accept his money no matter what.
Now that Liang Chen is buying things from their store, it's like advertising for them.
It would seem stingy to charge extra.
Just as he expected.
After seeing that Liang Chen had bought it from their store,
a large group of parents rushed in, vying to ask questions.
"Hey sir, are their products okay?
Do they run out of baby powder and baby formula?
I wanted to buy baby formula, but after seeing what happened across the street, I'm hesitant to buy it now."
"Yeah, sir, is the quality of the baby formula here okay? And how's the baby food? Could you please help us out?"
"Hey sir, I want to buy clothes for my child.
Are their clothes any good?" Seeing so many people surrounding Liang Chen, they asked him questions.
Xiao Meijin looked at him with admiration. "Liang Chen, you're amazing." Xiao Meijin looks so adorable with her admiration. Her eyes are bright and sparkling, like crescent moons. Liang Chen chuckled and whispered in her ear, "I have even more amazing skills, you just haven't discovered them yet."
Xiao Meijin blushed. She couldn't help but have impure thoughts.
Liang Chen squeezed her small hand.
The mother is easily embarrassed, but that's what makes it fun.
I can bully her badly in the future and enjoy her shyness.
Liang Chen responded very patiently to everyone's questions.
Having children of his own, he understands that parents are doing it for the good of their children.
Therefore, despite hearing many repeated questions, Liang Chen showed no sign of impatience whatsoever. Answer complete.
In the end, the person in charge still did not accept Liang Chen's money.
I politely handed him the shopping bag and said, "Sir, how about we add each other on WeChat? If you need anything in the future, just let me know on WeChat and I'll prepare it for you in advance."
"Good." Liang Chen hummed in agreement. He knew, of course, that the other party was trying to win him over.
However, since it will save half the money when buying formula for the babies, why not? After all, I did help them out today. To show his respect for Liang Chen, the person in charge escorted Liang Chen and his companion to the parking lot before leaving. There were people around just now, and Xiao Meijin maintained her composure throughout. Now that they were in the car, with only two people, Xiao Meijin could no longer contain her curiosity. Like a curious child, she pressed Liang Chen, "How did you figure out that there was something wrong with the talcum powder?"
Liang Chen smiled knowingly, "Because I have discerning eyes."
Xiao Meijin glared at him and said, "Fine, don't tell me then, I'm not curious at all." After saying that, he fastened his seatbelt and waited to go home. Liang Chen chuckled. The system's discernment skills were remarkably similar to a monkey's keen eyesight. However, the system's affairs must be kept secret, so they can only remain undisclosed to oneself. Although no answer was received. But Xiao Meijin was still very happy. She thought her child's father was amazing. And he looked so cool just now, calm and composed in the face of danger. Being with a man like that makes me feel so safe. Along the way, Liang Chen noticed that Xiao Meijin seemed to be secretly laughing. When asked what she was laughing about, she wouldn't say. Liang Chen shook his head and continued driving. He felt that the child's mother seemed a bit simple-minded. So cute and silly. When we got home, the babies were sleeping in their room. Xiao Meijin walked to the crib, looked at the sleeping baby, and said to them to herself, "Children, Daddy's here. Mommy's so happy. Daddy's a wonderful person, and our lives will only get better from now on. Mommy and Daddy will always be with you." My darlings, I wish you happiness. P.S. Thank you so much for your book reviews, my dear readers. Thank you so much, Bowsy. Chapter 16, The First Bath for the Baby, the Well-Behaved Dibao. The babies are still sleeping in the room. Aunt Jo is already cleaning the bathtub and the bathroom. Mr. Liang, I need to bathe the babies tonight. Bath? How could Liang Chen have forgotten about this? Aunt Jo told him about the babies. The eldest was the best behaved during bath time, the second was the naughtiest, and the youngest disliked bath time and threw the biggest tantrums. Does Xiaobao not like taking baths? Yes, the little guy gets upset and throws a tantrum whenever he touches water. He's so fierce and never cooperates. Liang Chen smiled, realizing she had learned even more about the babies. Prepare in advance before bathing your baby. Bathtub, bath mat, small square towel, normal size towel, bath towel, thermometer, baby-specific bath wash, shampoo, baby clothes, massage oil, etc. These are essential items for bathing your baby, and parents should prepare them in advance. Each child's bath should ideally not exceed 10 minutes. With 3 babies in their family, it would take at least half an hour in total. If only one person is taking care of the child, it will be an enormous undertaking. Back in the room, I looked at the little rice dumplings sleeping soundly. Liang Chen thought to himself. Whichever baby wakes up first, I'll bathe them first. The triplets said. Dad, you're overthinking it. As triplets, they seem to have a telepathic connection. Their biological clocks are the same, and they wake up almost at the same time. Finally, Liang Chen decided to start showering from the largest to the smallest part of his body. Before taking a bath. First, fix the bath mat to the bathtub, then add hot water. The water temperature should be controlled between 38 and 40 degrees Celsius. In summer, when the weather is hot, it is most suitable to keep the temperature around 38 degrees Celsius. In winter, adjust the temperature to 4,142 degrees Celsius. The babies wake up, and after they've rested, start taking a shower. The first step is to wash your face. First, pick up our baby and lay him flat on your lap, supporting his head and neck with one hand. With her other hand, she wrung out the wet small towel until it was half dry, and then wiped around Dibao's eyes. Aunt Jo explained as she washed the baby, then handed the baby over to Liang Chen so he could experience what it felt like to bathe a baby. The baby's skin and bones are not fully developed, so you can't use force. The force should be as light as possible. Just like Aunt Jo said. Dibao was very well behaved during bath time. The little guy was held in Liang Chen's arms, blinking his grape-like eyes and looking at him in confusion. Dibao thought to himself, oh dear, why has the person taking a bath changed? The little guy has amazing eyelashes. With her long eyelashes, which fluttered like little fans when she blinked, Liang Chen was completely charmed. Aunt Jo couldn't help but laugh. Look, isn't Dibao so well behaved? He doesn't make a fuss at all. He's the best behaved baby I've ever seen. Aunt Jo has been a postpartum nanny for so long. Usually, when she encounters babies the same age as Dibao, they either cry or fuss during bath time and are not cooperative at all. Compared to them, Dibao is practically an angel. Dibao tilted his head and looked at Aunt Jo. The little guy seemed to know that Aunt Jo was praising him, and he grinned happily. Oh my god, our Lele baby is so adorable. Dibao, do you still remember the nickname Mom gave you? Lele is such a good boy girl. Lele is the best at taking baths. Dad is so proud of you. Dibao, with his chubby little pink feet, laughed even more happily. Clean your eyes, and also your forehead, cheeks, and nose. Yes, that's right, Mr. Liang, you did a great job. Next comes washing your hair. First, use your thumb and middle finger to fold up Dibao's ears to prevent water from getting in. Following Aunt Jo's steps, Liang Chen slowly began to wash the baby's hair. The head is the most vulnerable part of a baby's body. Liang Chen was so nervous that his back was soaked with sweat. As soon as I picked up the towel and wet Dibao's hair, the little guy froze for a moment. She stared at him in shock, her eyes wide. It seemed not to understand why its little head was so hot. Liang Chen smiled slightly, soothing Dibao's emotions. Lele, what's with that expression? Daddy's washing your hair. It'll smell nice when it's clean. Wow, it smells so good. Liang Chen made exaggerated expressions to amuse him as he spoke. Lele was amused by her father's funny expression, and her tense body immediately relaxed. Liang Chen quickly squeezed out shampoo. This is the shampoo that Xiao Mei Chin bought specifically for her baby. It smells wonderful and pleasant. Washing a baby's hair is a skill in itself.
When applying shampoo to your baby's head, be careful not to let the foam get onto their forehead and face. Before the baby goes into the water. First, cover the baby's tummy with a warm, damp towel to prevent it from getting cold. At this point, we should place one hand on their shoulder, support the baby's neck with our wrist, and support the baby's bottom with our other hand. When putting them in the bathtub, first immerse their little feet in the water to let them get used to it. Once the babies are used to it, you can put them on the bath mat. At this moment, Dabao was lying on the bath mat, water soaking his little belly. The little guy stared wide-eyed at the water splashes created by Liang Chen's fingers. He looked very interested. Xiao Mei Chin praised her son for being obedient. Wow, Lele is so great. He cooperated so well on the first time daddy gave you a bath. Lele is amazing. Mommy gives you a thumbs up. Dabao can't understand what adults are saying, but he can feel the emotions his mother is conveying. Looking at her mother, she excitedly waved her arms and legs. Dabao's skin is so bouncy, white and tender, I just want to take a bite. Liang Chen carefully washed him, afraid of accidentally hurting such a sweet and soft baby. Okay, now you can turn the baby over and wash them. Aunt Zhou's voice rang out again. Following her instructions, Liang Chen grabbed Dabao under the armpit with one hand, braced his wrist against Dabao's neck, and used both hands to flip him over. Gently wipe Dabao's pink back and bottom with foam, then rinse with clean water, and you're all set. The entire shower process takes no more than 10 minutes. For adults, this amount of time is not long. However, it is very rare for a baby who is still young and active to cooperate with their parents for the entire 10 minutes without crying or fussing. After taking a bath, Liang Chen carried Dabao out and dried him off. Next, place the little one on a bath towel and give him a massage. First, apply face cream in circular motions on the little cutie's face, then massage the chest and arms with massage oil. After massaging the babies, apply baby powder to their bottoms, put on diapers, and then dress them in their little clothes. A fragrant and clean little baby is freshly baked. Oh my god, whose baby smells so good? Oh, it's mommy's little baby, so cute. Come here, baby, let mommy take a bite, okay? Chapter 17 Amazing Rewards, Babies with Very Different Personalities. But how could a baby bear to bite something so fragrant and soft? I don't even have time to feel the pain. I feel refreshed after taking a shower. Dabao opened his chubby little hands and was held in his mother's arms. The little one was so happy to smell his mother's familiar scent. Her smile is as cute as the baby in the New Year's painting. Next, it was time to wash the second baby. Erbao Chi-Chi is the naughtiest when taking a bath. You wash her. Goodness, most of the time she's the one playing by herself. It's as if taking a bath is an endless source of pleasure. As soon as he was put in the water, the little guy couldn't wait to break free from Liang Chen's hand and wanted to play by himself. The little baby used her chubby little hands to push his arm away with her meager strength. Liang Chen smiled. Is this what they call using all your strength? Liang Chen covered her belly with a wet towel and then poured water on it. The little guy was amused and giggled. Liang Chen thought that Erbao could continue to take a bath happily like this forever. The next second, he realized he had been oversimplifying things. Goodness. 1 second the little cutie was giggling, the next second she twisted her chubby body and started crying with a pout. Liang Chen froze, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Aunt Zhou chuckled, with an expression that said she had expected this all along. Our little princess wants a toy. She only feels happy when she takes a bath and plays with her toys. Just as Aunt Zhou had predicted, the little guy stopped crying shortly after she put the toy into the bathtub. Liang Chen was stunned. Is this okay? These small toys include a dolphin, a turtle, a shark, and a rubber duck. It will swim on its own after being put in the water. They swim back and forth on the water's surface like fish, and their shapes are especially cute. This is a toy that Xiao Mei Chin found on TikTok, and the babies love it. She read the comments section and received unanimous praise from parents. So I bought some for the babies as well. To my surprise, my second child liked it very much. Ever since we bought the toy, the little guy has to play with it before he'll obediently take a bath. Watching the adorable little toys swimming endlessly in the water, Liang Chen exclaimed, "People these days are amazing. They can invent all sorts of things." With the toy, the second child was finally satisfied. As Liang Chen bathed her, the little one reached out to grab a toy. They caught a baby dolphin, but quickly let it go. A baby who is just over 2 months old has very little strength and not enough grip strength in their hands, so they cannot hold things firmly at this stage. Although I still can't quite grasp it.
But Erbo was surprisingly persistent. She let it slip away, then grabbed it again. Second baby, do you like toys that much? Daddy worked so hard to give you a bath, why don't you even look at Daddy? Is Daddy less important than toys? What does a 2-month-old baby know? They only care about their own happiness. But upon hearing Liang Chen's voice, Erbo stopped what she was doing and looked at him with a confused expression.
Liang Chen noticed that her daughter's eyes resembled those of Xiao Mei Chen, sparkling and captivating like jewels. Looking at his soft and cuddly daughter, Liang Chen's heart melted. With the experience gained from the first child, the second child was much faster. After she finished showering, Liang Chen gently dried her body. Next, I placed her on a bath towel and gave her a gentle massage, then applied talcum powder.
Finally, put on a diaper. But when it came to getting dressed, the little one was very uncooperative. They're kicking their little arms and legs, protesting that they don't want to wear clothes. Liang Chen was very careful, afraid of hurting his daughter. Chi-Chi, you're a girl. People will laugh at you if you don't wear clothes after your bath. Aren't you ashamed? You can't do that. We need to be quiet, well-behaved, and beautiful girls. Before Liang Chen could finish speaking, Erbo kicked him, hitting him squarely in the chest. Liang Chen smiled indulgently. Little rascal, you won't let me say anything now, huh? Kicking Daddy. With this temper, what will you be like when you grow up? With Liang Chen's patient guidance, the baby was finally given a bath. In the end, only. My little one hates taking baths the most. While the older and younger babies were taking a bath, the younger baby was in the stroller outside the living room. Although he couldn't see his older brother and sister, Xiaobao seemed to know they were taking a bath. When I carried the baby into the bathroom, the little guy didn't even show any expression. She had an aloof and arrogant look, as if she didn't care about anyone. Liang Chen took off his clothes, ignoring his youngest son's expression. All the older brothers and sisters have finished washing up nicely, now it's our little one's turn. Little one, you have to be a good boy girl like your brothers and sisters, okay? Xiaobao didn't even glance at his father, his big, watery eyes were fixed on his mother. Oh my god. Is my son already this adorable even when he's not talking? Like his older brother and sister, Xiaobao inherited the genes of Liang Chen and Xiao Meijin. They're incredibly cute. Even though it's only 2 months old, it's already quite good looking. Aunt Jo thinks that the 3 babies are much better looking than the babies in TV commercials. Like Debao and Erbao, Xiaobao has super long eyelashes. When they blink, their big, watery eyes are absolutely adorable. The more Liang Chen looked at it, the more he liked it. Aunt Jo said that Xiaobao dislikes taking baths the most and makes the most fuss. When Liang Chen finished undressing him, he truly realized how much Xiaobao disliked taking baths. The little guy was about to burst into tears as soon as I took off his clothes. So the quiet just now was the calm before the storm. To prevent the crying from infecting the 2 children outside the living room, Aunt Jo quickly closed the bathroom door. Because the baby cries loudly, what if the older and younger babies get caught up in it and it becomes a 3-way cry? Xiaobao really hates taking baths. His face turned red from crying. Sweetie, don't cry, Daddy will give you a nice bath. After you've taken a nice bath and feel nice, go play with Mom, okay? Upon hearing his mother's voice, Xiaobao cried again. The little guy struggled incessantly, his whole body, from head to toe, resisting the bath. Twisting its chubby little body, kicking its short legs, waving its little arms, it cried loudly. The pitiful cries sounded like those of the most wretched baby in the world. Liang Chen felt so sorry for him. Aunt Jo couldn't help but smile when she saw Liang Chen's expression. Mr. Liang, that's how children are, they stumble and fall along the way. Which child isn't like that, growing up amidst cries? They grew up amidst stumbles and falls, and matured amidst stumbles and falls. Sometimes, we adults can't be soft-hearted. Liang Chen nodded and silently gave Xiaobao a bath. I'll try to wash it quickly so the baby doesn't cry for too long. Seeing Xiaobao cry, he couldn't help but feel heartbroken. After finally taking a bath and getting dressed, the little guy stopped crying instantly, as if a switch had been flipped. Liang Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I was completely focused on bathing the 3 babies just now, it was like a battle, and my back was soaked with sweat. Ding dong, congratulations to the owner for giving the babies a bath. The reward is a large flat in Mingyue Bay and 100,000 yuan in cash. Chapter 18, Throwing Feces, an Outrageous Revenge Plan.
Ding dong, a large penthouse in Mingyue Bay has been awarded as a reward, along with 100,000 yuan in cash. Just after giving the babies a bath, Liang Chen heard the system's voice in his mind.
A cash reward of 100,000 yuan. That's an extraordinary amount of money.
But such a large sum of money seems insignificant compared to another reward.
Oh my god. A large, single-level apartment will be awarded as a reward. A huge, single-level apartment.
Mingyue Bay is one of the most luxurious residences in Nanning.
Not only is the feng shui good and the location good, but the surrounding view is also exceptionally good.
Located near the Yong River, it boasts a prime river view.
Mingyue Bay is a new residential community that just opened last year. When it first came out, Liang Chen often saw information about this development on Douyin TikTok. The price is outrageously high, it's not something ordinary people can afford. Unexpectedly, the system rewarded me with a luxury mansion this time. Awesome.
Such a generous reward for bathing the babies, no wonder it's called the dad system.
Liang Chen was extremely excited. With the new house, the babies can move in. The mother isn't afraid of being targeted by the landlord anymore.
A college student who hasn't graduated yet owns a large single-level apartment in Nanning.
This situation is quite rare, even on a university campus. Liang Chen was immersed in immense joy.
But he quickly regained his senses. Since acquiring the system, he has received a total of 180,000 yuan in rewards. Including the money he saved from part-time jobs during college, the total came to around 210,000 to 220,000 yuan.
He glanced at the house the system had given him, 329 square meters. With such a large area, how can 200,000 yuan be enough for renovation? And we also need to set aside some money to raise the babies. He realized Liang Chen's thoughts. Systemic communication. Please rest assured, master. The reward from this system is a fully furnished penthouse, not an unfurnished apartment. You don't need to worry about the renovation. Hearing this from the system, Liang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, I was even happier. Fully furnished means you can move in with your babies and CMH. However, he still had a question. System, when can I get the house? Reporting to master, you can come to Mingyue Bay to collect the house in 2 days. 2 days later? A smile unconsciously crept onto Liang Chen's lips. We're getting ready to move the babies into our big house. At the same time, inside a girls' dormitory at a certain undergraduate university, a girl with a lazy side ponytail and light green hair is showing off her phone's photo album in a fawning manner. Look, Xiao Yue is definitely Liang Chen's girlfriend. Look, they're holding hands. I happened to run into him while I was shopping with my simp. Unfortunately, I only managed to capture the woman's back view, and it was a bit blurry. But Liang Chen is such a jerk. He already has a girlfriend, and he's still stringing you along. Ugh, how awful. The girl with dark green hair held her phone, looking indignant. The person she called Xiao Yue was the rich second-generation girl who was madly pursuing Liang Chen at school. Her surname is Ma, and her given name is Xiao Yue. At this moment, I looked at the photos my roommate showed me. Even though the photo isn't very clear, she wouldn't mistake Liang Chen's extremely handsome face even if it turned to ashes. In the photo, Liang Chen was holding hands with a woman, his face beaming with happiness. The woman holding his hand wasn't him. This is something Ma Xiao Yue cannot tolerate. Ma Xiao Yue felt a surge of anger, and her face turned as red as a palette of colors. Who would have thought there were men Ma Xiao Yue couldn't sleep with? Ma Xiao Yue has been a sucker for good looks since she was a child, and coupled with her privileged family background, she grew up surrounded by admirers. I started dating in junior high school. She had a wild time smoking, getting perms, getting tattoos, and going clubbing were all commonplace for her. Her biggest hobby is collecting handsome men. She has slept with every handsome guy she's set her sights on. Unexpectedly, Liang Chen had always ignored her, and now he even has a girlfriend behind her back. This is outrageous. This is utterly absurd. Ma Xiao Yue is going crazy. She is a collector of handsome men, and also an extreme person. If you can't sleep with a man, you have to destroy him. Smear him. If you can't have it, no one else can. Xiaoling, go online and check if there's any manure. By someone throw it on that shameless bastard Liang Chen, ruin his reputation. Ha! Roommate Qian Xiaoling was completely dumbfounded. Throwing excrement? Are you serious? What?
Hurry up and see if you have any manure that has been fermenting for over 20 days.
I won't swallow this insult until I've ruined Liang Chen's reputation. Ma Qiuyue was trembling with anger.
If she couldn't have him, she would ruin his reputation.
Throw feces at me, then record a video and post it on Douyin. Liang Chen, just wait and see what I'm about to do. Qian Shaoling.
If you're furious that you can't sleep with Liang Chen, at least think of a reliable way to get revenge.
Where can I buy fermented manure water that has been fermenting for over 20 days online? Is this something a normal person would do?
However, the thought that the other party was a spoiled and willful young lady came to mind. Even if Qian Shaoling disagreed with her actions, she didn't dare to say it to her face.
She was still hoping to curry favor with Ma Qiuyue.
Jobs are so hard to find these days, and making money is even harder.
It's better to cling to the rich second generation while you're in school and stick with her after graduation.
That's much better than going to work. Therefore, Qian Shaoling always obeyed Ma Qiuyue's every word. You know what, the internet is so powerful these days, there's nothing you can't buy online if you can imagine it.
Enter keywords.
They actually found the excrement that Qian Shaoling wanted.
Ah, Qiuyue, I found it.
It's even in the same city, and it will arrive tomorrow.
Fermented poop and pee for 23 days is 99 yuan per pound. Ma Qiuyue got excited and shouted, "Give me 10 jin.
I'll let that bastard Liang Chen drink his fill."
A bad feeling rose in Qian Shaoling's heart. Fermented manure for over 20 days is comparable to a biological weapon. Would Ma Qiuyue, who has been pampered since childhood, personally go and splash Liang Chen with it? They won't make me go then, will they?
Qian Shaoling pinched her nose, even though she had always been Ma Qiuyue's little sister.
But she really didn't want to go this time. Having found what Ma Qiuyue wanted, this rich second-generation girl couldn't help but reveal a cruel smile.
We'll see how it tastes tomorrow. If it smells bad, I'll buy it again next time. Next time, throw a punch at that slut who stole her man.
The more Ma Qiuyue thought about it, the happier she became, and she couldn't help but reveal a joyful smile.
Inside the master bedroom of the apartment complex, Liang Chen was unaware that Ma Qiuyue was plotting a heinous plan to throw excrement at him in order to get revenge.
At that moment, the babies were making whimpering noises coming from the room. Liang Chen can now distinguish the babies' voices. The loudest cry came from Xiaobao Wanwan. The naughtiest second child cried intermittently. Dabao's voice was the softest, as if he were accompanying his younger siblings.
Xiao Meijin could tell from the babies' voices that they were hungry, so she came over, picked up the little one, and fed and comforted him, saying, "Come on, Wanwan, time for milk."
"Don't cry, sweet baby, don't cry."
Xiao Meijin breastfed her baby, while her two children, Dabao and Erbo, were still crying.
Liang Chen quickly went to make them formula. With the experience from last time, Liang Chen's technique was much more skillful. Chapter 19. Let's sleep together tonight, one on each side.
Watching Liang Chen become more and more skilled, Xiao Meijin felt a warmth in her heart.
This is how he shows his love for the babies.
The babies were very well behaved after their feeding and fell asleep quickly.
Unexpectedly, it wasn't physical labor. Taking care of 3 babies must be so tiring.
Looking at the 3 sleeping babies, Liang Chen breathed a sigh of relief.
Liang Chen worked up a sweat today while taking care of the babies. "Meijin, I'm going to take a shower." Liang Chen has already brought over a change of clothes. Xiao Meijin was taken aback. "Taking a shower? Are you spending the night here?"
Liang Chen shamelessly said, "Yes, we agreed that I would take care of the babies from now on, so I will naturally be with them at night." It's said on Douyin that when babies are young, parents who can afford it should spend every day with them so that the babies will feel safe and be more lively and intelligent when they grow up.
Xiao Meijin. Is that really what they say on TikTok? Don't lie to me. However, considering that Aunt Zhou was preparing to leave, it's definitely better for Liang Chen to stay and get to know the babies. Although I had already accepted it in my heart.
But at this moment, Xiao Meichin's expression seemed somewhat unnatural. Liang Chen knew that girls were shy, so he smiled and pointed outside the living room. "I'll sleep on the sofa tonight, it won't bother you.
I'll come in if the babies wake up at night."
Xiao Meijin shook her head, as if she had made up her mind, and said, "Don't sleep on the sofa, it's uncomfortable and really uncomfortable."
"You can sleep in the room tonight." "Room? Aunt Zhou sleeps in the other room, so there's no room left." "Oh, I meant this room." "You can sleep with me tonight. We'll each sleep on one side."
Xiao Meijin blushed and stammered.
Her shy demeanor makes it hard to believe she's a university professor. Sleeping with the child's mother? Liang Qin was overjoyed, never expecting Xiao Meijin to make such a decision. With the mother of the child in hand, Liang Qin happily went to take a bath. When he was wearing pajamas,
when she reappeared before Xiao Meijin looking refreshed and clean,
Xiao Meijin was immediately stunned. That figure. These lines are absolutely stunning.
He's like a male protagonist straight out of a manga. With his extremely handsome face, Xiao Meijin caught a glimpse of him drying his hair out of the corner of her eye. Her heart was pounding like a deer's. After Liang Qin finished packing, he took something out of his bag, walked up to Xiao Meijin, and whispered, "Look, Meijin, are these your earrings?"
Liang Qin was becoming more and more familiar with how Xiao Meijin was addressed.
He plans to switch between calling her Meijin and wife from now on.
This is something I dropped in the hotel a year ago. It's not worth much money. Unexpectedly, Liang Qin found it and kept it.
Xiao Meijin's heart was touched.
Liang Chen, you've always kept him by your side?
Liang Chen nodded. After you left, I always hoped that I could see you again in the future.
I'll return it to you when I see you again.
I never imagined that when I first met Xiao Meijin, she had shoulder-length short hair, but now she has long hair. She also became a mother of 3.
Thankfully, I met him.
He is also very happy, as he is the father of her child.
Perhaps this is fate.
Now, it's time to return it to its rightful owner.
Xiao Meijin held the earrings in her hands, staring at them in a daze. Liang Chen did not disturb them. Everyone has their own worries and stories. Xiao Meijin has it, and Liang Chen has it too.
However, he believes that as they spend more time together, they will definitely share their joys and sorrows. To make room for the two of them. After dinner, Aunt Zhou went to her room to sleep early. They were afraid of disturbing the two of them. Xiao Meijin put away her earrings and looked at him awkwardly. She was clearly uncomfortable with the sudden presence of a man in the room.
Liang Chen, observing Meijin's expression, said, "It's getting late.
You have class tomorrow, so go to sleep first. I'll go to the living room and scroll through Douyin TikTok for a while, and see how parents on Douyin take care of their kids."
Xiao Meijin quickly said, "Don't watch it so late, you should go to sleep too.
Babies wake up several times a night these days, so you should go to bed early and get some rest."
Liang Chen shook his head. "I'm not sleepy. You go to sleep. If 2 people sleep in the same bed."
Liang Chen is thick-skinned, he can fall asleep, but Xiao Meijin might not be able to.
Sure enough, after Liang Chen went to the living room, Xiao Meijin immediately felt much more relaxed.
Since giving birth, Xiao Meijin's energy has not been as good as before, and she fell into a deep sleep after lying in bed for a short while. There was no more sound from the room. About half an hour later, Liang Chen quietly pushed open the door and entered the room.
Sure enough, Xiao Meijin had already fallen asleep.
There were also 3 sleeping babies. I just saw this on Douyin, where other parents shared their experiences. Parents are advised to take care of their babies at night and get some extra sleep while the babies are asleep. Liang Chen carefully lay down on the bed, and a wave of drowsiness washed over him, causing him to fall asleep without realizing it.
Midnight. Liang Chen could faintly hear the baby crying.
In his sleep, Liang Chen subconsciously reminded himself that he was now a father of 3. We must take good care of them. You need to wake up quickly and take care of your child. Before he could fully wake up, their only little princess, Erbao, also started crying loudly along with her brother. That wasn't the end of it. Another soft, whimpering cry reached Liang Chen's ears.
It's Xiaobao's voice. Good heavens, all 3 triplets are awake. As the trio began, Liang Chen was instantly jolted awake.
Come on, babies, be good, don't cry, Daddy's here.
Daddy's here. Why are you all crying? Are you hungry, or did you need to poop or pee?
Liang Chen was the first to examine Xiaobao.
There was nothing we could do, the little guy cried the loudest.
First, check the condition of the diaper.
If there are no abnormalities, it's likely that the baby is hungry.
Upon closer inspection, the wetness indicator line on the diaper had changed color.
Oh dear, Wan peed. It must have been uncomfortable. Daddy will change your diaper right away.
Sweetie, don't cry. Daddy will change you right away, and you won't feel uncomfortable anymore. The babies made such a commotion that Xiao Meijin woke up. Seeing Liang Chen busy at work, she quickly got up and came over to help. I can do it myself, honey, you can go back to sleep. It's only the beginning of the semester, and you still have to teach your students. The word wife made Xiao Meijin's heart tremble involuntarily again. She knew Liang Chen was considerate, but she still got up to help. After the triplets were tidied up, their crying gradually subsided. Xiao Meijin relaxed and quickly drifted off to sleep again after returning to bed. In the middle of the night, Liang Chen got up again to change the baby's diapers and also fed them milk once. The little ones cry when they're hungry. They can't speak yet, so they can only express their emotions through crying.
Chapter 20. If Liang Chen doesn't come back, we'll be stinking to death. The long night passed. Liang Chen was exhausted. I never imagined that taking care of a baby would be more tiring than staying up all night, but considering that this is my own baby, it's all worth it no matter how tired I am. A new day. In the morning, after feeding her babies, Xiao Meijin left the house, looking back every few steps. The period around the start of the school term is the busiest time. In addition to preparing lessons, counselors also need to organize various student information. Before leaving, Xiao Meijin instructed Liang Chen and Aunt Zhou to take good care of the baby. Liang Chen reassured her that he would take good care of the babies. Xiao Meijin nodded, confident that Liang Chen could take good care of the babies even without her. The little ones seemed to know their mother was leaving. As soon as Xiao Meijin left, the three siblings burst into tears. Liang Chen and Aunt Zhou quickly came over to comfort her. While coaxing Liang Chen, Aunt Zhou said, "Don't underestimate these babies just because they're small. They're actually smarter than we imagine. They can observe many things, but they just don't know how to express them. Or rather, they express something that we adults don't understand." Liang Chen agreed with Aunt Zhou's statement. He used to think that the babies were too young to understand anything. It has now been discovered that children can actually understand what adults are saying and know what they mean. They're just kids after all. I spend most of my day sleeping. They had been breastfed and were full. The three little ones cried themselves to sleep. Looking at the sleeping baby, Aunt Zhou's eyes were kind. "Mr. Liang, to be honest, this is the first time I've ever seen such a beautiful baby. When these babies grow up, they will definitely be very handsome and beautiful, and maybe they will even become big stars." Liang Chen smiled and said, "I don't expect them to become big stars or achieve great things. I just hope they can be safe and sound and have a smooth journey." Liang Chen is not interested in celebrities. He felt that becoming a scientist or a teacher was better than becoming a celebrity. Aunt Zhou has been taking care of the babies for more than 2 months. After Xiao Meijin left, she and Liang Chen talked a lot about the relationship between the mother and the babies. The two chatted and took care of the babies at the same time. Period. Aunt Zhou told Liang Chen that she had found her next employer. After Liang Chen has had some time to get used to things, she will leave. Liang Chen learned that the next employer offered Aunt Zhou a salary of 13,000 yuan, including room and board, which made me very happy for her. Keep in mind that this salary is already much higher than that of the vast majority of people in Yongchang. Time flies. Before we knew it, it was noon. Xiao Meijin hadn't eaten yet when she rushed back. Half a day apart feels like 3 autumns. Xiao Meijin misses her babies so much. As soon as I entered, I saw Aunt Zhou teaching Liang Chen how to do some light exercise for the babies. Babies are in a stage where they are curious about everything. I heard a noise coming from the doorway. The 3 babies all looked over at the same time. Upon seeing it was her mother, she immediately burst into excited laughter, waving her arms and legs with boundless joy. "Oh my God! That smile is so healing. My baby is so cute. Oh dear, my darlings, you know mommy's back. Are you welcoming mommy? Tell mommy, were you good at home today?" No matter how tired I am at school, seeing the baby's angelic smiles makes me feel better. At that moment, all fatigue vanished. Xiao Meijin washed her hands and walked over with a smile, hugging and kissing each of them. Holding a soft, cuddly baby in your arms, smelling sweet and fluffy, is just like holding a white cloud in the sky. It's so comforting. Dabao giggled, kicking his little arms and legs, snuggling and coaxing in Xiao Meijin's arms like a little piglet. A baby's happiness is that simple. Their greatest happiness is having their mother by their side. Everyone says February is a month of chaos. Babies are most fussy in February. She seemed unhappy that her mother was always holding her older brother and neglecting her. Erbao twisted his chubby little body, pouted, and cried. Her watery eyes and pitiful expression were incredibly endearing. Not wanting to show favoritism, Xiao Meijin quickly picked up her second child and gave him a kiss. "Oh dear, are you jealous of your brother? It's your turn, you little rascal. Mommy's little rascal is so cute.
Upon smelling the familiar scent, Erbo, who had just been sobbing, immediately burst into laughter. As a little foodie, she said she was hungry and wanted to eat milk. So, instinctively, they found food to eat. Xiaobao blinked his beautiful big eyes and looked at his mother. That expression seemed to say, when will it be Xiaobao's turn? I want Xiaobao too. Who could resist those watery, helpless eyes? Xiao Meijin smiled and looked at Liang Chen. Bring Xiaobao over to me, I'll feed him too. He carried two at once, using both hands simultaneously. Babies who are a little over 2 months old usually weigh around 12 or 13 pounds. Carrying two at once means they weigh over 20 pounds each. Could Xiao Meichin withstand being held close to her chest? Xiao Meichin gave him a reassuring look and said, bring them here, I'll support them. Nestled in his mother's arms, Xiaobao smiled broadly, just like his older brother and sister. Seeing his older sister working hard to cook, the little guy also started looking for food to eat on his own. As Xiao Meijin breastfed the babies in front of Liang Chen, her ears slowly turned red, which was incredibly cute. The school leaders told me to go back to school this afternoon to complete the handover procedures for the teaching assistant position. Luckily, I don't have any classes this afternoon, so I can stay home and take care of the children. Because the atmosphere was too strange, Xiao Meichin changed the subject. What are the procedures for handing over assistant positions? Yes, the school leaders heard that you had an emergency and couldn't be a class assistant, so they reassigned a new assistant for me, a third-year female student. Okay, I'll be back this afternoon after I finish taking care of it. Are you hungry? I'll go to the kitchen and make something to eat. Liang Chen noticed Xiao Meijin's discomfort and went to cook with a smile. In the afternoon, while the triplets were taking a nap, Liang Chen returned to the school to complete the handover procedures. On the other side, inside a female dormitory building at the school, Ma Qiuyue pinched her nose and smelled the treasure she bought online. Holy crap, that made me throw up. I can't take it anymore, I want to vomit. As soon as she opened the corner of the packaging, Ma Qiuyue was almost blown away by the stench. Damn, this shit has been fermenting for over 20 days, it's really something else. Good shit, truly good shit. Sister Qiuyue is awesome. Haha, Liang Chen, you're going to be infamous for eternity. Humph, just because he's somewhat handsome, he dares to refuse Sister Qiuyue. He's shameless and arrogant. We have to ruin his reputation. Qian Shaoling pinched her nose and brandished her claws. The biological weapon intended for retaliation has been in the dormitory for most of the day, and their spies haven't yet discovered that Liang Chen has returned to school. That son of a bitch Liang Chen, if he doesn't come back soon. He wasn't even smelly yet, but the entire dorm was already being suffocated by the stench. Qian Shaoling was extremely depressed. Just then, good news finally arrived. They're back. Sister Qiuyue, we see Liang Chen is back. He went to the main building, let's wait for him at the corner intersection. When he gets back, throw a face full of shit on him. Chapter 21 Ma Qiuyue, oh no, I spilled it on the principal. From childhood to adulthood, anything I wanted. There is nothing you cannot obtain. Now, the only thing I can't sleep with is Liang Chen. As a collector of handsome men, Ma Qiuyue couldn't swallow this insult. Now, the time for revenge has finally come. This time, she's going to get revenge. Shaoling, you're in charge now. Ha? Me? Qiuyue, I dare not, it stinks too much, I can't vomit. As Qian Shaoling expected, Ma Qiuyue indeed made her do it. It smelled so bad, she couldn't bring herself to do it. Qiuyue, go ahead, you'll feel better taking revenge yourself. Useless thing, nothing at all. Ma Qiuyue glanced at Qian Shaoling with disdain. They're all talk and no action when it comes to flattery, but they're completely useless when it really comes down to it. Ma Qiuyue took a deep breath, since she couldn't count on Qian Shaoling. Then she'll do it herself. On the other side, Liang Chen had no idea that Ma Qiuyue was lying in ambush at the intersection. After completing the handover procedures at the main building, he couldn't wait to go back and see the babies. Thinking of the triplets' adorable smiling faces, Liang Chen couldn't help but smile. When passing a corner intersection, Liang Chen's heart suddenly started racing, as if he had encountered danger, a primal reaction of his body. Liang Chen's intuition was very accurate. That's the feeling he saved my life when I was a child. He remembers going up the mountain to play with his friends from the village when he was little. When he reached the rock face halfway up the mountain, his heart suddenly started racing, and Liang Chen instinctively sensed danger. So he instinctively reached out and grabbed randomly, and actually grabbed a tree trunk. Just as he grabbed the tree trunk, the stone beneath his feet suddenly slid down the mountain. He managed to avoid falling off the cliff along with the loose rocks by grabbing onto the tree trunk. The mountain behind their village is extremely steep. If someone fell from halfway down it, they would be severely injured, if not killed. It was that feeling that made Liang Chen react instinctively and save his life.
After many years, this feeling has returned. Is there danger at a difficult intersection? Liang Chen cautiously stopped in his tracks. However, as soon as he stopped to observe and turned around, his face suddenly turned extremely gloomy. All I could see was Ma Choyue wearing a mask and holding a basin, standing there furtively. The basin was filled with a viscous liquid that emitted an endless stench. No wonder no students dare to walk here. According to Liang Chen's observation, Ma Choyue was carrying the plate directly towards him. What are you doing? The smell emanating from the intersection almost made Liang Chen vomit. If I get that smell on me, how am I supposed to go back and take care of my babies? What if they have bacteria on them and infect the babies? Liang Chen felt increasingly frightened as he thought about it. Liang Chen's sudden appearance really startled Ma Choyue. According to the plan, he shouldn't have stopped. Caught red-handed by Liang Chen, Ma Choyue was first guilty, then furious. Finally, with a determined heart, he picked up the basin and poured the full amount of excrement at him. Liang Chen, may you stink to death. You're the first man to reject me, and this is the price you'll pay. Seeing Ma Choyue's actions, Liang Chen flew into a rage. Ma Choyue, are you crazy? Luckily, I stopped in time. The distance wasn't too close, he should be able to dodge it. Then, just as Liang Chen was about to dodge, an accident happened. Because the intersection where Ma Choyue ambushed him was the junction of 3 roads. This means there are 3 paths. Liang Chen taking this path means that other paths may also be taken by others. What Liang Chen, Ma Choyue, and the others did not expect was other paths are not only taken by others. The person who left was the principal. This is a female principal who just took office this year. At that moment, the principal was inspecting the work with leaders from the Ministry of Education. They came to investigate because they smelled the stench in the air. But unexpectedly, they had just reached the intersection and hadn't even had time to react. A bowl of thick, viscous liquid, mixed with the slurry, was splashed towards them. And their position was right in front of Liang Chen. What Ma Choyue didn't expect was that after the splattered excrement hit the principal's face, some of it bounced back and splashed onto her face again. The principal got splashed with scum in their face. And she got splattered with shit all over her face. This is outrageous. Who did this? Who spilled the filth? At this moment, the principal's face was darker than a clay pot, and his expression was terrifyingly gloomy. It stinks. She's a girl. Who could stand having feces thrown in their face by their own student? Not only her, but also the accompanying Ministry of Education leaders were splashed with water to varying degrees. This is a leader from above. When they came down for an inspection, they were received in such a way. How can she continue to be the principal after this? Such behavior is outrageous. No matter who the student is, the principal wants him dead today. Principal, these are your school students. Outrageous, absolutely outrageous. Outrageous and heinous. Such a student must be expelled from school. This must be dealt with seriously. Several leaders from the Ministry of Education were scorned and yelled. That taste was so tangy and refreshing. They, who are usually so glamorous, have never encountered such a miserable situation. If the story of me being splashed with feces by a student gets posted online, how can I ever face anyone again? He'll definitely be laughed at by his peers for the rest of his life. If we don't deal with the perpetrators today, we'll change their names. Ugh, so disgusting, ugh, I want to vomit. Oh no, I splashed the wrong person. Run, vomit. Before the principal could react, Ma Choyue, whose face was splattered with excrement, couldn't hold back any longer. Realizing he had splashed the wrong person, he quickly told Qian Shaoling to run away. At this moment, Qian Shaoling was completely stunned. Sister Choyue, you seem to have caused trouble. You splashed water on the principal. Forget who she is, just run. Run? Do you think you can escape?
Security guards, come quick. Go and grab that student with the face covered in shit. She can't escape, the one with the poop on her face is her. The principal, like a raging lioness, was determined to deal with the person who threw the excrement. Security guard. However, principal, you also have it on your face. I want to laugh, but I don't dare to. Moreover, this is a great opportunity to show your abilities, so you must make the most of it in front of your superiors. That student's name seems to be Macho Yue. Catch her. Damn it, we must catch her. I'm going to give her a major demerit. The principal roared angrily at the security guard. Then he turned to Liang Chen and asked, "Classmate, you know her, right?" Liang Chen nodded. "Is her name Macho Yue?" Liang Chen nodded subconsciously again. He was still completely bewildered. What's this? Macho Yue wanted to retaliate against herself by throwing feces, but ended up throwing feces on the principal and leaders of the Ministry of Education instead? Seeing the principal and the others looking so disheveled, Liang Chen couldn't help but feel sorry for them. At the same time, I felt a wave of fear. If I hadn't stopped, I would have been the one who got splashed. Chapter 22. If I apologize to the principal and admit my mistake, everything should be fine, right? If I were to get splashed, the consequences would be unimaginable. I never imagined Macho Yue could be so vicious. He remembered that he hadn't offended the other party. Why would they target me for no reason? Macho Yue is a second-generation rich kid. Always pursue yourself. Liang Chen knew all of this. But she wasn't my type. I've already clearly rejected her, and nothing happened before, but she's causing this commotion today. This really startled Liang Chen. Fortunately, the principal and a few others took the bullet for him. On the other hand, after realizing she had caused trouble, Macho Yue quickly dropped the basin and ran out of the school gate. She's smart enough not to run back to her dorm. That would only make them easy prey for the security guards. Zhou Yue, what should we do? That's the new principal. If she catches you, you're dead. Xian Shaoling was relieved that she wasn't the one who threw the excrement. Otherwise, without money or connections, I would definitely be in deep trouble if I messed with Principal Zhong. Such a despicable act. An apology and admission of wrongdoing are not enough to resolve this matter. Furthermore, even if the principal is magnanimous and lets her off the hook, what about the other leaders in the Ministry of Education? Can they swallow this insult? Hearing Qian Xiaoling's words, Macho Yue was furious. She kept running, but what could she do? Was she supposed to just stand there and get caught by the security guards? Go back and apologize to the principal properly, admit your mistake, and that's the end of it? Getting caught but not fired is already a miracle. Let's run. First, find a hotel to shower. Ugh. Macho Yue was extremely depressed. It's all Qian Xiaoling's fault. If she had helped me get revenge on Liang Chen, none of this would have happened. These two are truly plastic besties. When faced with a problem, their first thought is always themselves. Qian Xiaoling ran after Macho Yue. Although she wasn't the perpetrator, being caught makes her at least an accomplice, and she can't escape punishment. So they took off running with Macho Yue, fleeing the scene of the crime. However, they were being too simplistic. Run? Can they escape? Although school security guards are usually just for show, how could they miss such a good opportunity to prove themselves? They all transformed into 5-star war gods. Before Macho Yue and her companion could even reach the school gate, the gate had already been closed. Then, like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey, the two security guards leaped and pinned Macho Yue and her companion to the ground. Report, Principal, the person has been apprehended. Okay, keep a close eye on them, I'll be back to deal with them in a bit. The principal was furious, gritting his teeth as he spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, he couldn't help but vomit again. Damn it, where did these two students find that shit? It stinks so badly. It stinks even worse than my own poop. The person has been apprehended, and the principal quickly led the Ministry of Education personnel to clear the area. However, before leaving, the principal made a stern warning: anyone who dares to post what just happened online will be expelled. Liang Chen witnessed the entire process. Macho Yue and her companion were apprehended by security guards. It remains to be seen how their case will be handled. However, none of this concerned Liang Chen. He didn't care about the outcome of Macho Yue's case. As long as I don't get splashed and it doesn't affect my ability to take care of the babies, it's fine. However, just to be on the safe side. Before going back,
Liang Chen went back to his dormitory and took a shower. Back home, the babies have woken up and are playing by themselves in their cribs.
Xiao Mei Chin and Aunt Jo stayed by the crib to watch over them. Aunt Jo said that if the babies wake up without crying or fussing and are in a particularly good mood, then it's best for adults not to hold the baby at this time, nor to talk to or play with the baby. This is because the baby's brain is in an excited state at this time. Let him explore his surroundings on his own. This helps cultivate their focus. When he takes the initiative to invite adults, his emotions become unstable, or he starts to cry and throw a tantrum. When it's time for an adult to hug or comfort him, this is the right thing to do. Although babies are young, they have their own thoughts and can think for themselves. Adults should learn not to interfere and let them grow on their own. Aunt Jo usually shares some parenting experience with Xiao Mei Jin to cultivate baby's concentration. Xiao Mei Chen and the other person stood silently by her side the whole time. When Liang Chen opened the door to go home, the three babies immediately looked towards the door with curious expressions. Upon seeing Liang Chen, the little ones immediately waved their little fists excitedly. They clearly knew that their father was back. Wow, look at the babies' reactions. They can already recognize their dad. And she really likes her dad, Aunt Jo said gently from the side. Hearing Aunt Jo say that the babies like Liang Chen, Xiao Mei Jin couldn't help but smile sweetly. Liang Chen clapped his hands to attract the baby's attention. Daddy's home. Who wants to give me a kiss first? Moa. Daddy's sending love to the babies. Erbao Chi-Chi was the first to stretch out her chubby hands. Liang Chen came over and asked Aunt Jo, "Can we interact with the babies now?" Aunt Jo smiled and nodded, indicating that there was no problem. Seeing how happy the children were with Liang Chen, Aunt Jo kept praising them. Mr. Liang is such a good caregiver. Even if I leave now, I'm sure he can take good care of the babies. Liang Chen, holding Erbao, smiled and said, "It's all thanks to Auntie's good teaching." Then Liang Chen reached into his pocket, walked to Xiao Mei Jin's side, and said, "Mei Jin, when I came back I saw a little hair accessory that I thought would suit you, so I bought it for you. These little trinkets aren't worth much, but they represent Liang Chen's thoughtfulness." Xiao Mei Chin is touched, "Thank you." Aunt Jo smiled with a look of gratified envy. "Miss Xiao, you are so lucky. Mr. Liang is so considerate and loving." When she first arrived, she saw Xiao Mei Chin taking care of 3 babies all by herself. During this period, he was also busy with various lesson preparations and other work. Aunt Jo felt both heartache and regret. She felt that Xiao Mei Chin must have met a bad man. Now, it turns out she was wrong about her feelings. Xiao Mei Chin is very happy now, and Aunt Jo is happy for her. After lunch, the 2 women were putting the babies to sleep when Xiao Mei Jin and Liang Chen discussed something. Aunt Jo is about to go to her next employer's house. She has taken very good care of the babies for the past 2 months and has been very dedicated. What do you think about giving her an extra 1,000 yuan? After having a child, there are various expenses such as renting a house and raising the child, so Xiao Mei Jin can only afford to spend money. 1,000 yuan is the limit. While it may not seem like much to some people, earning $1,000 is not easy for Xiao Mei Chin. Xiao Mei Jin has witnessed Aunt Jo's performance over the past 2 months. Now that the other party is leaving, Xiao Mei Chin plans to give them a little more to express her feelings. Sure, but it's up to you to decide. I'll pay for it myself. I have some money on hand, and I'll take care of the household expenses from now on. No need, I have the money. However, I'll take care of the household expenses from now on, have you forgotten? I'm a university teacher now, and I'll have a salary every month. You take care of the babies, and just review your studies when you have time so you don't fall behind. When they talked about supporting their family in the future, they chatted like an old married couple. Chapter 23. Did you bring your household registration booklet? Let's get our marriage certificate. Let's see Xiao Mei Chin support the family. Liang Chen felt this feeling was a bit strange. It feels like I'm living off a woman. He hesitated for a moment and said, "You don't need to support the family. I have my own money. How about we split the cost?" Xiao Mei Chin was unhappy. "I'm your teacher, you have to listen to me." Xiao Mei Chin blushed when talking about her role as a teacher. Sometimes, she acts like a child in front of Liang Chen. The mother looked very angry. Liang Chen chuckled and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll ask you for money when I'm broke in the future. Is that all right?" That's more like it. Xiao Meijin smiled with satisfaction.
It's settled then, we'll give Aunt Zhou an extra 1,000 yuan. I realized that Aunt Zhou was about to leave.
Liang Chen changed the subject and asked, Meijin, your household registration book should be here, right? Xiao Meijin's heart suddenly skipped a beat.
She's not stupid. He naturally understood what Liang Chen was going to do. After hesitating for a moment, she finally replied, yes.
Looking into her glassy eyes, Liang Chen said softly, I also brought my household registration book.
How about we get our marriage certificate tomorrow? I checked the auspicious date, and tomorrow is suitable for weddings. Marry? Although they already knew Liang Chen's thoughts beforehand.
But when she heard him say those two words himself, Xiao Meijin was still stunned. Looking at the simple-minded mother of the child,
Liang Chen smiled warmly and said, yes, let's get the marriage certificate. Don't you want to? Xiao Meijin's heart was pounding. Marriage? Are you serious?
Liang Chen was more serious than ever before, and it was true. I want to grow old with you, I want to be with you for a lifetime.
But we are, you.
I was afraid she would refuse. Liang Chen quickly said, although we haven't known each other for long, I'm sure you're the one I've been waiting for all my life. Besides, the babies have been ready for 3 months.
We're not getting married, so you don't want them to be unable to register their births, right? Hearing about the baby's household registration,
Xiao Meijin immediately dispelled all her concerns. In her eyes, the baby's affairs are the most important. Since Liang Chen is willing, then she, as the mother, should also think about the babies.
Xiao Meijin quickly found her household registration booklet. Shall we go tomorrow? The babies are being looked after by Aunt Zhou. I didn't have class in the morning, so I went along with them. Liang Chen nodded with a smile. The mom's energetic and lively manner is also quite adorable. That evening, Liang Chen told Aunt Zhou about their plans to get their marriage certificate. Aunt Zhou was overjoyed, happy for Xiao Meijin.
To celebrate, we specially prepared a large table of dishes for them.
The next morning at 8:30, the two set off on time.
Fearing that there would be too many people if they arrived late, Liang Chen and Liang Chen discussed it and decided to go earlier.
Liang Chen fastened Xiao Meijin's seatbelt again.
The intimate gesture made Xiao Meijin slightly uncomfortable. It's not that she's averse to it, it's just that she hasn't gotten used to it yet. She used to always be alone and was used to being by herself. Later, she had a baby. But I'm still not used to being taken care of by a man. Liang Chen whispered in her ear, I will always be by your side and the baby's side from now on, so you need to start getting used to my presence. His eyes were full of affection and tenderness, and his voice was gentle, which made Xiao Meijin's heart flutter. I nodded blankly and subconsciously hummed in agreement.
Liang Chen was very satisfied. Then let's go. Hold on tight.
Xiao Meijin sat beside him, looking at his profile.
This affectionate and focused man gave her an unprecedented sense of security.
Although he was a few years younger than her, Xiao Meijin had a strong feeling about him. In the future, Liang Chen will be a good father and a good husband. He will be a role model for the babies and the pillar of the family.
Follow the navigation.
There were many cars on the road, mostly people going to work. Fortunately, they left early. To their surprise, when they arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau, there were already quite a few people in line. Xiao Meijin was surprised they had already left early, but others had left even earlier.
The Civil Affairs Bureau is right on the first floor, which is very convenient. Marriage registration is on one side, divorce registration is on the other.
There were queues on both sides. However, Xiao Meijin noticed that significantly more people were getting divorced.
Seeing the huge crowd at the divorce registration office, Xiao Meijin immediately became nervous.
Suddenly her hand was taken, and then she saw a bright, sunny smile. Meijin, our destiny is set in heaven, and we will definitely grow old together.
Yes. Xiao Meijin took a deep breath and nodded firmly.
Liang Chen smiled. He had clearly sensed Xiao Meijin's nervousness earlier. Unlike the happy faces of newlyweds registering for marriage, most people going through divorces wear cold expressions, as if they would never speak to each other again. However, their situations are different.
Liang Chen was certain that Xiao Meijin was the person he was looking for. I'm also certain they'll stay together. Liang Chen will be there for her through thick and thin. The two are incredibly good-looking. Wherever Liang Chen and Xiao Meijin went, they attracted everyone's attention.
Looking at the sweet sight of the two holding hands, Those around them couldn't help but sigh. A perfect couple, a match made in heaven, a perfect union. These are the kinds of idioms that describe them perfectly.
Good heavens, how could there be such a combination? The two were queuing up. It was finally their turn. The staff looked up and were immediately stunned by the beauty. Oh my God!
This is probably the most attractive couple she has ever seen in her career.
After regaining his composure, the staff member coughed and asked, "Did you bring your ID card and household registration book?" Liang Chen replied, "I brought them all." "Okay, give me your ID card and household registration booklet, I'll make copies for you."
"You can fill out the form first, then go take your photo, and then come back to complete the process."
"I'll stamp it after that." "Okay, thank you." Following the staff's instructions, the couple quickly filled out the forms and then went to have their marriage certificate photos taken.
The two, dressed in white shirts, sat on a bench, smiling subtly yet brightly at the camera.
Both of them appeared on camera without makeup.
The photographer exclaimed that the effect was absolutely amazing. When taking photos for marriage certificates, couples are required to wear light makeup, whereas in the past, couples would usually put on light makeup before taking the photos.
But this couple doesn't need to at all.
They are incredibly good looking, even when the camera is right up to their faces.
The final result was still absolutely stunning. Xiao Mei Chin came to see the results.
"Yes, I look very compatible with Liang Chen in the photo."
She was very satisfied with her marriage certificate photo.
Next came the part that made Xiao Mei Chin most nervous. The staff then asked the couple if they had thought it through and were truly ready to marry and start a family.
The two answered in unison, "We've thought it through." Seeing their determined eyes, the staff member stamped the red booklet with a snap.
Chapter 24 is so enviable, her husband spoils her rotten.
Holding the red notebook, Xiao Mei Chin was in a daze. Am I already married? It felt like a dream.
She never dared to imagine such a thing before, but she actually married a handsome man.
Xiao Mei Jin was completely dizzy. Is it too impulsive to just get the marriage certificate like this?
Upon receiving the marriage certificate, Xiao Mei Chin's mind began to wander again.
Ding dong, congratulations to the master and Xiao Mei Jin on registering their marriage.
The reward is a dowry of 300,000 yuan, a set of wedding jewelry, a jade bracelet, and the skill of a master chef.
The hardware and bracelet have been placed in the owner's backpack. Please check. Just as Xiao Mei Chin was feeling uneasy, the system's voice rang in Liang Chen's mind. Double happiness. He was completely immersed in joy. I didn't expect a babysitter system, but I also get rewards for getting married. System, I love you.
A cash gift of 300,000 yuan.
And a set of hardware. A jade bracelet. The items the system gives away are bound to be good.
Both of these can be given to the child's mother.
In addition, is there a culinary master skill?
After a systematic explanation, it turned out to be a skill that could improve cooking skills.
Yes, I can make delicious food for the babies in the future. That's a really good skill. Liang Chen really liked these rewards. The system was awesome. On the other side,
Xiao Mei Jin was no longer as uneasy as before, but now she began to worry again. She's worried that her parents might object if they found out she got her marriage certificate.
I didn't tell them I had a baby. Now that they're married, they haven't told them a thing. Will they accept Bao Bao and Liang Chen if they find out about their existence in the future? Xiao Mei Chin's family was also not well off. Like Liang Chen, he lives in the countryside. There is a younger brother below.
However, her younger brother dropped out of high school to work. She was the only one who kept studying, eventually getting into university and becoming a teacher. Over the years, her family has done everything they could to support her education, hoping that she could have a better life in the future,
so that Xiao Mei Chin could concentrate on her studies.
Xiao Mei Jin's mother rejected all the blind dates that her relatives and friends introduced to her.
Now,
she has children and a husband, but they are still kept in the dark.
Thinking of her parents, Xiao Mei Jin couldn't help but feel guilty. I feel so sorry for them by doing this.
Taking a deep breath, Xiao Mei Jin turned to the side and saw Liang Chen holding the red marriage certificate with a bright smile.
My heart gradually calmed down.
Liang Chen is a good man. Even if my parents find out in the future, they should be able to accept him.
Liang Chen keenly sensed Xiao Mei Jin's emotional change. He smiled inwardly. Xiao Mei Chin is a very good woman.
He felt it was his good fortune to be able to marry her and have children.
My parents will be so happy when they find out.
Thinking of the hardware the system had just given me,
Liang Chen took the backpack. Walking up to Xiao Meijin, Liang Chen smiled and said, "Wife, this is for you."
Seeing the hardware Liang Chen took out of his backpack, Xiao Meijin's eyes widened, and she covered her mouth in disbelief, asking, "When did you buy this?"
Oh my god.
The gleaming gold hardware is exquisitely crafted, far surpassing anything found in jewelry stores.
It looks high-end and exquisite, and you can tell it's not cheap. Such exquisite jewelry is irresistible to any woman.
The people around them who were getting their marriage certificates and registering were all dumbfounded.
The two started discussing it. Oh my god, where did that guy buy his jewelry? It's so beautiful. His wife is so lucky.
The man's eyes are so gentle, so doting.
No way. Wow, this is the first time I've seen such a beautiful hardware husband. Can you buy me one too? I want one too. I want one too. I want one too. Honey, will you buy one for me too?
They're so beautiful. Men who heard their partners say they wanted it too couldn't help but let out a wry smile.
If conditions permit, it's not impossible to buy. The problem is that the hardware set that Liang Chen took out looked expensive.
With such purity and exquisite craftsmanship, it would cost at least several 100,000 yuan to buy. They can't afford to spend hundreds of thousands on a set of hardware.
Seriously, Liang Chen is too ruthless.
Buying such expensive hardware, even for a wedding, is going to bankrupt them.
However, did they think that was the end of it? That's too simplistic. No. Liang Chen took out another jade bracelet.
Its color and texture caused those around it to gasp in astonishment. The girls around her were envious, their eyes shining with envy.
This jade bracelet is even more stunning than the hardware we just saw. Wow, that bracelet is amazing. The jade is so beautiful.
It looks completely natural. If it were in our store, it could sell for at least several million.
Is this guy a rich kid? Oh my god, his wife is so lucky. How come I can't meet a man like that?
A girl in the crowd had shock written all over her face. She works at a jade shop and could tell at a glance that the bracelet was quite expensive. I never expected to encounter such a shocking thing when I came to register my marriage with my boyfriend today. The fact that Liang Chen could produce two expensive gifts in a row made the people around him curious about his identity. Hearing the whispers around her, Xiao Meijin was deeply shocked. The bracelet that Liang Chen gave him is worth at least several million. And that exquisite set of hardware alone costs hundreds of thousands. Xiao Meijin dared not accept such an expensive gift. Liang Chen was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected the system to give him something so expensive. Seeing Xiao Meijin's flustered look, he said in a gentle voice, "Meijin, this is something I bought especially for you.
It's a wedding gift, so you can't refuse it. But this is too expensive." Xiao Meijin was almost scared to tears.
Seeing that Xiao Meijin dared not accept it, the girls around her were all anxious for her.
"Miss, please accept this. It's a wedding gift your husband bought for you, representing his heartfelt wishes. You just got your marriage certificate and you're already refusing wedding gifts? What kind of behavior is that? Don't worry about the price. With your beauty, you're worth it. Besides, once you're married, you'll be family. No matter how much it costs, it'll all end up in your own home anyway.
Seeing how sincere your husband is, you must be very sad if you reject him."
A handsome man who is also willing to spend money.
He was undoubtedly the dream lover of countless women, and everyone around him was envious to the point of tears. They kept urging Xiao Meijin to accept it quickly. If they received this as a gift, they would be laughing all the way to the bank.
"Honey, they're right, just accept it. Here, let me put the bracelet on you and see if it fits." Amidst envious glances from the crowd, Liang Chen took Xiao Meijin's hand. "My wife's delicate hands would look beautiful with a bracelet on them." Xiao Meijin instinctively shrank back, but was quickly grabbed by Liang Chen. Xiao Meijin had no choice but to let Liang Chen put it on her. The people around him were right, these were all Liang Chen's good intentions, and if he didn't accept them, Liang Chen would definitely be sad. Moreover, the money spent is actually just sitting around at home.
If her family encounters difficulties in the future, she might sell the jade bracelet and hardware to raise money to get through the crisis.
Chapter 25. My husband is too rich. Did he really not hide his identity? Liang Chen reached out and put the jade bracelet on Xiao Meijin's blushing face. It's exceptionally beautiful. The girls around him were incredibly envious. This is what other people's husbands are like. It smells so good.
Wishing you a long and happy life together, the staff member handling the paperwork stood up and congratulated you.
Xiao Mei-chin nodded shyly.
Liang Chen has excellent taste. The bracelets and hardware he chose were stunning.
Liang Chen held Xiao Meijin's hand and accepted everyone's blessings with grace.
Then, with a bright smile, he took Xiao Mei-chin home. The two had just left. The people in the registration hall started discussing it again.
Wow, this couple is so extravagant. They just casually pulled out jade bracelets worth millions. Is this what they call a rich, handsome, and successful man? His wife is so beautiful. I'm a woman, and I like her too. Such a handsome man got married. It's such a pity the bride isn't me. What a shame. Damn, honey, we just got our marriage certificate and you're saying this? Are you hurt? Why are you so heartbroken? You're so silly. If I married a rich and handsome guy, I could secretly use his money to support you, and then you wouldn't have to go to work. Oh, right, honey, you're so good to me. On my way home.
Xiao Meijin frowned as she looked at the bracelet on her wrist.
What exactly is Liang Chen's identity? I just bought a car, and now I've also bought hardware and a jade bracelet. The total value is several million. How did Liang Chen, an ungraduated college student, earn this much money? Is Liang Chen just too outstanding, or am I just too useless? Seeing Xiao Meijin frown, Liang Chen asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Xiao Meijin paused for a moment, then asked Liang Chen, "Is your family really from the countryside?
But you spent so much money on me and the babies these past few days. Not counting the car, I heard that the bracelets and hardware alone cost several million."
Xiao Mei-chin was almost in tears. What will my in-laws do when they find out I've spent millions? Will they think of themselves as a vain woman?
Moreover, if we don't buy these things, we can save millions for the babies and have enough funds for childcare in the future.
Liang Chen glanced at her and replied seriously, "She's a genuine village girl.
But all of this money is money I earned myself.
My parents don't know about it, but don't worry, they won't say I'm wasting money.
They really are from the village."
Didn't hide your identity? Xiao Mei-chin was somewhat skeptical, but there was so much money.
Liang Chen smiled and said, "Wife, this money is what I earned from investing in stocks.
I didn't spend any of the family's money. Besides, I won the lottery a while ago.
Your husband is rich, which is why I said earlier that I would support you."
Systemic issues should be kept to oneself. However, he had already come up with an excuse regarding the money.
Invest, speculate in stocks, or win the lottery. These are all very good excuses.
Seeing that Liang Chen didn't seem to be lying, Xiao Meijin nodded silently.
She doesn't know much about investing, stocks, or finance, and she doesn't buy lottery tickets. But she knew that Liang Chen was good to her and the babies, and that was enough for her.
She didn't ask any further questions about investing in stocks.
Xiao Mei-chin gave birth to her babies alone after 10 months of pregnancy. Liang Chen felt that he owed his child's mother far too much. Now, he just wants to treat her as well as possible, and he promises to make sure you and the babies have a good life. When I earn more money in the future, I will buy you lots and lots of beautiful clothes, and also clothes for the babies.
Liang Chen's words almost made Xiao Meijin cry. The child's father is too good to me. Come on, stop frowning. Today we're getting our marriage certificate. Smile and call me husband to make me happy. Xiao Mei-chin shyly whispered, "Husband." Why?
Her cheeks were rosy, she looked incredibly cute.
Liang Chen was overjoyed. Come on, let's go buy some delicious food and celebrate when we get back.
The two drove to a nearby supermarket and bought their favorite dishes.
Back in the apartment complex, they chatted and laughed as they walked upstairs.
When Aunt Zhou learned that they had successfully obtained their marriage certificate, she smiled like a child. "Miss Xiao, Mr. Liang, congratulations."
"Thank you, Aunt Zhou. It's all thanks to you," Xiao Meijin said sincerely. "Why thank me? Miss Xiao is a good person and has good fortune."
Aunt Zhou was very pleased to see that Xiao Meijin had finally made it through.
"Where are the babies?"
"She had just fallen asleep, so I carried her back to her room."
"Okay, I'll go see them."
Xiao Meijin and Aunt Zhou were chatting privately when Liang Chen tiptoed in and pushed open the door to the master bedroom. The 3 little babies were sleeping soundly.
Daba was snoring softly. He's so cute even when he's asleep.
When he came out of the living room again, Aunt Zhou had already prepared the dishes. During the meal, Aunt Jo announced some news to them, because her next employer was pressing her for a move. She would be leaving tomorrow. "Mr. Liang, I'll be looking after the babies from now on.
If you have any questions, please call me.
Miss Xiao, please take good care of yourself from now on. As a young lady, don't work too hard. Just live a good life with Mr. Liang."
Xiao Meijin nodded silently.
"Aunt Jo, please take good care of yourself. Don't make yourself suffer when you go out to work." Aunt Jo chuckled and said, "Don't worry, I've been working for so many years and I've encountered all sorts of things. Miss Xiao doesn't need to worry about me. It's a pity that I won't be able to see the babies as often in the future." Liang Chen glanced at the bedroom and told Aunt Jo that she could come back to visit the babies whenever she had time. Or Liang Chen can take the babies out to see her.
Today is a special day for them to receive their marriage certificate, and the dinner table is filled with laughter and joy. After finishing my meal, I checked the time and it was just 1 p.m.
Xiao Mei Chin's class is at 2:45 p.m., so she can probably sleep for about an hour. The babies are still sleeping and don't need any care, so Liang Chen told Xiao Meijin to lie down on the bed for a while. "Go to sleep, I'll wake you up at 2 o'clock. Xiao Meijin nodded, glanced at the crib, and said, "The babies are asleep now, why don't you come and take a nap too?" Babies who are a few months old are usually like this. Adults can only sleep when they are asleep. When the child wakes up, the adults should also wake up. So while the child is asleep, adults should also make sure they get some rest. Once they grow up and readjust their schedules, it will be easier for the adults."
"Okay, I'll lie down for a bit too."
Liang Chen lay down on the bed and patted the person next to him, signaling Xiao Meijin to lie down next to him. Xiao Meijin blushed and moved over. Liang Chen pulled her into his arms and whispered in her ear, "Wife, go to sleep."
Liang Chen set a vibrating alarm so he could wake up on time even if he fell asleep.
He was so tired that he fell asleep as soon as he closed his eyes while holding Xiao Meijin. Lying in Liang Chen's arms, Xiao Meijin couldn't fall asleep as she recalled the events of the past few days. Turning her head, she saw Liang Chen's handsome profile as he slept, and she couldn't help but freeze in shock.
Chapter 26. Wow, those fragrant little feet. Looking at Liang Chen's handsome profile and the masculine aura emanating from him, Xiao Meichin's heart was pounding, and she couldn't sleep at all. He was willing to stay at home to take care of his children even before he graduated from university.
A man as outstanding as him will surely make a name for himself after graduation. But he willingly stayed at home to take care of the children and be a stay-at-home dad. Xiao Meijin knew that he had sacrificed too much for this family. As a mother, she also needs to work hard to ease Liang Chen's burden. Being held in Liang Chen's arms, she felt a strong sense of security.
Xiao Meichin fell asleep without realizing it.
When Liang Chen woke up, he saw that Xiao Meijin was sleeping soundly, and he saw that there were still 10 minutes left.
"You can take a nap." Liang Chen gently pulled his arm out and got up to go to the crib.
I saw Xiao Bao entertaining himself there. Upon seeing his father, the little guy suddenly pouted and started whimpering and crying.
"What's wrong, little one? Did you poop?" Liang Chen smelled an odd odor in the air and teased with a smile.
"Oh dear, Daddy checked, it really did poop." Wan Wan smells bad, she doesn't smell good anymore. Wan Wan is a stinky baby and she's not clean."
Liang Chen picked up his youngest son and tidied him up as he spoke.
Xiao Bao grinned, as if he would be happy if he could make his father smell bad.
Liang Chen was completely charmed. I couldn't help but laugh along.
It stinks even worse than rotten eggs. Dad's going to be suffocated by the smell. Speak to a baby in a gentle tone and use exaggerated facial expressions.
That way they can understand what the adults are saying.
After tidying up Xiao Bao until he smelled nice, Liang Chen put his son back in the crib and watched him entertain himself. To be honest, the baby is quite easy to take care of when he's not crying.
When the time came, Liang Chen woke Xiao Meijin up.
Since giving birth and returning to work, Xiao Meichin has rarely been able to get a good night's sleep.
Liang Chen didn't come before. Even with Aunt Jo's help, Xiao Meijin was constantly on edge.
After Liang Chen appeared, the situation changed.
She relaxed completely, slept much better, and felt safe and at ease.
Upon waking up, Xiao Meijin couldn't help but smile when she saw that Liang Chen had taken good care of the children.
A feeling of happiness welled up inside me. I've expressed some milk. You can feed the babies later. I'm going to work now. Xiao Meichin gave each of the babies a kiss.
Finally, she brushed against Liang Chen's cheek and then ran out the door shyly. It would be so great if I could earn money without having to work.
Ah, Why do people need to earn money?
Otherwise, they could stay home and play with their babies, and also get closer to their husbands. Xiao Meijin shook her head, wondering how she could have such thoughts of getting something for nothing. I only decided to work hard before going to bed to reduce Liang Chen's burden. Now she has to go to work hard and earn money to support her children and husband.
After feeding the babies, Liang Chen took them to the living room to play. Children shouldn't stay in one place all the time, it's bad for their development.
I saw Aunt Zhou preparing to wash the baby's clothes.
Liang Chen stepped forward to help.
No need, Mr. Liang, I can do it myself.
I want to get used to it first, Aunt Zhou, let me do it. Become. Aunt Zhou told Liang Chen that he should use baby-specific laundry detergent when washing the baby's clothes. Adults' children's.
Liang Chen nodded, remembering all the points Aunt Zhou had mentioned that needed attention.
That evening, when Xiao Meijin returned, she told Liang Chen some good news.
Today, school leaders came to observe my class and told me that I can be officially hired next month. I heard from other teachers that their salary would increase by 3,800 yuan after they became permanent employees, and other benefits would also increase accordingly.
Xiao Meijin was as happy as a child. It's not easy for teachers to become permanent staff these days.
Xiao Meijin originally thought it would take her 3 months or 5 or 6 months to become a permanent staff member.
I didn't expect it would only take a month. Congratulations, my wife. My wife is amazing. Liang Chen was proud of her. A new day has begun, and Aunt Zhou is about to leave. Xiao Meijin settled her wages. How come there's an extra 1,000?
When Aunt Zhou learned that this was a thoughtful gift from Xiao Meijin, she refused to accept it no matter what.
Miss Xiao, it's not easy for you two young people to take care of 3 babies.
Children need money for everything: food, drink, toileting, etc.
Money should be spent wisely. Put it away. I don't want it. Xiao Meijin pushed the money back, smiling as she said, Aunt Zhou, please accept it. Thank you for taking care of us these past few days. Besides, we too are inexperienced in raising children, and will need to ask you for advice on things we don't understand. If you don't accept it, how can we ask you together? Liang Chen added, Aunt Zhou, we're so grateful to you these past few days. Otherwise, Meijin would definitely be overwhelmed. You've helped us so much, please accept this. Otherwise, we won't feel at ease.
Aunt Zhou sighed, hesitated for a moment, and finally accepted it.
Okay, I'll accept it then, thank you. Xiao Meijin only has classes in the morning today, she has free time in the afternoon.
Liang Chen remembered that he could now collect the house that the system had rewarded him with.
He said mysteriously, honey, how about we take the babies out for a stroll this afternoon? Taking your baby out for a stroll? Want to go shopping? No.
Liang Chen smiled without saying a word, you'll find out this afternoon.
Seeing Liang Chen's mysterious demeanor, Xiao Meijin couldn't help but become curious.
Every time I go to work, I can't bear to part with 3 glutinous rice balls.
As soon as Xiao Meijin went to school, Liang Chen began preparing things for the children to take out in the afternoon. First, there's the stroller. They provide a 3-row stroller as a gift from the system. It is of very good quality and can seat 3 babies at a time, which is very convenient and worry-free. Besides strollers, you also need to prepare diapers, small clothes, small towels, and formula for the babies. There's a lot to prepare after all that tidying up. Looking at the baby's innocent smiles, Liang Chen's heart melted. How can there be such an adorable baby in the world? Such an adorable baby is my own child. That's so wonderful. The 3 little ones waved their little hands and giggled when they heard their father's words. What are you laughing at? You all think Dad is handsome, right? Wow, you have such good taste at such a young age. Babies, Daddy wants to tell you that we now have our own home, we're not renting anymore. Daddy will work hard to give you and Mommy a good life. Perhaps sensing the emotions their father was conveying, the little ones started laughing happily again, their tiny toes bulging. Wow, those little feet smell so good. It's so pink and cute, I really want to take a bite. Liang Chen came over and took a sniff. Wow, it smells so good. De Bao's smells good, Air Bao smells good too, but when you smell Xiao Bao's toes, good grief, he doesn't give you any face at all and kicks you right in the nose. Ha, it doesn't actually hurt at all. The baby only has so little strength at this age, it's just scratching an itch. Chapter 27 Xiao Meijin, what's my husband up to? Time really flies. Before we knew it, it was afternoon.
The wind was blowing through the treetops, a gentle breeze just right. Seeing that the weather was nice and there was no strong sun, Liang Chen thought it was a good time to go out.
Honey, it's time to go out. Good. Liang Chen, you still haven't told me where you're taking me and the babies. It's a secret, you'll find out soon enough. Xiao Meijin pouted, gave Liang Chen a dissatisfied look, and remained mysterious, not saying where she was going. Taking children out is not an easy task. Fortunately, Liang Chen had already prepared the babies in advance. The triplets' belongings filled the backpack to the brim. There is no elevator in the building. Liang Chen first carried the stroller downstairs, then carried the babies down one by one. You know what, there's a lot of stuff here. After 1 or 2 trips, I broke out in a lot of sweat. Liang Chen, you've worked hard. It's not hard work, let's go.
The car has been equipped with a special safety seat for babies.
Exactly 3. With Xiao Meichin included, there's just enough room to sit.
Liang Chen was thinking that he should buy a nanny van as soon as possible, as it would be more spacious and convenient to take the babies out in the future.
Mingyue Bay is about a 20-minute drive from where I live now.
Driving along Jiangbei Avenue, you can see the river along the way, and there is also a riverside park nearby. The scenery is very beautiful. At the same time, Mingyue Bay is not far from the school, which will make it convenient for Xiao Meichin to go to work in the future. Having lived in Nanning for many years, Liang Chen knows how to get around without using a navigation system.
Xiao Meijin looked at Liang Chen curiously, wondering what he was up to.
The car stopped. Xiao Meichin saw an incredibly luxurious and grand gate to the residential complex. The appearance of the family of 5 immediately attracted the attention of those around them. Putting aside the triplets, the couple's good looks alone amazed all passers-by. Today, Liang Chen is wearing a white casual shirt paired with khaki flowy ice silk pants that really accentuate his figure. With his height of around 1.8 meters, he looks both tall and handsome. Xiao Meichin was also dressed casually, and their styles were perfectly matched. The addition of 3 adorable little babies instantly caught the attention of passers-by. Liang Chen pushed the stroller. The 3 little ones lay inside, curiously observing their surroundings through the gauze curtain. They could hear the sounds of cars, birds, and people talking outside. All of this was incredibly new and exciting for the babies. Wow, look at that family, they're so good looking. My dad is tall and handsome, and my mom is beautiful and has a great presence. They have such great figures. I wish I could have half their physique. I wish I had a husband like that. They seem so loving. My goodness, so many babies. They're twins and triplets, and all 3 look exactly alike. This baby is so cute, he's sure to be very good looking when he grows up. I cried. I wish it were my baby. However, quite the opposite of their family. Not far away, there was a couple in their 20s with their baby. The child was already rolling around on the ground crying, while the 2 parents, both born in the 1990s, just sat there holding their phones. I spent time with my child while playing King of Glory. I saw a couple chatting and laughing with their triplets. The woman put down her phone and looked at her husband with dissatisfaction. Look at him, he's younger, taller, and more handsome than you, and he even loves his kids. And you? Your daughter has been rolling around for so long, and you haven't even hugged her once. The man frowned in displeasure. Aren't you the same? How dare you criticize me? Look at her, she's beautiful and elegant, and so good to her husband. And look at yourself, all you do is play games all day. You don't even clean the house, all you do is play on your phone and play games. You're deliberately trying to start a fight, aren't you? Xiao Meichin overheard their conversation and felt sorrow for their child. If you encounter 2 irresponsible parents, who knows what kind of children they will become? It is said that parents are the best teachers for their children, and Xiao Meichin felt sorry for the little girl. Seeing that Xiao Meijin was absent-minded, Liang Chen asked with concern, "Wife, what's wrong?" Xiao Meichin was stunned for a moment. Then, her eyes sparkled with affection, and she smiled as she replied, "It's nothing, it's just that the thought of you and the babies with me makes me so happy." Her eyes and eyebrows were curved, and she looked incredibly beautiful. Xiao Meichin revealed Liang Chen's inner thoughts. Isn't he the same? With Xiao Meichin and her baby by my side, I'm full of motivation no matter what I do. The scenery outside the gate of the residential area is very beautiful. Everywhere you look there are green trees and flowers, it's a feast for the eyes. There was no sun at the time, and a gentle breeze was blowing. Liang Chen opened the curtain of the stroller. Here you are, babies. Mommy and Daddy will show you the world outside. Mingyue Bay is a river view property, located right next to the Yong River. Here, babies can feel the gentle breeze blowing from the river. I heard the cheerful chirping of birds in the treetops, smelled a faint fragrance, and saw petals dancing in the air. Everything was so new and exciting, and the triplets waved their little arms and legs excitedly as they flew around. However, Liang Chen noticed something amiss. Hurry up and check Dibao's diapers. It really is our big Paula pooping. Were you too excited and couldn't hold it in? You should learn from your younger siblings. Xiao Mei Chen also smelled the foul odor at this moment. It turns out that Dibao was too excited and couldn't hold his poop in, so it slipped out. Unlike his parents' smiling expressions, Dibao, who was excited just moments before, now had a scrunched up face, looking constipated and clearly uncomfortable. Honey, stop teasing us and hurry up and get the diaper out. Oh dear, look how uncomfortable our baby is, his little face is so pitiful.
Sweetie, Lele, Mommy and Daddy are going to clean your bottom. Liang Chen nodded and quickly took out the new diapers.
And tissues and wet wipes are also indispensable. Xiao Mei Chen's disposable diapers are very convenient. Even if they get soiled, you can simply tear off the tape on the back, roll them up, and throw them away. It won't get on an adult's hands.
It won't leak poop, which is very convenient.
After tidying up Dibao and making him look neat and tidy, the little guy smiled happily again.
They're so cute, like flowers blooming in a flower bed. Okay, babies, let's keep walking with Mommy and Daddy. Xiao Mei Jin didn't know where Liang Chen was taking her and the babies. She quietly followed along. This seems to be the first time the family of 5 has gone out for a walk.
Xiao Mei Chen felt that every gust of wind carried a sweet and happy scent.
On the way, Xiao Mei Jin noticed that many girls were secretly looking at Liang Chen.
Xiao Mei Chen felt a mix of emotions, a sense of pride mixed with jealousy. How despicable it is to have designs on your own man.
Mingyue Bay is a high-end residential community, and non-residents basically cannot enter.
As I approached the gate, several security guards silently observed me. As a result, Liang Chen walked to the access card area, swiped his face, and the door opened with a whoosh. Several security guards were puzzled.
Was this a new resident of the community?
They had no recollection of him at all.
Chapter 28 Going Mad, Husband, is the house really yours?
After confirming Liang Chen's identity as a homeowner, several security guards warmly gave them directions.
As they entered the residential area, Xiao Mei Jin was very surprised. Honey, what are we doing here? Do you have any friends living here? Liang Chen shook his head.
No, but we'll be living here from now on.
Ah? Living here? Do you rent a place here? This neighborhood is in a good location and looks impressive.
Renting here for a month would cost at least several thousand, or even tens of thousands.
Too expensive.
Liang Chen smiled slightly, knowing his wife would find out soon enough.
Honey, we live in a walk-up apartment now, which is inconvenient for taking the baby up and down the stairs.
Also, there aren't many playground facilities for children in this old neighborhood.
I want to change the environment for the kids so it will be more convenient when they grow up. The children are growing so fast, they look different every day.
Not only is going up and down stairs every day tiring for babies, but it also poses safety risks.
What if I accidentally fall and get hurt?
If it's just one baby, you can carry them up and down the stairs.
The problem is that they have triplets, which is indeed inconvenient.
When I took the babies out just now, Xiao Mei Chen noticed a problem going downstairs.
She realized that moving to a different house was the right choice. It's much more convenient to take the babies out for a walk in an apartment building with an elevator.
They hadn't even reached the bottom of the stairs yet. I passed by a small garden where a few women were playing with 2 babies. The 2 babies are about 7 or 8 months old, chubby and very strong. I saw the couple pushing the stroller over.
Their eyes involuntarily fell on the stroller, their faces filled with curiosity. Oh my God, what did I just see? Triplets. They're like elves, so adorable.
Such a beautiful baby must be about 3 months old.
Mom and Dad are so young. Look at them, they got married at such a young age. My husband is over 30 and doesn't even have a girlfriend. Asking him to go on blind dates is like asking him to die. Oh my God, when will I ever be able to hold my grandson? You all have kids to hold, I'm so envious. Triplets, they look so alike. I wonder which one is a boy and which one is a girl.
If all 3 are boys, the parents will be under a lot of pressure.
Several women in the garden were discussing in amazement how cute the babies were.
People who don't have grandchildren yet, upon seeing the beautiful triplets, would launch into a tirade of complaints against their own children. I hope they can get married soon, and they can hold their adorable grandson. The couple overheard the conversation and, smiling, led their babies over. We went downstairs. Step into the elevator, and with a ding, we arrived quickly. The apartment is on the 5th floor. The apartment is a single-level building with 1 unit per floor. As soon as I stepped out of the elevator, the motion-activated lights in the hallway turned on. As expected of a luxury mansion, the hallway is beautifully decorated and quite high-end. They were the only household on this floor. What comes into view are double armored doors that open to the top. Fingerprint unlocking at the main entrance is easy and convenient. Because I have babies with me. Liang Chen was still worried, so he communicated with the system in his mind, "Is the air content in the house normal?" The system replied, "Please rest assured, the entire house is decorated with safe and environmentally friendly materials, and contains no formaldehyde or any harmful gases." Liang Chen nodded. The system is as thoughtful as ever. I just don't know what the interior design style will be like. Beep, the door opens. What appeared in Liang Chen's view was indeed a luxuriously decorated place. It belongs to the light luxury type of interior design style. It looks luxurious yet cozy, with a touch of romance. The house has a very innovative design, which separates the active and quiet areas. After entering through the front door, you'll find yourself in the entryway. To the left of the entrance hall are the living room, dining room, and a balcony with a view, while to the right is the master bedroom. The two fell in love with the house's decor at first sight as soon as they entered. The apartment is on the 5th floor, almost as tall as the trees in the neighborhood. Walking around at home feels like stepping on treetops. It's a very novel experience. The living room and dining room are connected, and the kitchen combines Chinese and Western styles. The living and dining area on the left has a span of nearly 130 square meters. There is also a large scenic terrace outside. You can see the Yong River from up there. The view is absolutely stunning. Wow, Liang Chen, look, it's so beautiful looking towards the river from here. Enjoy the scenery during the day, and the night view at night. Liang Chen put down his backpack and pushed the stroller to Xiao Meijin's side. Let the babies tour the house with them. This community features Riverview Apartments, boasting not only beautiful scenery but also unique landscaping. What a novel design! The living room and dining room are connected. It's such a large space. There's a Western-style kitchen next door, where you can sit and have tea, coffee, or chat. Behind it is a Chinese-style kitchen where you can cook delicious food by closing the door. The smell won't waft out and affect the babies. They are standing on a scenic balcony. It's called a balcony, but it's actually more like a terrace. Xiao Meichin estimated that it should be about 30 to 40 square meters in area. And this is the extra space included in the house. In total, the actual usable area of their home exceeds 329 square meters. A small koi pond was built on the balcony so that fish can be kept in it. It carries auspicious meanings such as prosperity, abundance year after year, and fish leaping over the dragon gate. The area on the left is the living and dining area. The rest area on the right has 5 rooms. There is a master bedroom for the male and female owners, 3 children's rooms, and another guest room. Each room has an extra balcony area included. The room is spacious and airy, with enough room to sleep and move around. Overall, Liang Chen was very satisfied with the fully furnished apartment that the system rewarded him with. He smiled and asked Xiao Meichin, "How is it? Do you like it?" The word "like" was written all over Xiao Meichin's face. But soon, the joy on his face gradually faded. Such a nice house must cost more than 10,000 yuan in rent per month, right? In a typical new residential complex, a 5-bedroom apartment can already fetch several thousand yuan in rent. This is a high-end residential area with a good location, river views, beautiful decoration, and a good layout. I'm afraid they won't even be able to cover the rent of 10,000 yuan per month. Xiao Meichin was very calm. The house was nice, and she liked it very much, but renting it would be too much of a financial burden. Liang Chen smiled and said, "It won't cost that much money, and we don't need to rent it." "No need to rent?" Xiao Meichin asked, puzzled. "Yes, we don't need to rent, because the house belongs to us. I've already bought it." After saying that, he took out the property certificate and other documents from his backpack. Xiao Meijin was completely stunned when she saw the documents in Liang Chen's hand. The property certificate clearly lists Liang Chen's name. Xiao Meijin was stunned for a long time, then blinked and asked Liang Chen, "Is this house really yours?"
You bought it? Xiao Meijin took a deep breath. This was too crazy, she couldn't quite handle it. Chapter 29, Preparing to Move, The Persistent Landlord. Is Liang Chen's family really not a bank?
In the Mingyue Bay area, houses cost at least 60,000 yuan per square meter. This large single-level apartment has a floor area of 329 square meters. That would require at least 19,740,000 yuan.
This is based on Xiao Meichin's lowest estimate. The actual price is likely much higher.
It's not impossible for it to be over 20 million.
Why would you spend so much money just to change your baby's environment? Is it worth it? Liang Chen smiled and said seriously, it's worth it. It's worth spending any amount of money to provide a better environment for babies.
Honey, when we have more money in the future, I'll buy a villa for you and the babies to experience.
We can take turns living in the house.
Xiao Meijin covered her mouth, threw herself into his arms, and burst into tears.
Honey, you've already given us enough, we don't need to buy a villa.
Liang Chen gently put his arm around her waist, with so much to say but not knowing where to begin.
Finally, he patted Xiao Meichin on the back and said firmly, Wife, I will work hard to give you and the babies a good life.
He had lost count of how many times he had said this. But these were words that flowed from his heart.
Xiao Meijin hugged him tightly. She could feel Liang Chen's sincerity.
After composing themselves, the couple picked up each baby and took them on a tour of their new house.
Chi-Chi, look, this is the new house Daddy gave you. Isn't it beautiful? Daddy loves the babies so much. Chi-Chi will be a good girl with her brothers from now on, okay? These are the babies' beds, do you like them? The second child, nestled in his mother's arms, blinked his curious eyes, looking left and right. Children are curious about everything. They don't know that this is their new home. But wherever their parents are, that's their home.
When they arrived at the unfamiliar place, Xiao Bao was a little scared and kept clinging to his father's arms. De Bao watched quietly, without crying or making a fuss, and wasn't afraid of strangers.
Compared to them, the second child was more excited.
Finally, the babies got tired, so the couple sat down in the living room to breastfeed them. The two discussed it and decided to move in as soon as they got back and packed their things.
The system is very thoughtfully designed.
In addition to 3 children's rooms, a crib is also arranged in the master bedroom, right next to their bed. The babies are still small at this stage, so it's convenient for them to share a room with the couple to take care of them.
So, are you satisfied with the house? Xiao Meichin was filled with joy and satisfaction.
On her way home, Xiao Meichin felt incredibly lighthearted.
Pack your things and move out without warning.
However, we only had half a day today, and the move was too rushed.
Liang Chen suggested that they pack up first and move over tomorrow.
Even though the babies are only 2 months old, we found there was quite a lot of stuff when we were packing up. There are also items that Xiao Meichin used during her pregnancy. When they were sorted out, there were so many bags that they couldn't possibly fill them all.
Liang Chen discovered a problem.
The mother has very few clothes, and almost none of them are expensive.
There are very few items that cost more than 200 yuan. This made Liang Chen feel extremely distressed.
She secretly vowed to herself that she would buy Xiao Meijin more beautiful clothes in the future. Xiao Meichin has few clothes, but she is very generous with her money when it comes to her babies.
The little ones have way more clothes than their mother. Honey, there's too much stuff. Take a rest and we can unpack later.
Okay, I'll fold the baby's clothes and go cook.
I'll clean up after we've eaten.
This time, Liang Chen unleashed his culinary mastery. The delicious aroma wafted out of the window, making even Big Yellow, who was playing outside the neighborhood, drool with envy. Xiao Meijin sniffed. She noticed that Liang Chen's cooking seemed to smell even better.
Sure enough, during the meal, Xiao Meichin was almost overwhelmed by her beauty.
Oh my god, it smells so good and tastes so delicious.
Honey, this is the best dish I've ever eaten. You're amazing.
Xiao Meichin spared no praise, showering her with compliments.
It's really delicious.
With Liang Chen's cooking skills, she no longer wants to eat out.
I'm so happy to be able to eat my husband's cooking every day.
Xiao Meichin felt that she was the happiest woman in the world.
Seeing Xiao Meijin's reaction, Liang Chen smiled.
If she says she likes it, then I'll make it for her every day from now on. At the same time, I was amazed by how awesome the system's skills were.
After finishing our meal, we continued packing our luggage. By the time I finished tidying up, it was already 10 p.m.
The couple discussed that they would start moving the next day after Xiao Meijin finished her class.
Xiao Mei Chin can't wait to move in with her babies.
She texted the landlord in advance to say she was no longer renting the place.
What? Girl, you're not renting anywhere else? Why did you suddenly decide to move out? Is the rent too high? Well, Auntie will give you a discount. The landlord was genuinely surprised to see Xiao Mei Chin's message.
Her son keeps saying he wants to marry Xiao Mei Chin.
If Xiao Mei Chin moves away, where will she find someone to live with?
Although a man appeared at their house a few days ago.
But judging from their young age, they probably don't have much money.
I definitely don't have the ability to raise 3 babies. Even if Xiao Mei Chin really has something going on with the other party, poverty makes life miserable for couples. If they raise their children together in the future, they will definitely separate for money.
Reality is just that cruel. The landlord understood this very well.
Therefore, even though the landlord felt that Xiao Mei Chin had a man, he was unwilling to give up. Good women like Xiao Mei Chin are hard to find these days. Even with 3 babies, it's not a problem.
Auntie, it's not that the rent is expensive, it's that my husband bought a house and we've moved to the new one. Upon seeing the reply, Xiao Mei Chin was stunned and replied truthfully. Huh? Your husband? You're married? You even bought a house? Mei Jin, are you really not going to consider my son?
We own several properties that we rent out, and my son doesn't mind if you bring your child along. When the landlord heard Xiao Mei Jin say that they had bought a house, he was surprised, but he still tried to persuade her.
Xiao Mei Chin was speechless.
Xiao Mei Jin had met the landlord's son a few times. He was chubby, wore glasses, and had the air of a typical nerdy guy. Xiao Mei Chin felt a strong aversion to the other person from the very first time she met him. Later, when they learned that the landlord intended for them to get to know each other, they became even more averse to it.
Xiao Mei Jin didn't want Liang Chen to misunderstand. Auntie, I can't tell you where the house was bought. Besides, I have no feelings for your son. How many houses your family owns is none of my business. I hope you won't say things like that again. Upon hearing Xiao Mei Jin's words, the landlord became anxious and asked, What do you mean? Have you forgotten who took you in when you couldn't afford rent? Could you rent such a nice place elsewhere with that amount of money?
It's okay if you don't have feelings for my son. He's a very nice person and knows how to care for others.
Feelings can be cultivated over time. Xiao Mei Chin took a deep breath. What? You took me in? Didn't I pay all the rent I owed later? Your son's kindness is none of my business. Just because I rented your house doesn't mean I have to marry your son. Auntie, please don't overthink it. Chapter 32 Punches, you've been stalking and secretly filming, huh? I'll kill you.
Xiao Mei Chin was afraid that Liang Chen would misunderstand. Tell the landlady not to get any ideas. She has a husband and children. How many houses they own or how much money they have is none of her business. I was planning to hand over the keys to the landlord before moving tomorrow. In this situation, Xiao Mei Chin decided to leave the keys with the property management and let them pick them up themselves.
When Liang Chen first came to Xiao Mei Jin's place,
I knew someone was trying to poach my employees. He was very unhappy, thinking about his wife while the mother and son were just dreaming.
We've decided to return the keys.
Thinking about moving tomorrow, the couple were so excited they couldn't sleep that night.
I finally have a home of my own.
A warm sense of security welled up in my heart. The next day, after returning from class, Xiao Mei Chin began moving. The two rolled up their sleeves, full of energy. Because there was too much stuff, Liang Chen finally decided to hire a moving company for help.
Tell the moving company the address, and loading is complete. Once everything is ready, let's get started.
Liang Chen drove, with Xiao Mei Jin and the babies following behind the moving company's truck.
Looking in the rearview mirror, Liang Chen noticed that a car was following them.
When they were in the old neighborhood, Liang Chen keenly sensed that someone seemed to be following them.
Liang Chen continued driving without showing any emotion.
On the other side, Lin Jiadong, inside the van, was furious. His dream girl actually has a husband and has moved.
She actually rejected his feelings with the baby's father.
Lin Jiadong learned from his mother last night that Xiao Mei Jin was moving today and would no longer be renting their house.
He cried all night and was furious all night.
When Xiao Mei Chin moved out, he felt he had lost the most important thing in his life.
He cried and cried, feeling very unwilling to accept it. Even if Xiao Mei Chin moves, he still wants to know where she moves to.
When Lin Jiadong first met Xiao Meijin, he fell in love with this dignified and elegant woman at first sight. Even though she was already pregnant, Lin Jiadong still couldn't suppress his feelings for her. However, he was insecure and never dared to express his feelings. I'm usually content just to catch a glimpse of her from afar. He used to go with his mother when she went to collect rent. He could be happy all day long just by exchanging a few words with Xiao Meichin, whether intentionally or unintentionally. His feelings couldn't be hidden from his mother. At the same time, his mother also had a very good impression of Xiao Meichin. With her discerning eye, she could naturally see that Xiao Meichin was a good woman. Later, they learned that Xiao Meichin had been living alone. The mother and son guessed that Xiao Meichin must have met a scumbag and been abandoned. Upon learning this conclusion, Lin Jiadong was overjoyed. Xiao Meichin was dumped by a scumbag, so isn't this her chance? After the baby is born. How could a girl like her afford it? Since no relatives or friends usually visit her, the landlord is even more convinced that it will be very difficult for Xiao Meichin to raise her child alone in the future. The mother and son plan to use some methods to coerce Xiao Meijin after she gave birth to the child. Maybe she'll agree to marry Lin Jiadong for the sake of the child? The two of them had very high hopes for the future. Unexpectedly, the child was less than 3 months old. Just as they were putting their methods into action, Liang Chen appeared, causing their entire plan to fail. Lin Jiadong has always regarded Xiao Meijin as his goddess and has always longed to marry her. But today she's actually leaving my sight. He can't accept this result. So, he drove to the neighborhood early this morning, intending to secretly follow the other person. All you need to know is where they moved to. I can secretly go and see her again later. Lin Jiadong's gaze fell on the camera in the passenger seat, and he was satisfied. He just took many photos of Xiao Meichin secretly in the neighborhood. Wow, my goddess looks so beautiful holding a baby. I wish the child were my own. Lin Jiadong couldn't help but smile when he pictured Xiao Meijin in his mind. Ahead, Xiao Meichin noticed that the route was different from yesterday's. Moreover, Liang Chen didn't keep up with the moving company's truck. She frowned and asked, "Honey, are you taking a different route?" Liang Chen shook his head. He had something to take care of and would be going to the residential area later. Xiao Meijin responded with an "oh," and seeing Liang Chen's nonchalant expression, she didn't seem to care and turned back to continue playing with the 3 babies. After driving around in circles, Liang Chen finally drove to a residential area near the police station. Later, Lin Jiadong saw Liang Chen's car enter the residential area. His expression gradually became excited. This is where the goddess's new home is. However, just as he parked his car, slung his camera over his shoulder, and was about to follow. At a corner of an intersection, he was punched in the face by a clay pot. Suddenly, an incredibly handsome man appeared before him, exuding an imposing aura. Liang Chen stared coldly at the man wearing a baseball cap. I knew someone was there. Tracking, huh? Taking photos secretly, huh? As Liang Chen spoke, he went up and punched the other man twice more, leaving him with a bruised and swollen face. The man in the baseball cap may be fat and big, but he's a complete weakling. He was knocked down after taking 3 punches from Liang Chen. Liang Chen grew up in the countryside and was very wild as a child. They did all sorts of things, like climbing mountains to raid bird nests and catching fish in rivers. Later, when he went to school, he was targeted because he was too handsome, and he got into fights with male classmates quite often. Although he toned it down a lot during college, Liang Chen was never someone to be trifled with. After knocking his opponent down with 3 punches, Liang Chen was still not satisfied and went up to deliver a few more kicks. You were secretly filming and following my wife and kids, weren't you? Do you want to die? I'll kill you. Liang Chen will not let anyone who dares to threaten his wife and children get away with it. This guy's behavior has crossed his line. Liang Chen already had a guess about the identity of the person wearing the baseball cap. The other party must be the landlord's son. I picked up the camera from the ground and turned it on. Sure enough, it was full of photos of Xiao Meichin. I got caught on camera too. Liang Chen, like a ferocious lion, kicked him in the stomach again. Luckily, I discovered it in time, otherwise he would have found out where I lived. Who knows, Xiao Meijin might be harassed by him in the future. Damn it, don't touch my camera. Upon seeing Liang Qindong's own camera, Lin Jiadong, despite the pain, lunged at Liang Qindong like a madman. However, Liang Chen was a skilled fighter and easily defeated him. The thought of secretly filming and stalking filled Liang Chen with a terrifyingly gloomy expression.
This hidden danger must be dealt with today.
Thinking of this, Liang Chen shouted, "Everyone come quick!
We've caught a stalker taking photos without permission. There's a pervert here, secretly filming and stalking women." The conflict between the two had been witnessed by many people in the neighborhood. Now it dawned on me we'd actually caught a perverted stalker. This is outrageous. The police station is right next door. They've been following and secretly filming people in their neighborhood. They're incredibly audacious. Everyone come and see.
This guy secretly filmed my wife and kids.
The camera is full of pictures. He's been caught red-handed. I've caught that pervert.
As Liang Chen shouted, more and more people gathered around the neighborhood. They despise these kinds of people the most. If they dare to stalk and secretly film someone today, they'll dare to commit a crime tomorrow.
This kind of person should never be let off the hook.
The residents of the neighborhood angrily shouted, "Let's go, take this pervert to the police station.
Let the police deal with him." Good heavens!
There's a perpetrator taking photos upskirts in our neighborhood.
Arrest him immediately.
If word gets out that there's a perpetrator taking photos in our neighborhood, it might affect property values.
We should arrest him and take him to the police station immediately. Thank you so much, sir. I know people at the police station. I'll go get them right away. Chapter 31. Come here, let me rub it for you, it'll make you feel better. Upon hearing that he was being taken to the police station, Lin Jiadong struggled frantically. But Liang Chen and the enthusiastic crowd around him held him firmly down. So, you still want to run away? You dare to do it but not admit it, huh?
I hate people who take photos without my consent more than anything else in my life.
It's people like you who have made society such a mess.
The residents of the community were outraged.
Soon, several people came over from the police station.
"Officer, over there, the pervert who was secretly filming is him." The man caught the woman secretly filming the young man's wife red-handed.
Several police officers checked the camera and found it was indeed true. It's full of secretly taken photos.
Besides the camera, there are quite a lot more on my phone.
Young man, thank you.
They have made contributions to the general public.
Is it convenient for me to go to the police station to make a statement?
They were caught red-handed, there's nothing more to say. Lin Jiadong could not deny it, and several police officers arrested him and took him back.
Liang Chen smiled and shook his head. Officer, I still need to move. My wife and kids are waiting for me. Can I not go?
The lead policeman nodded, indicating that there was no problem.
Okay, we'll take the person back now.
Thanks, young man. Finally, surrounded by residents of the community, Lin Jiadong was arrested by the police and taken to the police station.
Before leaving, Lin Jiadong stared intently at Liang Chen, as if trying to remember him. Liang Chen's eyes were cold.
If the police don't teach him a lesson this time, they'll let him run into the other person again next time. Liang Chen wouldn't send him to the police station. Instead, he would break his leg. Because he was worried about disturbing Xiao Meijin and the babies, Liang Chen parked the car elsewhere. Xiao Meijin spent time with her babies in the car. Through the car window, I saw a large number of people gathering in one place. But I couldn't hear what they were saying through the car window.
Just as Xiao Meijin was wondering why Liang Chen had been gone for so long,
the car door was opened again.
Liang Chen, where did you go? It's nothing, everything's been resolved. Let's go to our new home.
Liang Chen smiled easily. He didn't want to think about what Xiao Meijin had just said. He hoped that Xiao Meijin would always be happy and carefree, without any worries.
Okay. Xiao Meijin raised an eyebrow.
She guessed that something must have happened just now, otherwise there wouldn't have been so many people gathered together. But since Liang Chen chose not to tell me, there must be a reason. Since that's the case, she decided not to ask any further. The two composed themselves and continued on their way to their new home.
Liang Chen drove Lin Jiadong here. They just didn't want the other party to know their new home address.
This will prevent the other party from continuing to harass them in the future. When they arrived at the residential area, the moving company was already waiting for them.
By the time we finished moving and packed everything up, it was almost evening. Moving is tiring. But the couple's spirits kept improving.
The two of them took out all the things the babies usually used and put them in a conspicuous place. Clothes, shoes, diapers, and other items are also stored together.
When you need it in the future, you can find it right away. It was lunchtime. I'm going to check on the babies in the crib. I'll make you something delicious later. After wiping Liang Chen's sweat, Xiao Meijin followed him over. I also went to see the babies. We'll cook together later. Xiao Meijin is not a pampered young lady who never lifts a finger. She can cook. Although her cooking skills are not as good as Liang Chen's, she is more than capable of helping out with small tasks. Babies are not used to new environments and feel insecure. I don't sleep well and often wake up. She opened her eyes and saw her parents, then quickly fell asleep again. In a baby's subconscious, they feel safe as long as their parents are around. You can sleep soundly now. Looking at their 3 sleeping babies, the couple tiptoed out of the room, arriving at the cooking station to prepare a meal. Wow, what a high-class kitchen. All kinds of pots, pans, bowls, appliances, microwave ovens, and more are available. It combines Chinese and Western cooking styles, with 2 kitchens, one inside and one outside, and it's very spacious. This was Liang Chen's first time experiencing such a luxurious kitchen. I wonder how the food cooked in the new kitchen will taste. The couple cooked together in the kitchen for the first time after moving into their new home. The master chef's skills are very useful. Every time Xiao Meijin eats Liang Chen's cooking, she can eat until her belly is round. Liang Chen, if this keeps up, you're going to fatten me up. Liang Chen thought for a moment and said that eating too much is not good. He suggested that the child eat less in the future and he would go get him some digestive tablets. Xiao Meijin said she couldn't control her appetite. I don't want to eat so much, but how can I possibly do that? Liang Chen smiled helplessly. So you've gained weight, and you're going to blame me? Xiao Meijin raised her chin and said, yes, who else is to blame but you? People used to eat very little. If your cooking was even slightly unpalatable, I wouldn't have eaten so much. Ha? You can blame me for this? How shameless. It's all your fault, it's all because you're too outstanding. Seriously, honey, you cook so well. If you ever opened a restaurant, it would be a huge success. Liang Chen shook his head. Right now, I just want to focus on taking care of the babies, and only do business with you, making the food you like. But I've decided now that next time I'll cook less food, or make it less tasty, so you won't overeat. I haven't had enough to eat yet, and you treat me like this? Doesn't your heart hurt? No, I'm doing this for your own good, I have the best conscience. It feels so good to eat in my new home. The couple ate and chatted, creating a very harmonious atmosphere. Xiao Meijin was too full, so Liang Chen gave her some digestive tablets. After finishing her meal, she stood up and stretched around the room for a bit. Liang Chen couldn't help but laugh when he saw that she walked like a penguin. That evening, as Xiao Meijin was getting her clothes ready to take a shower, her brow suddenly furrowed. Meijin, what's wrong? Seeing Xiao Meijin's uncomfortable expression, Liang Chen asked her what was wrong. Your legs are a bit. Are your legs numb? Here, don't move, let me help you sit down for a while. Liang Chen guessed that Xiao Meijin was probably packing and moving these past 2 days, and that she hadn't recovered her energy after giving birth. He then quickly took Xiao Meijin's hand and carefully helped her back to bed. I'll wash up later. It could be dangerous to slip and fall while taking a shower. Seeing Liang Chen's nervous expression, Xiao Meijin couldn't help but smile. It's nothing, it was just a momentary numbness, it will be fine soon, don't worry. Even so, seeing Liang Chen's concerned expression, Xiao Meijin felt a sweet warmth in her heart. Whether it's a tingling numbness or an accidental twist, you need to be careful. After saying that, Liang Chen took off Xiao Meijin's shoes and rolled up her trouser legs. Come here, Meijin, let me massage your legs. Massage your legs? Xiao Meijin blushed and felt dizzy. Yes, it feels better after massaging it. Chapter 32. Moving into the new house, the mother-in-law calls. Xiao Meijin originally wanted to refuse. But thinking about how good Liang Chen had been to her these past few days, she decided to stay with him from now on. She thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "Thank you for your help. You're the mother of my child, what trouble could you possibly have?" Liang Chen smiled warmly. He then placed Xiao Meijin's snow-white legs on his own thighs and began to slowly massage them. It's similar to the massage you give your baby. However, the intensity is greater. It must be said that Liang Chen's technique was very skilled, and the force was just right. Xiao Meijin felt very comfortable being massaged. The numbness in my calf muscles has gradually subsided. A few minutes passed. Xiao Meijin's face was rosy and tender.
She looked at Liang Chen with a flushed face and said, "Well, Liang Chen's legs are no longer numb and feel very comfortable."
Thank you. Ha? Oh, okay. Liang Chen secretly regretted it. His wife's legs smelled wonderful and felt great, and he hadn't had enough of massaging them yet. Seeing that Liang Chen still seemed unsatisfied, Xiao Meijin shyly put her legs down.
I put on my shoes and fled as if I were escaping.
I'm going to take a shower.
After saying that, he took the clothes and went into the bathroom without saying another word.
Today is the first night in my new home. Both of them found it very novel.
After Xiao Meijin came out of the shower, Liang Chen deliberately said that his legs were sore and numb.
Upon hearing Liang Chen's words, Xiao Meijin walked over with a concerned expression. Honey, you've been so tired these past few days. Come here, let me give you a massage.
Xiao Meijin has a unique fragrance, and she smells even better after taking a shower.
Okay, thank you for your hard work, honey. Liang Chen's heart was filled with joy.
But when she started massaging Liang Chen's legs, seeing his amused expression, the naive Xiao Meijin knew she had been deceived.
Liang Chen's legs weren't numb at all. He was lying to himself. Hate. But you know what? Xiao Meijin was completely mesmerized by Liang Chen's playful yet provocative gaze and his handsome, well-defined face.
Looking at Xiao Meichin's exquisite features and her sexy, full red lips, Liang Chen's heart stirred, and he stood up and slowly approached. Xiao Meijin felt the overwhelming masculine scent emanating from him and slowly closed her eyes. Her trembling eyebrows betrayed her nervousness.
Just as Liang Chen was about to kiss Xiao Meijin's red lips, suddenly, the baby's whimpering cries came from inside the crib.
Judging from the voice, it should be Erbao Qiqi's voice.
Why is the little one crying at this time?
Xiao Meijin was startled by the sudden sound Qiqi made. She quickly broke free from Liang Chen's embrace, got up in a panic, and hurried to the crib. Seeing her daughter kicking her little feet, her face was red from crying. Xiao Meijin quickly picked her up and comforted her, saying, "Sweetie, Qiqi, don't cry.
Mommy's here, mommy's here." Liang Chen felt helpless. I almost kissed my wife just now.
The little guy really doesn't give his dad any face, crying at such a convenient time.
The good thing just fell through. However, Liang Chen knew that a child's crying was uncontrollable.
I didn't get to kiss my wife this time, but there will be another chance next time.
The baby's crying wasn't intentional, it was to disturb them. Liang Chen got up and went to the mother and daughter's side. Looking at the whimpering baby, he asked gently, "Qiqi, what's wrong?" "Woohoo, woohoo." Upon hearing his father's voice, the little one cried even louder.
As the second baby's cries grew louder, both the first and second babies woke up.
Hearing Erbao cry, they started crying too. Lele, don't cry at night, be good. Mommy and Daddy are here. Did you poop? Or are you hungry? The little ones haven't had their last feeding in a long time. Liang Chen guessed that it wasn't because he was hungry. She was probably woken up by the baby's cries, and then she was infected by the crying and started crying too. Okay, Daddy will hug you, and you won't cry anymore. Just as Liang Chen had guessed, the babies weren't crying because they were hungry. The two of them worked together to soothe the little ones, and gradually the crying subsided. When the three mischievous little devils fell asleep again, Xiao Meijin's heart pounded as she recalled what had just happened. If the baby hadn't cried, what would have happened next? Thinking of this, the blush that had disappeared from Xiao Meijin's face reappeared, burning red. After tidying up the babies and laying them back in bed, the couple dared not make any sudden movements. They were afraid the babies would wake up again. It would be too embarrassing to be disturbed again. With her face flushed, Xiao Meijin began to try to distract herself. I found more than a dozen unread messages on my phone. When I took it, I was surprised to find that it was sent by the landlord. The entire thing was about her son. Holding her phone, Xiao Meijin understood everything that had happened during the day. It turns out that when Liang Chen was moving, he left halfway through to teach the landlord's son a lesson. The other person was following and secretly filming him, but Liang Chen discovered it and beat him up. And they even took the other party to the police station. In order not to affect himself, Liang Chen did a lot for himself behind the scenes. Thinking of how good Liang Chen had been to her, Xiao Meijin felt a sweet warmth in her heart, filled with gratitude. At the same time, I couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. That pervert Lin Jiadong actually stalked and secretly filmed me. What if the babies get hurt someday? Thank goodness Liang Chen was there. Being protected by a man like this makes me feel incredibly safe and happy. Xiao Mei Chin asked knowingly, honey, what were you doing when we moved today? I didn't do anything, just took care of some errands.
Oh, okay. It seemed that Liang Chen still didn't want to be affected, and Xiao Meijin secretly smiled.
But, silly husband, I know everything you've done. Liang Chen raised an eyebrow. Wife, what are you laughing at? Nothing, I'm just happy. I'm so incredibly happy.
Xiao Meichin's eyes were sparkling, they seemed like the most beautiful scenery in the world.
Liang Chen sighed, my wife is so cute and beautiful. Marrying her is my good fortune. Honey, it's getting late, let's go to sleep. Liang Chen habitually pulled Xiao Meijin into his arms. Sleeping with my fragrant wife in my arms feels so special. A new day.
After feeding her babies, Xiao Meichin went to work. When she returned home at noon, she received an unexpected phone call.
Upon seeing the caller ID, Xiao Meichin was immediately at a loss.
It turned out to be a call from Xiao Meichin's mother.
After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Meichin went to the balcony to answer the phone. Hey Meijin, are you that busy right now?
He doesn't answer the phone for ages, and he doesn't go home.
Do you remember when was the last time you went home? A year ago. You haven't been home for over a year, I wonder what you've been up to. After the call was connected, Xiao Meichin's mother complained into the phone.
Hearing her mother's familiar voice, Xiao Meichin's eyes welled up with tears. With a trembling voice, she said aggrievedly, Mom, I'm sorry, I've been too busy lately and haven't been home to see you.
Are you, Dad, and your brother all doing well? What's so great about it? You don't even come home, how can we possibly be together?
If I don't call you, I doubt you'll call us either.
Mom, am I wrong? Don't say anything more.
You haven't been back for over a year, and your dad is worried about you.
He asked your brother and me to go to Nanning to see you. We bought tickets for tomorrow. Is that convenient for you?
When Xiao Meichin's mother talked about going to Nanning to see her daughter, she couldn't help but hold her breath. My daughter hasn't been home for over a year. They rarely make phone calls. Xiao Meichin's mother was afraid that her daughter would refuse when she offered to visit her.
Chapter 33 The Arrival of the Mother-in-Law and Brother-in-Law.
A mother worries when her son travels 1,000 miles. Xiao Meichin hasn't been home for over a year. Xiao Meichin's mother is worried that her daughter is not doing well and is afraid to go home.
There are quite a few children in the village now. It's all because they're not doing well outside and can't earn money.
He dared not go home, afraid that his family would find out how hard he was living. Xiao Meijin was sensible from a young age and was the first graduate student in her village. This is exactly what Xiao Meichin's mother was most worried about.
Oh, Mom, you said you're coming to see me with my brother tomorrow? What, are you not available? That's convenient, that's convenient. You and your brother can come over.
Hearing her mother's words, Xiao Meichin was caught off guard and stunned for a moment. My mom is coming over, and I haven't figured out how to tell her about Liang Chen and the babies yet.
If she finds out tomorrow, will she be angry? Xiao Meichin was in a state of utter confusion. If it's convenient, then it's decided. Your brother and I will come to see you tomorrow.
Judging from her daughter's tone, Xiao Meijin's mother felt that her daughter was hiding something from her.
This further strengthened my resolve to go to Nanning. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Meichin looked worried. Liang Chen asked with concern, Honey, what happened?
Xiao Meijin thought for a moment, took a deep breath and replied, Liang Chen, my mother and brother are coming to Yongqing to see me tomorrow.
They don't know about you and the babies yet. I'm wondering if they'll be angry when they find out tomorrow. Liang Chen felt that he was definitely going to get angry. But as long as they can accept the babies, that's fine.
As for whether they will accept him or not, Liang Chen can only say that he will do his best and hopes to gain the approval of his mother-in-law and brother-in-law.
So, honey, what are you planning to do tomorrow? Well, I want to be honest and bring them home. Xiao Meichin mustered her courage and said, let them curse. They might as well do whatever comes their way to themselves, since Liang Chen and the babies will have to meet them eventually anyway.
In that case, let's arrange for them to meet tomorrow. Auntie, Mom, and your brother-in-law are here.
Are you going to pick her up? Or should we go together? I'll go.
On the way, I told them to be mentally prepared. Xiao Meichin hesitated for a moment before speaking. She's already got her driver's license. She'll go practice driving this afternoon to get a feel for it, and picking someone up from the station tomorrow shouldn't be a problem.
A new day.
In the morning, at Yongchang bus station. There were 3 people standing at the exit of the station: Xiao Meijin's mother, Gu Yuqing, and her younger brother, Xiao Fan. Beside her was another person who was about the same age as Gu Yuqing.
It's Aunt Lu from their next-door neighbor's house.
Aunt Lu has 2 daughters who are already married, and a son who works in another city.
Things have been quiet at home lately.
Gu Yu and his companion were told that they were coming to Yongchang to see Xiao Meijin.
She came along too.
In her words, she needed to go out and see the world in the big city, otherwise she would be bored at home.
Moreover, she watched Xiao Meichin and her brother grow up.
Xiao Meichin hadn't been home for over a year, and she wanted to come and see for herself. Gu Yuqing has suffered from rheumatism for over 10 years, and her joints ache whenever it's windy or rainy.
Not only that,
walking a lot or standing for too long can also cause leg pain. Xiao Fan went to the nearby convenience store and borrowed 2 stools.
Mom, Aunt Lu, please sit down for a while.
Xiao Fan felt terrible every time he saw his mother suffering from rheumatism in her legs and feet. If it weren't for me and my sister, my parents wouldn't have worked so hard, and they wouldn't have suffered from rheumatism for over 10 years. Seeing Xiao Fan's filial piety, the owner of the nearby convenience store warmly invited them to come in and sit for a while.
Auntie, young man, it's hot outside. Please come in and sit for a while. There's a fan inside to cool you down. Gu Yuqing and Aunt Lu thanked them with smiles.
Thank you, young lady, you're so kind. We'll sit for a while. Will that disturb your business? The boss chuckled and shook his head. No, there's plenty of room for me.
Xiao Fan nodded.
After his mother and Aunt Lu sat down, he bought 3 bottles of jasmine tea from the shop owner.
They drank while waiting for Xiao Meichin.
Xiao Fan hadn't seen his sister for over a year and missed her terribly.
I wonder how my sister is doing.
My sister texted him a while ago to say she got a job as a university teacher, but I haven't had a chance to celebrate with her yet.
Thinking of his sister, Xiao Fan couldn't help but feel happy.
From a young age, his older sister was his pride and joy.
Suddenly, his phone rang.
I thought it was my sister calling, but it turned out to be my girlfriend. Seeing her son answer his girlfriend's call, Gu Yuqing wasn't as happy as she had imagined. She knew exactly who the other person was. The last time her son brought her home, he visibly showed his disdain for her. They said their family was poor, but it wasn't what she imagined. Their circumstances were far worse than hers.
Gu Yuqing didn't say anything on the surface, but she just couldn't bring herself to like this prospective daughter-in-law.
I later heard that the other party also had a fight with their son, and I don't know how they are now.
Gu Yuqing was worried. Given her son's girlfriend's personality, even if they got married, life wouldn't be easy.
Xiao Fan hung up the phone, his expression very sad. Although he hid it well, Gu Yuqing still noticed it keenly.
What happened? Did you have a fight with Xiaolan?
Xiao Fan didn't want his mother to worry, so he replied with an unnatural expression. We didn't argue, Mom, you don't need to worry.
Yes, they didn't argue this time. They broke up. There are no many reasons. In short, you have no money and can't give me the life I want. Forget about me, you'll find someone better in the future. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan almost burst into tears. 3 years of relationship ultimately succumbed to reality. To avoid worrying his mother, Xiao Fan took a deep breath and suppressed the sadness in his heart. On the other side,
Xiao Meichin parked her car near the exit and looked around but couldn't find them. After checking on her son, Gu Yuqing turned around and saw her daughter in the distance.
Meijin, we're here. Xiao Meijin walked over with a smile. Mom, Xiao Fan, Aunt Lu, so you're here.
Next to the bench were a backpack and several large red bags, all filled with local specialties from home, including dishes that Xiao Meijin loved to eat.
Xiao Meichin has changed a lot. Aunt Lu hadn't seen her for over a year.
Meijin was getting prettier and prettier, but she was thinner than before. Aunt Lu assumed that Xiao Meichin had lost weight because she was preparing for the university entrance exam.
When Xiao Meichin became a university teacher, everyone in the village knew about it.
Xiao Meijin smiled, drove the car over, opened the trunk, and prepared to put her things in. Xiao Fan rushed ahead of her, saying, Sister, let me do it. You're wearing white, it wouldn't be good if you got it dirty. Xiao Fan was secretly surprised when he saw the car his sister drove up.
This car looks brand new. I wonder where she borrowed this new Audi from. Mom, Aunt Lu, get in the car.
Xiao Fan, you sit in the passenger seat. Inside the car, Gu Yuqing and Aunt Lu looked them over. The car was very comfortable and had a faint, pleasant fragrance. Like Xiao Fan, the two of them thought that the car must have been borrowed by Xiao Meijin, or it must have been rented.
Chapter 34 Zhao's mother, what? You got married? Aunt Lu is a chatterbox. As soon as I sat down, I started talking nonstop. This car is really nice. I recognize the Audi logo, it has 5 circles. Big brands are just different, they're so comfortable to sit in. No wonder rich people love to buy them. Meijin, how much did this car cost? Did you borrow it from a friend?
Now that her mother and younger brother had arrived in Yongchang, Xiao Meijin didn't intend to hide her relationship with Liang Chen, so there was no need to hide the car incident either. Xiao Meijin shook her head before she could even speak.
Aunt Lu then asked with great interest, Meijin, tell Auntie, do you have a boyfriend right now? Let me tell you, it would be best if there wasn't one. A while ago, the richest man in our town, the son of the owner of the Urban Construction Group, which is a real estate company in town, sent someone to your house to propose marriage. Their family business is very successful in town, they're practically prominent figures in our town.
I heard his son was your junior high classmate and has always had feelings for you. I was thinking that if you're still single, maybe you could go on a blind date with him. You'd be set for life after marriage, with no worries about food or drink.
Xiao Meichin. Another blind date? Aunt Lu mentioned the son of the richest man.
Xiao Meijin remembered that he was in the same class as her in junior high school.
He was fat and always slept in class. His name, I think it's something like Huang Chaowei. This was the only impression Xiao Meichin had of him. When Aunt Lu asked Xiao Meijin if she had a boyfriend, Gu Yuqing and Xiao Fan perked up their ears. Not just Aunt Lu, they were also curious whether their daughter's sister had a boyfriend.
Because her daughter is beautiful and highly educated. People from all over town came to their house to propose marriage, but Gu Yuqing didn't like any of them. But Gu Yuqing was quite satisfied with Huang Chaowei, whom Aunt Lu had just mentioned. The other party's family is in the real estate business. The largest and most beautiful residential complex in town was developed by their company. I heard that his family has tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of assets. If my daughter marries into that family, at least she won't have to work so hard anymore. Moreover, the other party is my daughter's junior high school classmate, so I will definitely treat her well after we get married. Gu Yuqing thought that if fate allowed, it wouldn't be bad for her daughter to marry into their family.
Aunt Lu, you don't need to introduce me to anyone. I have a boyfriend, and I'm already married. Xiao Meichin made a startling statement. Gu Yuqing and the other two were stunned. Gu Yuqing was shocked. Meijin, what did you say? We didn't hear wrong, did we? You got married?
Xiao Meichin nodded stubbornly and earnestly, yes, Mom, we just got our marriage certificate a while ago.
What? You actually got your marriage certificate and are married?
I knew you'd been acting strangely lately, and that you were hiding something from us. No wonder she didn't go home for over a year and then got married like this.
I'm so angry, so angry. At this moment, Gu Yuqing was so angry she was practically steaming. It's one thing for a daughter to have a boyfriend, but to get married without even telling her? Does she even consider her mother anymore? Isn't this treating them like outsiders? Gu Yuqing was feeling incredibly uncomfortable.
An eerie silence fell over the car.
Xiao Fan was also deeply shocked by the news and asked again to confirm, Sis, you're not kidding? You're really married? Yes, I got my marriage certificate a while ago, and I plan to tell you about it in a bit.
Judging from his older sister's expression, which didn't seem like she was lying, Xiao Fan knew she was telling the truth.
My older sister has always been this kind of decisive and uncompromising person.
She is very opinionated, and once she sets her mind on something, she will definitely do it.
And she didn't need to make that kind of joke. Aunt Lu was stunned.
Xiao Meichin has had her own ideas since she was a child. I never expected that they would get married without telling their families. This made her incredibly curious about who the man was.
It's incredible that Xiao Meichin went to such lengths. How do the other party's conditions compare to Huang Chaowei's? Meijin, what does the other party's family do? What are their circumstances like?
Aunt Lu felt that now that Xiao Meichin was a university teacher, her marriage partner should be someone similar to her. At the very least, he's a university professor, or comes from a middle-class family. Aunt Lu has a biased view of university teachers, thinking that their qualifications are all pretty good.
Unexpectedly, Xiao Meichin once again made a startling statement. Aunt Lu, my husband is also from the village. What? Your partner is from the village too? Like us, their family is from the countryside. Aunt Lu was stunned.
Despite all her calculations, she was wrong again this time.
Xiao Meijin knew what they were thinking without even thinking, so she smiled and explained, Aunt Lu, didn't you just ask me how much this car costs?
This car wasn't borrowed from a friend, nor was it rented. My husband bought it for about 300,000 yuan, and it belongs to us.
What? Almost 300,000. Did you buy them yourselves? Before Aunt Lu could speak, Gu Yuqing exclaimed, didn't you say the other party was from the village?
Where did he get so much money to buy a car? If it were someone from the village who had just gotten married, they wouldn't normally buy such an expensive car.
This car is very new, you can tell it was just bought.
They just got married. Buying a house is worse than buying a car. 300,000 yuan won't buy you a house in Nanning, but it's definitely enough for a down payment. The other party actually bought a car for a vanity project first.
Gu Yuqing finally raised a daughter who became a university teacher, only to find that her husband had secretly gotten married. It was still a rural family.
Since they are a rural family, they certainly don't own a house in Yongchang.
For women, marriage without a house means a lack of security. Without a house, you can't say you've truly settled down in a big city.
The thought that the other party bought a car but not a house, failing to provide his daughter with a sense of security, made Gu Yuqing even angrier.
Aunt Lu, who was standing next to Gu Yuqing, had the same idea.
Only Xiao Fan was wondering how the other person treated his sister. He didn't care about the house, he only cared about whether his sister was doing well and whether she was happy. Seeing her mother's excited expression, Xiao Meijin quickly explained, Mom, we not only have a car, but Liang Chen also bought a house. He bought a large apartment in Mingyue Bay, so we now have a car and a house, so you don't need to worry.
Holy crap, sis, you mean the houses in Mingyue Bay, the luxury residential complex on Douyin, the one where the minimum price is 60,000 yuan per square meter?
That's it. Holy crap, the lowest price is 60,000 yuan per square meter. I saw it on Douyin.
Even at 70,000 yuan, it's hard to get one. The smallest apartment there is 300 square meters. Doesn't that mean that house is worth at least 20 million?
Xiao Fan had seen the top 10 luxury residences in Yongcheng on Douyin, and Mingyue Bay was one of them. He never expected that the house his older sister was talking about was actually there.
What? A house worth over 20 million? Gu Yuqing and Aunt Lu were shocked. Chapter 35 Teacher-Student Romance? Older woman younger man romance? Zhao's mother is furious.
They also feel insecure without a house.
Goodness, a house worth over 20 million? Which rural person is so rich? Could it be someone from the capital?
Their impression of rural areas is just like their own. Buying a house in the city requires emptying the wallets of 4 people.
However, Liang Chen suddenly had a car and a house. Aunt Lu was very curious. Meijin, don't try to fool me. Where in the village would there be so much money? Who is he? What does he do? Xiao Meijin was not surprised by Aunt Lu's reaction. Because she did the same thing before.
Upon hearing Aunt Lu's question, Xiao Meijin replied with an unnatural expression, he's still a student and does his own investments.
Student? The 3 people in the car were once again engaged in a brainstorming session. Aunt Lu, come out here, are you two in a teacher-student relationship? Is it a relationship between an older woman and a younger man? Xiao Meichin nodded shyly, he was a senior in college. Oh my god. University professors are really something else, they always manage to surprise you. Aunt Lu has never guessed correctly even once. Gu Yuqing was completely speechless. My daughter actually married a student. This. Even in their village, that would be considered quite a sensation.
Aunt Lu's focus at this moment was different from Gu Yuqing. She was very interested in Liang Chen's work.
Meijin, your husband is a college graduate, what kind of investments can make him so much money? Are they easy to do? Aunt Lu wanted to find out more, because if it was easy to do, her son might be able to do it too in the future. Xiao Meichin doesn't know much about investing, stock trading, or finance. He only said what he knew, and Aunt Lu sat in the back nodding and humming.
She occasionally comes across people investing in stocks on Douyin TikTok.
Some people who watched the video made money while others lost money. It seems that Xiao Meichin's husband was lucky and made a lot of money. Gu Yuqing was skeptical, but her daughter said that Liang Chen was from the village. Investing requires capital, does he have that much startup capital? However, it's a good thing that the other party made money.
This car costs nearly 300,000 yuan, and my son says their new house is worth at least 20 million yuan.
My god, that adds up to a terrifying astronomical figure.
Gu Yuqing had never seen so much money in her entire life.
So Liang Chen's conditions are also very good. Their family is no less impressive than Huang Chaowei's. Their daughter looks very happy, it seems she married well. Actually, by this time, Gu Yuqing's anger had subsided by half.
The remaining half of her anger stemmed from the fact that her daughter hadn't told them about her wedding, and Gu Yuqing still hadn't recovered from that. At this moment, she was becoming increasingly curious about what kind of person Liang Chen was. He actually managed to get her daughter to secretly marry him. Seeing that her mother's anger had subsided by half, Xiao Meichin pressed her advantage and dropped another bombshell.
Mom, there's something else I haven't told you. That's right, I've already had a baby. Mom of triplets, you're a grandma now. Xiao Fan, you're an uncle now. Ha! Gu Yuqing was so angry she almost fainted. Xiao Meichin, say it again. What did you just say? What did you mean by having a baby? Xiao Meichin took a deep breath. Mom, I told you I gave birth to triplets, so you're a grandma now. Gu Yuqing was struck dumb. You've made me so angry.
They didn't tell us they got married, and they didn't tell us they had children.
Do you even consider us family? Going to university, studying, and now you think you're all grown up and don't need your family anymore?
It's one thing to not mention getting married, but to have such a big event as having a baby, they didn't even tell us.
Gu Yuqing's head was spinning, she was furious. Mom, I'm sorry.
Xiao Meijin knew she had done something wrong and was sorry to her parents. But she had no choice before.
There are some things I can't tell them, because telling them will only make them worry.
Xiao Meichin could only endure it silently.
Don't say sorry, I don't have a daughter like you.
You got married without a word, and then had a baby without telling us.
Now look what's happened, the baby's out, and we're the last to know.
You're going to drive us crazy, Xiao Meijin. Gu Yuqing was clearly furious, and she replied through gritted teeth.
Gu Yuqing deeply understands how difficult pregnancy and childbirth are for women.
It's fair to say that every time she gives birth, she's on the verge of death. However, Xiao Meichin said she wouldn't tell them about such a big thing. If something goes wrong, they'll still be kept in the dark. From pregnancy to childbirth, every step requires family care.
Xiao Meichin, on the other hand, didn't say anything. Does anyone have a daughter like that? This was the first time Aunt Lu had ever seen Gu Yuqing so angry. Seeing Xiao Meijin silently shedding tears, I quickly comforted her. Yuqing, why are you so angry? Meijin is doing well, isn't she?
I knew Meijin was a lucky child when she was little.
Look, wow, sure enough, she gave birth to triplets. Everyone must be so envious.
Now Meijin has a house, a car, a career, a loving husband, and adorable triplets.
With a successful career and a thriving love life, you should be happy. Aunt Lu was well aware of what Gu Yuqing was talking about.
But it's outrageous that this child kept such a dangerous thing as childbirth a secret from them.
How could Gu Yuqing not be angry? Throughout the journey, Gu Yuqing remained silent, gazing out the window.
She wanted to see what kind of bewitching potion Liang Chen had given her daughter.
It's one thing if my daughter is immature. The two got married and had children, and Xiao Meichin didn't even inform them. Why didn't he, as a husband and father, inform them?
Upon arriving at the Moon Bay parking lot, Xiao Meijin parked the car in Xiao Fan and she went to the trunk to get their things.
She picked up her shopping bag and said, Mom, Aunt Lu, Xiao Fan, this way. Aunt Lu followed behind, looking left and right with curiosity.
So luxurious, so grand.
Is this where rich people live? Is this a place she's allowed to come to?
The town's most luxurious residential area is nothing compared to this.
My goodness. Meijin married a wonderful man.
Besides her, Gu Yuqing and Xiao Fan were also extremely shocked. Although he maintained a calm demeanor on the surface, his heart was in turmoil. Upon arriving at the door, I pressed my fingerprint, and the door opened with a beep.
Xiao Meichin invited the group into the house.
Mom, Aunt Lu, Xiao Fan, please make yourselves at home.
I'll go call Liang Chen.
Xiao Meijin didn't see Liang Chen when she entered the house, so she guessed he was probably in the room with the babies. After Xiao Meijin left the living room, Aunt Lu nudged Gu Yuqing with her elbow and said, Meijin's house is so beautiful. Yuqing, try to control your temper later.
After all, you're family. If you give Mei Jin the cold shoulder, it will only make things difficult for her. Gu Yuqing snorted. She knew all this, but she was really angry. Chapter 36. My God, is this my son-in-law? Gu Yuqing could no longer contain her curiosity about Liang Chen. The baby's voice could be faintly heard coming from the room. They followed the sound. Just as I arrived at the door, Gu Yuqing then saw a man standing in the room. The man is holding a child in mid-air and making him laugh. The baby is like an elf, so incredibly cute. Spread out in the air, it was being held and waving its arms and legs, giggling excitedly. The father and son stood where light and shadow intertwined, a truly heartwarming scene. Are these my son-in-law and grandson? Liang Chen had already noticed the noise at the door. Mom, you're here. Xiao Meijin introduced, husband, this is my mother, this is my younger brother Xiaofan, and this is Aunt Lu, our neighbor. This is my husband, Liang Chen. Liang Chen greeted the two of them, Xiaofan, Aunt Lu, hello. Aunt Lu was amazed. As expected of educated people, Xiao Mei Chen's judgment has never disappointed them. Looking at Liang Chen, Aunt Lu smiled and said, my goodness, this is Mei Jin's husband. He's so handsome, much more handsome than any male celebrity in the entertainment industry, and he has such a great temperament. Mei Jin is so lucky to have found such a wonderful husband. Upon first meeting Liang Chen, Xiao Fan was not at peace. Liang Chen was much more outstanding than he had imagined. In terms of both appearance and temperament, she completely surpasses him. The other person is about the same age as me. Through their own efforts, they have achieved financial freedom in terms of both car and house ownership. Not only is she successful in her career, but she's also very good looking. In comparison, I am nothing. Upon seeing Liang Chen for the first time, Xiaofan felt a sense of inferiority. But that's alright. Perhaps only a man as outstanding as him is worthy of my sister. At the same time, Liang Chen also noticed Xiaofan. The brother-in-law and his wife look somewhat alike. He should be around my age, and quite handsome. Liang Chen guessed that quite a few girls probably liked him. On the other side. Actually, seeing Liang Chen teasing the baby earlier calmed Gu Yuqing down quite a bit. The man her daughter found was quite good looking. It was the first time Gu Yuqing had ever seen a man with such outstanding appearance and temperament. He's also very good at taking care of the baby. You can tell from the details that he's a family man. As for the rest, we'll have to observe them over time. Upon hearing Liang Chen's words, Gu Yuqing gave a lukewarm. Liang Chen understood his mother-in-law's cold attitude and therefore didn't take it to heart. Seeing that my mother didn't get angry on the spot, Xiao Meijin continued to introduce the three children to Gu Yuqing. Mom, this is my older brother, Debao, whose name is Lele. This is my second daughter, Chi-Chi. This is Xiaobao's younger brother, Wan. The three babies look like they were made from the same mold. They've grown so adorable in just over 2 months. They have long eyelashes and big, watery, grape-like eyes. Although the three babies were born at the same time, each has their own unique personality. Gu Yuqing fell in love with them at first sight. They're so soft and cuddly, they're absolutely adorable. Unfortunately, Xiao Meichin told them at the last minute that she hadn't had time to buy a gift for their first meeting. Debao seemed curious about who Gu Yuqing was, and stared at her intently for a while. Just when Liang Chen and Xiao Meijin thought the little one was about to cry, suddenly, Debao leaned forward and stretched out his two chubby little hands to Gu Yuqing. He actually wanted Gu Yuqing to hug him. This move surprised the couple, as Lele was not usually as noisy as her younger siblings and was not particularly shy. But this is the first time I've ever seen someone take the initiative to reach out to others. Xiao Meijin said with delight from the side, Mom, Lele wants to be close to you. He took the initiative to reach out for you to hug him. It's the first time he's been so proactive. Liang Chen nodded in agreement. Hearing the couple say this, Gu Yuqing couldn't hide her joy, her eyes filled with delight. Lele, right? Wow, your eyelashes are so long. You look just like your mom. Debao stretched out his chubby little hands and tugged at Gu Yuqing's clothes. The baby had a distinctive baby powder scent, a familiar infant smell, and the little one was so soft and squishy, it melted Gu Yuqing's heart. No one can resist such an adorable and cute baby. What's more, this is a baby who is related to you by blood. Xiao Fan wanted to hug him but didn't dare. He had never held such tiny babies before, and he was afraid of accidentally hurting them. Aunt Lu stood to the side, her eyes filled with envy. Oh, Lele is such a good girl. Come here, is this your older sister Chi-Chi? Let grandma hug you, okay? The triplets are so cute that Gu Yuqing wants to hold each of them.
Seeing that her mother loved the babies, Xiao Meijin finally felt relieved. She came over and said with a smile, "Mom, you're still holding Lele and Chi-Chi.
Can you handle both babies? Come here, Dabao, come to mommy, okay? Let your little sister and grandma get close for a while."
The little baby loves his mother the most, and the older child is overjoyed to be back in his mother's arms.
Over here, Gu Yuqing couldn't stop smiling as she held her Bao in her arms.
Oh my god, this baby is so fragrant and soft, just like an angel, so incredibly comforting.
Your daughter is amazing.
She gave birth to 3 such adorable little babies.
The second child is the most lively. He doesn't cry or fuss in Gu Yuqing's arms and is curious about everything.
One second she was looking at her grandmother with curiosity, and the next second she reached out and pulled her grandmother's hair. Even though the baby was less than 3 months old, she couldn't catch him when she tried to pull his hair.
After hugging this one, I want to hug the next one.
Unfortunately, Xiao Bao is quite particular about who he's with. As soon as he was in Gu Yuqing's arms, he wanted his parents to hold him within seconds.
Seeing that they liked the baby, the atmosphere around them was joyful.
Liang Chen handed Xiao Bao to Xiao Meijin and said, "Wife, I'm going to cook."
Okay, you go ahead, I'll take care of things here. Aunt Lu glanced at Liang Chen's departing figure with surprise. Who knew that such a handsome guy like Liang Chen could cook? Half an hour later, Liang Chen came out of the kitchen again. Wife, the food is ready. Tell Mom and the others to come out and eat. The babies have finished feeding and are playing quietly in their cribs. This is the perfect time for adults to have dinner.
Mom, you should eat more later, Liang Chen is a very good cook. Gu Yuqing was curious because she had been eating my cooking since she was a child. I never heard her say that her food was delicious. She's been praised so highly, she'd like to see what Liang Chen tastes like. Having cooked for 2 or 3 decades, Gu Yuqing considers her culinary skills to be quite good. But when she took her first bite of food, she realized what it meant to be outmatched by others and to be out of reach of everyone.
Although I was very angry with Liang Chen on the way. But, can cook. A man who can cook well is a real plus.
Xiao Meijin had been keeping an eye on Gu Yuqing.
Seeing her expression, she couldn't help but say smugly, "Mom, how is it? It tastes pretty good, right? Xiaofan, Aunt Lu, please eat more. This is a dish that Liang Chen specially made for you." Chapter 37, Zhao's mother's questioning. Wow, my jaw is about to drop. Aunt Lu couldn't stop eating it after the first bite. Incredible. It's so delicious. Aunt Lu had eaten at a 3-star hotel once before. She was taken there by a relative at their wedding. At that time, she thought the food at the hotel was the best. And then what happened? I took a bite of the food Liang Chen had made. What used to be a 3-star hotel, suddenly doesn't seem so appealing anymore. Aunt Lu kept praising the food as she ate, exclaiming, "It's amazing. Liang Chen, you're fantastic. This is the best meal I've ever had. It tastes even better than what hotel chefs make." Hearing Aunt Lu praise her husband, Xiao Meijin smiled and her eyes narrowed. "Xiaofan, you should eat more too." "Okay, sis." Xiaofan nodded, feeling happy to see his sister's happy expression. Although it was a short time, it was clear that my sister was doing very well. Liang Chen is a very good man, he's good to his sister and to the children. Having a brother-in-law like this doesn't seem so bad. At the dinner table, Gu Yuqing felt quite gratified watching the sweet and affectionate couple. It seems my daughter made the right choice in marrying him. Liang Chen's cooking was delicious. Gu Yuqing ate the meat and drank a lot of soup. But she still had her babies on her mind. After you're full, go back to your room. I'll go check on the babies, you guys keep eating. After finishing the meal, Aunt Lu was so full that she and Xiaofan toured the house. Aunt Lu became more and more envious as she looked at it. "Xiaofan, look how beautiful this house is. We have 2 TVs at home, this huge wall-mounted one, and it even comes with a projector. I saw it on TikTok, and it's ridiculously expensive. Wow, this floor and this chandelier, they're so high quality, so luxurious. Is that a balcony? It's so big, it must be a terrace. There's even a koi pond. The scenery is beautiful." Standing on the terrace, the scenery along the Yangjiang River is breathtaking and picturesque. Xiaofan admired Liang Chen from the bottom of his heart. People around my age buy such luxurious houses. This is a height he can never reach in his entire life.
On the other side. Seeing that Liang Chen had finished his work, Gu Yuqing straightened her expression.
I'm planning to talk to him. Aunt Lu had actually been keeping an eye on her movements.
Seeing this, she walked over and whispered a reminder. Yuqing, watch your temper, don't give her a hard time, it'll make things difficult for Mei Jin.
Gu Yuqing frowned. I knew what was going on. Liang Chen, I want to talk to you.
Xiao Mei Jin and Xiao Fan silently observed Gu Yuqing's actions.
Seeing Liang Chen finish tidying up and walk over, Gu Yuqing sighed.
If you have a daughter, she'll marry someone else and belong to someone else.
Having a son means he'll become your daughter-in-law. No matter what, parents always have endless worries. Upon hearing this, Liang Chen followed Gu Yuqing to the balcony. Gu Yuqing was just an ordinary rural woman.
They haven't seen much of the world.
His knowledge and financial ability are no match for Liang Chen's.
However, as a mother, even though the two live in different worlds, there are some things she still has to say for her daughter.
Looking at the handsome and refined Liang Chen, she spoke earnestly. You're Liang Chen, right? Could you briefly introduce yourself? Also, why didn't you tell us that you and Mei Jin were married and had children? Did you think our family was poor and looked down on us, so you didn't tell us? Liang Chen sensed a deep emotion from Gu Yuqing. This is a mother's deep care and determination for her daughter.
There was also their confusion and bewilderment at not telling them the news. If we tell Liang Chen and Xiao Mei Jin the truth about their situations, their parents will definitely worry. Fortunately, there are measures in place to deal with such situations.
The couple had already discussed and come up with a plan last night.
If you can soothe your parents' emotions, you can tell a white lie. As soon as Gu Yuqing finished speaking, the three people in the living room perked up their ears. Mom, the reason I didn't tell you about my marriage to Mei Jin is because I'm still a senior in college, and I was afraid you would think I was too young. Also, my family is from the countryside, and we didn't have much money before, so I was afraid you wouldn't like it. Later, I started investing and slowly earned this money, which gave me confidence. Mei Jin and I had discussed it and were planning to tell you, but it was such a coincidence that you came today.
Is that really the case? Gu Yuqing expressed doubt. If this were true, it would be too surreal, like something out of a TV drama. Does such a thing really exist in reality? Mom, everything I'm saying is true. If you don't believe me, go ask at our school. I used to be very poor, but because I was poor, I didn't dare tell you. Seeing that Liang Chen seemed sincere and didn't appear to be lying, Gu Yuqing softened her tone. Do your parents know about your relationship? We don't know yet, Mei Jin, and I plan to tell them in a while. Liang Chen's parents didn't know either.
That's great. She didn't know, and neither did they, and Gu Yuqing felt inexplicably much more at ease.
Will they oppose your plans? Gu Yuqing asked anxiously again. My parents are overjoyed. My parents must be so happy that I married such a wonderful woman as Mei Jin. Hearing Liang Chen's answer, Gu Yuqing immediately felt much more relaxed. That's true. My daughter is so outstanding. Not only is she beautiful, but she's also a university teacher. Whoever marries her should be secretly thrilled. After a pause, Gu Yuqing asked again, how much do you know about my daughter? I know Mei Jin. She can't eat very spicy food.
Her favorite dish is sweet and sour pork, her favorite fruit is grapes, her favorite music is by composers, and she likes to sleep on her side at night.
Gu Yuqing was quite satisfied with Liang Chen's answer. Now that you have children, what are your plans for the future? This is also one of the issues that Gu Yuqing is most concerned about.
After thinking for a moment, Liang Chen replied seriously, Mom, I plan to stay home and take care of the children. I feel more at ease taking care of them myself. Besides, I can also make some small investments while taking care of the babies, so it won't interfere with making money. I plan to stay home as a stay-at-home dad so I can take care of the babies and earn money at the same time.
Gu Yuqing was surprised. She hadn't expected Liang Chen to give such an answer. He's so young, with such a bright future ahead of him, is he really willing to stay home and take care of the children? Mom, I think children are more important than anything else. Money can be earned anytime, but the time to spend with children is limited. Gu Yuqing and Liang Chen talked a lot and she asked many questions. Gu Yuqing saw Liang Chen's sincerity and became even more convinced that he was a responsible, family-oriented, and filial man. After watching them finish their conversation, Xiao Mei Qin couldn't help but laugh. Very good. Mom should be able to accept Liang Chen by now, right? Chapter 38 Brother-in-law, breaking up isn't like I'm dead. From now on, my brother-in-law will be my role model.
After understanding the cause and effect of the matter, Gu Yuqing's anger subsided considerably.
Overall, she was quite satisfied with Liang Chen.
My daughter found a great husband. It would be even better if we told them about them in advance.
Noon.
Gu Yuqing and Aunt Lu went for a stroll downstairs in the community and bought gifts for the babies nearby. Such a fragrant and soft baby, how could we not give a gift on our first meeting? The two went out, leaving Xiao Fan to accompany them. Xiao Mei Qin had long noticed her brother's unusual behavior. After Gu Yuqing and Aunt Lu left, she finally found a chance to ask what had happened.
What's wrong? You look so worried. Sister, Xiaolan and I broke up.
A look of sadness and reluctance appeared on Xiao Fan's face. She broke up with me on the phone just now, saying I have no money and can't give her the life she wants. We were together for 3 years, but in the end we broke up because of money.
Sister, I'm not reconciled.
If I were more capable and made more money, Xiaolan wouldn't have left me. Xiao Fan felt increasingly guilty as he spoke, and before he knew it, his eyes were filled with tears. Only the brother and sister were there, and Xiao Fan wasn't afraid of his sister laughing at him.
Xiao Mei Qin felt sorry for her. It's okay if you broke up. With time, things will get better.
It's her loss that she left you.
Xiao Fan, you will find someone better in the future.
Sister, but I really like her. When she was sick before, I took care of her. She had a fever of 40 degrees Celsius and was shivering. I held her and she said that we would be together for the rest of our lives and would never be separated.
But what do those vows mean now? It's just an idiom.
Xiao Fan only regretted that he was poor and incompetent, wishing he had half of his brother-in-law's abilities.
His girlfriend wouldn't leave him then. Xiao Fan, don't be like this. True love cannot be measured by money.
If she leaves you for money, you're better off without her. Seeing her younger brother so heartbroken, Xiao Mei Qin felt both angry and distressed. She had met her younger brother's girlfriend twice. Her brother had been so good to her for the past 3 years, but this is how it turned out.
If I ever run into her, I'll make her pay.
Xiao Fan wiped away his tears.
It's okay, sister. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine soon. Don't tell mom and dad about this, I'm afraid they'll worry.
After this incident, Xiao Fan made up his mind to work hard and earn money in the future.
Take my brother-in-law as an example. Otherwise, if you date someone in the future and treat her with all your heart, she might still leave if you don't have money. Xiao Fan was determined to prevent such a thing from happening again. I also hope to distract myself and stop thinking about her. Seeing that his sister still cared about him so much, Xiao Fan smiled with emotion. When I was a child,
many of her peers in the village said behind her back that her sister was a bookworm.
Reading makes people stupid.
Whenever Xiao Fan hears others say that about his sister, he will defend her.
He excitedly went up to argue with the other party. Don't talk about your own sister. If they hear something offensive, they might even get into a fight.
After getting into fights so many times, no one dared to call my sister a bookworm anymore.
Xiao Mei Qin was unaware of the nicknames others had given her.
Because Xiao Fan had never told his sister about what he had done. He has always been quietly protecting her from behind the scenes. When they were little, his older sister was a good student, sensible, and beautiful, and she was always Xiao Fan's pride. He believed that his sister would definitely be successful in the future.
Sure enough, it was someone of the same age from the village.
Most of them dropped out of school to work, and some of the children are now just ordinary kids. Meanwhile, her older sister is still studying, pursuing a master's degree, becoming a university teacher, and now she's married to a good man and has 3 adorable babies. Their lives are fulfilling, something that their peers in the village cannot compare to. They are now in 2 different worlds.
Xiao Fan was genuinely happy for his sister.
Since his older sister is so outstanding, he, as her younger brother, should also strive to make his life better. On the other side, Gu Yuqing and Aunt Lu strolled around downstairs in the residential area, getting familiar with the surroundings.
Next time I come, I'll know the way.
This is the most beautiful community landscaping they've ever seen, far surpassing most of the trendy communities on Douyin TikTok.
Besides the excellent landscaping, the supporting facilities are also very complete.
It has a football field, a fitness area, a swimming pool, and an amusement park. The two watched the children playing on the slides at the children's playground, their faces beaming with smiles. Meijin said there are shopping malls and markets nearby, so we'll go buy gifts for the babies first, and then go to the market to buy some free-range chickens and ducks. They came in through the east gate this morning and are now going out through the south side gate.
I couldn't find the mall at all.
Aunt Lou walked and asked questions along the way, and when she arrived at the mall, she was overjoyed.
Rainy day, look, the children's area is upstairs. Wow, this shopping mall is so high-end. There's air conditioning everywhere, it's so cool.
The two shopped for more than 3 hours and bought a lot of things.
When we returned, in addition to gifts for the babies, we also brought free-range ducks and eggs.
The two of them carried the items separately, afraid of getting the babies' things dirty. They thought they could get home smoothly, but they were too naive. As it turned out, the neighborhood was too big, and they got lost as soon as they entered.
I can't find my way home. Fortunately, Xiaofan came down to pick them up. When they got home, the two of them were exhausted.
Xiao Meijin came to the door to greet them.
Mom, where have you been? You bought so many things.
Aunt Lou, panting, said, "We went to the mall and bought some things, then we went to the market and bought some duck and eggs.
Good heavens, we got lost on the way back.
We searched for ages but still couldn't find our way, so we had to ask Xiaofan to come down and get us.
We're exhausted.
Gu Yuqing regrets that she wanted to buy a free-range chicken to stew for you, but she couldn't find one, so she bought a free-range duck instead.
It's hard to buy authentic local products in big cities.
Most of the so-called free-range chickens and ducks sold in the market are actually fed with commercial feed.
City dwellers can't tell the difference, but they can.
Gu Yuqing and Aunt Lou searched for a long time before finally spotting a real country duck.
Mom, Aunt Lou, you two take a rest. I'll get you some water.
No need to be so polite, we can pour ourselves if we want some.
Meijin, is it okay to put the duck on the balcony?
We'll deal with it tonight, Aunt Lou said as she carried the duck toward the balcony.
Xiao Meijin nodded. Their family has many balconies, so they're not worried about getting the items dirty.
Aunt Lou put the ducks down and said with a smile, "Your mother and I were thinking of cooking a meal for you and Liang Chen tonight so he can taste our cooking."
It's really embarrassing to keep asking someone to cook when you're a guest at their home. That's why the two of them went grocery shopping. After washing her hands, drinking water, and tidying up, Gu Yuqing asked with a smile, "Where are the babies?"
In the room, Liang Chen, who had just woken up, was cleaning up their mess.
She and Aunt Lou bought some clothes and toys for the babies on this trip.
Hope the babies like it.
Okay, I'll go see the babies.
Chapter 39. It's so good, the mother-in-law's enthusiasm.
Babies, these are clothes that Grandma and Grandma Lou bought for you. Do you like them?
Look, there are dinosaurs up there, roaring.
And little tigers too, hee hee. This is a little bunny, and there's also a little princess. The children's clothes are colorful and cute. The color is still a bit off. Wow, I absolutely love it at first sight.
Babies who are just over 2 months old have not yet fully developed their vision, so they look at things very intently.
Gu Yuqing waved the clothes in front of the babies. The three little cuties slowly followed the clothes with their eyes.
Gu Yuqing is training their ability to track objects with their eyes. The little ones turned their heads and waved their little fists, full of joy.
In addition, the two bought them toys.
It's one of those toys on TikTok that can sing and do somersaults. The design is that of small animals, which is very cute. This toy can help babies develop their ability to lift their heads.
Sure enough, the triplets froze upon hearing the music. Look up at the toy that is doing somersaults. De Bao giggled. Bao reached out to grab it.
Xiao Bao listened quietly, looking very attentive.
Each of her grandsons has their own unique characteristics.
Looking at Wan Wan, who was listening attentively, Gu Yuqing wondered if her grandson might be interested in music.
Wow, Xiao Bao is listening so attentively.
Who knows, he might become a great musician someday. Aunt Lou's heart melted as she watched from the side. Her two daughters have also had children, but they have always been cared for by their mothers-in-law. She spends very little time with her grandson.
Seeing the baby again filled me with joy. Moreover, the triplets are incredibly good-looking. Who wouldn't love such a beautiful human baby?
Seeing his mother's obvious delight in the toys her nephews and nieces loved, Xiaofan smiled.
Mom, when are we going to tell Dad about my sister?
Now, everyone in their family except his father knows about his sister's happy news.
Gu Yuqing frowned.
Your dad is such a stubborn old man. If we tell him now, he might get angry with your sister.
Let's wait until we get back to tell him.
Good. Xiaofan thought his mother made sense. If I tell my dad now, he might just take a bus to Nanning right away.
What if he gets angry and gives his sister and brother-in-law the cold shoulder? Looking at her little grandchildren waving their little hands, Gu Yuqing thought about what it would be like if she went home. What if I can't see them anymore? How about I buy a new phone tomorrow?
Now her phone is very laggy, she can only make phone calls, and video calls are extremely laggy.
I'll buy a new phone so I can video chat with my kids from now on. Yes, let's do it this way.
Gu Yuqing made up her mind to ask Aunt Lu to go out and buy her a cell phone tomorrow.
Time flies when you have a baby.
Take care of their meals, put them to bed, and play with them.
An afternoon passed in the blink of an eye. For dinner, Liang Chen went into the kitchen.
Gu Yuqing and Aunt Lu refused to let him lift a finger and kicked him out of the kitchen.
You can't find free-range chickens in the city, only free-range ducks. It's hard to find authentic local produce, it's almost all high-tech.
I've heard that some eggs are artificially produced, not laid by chickens.
Xiao Fan, come help us heat up a pot of water. Your Aunt Lu and I will clean the duck and then we can stew it. Put any leftovers in the refrigerator and let your sister deal with them later.
As Aunt Lu worked, she remarked that there are so many high-tech foods available in the city now, but if you want to eat something purely natural and pollution-free, you simply can't find it without spending time. If you want to eat safely and freshly, Yuqing, you can grow more vegetables at home and raise more chickens and ducks. Then you can bring them over to Meijin and the others whenever they want to eat.
It's always safer to eat your own food.
Xiao Fan found that handling ducks at home, including plucking their feathers himself, was too time-consuming.
He suggested, Mom, why don't you guys cook the other dishes first?
I'll take the duck to the market and find someone to kill and prepare it for me, then I'll bring it back.
Gu Yuqing said to him, You think you're so smart? In that case, when we come back, we might as well let them kill us on the spot and bring us back. Doesn't it cost money to deal with these things? It's just a duck. Your Aunt Lu and I can take care of it in no time. It's not like we don't have the time.
We'll finish preparing it in a bit, then we'll use a pressure cooker to cook it. When the duck blood is ready, take it to your sister, she needs to eat more after giving birth. The older generation feels that earning money is not easy, so they try to save as much as possible.
Save money on things that aren't essential. Xiao Fan said he understood and would go boil water now.
After Xiao Fan started the hot water, the two of them prepared the ingredients.
Once we've warmed up, we'll kill the duck and pluck its feathers. Aunt Lu asked from the balcony, Meijin, do you have chopsticks and a knife? And bring us a bowl too. Xiao Meichin walked over with a brisk pace.
Aunt Lu took the things and then closed the balcony door behind her. The smell will be quite strong in a while, so close the door and it won't waft in.
Go watch TV with Xiaochen. Gu Yuqing also said, Go ahead, I don't need your help.
You'll get all smelly, and the children will feel uncomfortable if they smell it. Xiao Meijin nodded and said, Then I'll go to the living room.
Mom, how about I ask Liang Chen to come and help you? That way it'll be faster.
Gu Yuqing waved her hand impatiently, No need to bother, just go and prepare some fruit. Go on, your brother's almost boiled in water, let's start killing the duck. Xiao Meijin returned to the living room, then suddenly stopped, remembering that there were still toiletries for her mother and several others at home.
We need to go out and buy several more sets.
Besides what my mom and the others need, we also need to prepare supplies for future guests.
Liang Chen said, I'll go.
You stay home and see if Xiao Fan needs any help. After saying that, he went out. These items are sold near the neighborhood, so I was able to buy them quickly.
Xiao Fan, these are your and mom's toiletries and slippers.
You can take them to use when you shower tonight. I'll put them in the bathrooms of your rooms. Xiao Fan felt it was very thoughtful and thanked his brother-in-law. Liang Chen put away his toiletries and then sat down in the living room to chat with Xiao Fan. This is his brother-in-law, and Liang Chen wants to get along well with him. On the other side, Gu Yuqing and Aunt Lu are both very efficient at their work. They quickly cleaned the duck and then put it in a pressure cooker to cook it.
Gu Yuqing and her friends bought genuine free-range ducks, which are different from those raised on feed in the city, and they taste especially delicious.
When Xiao Meijin was a child, the village would slaughter chickens and ducks during festivals.
My family loves it.
If you take them to town to sell, the price of chickens and ducks raised in the village is much higher than that of chickens and ducks raised with feed. The older generation believes that the chickens and ducks raised on corn and rice in the village taste different from those raised on commercial feed. Besides the different meat, the eggs they lay also have different nutritional values.
It's also safer and more reassuring.
Xiao Meijin followed the aroma to the kitchen door and exclaimed, "Wow, it smells so good."
Gu Yuqing smiled and asked, "Are you hungry? Mom will get you some first, so you can eat first." Chapter 40: The heartfelt words between mother and daughter.
Xiao Meijin was indeed hungry, but she still shook her head. She insisted on waiting for everyone to eat together.
It's finally 7:30. Gu Yuqing and Aunt Lu finally finished their work. "Meijin, Xiaochen, let's go out for dinner." At the dinner table, Xiao Meijin was seen eating very little. Gu Yuqing felt sorry for you and told you to eat more. You have to breastfeed 3 children. How can you produce milk if you don't eat?
Xiao Meijin was stunned for a moment.
Mom, I have enough breast milk. Besides, if it's not enough, there's always formula. Gu Yuqing glared at her. How could formula compare to breast milk?
I noticed that the baby is smaller than his older siblings, which means I don't have enough breast milk.
Why don't you, as the mother, pay more attention? Mom, I can eat a whole bowl of rice now, that's quite a lot. Gu Yuqing shook her head. What's a bowl of rice? Back when I gave birth to you and Xiaofan, I could eat 3 bowls of rice at every meal. If we hadn't been short of food, Xiaofan wouldn't be so thin now. Xiaofan. How did this turn into talking about me? He said he was very satisfied with his physique.
Although I can't compare to Liang Chen, I'm already better than most people.
Hearing Gu Yuqing say this, Aunt Lu chimed in.
I used to eat the same thing, at least 2 or 3 bowls of rice per meal.
Meijin, your mother is right, try to eat an extra bowl today. Xiao Meijin was stunned. How can anyone eat this?
Ever since Liang Chen started cooking for her, Xiao Meijin felt that she had let herself go when it came to food, and her appetite far exceeded that of ordinary people.
Now it seems that what I ate was nothing at all. The atmosphere at the dinner table was very harmonious. Halfway through the meal, we heard the babies whimpering.
When Liang Chen returned to the room, he found that the little ones had pooped. Xiao Meijin got up to go back to her room to help, but Gu Yuqing stopped her.
You keep eating. I'll go help Xiaochen clean up. You need to eat your fill so you can breastfeed the baby.
After saying that, he got up and walked towards the room.
Aunt Lu said, yes, your mom is right, the baby is being taken care of by them, so you can relax and continue eating with me and Xiaofan.
She talked to her siblings, Xiao Meijin and Xiao Meijin, about how she used to take care of her children while also working in the fields. When she was too busy, she would carry her child to the fields. If you have 3 children and are too busy to take care of them, then have your mother-in-law come and help you.
Otherwise, your mother can come too.
It's more reassuring to have your own family take care of your child.
If you hire a nanny, she's not family. What if the adults aren't around and a bad-hearted nanny abuses the child? Aunt Lu had seen videos on Douyin TikTok of owners abusing their children when they weren't home. Seeing videos like this makes me feel really uneasy.
Xiao Meijin nodded, indicating that she currently has no plans to hire a nanny. Liang Chen said he would take over, but if he gets too busy later, his mother or my mother will have to help. After finishing a bowl of rice, Xiao Meijin went back to her room to breastfeed her babies.
Right now, Gu Yuqing is playing with the babies.
Remember, I'm your maternal grandmother, your mother's mother. My mother's mother is called maternal grandmother.
Oh, remember that?
It's maternal grandmother.
Oh dear, grandma can't tell who's the eldest, who's the second, and who's the youngest anymore. What should she do? Ha, it's okay, the baby's clothes are different, grandma remembers. Okay, that's enough playing. Are you hungry? Mom's here, time to eat. Gu Yuqing gently teased the babies.
Looking at the 3 little rice balls, she couldn't help but think of Xiao Meijin and Xiaofan when they were little. While breastfeeding her baby, Xiao Meijin said to Gu Yuqing, Mom, Liang Chen and I plan to drive the babies home when they are a little older.
What about the Liang family? When do you plan to tell them about your relationship? The longer their matter dragged on, the more uneasy Gu Yuqing became. After contact. Liang Chen is a very good and exceptionally outstanding man. Countless girls must be dreaming of such a good man. We must hold on to this firmly. Although we're now married and have a baby, we haven't told the other party's parents yet. There was no wedding ceremony. Gu Yuqing felt uneasy.
Xiao Meijin smiled and said that she and Liang Chen had arranged all of this, so she shouldn't worry.
Hearing her daughter say this, Gu Yuqing felt much more at ease. Outside, Aunt Lu had finished eating. Help the couple pack up the local specialties they brought today. There was also an endless supply of duck. Chop it up,
put it in a food storage container, and refrigerate it.
You can take it out directly when you want to eat it.
Liang Chen and Xiao Fan came over to help sort and categorize the local specialties. Different types are packaged separately. It took about 20 minutes to tidy up these things. It was getting late, so Aunt Lu, Xiao Fan, and the others went back to their rooms to take showers.
Liang Chen was giving the babies a massage in the room.
Only Gu Yuqing and her daughter Xiao Meijin remained in the living room. Tomorrow you and Xiaochen will stay home with the kids, while your Aunt Lu and I will go out for a stroll.
Where to?
I'll have Liang Chen go with you.
No need, we can take the bus ourselves. Xiao Fan taught us how to take the subway.
If they let Liang Chen go out with them to buy a phone, the other party will probably pay for it directly.
Gu Yuqing did not want this to happen.
She's only just met her son-in-law, and she's already spending his money.
What will others think of her? Okay, be careful when you go out, and call us if anything happens. Nu. Meijin.
To be honest, when I first found out you got married and had a baby, I was extremely angry.
You didn't tell me about these two big things. At that time, I was thinking, has my daughter gone to school and grown up, and now she doesn't even care about me as her mother anymore? I was both angry and heartbroken at the time.
Even Liang Chen held a grudge and was particularly eager to know what kind of man had kidnapped my well-behaved daughter. While we were in the car, Mom was thinking, if I see him and I'm not happy with him, I'll yell at him to his face, otherwise I'll feel so stifled. Well, who knew that when we met, the other person was a real gem, incredibly nice, and my anger instantly dissipated.
Sure enough, she's a daughter after all. She's educated and has good taste, unlike her mother, who is uneducated and has a very limited perspective.
The mother and daughter snuggled together on the sofa, sharing their innermost thoughts with each other.
Xiao Meijin can't remember the last time she leaned against her mother's chest.
Nestled in her mother's arms, she was reminded of her childhood, and she loved that feeling. Before she knew it, her eyes were filled with tears.
Silly child, don't cry. Seeing you so happy makes me feel content. Don't cry, don't cry. You're a mother of 3 now. It's not right for you to cry. In short, no matter what big thing happens or what makes you unhappy, you have to tell your mom, okay? Don't keep it to yourself.
Although Mom isn't very educated and may not be able to help much, I am your mother.
How can I not feel heartbroken seeing you keeping it all inside? Tell Mom what's wrong, don't keep things to yourself, otherwise Mom won't be at ease. Chapter 41 Buying Counterfeit Goods, The Arrogant and Unscrupulous Boss.
Xiao Meijin nestled in Gu Yuqing's arms and nodded happily, promising that she would tell her mother about any important matters that might happen in the future.
That's right. It's getting late, go and put the babies to sleep. Back in the room.
The little ones were already asleep, and Liang Chen was waiting for Xiao Meijin.
Liang Chen discovered that he had gotten used to sleeping while holding Xiao Meijin.
I can only fall asleep when I smell her fragrance.
Liang Chen, my mom and brother really like you. That's good. I knew it. You're so amazing, they definitely like you. Xiao Meijin smiled suddenly. Then I went to bed. Actually, she had gotten used to having Liang Chen around.
She couldn't sleep at night without Liang Chen lying next to her, because she felt insecure.
On the other side, Gu Yuqing and Aunt Lu shared a room.
They talked a lot during the night, mostly about their feelings about Xiao Meijin. On a new day, Gu Yuqing and Aunt Lu went out to buy a mobile phone. I asked a local on the way and learned that Dream Island's mobile phone market has the most mobile phones. The two headed straight there. Big cities are really different, with skyscrapers everywhere.
People these days are amazing, they can build anything. I don't know how they built such tall buildings.
Big cities are great, but the housing prices are exorbitant. For ordinary people, buying a house would take years of hard work.
Sometimes I think our rural hometown isn't so bad after all. With mixed feelings, we finally arrived at the telecommunications city.
Aunt Lu saw that Gu Yuqing had bought a new phone and liked it.
I bought one too.
It was already 11:30 when the two of them came out of the telecommunications mall. When Liang Chen got home, he had already prepared the meal.
Mom, Aunt Lu, is everything done?
Aunt Lu said with a smile, it's all done.
Your mom and I went to buy a cell phone. Xiao Chun, we don't know anything about cell phones. Can you help us set it up since we just got it? Become.
When Liang Chen came over and took a look, he saw that it was a fruit brand box.
When you buy an iPhone, you need to register an account and activate it. It is indeed quite troublesome for the elderly. However, when Liang Chen turned on his phone, his face immediately darkened. Mom, how much did you spend on the fruit? 4,000, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Seeing Liang Chen's expression, Gu Yuqing and Aunt Lu realized that something was wrong. Yeah, Xiaochen, is there anything wrong with the phone? We bought it from the store, and the owner assured us it was brand new and promised a tenfold refund if it was fake. It should be fine, right? Originally priced at $49.99, we negotiated for a long time before the owner finally agreed to sell it to us for 4,000. Liang Chen inspected both phones, they were both refurbished. Mom, Aunt Lu, you've been scammed. This phone isn't new, it's refurbished. The shop owner cheated you. Come on, where did you buy it? Take me there. What, refurbished? So you mean it was old? Mom, Aunt Lu, do you remember which store you bought it from? Aunt Lu quickly replied, I remember, I even recorded a video at the time. Upon hearing Liang Chen's words, Gu Yuqing and the other woman were startled. I never expected to buy a refurbished used phone. This made them both angry and frightened. If Liang Chen hadn't discovered it, wouldn't they have wasted their 4,000 yuan on a used phone? Come on, Liang Chen, come with us to demand justice from the boss. Isn't this bullying us old folks? Aunt Lu gritted her teeth in anger. Liang Chen nodded. He absolutely had to go to the mobile phone store. Xiaofan, stay home with your sister. My mom and I are going out for a bit. Okay, brother-in-law. Xiaofan plans to go together. Hearing Liang Chen's words, she nodded and stayed home to help take care of the baby. Xiao Mei Chen said worriedly, Honey, please be careful. We're waiting for you to come back. Don't worry, honey, we'll be right back. Liang Chen drove Gu Yuqing and her companion to Dream Island Communication City. When the mobile phone shop owner saw Liang Chen and his group approaching menacingly, he knew something was wrong. Did they find out that they just tricked those two country bumpkins? But he still tried to remain calm. It's you, you heartless boss. You promised us brand new, original phones, but they turned out to be refurbished old ones. As soon as she arrived at the store, Aunt Lu couldn't sit still. She has a loud voice, and there are many people in the telecommunication city, so many people can hear her. They all cast curious glances their way. The mobile phone shop owner was caught off guard by Aunt Lu's unexpected move and immediately panicked. You're talking nonsense. All the phones we sell in our store are brand new and original. Who knows if you got a refurbished phone from somewhere and are trying to scam people here? Am I trying to extort money? Hey everyone, come take a look. We just bought 2 brand new Fruit 13s from this store, but when we got home and showed them to our families, they turned out to be refurbished. Now that we've exposed them, they're turning their backs on us and acting like rascals. Hey everyone, come quick. There's a shady mobile phone shop here. We even recorded the video of us buying the phone. They did something wrong, and now they're denying it. When I came in the morning, I thought he was a good person, so I bought from his store. I never expected him to be such a heartless and bad merchant who specializes in cheating us old folks out of our money. Aunt Lu was furious. 4,000 yuan for a cell phone? 4,000 yuan is 2 or 3 months' living expenses for their family. I just bought a used phone. How could she swallow this insult? What hurt her most was being deceived. What happened to the trust between people? The schemes in big cities are too deep, and some people's hearts are terrifyingly black. Aunt Lu's words were sincere and didn't seem fake. Moreover, the two spent the morning browsing around the telecommunications market, and many people still remembered them. From the time they left after buying the phone until now, not much time has actually passed. It seems they really were scammed by their boss. As Aunt Lu raised her voice, more and more people gathered to watch the spectacle. The boss was panicking, but he remained defiant, saying, "You're talking nonsense. If you cause any more trouble, I'll call the police and have you arrested. You're interfering with my business." Liang Chen's expression was gloomy, and he looked sharply at the boss. You want to call the police? Fine, I'll call them now and let the police handle it. We have evidence that the phone was bought from you, and we can also prove that it is a refurbished phone. Moreover, the numerous security cameras in the telecommunications complex can all serve as evidence. You think we're easy to bully, huh? The invoice says tenfold compensation for fakes. If you don't compensate, you might as well go out of business. Liang Chen's tone was unquestionable, showing no fear whatsoever.
After saying that, he immediately took out his phone to call the police. Upon seeing this, the boss was horrified. Originally, seeing that Gu Yuqing and Aunt Lu were not very educated, I thought of calling the police to scare them. I never expected there would be such a ruthless person as Liang Chen. Although the other party looks young, they are no ordinary person. Seeing Liang Chen's firm attitude, the boss immediately backed down, saying, "No, young man, don't call the police. We can talk this over." Chapter 42. Young man, don't be too arrogant, or I'll kill you. Liang Chen exuded a powerful aura, making those around him feel as if they were witnessing a cold and aloof god of death. The mobile phone shop owner immediately backed down. He cursed inwardly, thinking, "Damn it, I shouldn't have tricked Gu Yuqing and the other person. Hey buddy, let's talk this over. How about I replace your phone with a new one?" Liang Chen sneered. "I promised a tenfold refund for the fake, but now I want a new one in return. Is that all there is to it? The other side has a clever plan. This kind of person has definitely done this before, so we shouldn't let him off so easily. The cost of making a mistake is far too low. What a joke. The purchase contract clearly states in black and white that if it's fake, we'll get 10 times the compensation. Now you're saying you'll give us a new one instead? You call that sometimes we can negotiate? Tenfold compensation for counterfeit goods? And it's about the amount of compensation. 2 people, and suddenly they lost 80,000 yuan. Seeing that Liang Chen refused to budge, the boss's expression immediately darkened. "Young man, I've already offered you a new one as the biggest concession I can make. You'd better accept this and stop here, otherwise you'll end up with nothing." The boss is now going all out. He would never give 80,000 yuan. Similarly, when he said that, he was already admitting that he had sold refurbished phones to Gu Yuqing and her companion. "Are you threatening me?" Liang Chen, with his fiery temper, immediately called the police. "Let the police handle it." Seeing that Liang Chen was about to call the police again, the boss gave his employees a wink. Suddenly, a male sales assistant, who looked to be about 25 years old, sprang up and lunged at Liang Chen to snatch his phone. This sudden scene startled everyone around. That's outrageous. Selling counterfeit goods, not only did they refuse to pay compensation after being exposed, but they also tried to steal other people's phones. This is a shady business. Everyone beware, never buy a phone from this store again. They're a black-hearted company. We'll record a video and post it on Douyin to expose him. Those around them spoke up in anger. At the same time, they were also worried for Liang Chen. The owner and employees of this shop are clearly not good people. They actually dared to fight in public. Fortunately, Liang Chen reacted quickly. Seeing the other person rushing towards him, Liang Chen dodged the charge by sidestepping, then raised his hand and struck the other person in the chest with an elbow. The sales assistant winced in pain and instinctively pulled back. However, before he could make his next move, Liang Chen swept his leg and knocked him down. Then he stomped on him hard, pinning him to the ground. The movements were fluid and seamless, executed in one go. He exuded an imposing aura, like a seasoned underworld boss. Let's see who dares to make a move. Fuck your mother, let me go. You'd better let me go, or I'll have someone kill you. The sales assistant at his feet roared defiantly and continued to shout and threaten. I'll fuck you. Believe me or not, I'll kill you right now. Liang Chen exuded murderous intent and increased the pressure of his footwork. The sales assistant screamed in pain. Liang Chen doesn't cause trouble, but he's not afraid of trouble either. Adhering to the principle of I will not offend others unless they offend me. But if someone offends me, I will retaliate fiercely. You said you were going to kill me? Well, I'll kill you first. I can afford to pay. Fighting is all about momentum. He wasn't afraid at all when facing such a weakling. Feeling Liang Chen's icy gaze, the sales assistant thought he really would kill her, and trembled with fear, no longer daring to utter any more threats. It's not worth working yourself to the bone for a job that pays only 3,000 or 4,000 yuan. Liang Chen's smooth combo surprised everyone around him. Especially Gu Yuqing and Aunt Lu. It's completely unexpected that Liang Chen, who is usually gentle and refined, could be so formidable. But a man like that gives you a great sense of security. With his daughter by his side, she wouldn't have to worry about him anymore. Wow, this guy is so handsome. He's cracking down on these unscrupulous merchants. Such businesses must be severely punished. That young man is so manly. I wonder if this guy has a girlfriend yet.
Ah, I really want to be his girlfriend. Holy crap, that's so cool. My brother's eyes are killing me. The onlookers cheered for Liang Chen. Some bold single women even dared to ask Liang Chen if he had a girlfriend. Liang Chen ignored them.
He turned to Gu Yuqing and said, "Mom, I'll call the police right now and let them handle this." In fact, the matter has escalated so much that some concerned citizens have already called the police on their behalf.
The police arrived in less than 10 minutes.
Upon inspection, it was confirmed that the phone the shop owner sold to the two individuals was indeed a refurbished phone.
Aunt Lu was agitated and shouted at the boss, "See?
The police officers have already checked and found out that the goods you sold us are counterfeit, you're cheating consumers. Those who accused us of trying to extort money have been proven wrong, officers. We can't let these unscrupulous businesses get away with it, or who knows how many more consumers like us will be scammed by them." Aunt Lu became more and more agitated as she spoke, saying that this kind of person must be severely punished. Liang Chen looked at the mobile phone shop owner and said coldly, "Now apologize to my mother and Aunt Lu with your most sincere attitude.
Your behavior is deception, deceiving consumers, do you understand?"
With the police present, the boss forced a smile and said, I'm sorry, I probably gave you the wrong phone this morning."
Those around the boss, seeing his insincere apology, began to gossip. Liang Chen raised an eyebrow.
Besides an apology, he demanded a tenfold compensation for any counterfeit product.
"Officer, the purchase contract states that if it's fake, I'll compensate 10 times the price. I should be able to fulfill my obligation to pay compensation, right?" The policeman nodded. Under their mediation, the boss compensated Gu Yuqing and Aunt Lu 40,000 yuan each. With the compensation paid, the matter is considered closed.
Then Liang Chen took Gu Yuqing next door to buy a new phone. After they left, onlookers vividly described what had just happened. Some have already made videos for Douyin TikTok. Liang Chen's tall and handsome appearance filled them with a sense of security.
This is the kind of man.
He's like a walking embodiment of hormones, so captivating.
On her way home, Gu Yuqing was still shaken.
People these days are so wicked they start fighting at the slightest disagreement.
"Xiao Chun, thank goodness you were here. You weren't hurt, were you?" Liang Chen smiled and said, "Mom, don't worry, it's nothing, it won't hurt me.
However, if you want to buy electronic products in the future, it's best to let us know first, because there are many people who specifically target and rip off the elderly."
Gu Yuqing nodded, "Okay. Mom, Aunt Lu, don't tell Mei Jean about what happened earlier, okay?
I'm afraid she'll worry."
Gu Yuqing thought for a moment and then agreed.
She whispered to herself, "Just don't tell Liang Chen." On the way, Gu Yuqing and Aunt Lu felt a surge of emotion, always remembering to protect their woman.
"I just want to bring happiness to the other person."
Mei Jean married a good man.
Gu Yuqing's fondness for this son-in-law was beyond measure. Chapter 43 An Unexpected Reward. Xiaobao, Daddy, do you want to eat my hand?
Seeing that they had returned home safely, Xiao Meijin and Xiao Fan breathed a sigh of relief.
"Mom, you're back. How's the phone issue going?"
Gu Yuqing said with a smile, "Thanks to Xiao Chen, we were able to return the phone, and the other party even compensated us with 80,000 yuan. Your Aunt Lu and I each received 40,000 yuan." Aunt Lu looked relieved that Liang Chen had come through. "Here, this is the money that heartless boss gave me in compensation."
"It's all thanks to Liang Chen. Mei Jean, you can take it."
Xiao Meijin quickly pushed the money back, saying, "Aunt Lu, this money belongs to you, I can't accept it."
"You're being so polite, but it's making me angry."
Liang Chen also said, "Aunt Lu, please take this.
This is compensation, which you are entitled to. We cannot accept it."
Gu Yuqing glanced at the couple and advised, "The children are right, Lao Lu, you should keep it."
"Look at me, I kept it too. Why be so polite when you've come all this way to visit your child? If you don't want the money, then I'm too embarrassed to take it." Since Gu Yuqing had already said all that, Aunt Lu could only reluctantly take the money back. "I'm going out to buy a mobile phone."
She even made tens of thousands of yuan, but Aunt Lu felt the money was too hot to handle and was uneasy.
Moreover, the other side even started fighting just now.
Fortunately, Liang Chen subdued the person who attacked him.
It's no exaggeration to say that Liang Chen risked his life to get this 40,000 yuan compensation.
"I was in such a rush to leave that I haven't had lunch yet."
Xiao Mei Chin kept them warm. "You can eat it right away when you get back."
Becoming a father is a completely different experience, haha. Liang Chen already missed the babies after only a short time away from them. She quickly finished her bowl and couldn't wait to see the baby.
What Liang Chen didn't know was that Aunt Lu was a big mouth. He had just entered the room. Aunt Lu then let slip what had happened at the telecommunications market. Seeing that Xiao Mei Chin already knew,
Aunt Lu then proceeded to vividly describe the thrilling events that had transpired.
With Aunt Lu's embellished description, Liang Chen's image was made even more glorious and magnificent. Xiao Mei Chin's eyes sparkled with admiration. My husband is amazing.
Xiao Fan admired his brother-in-law from the bottom of his heart. He put himself in his brother-in-law's shoes and wished he could accompany his mother and Aunt Lu to the telecommunications market. He wasn't even confident he could get his money back smoothly, let alone get the other party to pay him 10 times the amount for a fake product. Perhaps this is the difference between myself and my brother-in-law.
Although we are about the same age, I am incomparable to him at all.
We can't even compare. When Xiao Meijin heard that the people at the mobile phone store were trying to snatch Liang Chen's phone, she was immediately heartbroken.
Aunt Lu chuckled and said, "Don't worry, goodness, I didn't know that Xiao Chen was not only handsome and good at making money, but also so skilled."
A burly man ambushed him, and he was taken down in just a few blows.
He was so cool. Everyone around him kept clapping. With an imposing presence, the once arrogant and unscrupulous boss didn't dare utter a single word in front of Xiao Chen.
In the end, he apologized and paid compensation before being let off the hook.
Aunt Lu exclaimed that it was fantastic, so exciting. It's a pity that such an outstanding man is someone else's son-in-law.
Aunt Lu thought to herself, if Liang Chen were my son-in-law, that would be wonderful. Tears of envy welled up in her eyes.
Unlike the lively atmosphere of the living room.
Inside the room, Liang Chen watched with great interest as the babies played and entertained themselves. Now that they play by themselves, it helps with brain development. Liang Chen sat quietly to the side without disturbing him. Xiao Bao is studying his fingers. They turned over and put their little hands in their mouths, eating with great relish. Seeing his father looking at him, the little guy grinned, revealing an innocent and radiant smile.
Liang Chen was completely charmed. He couldn't help but laugh.
Seeing his father smile, the little guy smiled even more happily and stretched out his chubby little hand.
It's as if it's saying, "Dad, do you want some?"
Looking at his soft and cuddly little son, Liang Chen smiled gently, "Baby, give daddy some to eat?" Our Wan is so filial even with food to eat, she's still thinking of her dad.
Dad was so touched, sob sob sob. Liang Chen's exaggerated expressions made Xiao Bo giggle.
The two children next to them, thinking their father and younger brother were playing a game, stuck out their little bottoms and tried to get closer. Liang Chen reached out and scratched their little bellies, and the little cuties kicked their short legs and laughed happily.
Ding dong, congratulations to the triplets for reaching the maximum level of dependence on their owner and completing the hidden mission. Congratulations to the owner for reaching the stage of owning a house and a car and gaining the approval of the mother-in-law. Reward, 2x dehumidifying cream and 100,000 yuan in cash. Note, this rheumatism removing ointment can cure rheumatism.
No matter how severe the rheumatism is, it can be completely cured after 2 courses of treatment with this product, and you will never be troubled by rheumatism again.
Just as Liang Chen was holding and comforting Erbao, the system's voice rang in his mind. Upon hearing about the system's reward, Liang Chen felt a surge of surprise. Medicine that can cure rheumatism.
A full recovery is possible with just 2 courses of treatment. My wife told me that her mother has had rheumatism for over 10 years.
Whenever it's windy or rainy, my leg joints ache terribly.
This dehumidifying ointment is perfect for curing rheumatism, so my mother-in-law will never have to suffer from it again. There is also a cash reward of 100,000 yuan.
Liang Chen pondered whether to send the 100,000 yuan back to his parents. Since acquiring the system, he has been busy taking care of his children.
I received so many rewards from the system that I can send some of the cash to my parents. Let them improve their lives in the village. I'll tell them about Xiao Mei Chin and the babies when I'm done.
I could feel the joy emanating from my father. The little ones were making little kissing noises, looking very happy. Liang Chen gently held the babies in his arms and took a deep breath.
I took a deep breath of air from the babies.
Wow, it smells so good. This is the legendary baby cuddling game, it's so much fun.
Taking a breath, I felt all my fatigue vanish instantly, and I was filled with energy again.
The baby's little feet are so pink and chubby, smaller than the palm of their hands, they're incredibly cute. That evening, Liang Chen took out the dehumidifying ointment and gave it to Xiao Meijin. Let her give it to Gu Yuqing. Xiao Mei Chin's eyes widened. Honey, what did you just say? Can this ointment cure rheumatism? Will using these 2 boxes completely eliminate rheumatism? Can it really cure it? Xiao Meichin couldn't help but cover her mouth, looking completely incredulous.
My mother has had rheumatism for over 10 years. I've been taking medication for over 10 years, but I'm still not cured. Each time I take medicine, it only treats the symptoms, not the root, cause it only relieves the pain. After suffering for more than a decade, Gu Yuqing and Xiao Meijin had given up all hope.
Now that Liang Chen says this medicine can completely cure her, how could she not be excited? Liang Chen gave her a reassuring look. As long as mom could complete 2 courses of treatment, her rheumatism would definitely be completely cured. Chapter 44, Registering the Baby's Household Registration. Upon hearing Liang Chen's words, Xiao Meijin jumped up excitedly. Real? Honey, are you telling the truth? Liang Chen smiled seriously. I never lie. Very good. Thank you, Liang Chen. Xiao Meijin happily gave Liang Chen a kiss on the cheek, and then couldn't wait to take the ointment to find Gu Yuqing. She didn't want to delay her mother's rheumatism for even a moment.
If it weren't for myself and my brother, Mom wouldn't have gotten this disease.
Now,
upon hearing that there was a medicine that could completely cure rheumatism, she couldn't sit still any longer. When she returned, she still had a smile on her face, but she couldn't sleep all night.
I'm happy. I'm happy for Gu Yuqing's good health. The next day, Gu Yuqing kept thanking Liang Chen for the medicine he gave her. She tried applying it last night. I noticed that the joint area felt cool and comfortable. The second day felt better than ever before.
She hadn't felt this way in a long time. Gu Yuqing thought that the medicine her son-in-law gave her might really cure her rheumatism.
Mom, don't be shy.
But you must complete 2 courses of treatment, Liang Chen instructed.
When the family of 4 woke up from their afternoon nap,
they discovered that Gu Yuqing and the other 2 were nowhere to be found at home. It turned out that they had quietly left home while the young couple and their babies were taking their afternoon nap.
Young people these days are different.
They both enjoy spending time together as a couple.
I'm not used to living with my parents. Moreover, Gu Yuqing and the other 2 didn't want to bother their daughter for too long. They were content knowing she was doing well.
When Xiao Meijin woke up, she couldn't see anyone.
She quickly called Gu Yuqing and asked, Mom, did you and Xiaofan go back with Aunt Lu and the others? Why didn't you tell me beforehand? Gu Yuqing smiled and said, We've been out for almost 3 days now. I'm sorry to have bothered you for so long.
You and Xiaochen should live a good life and take good care of the babies.
We're almost at the station. I've prepared some food for you and it's kept warm in the kitchen. Go eat when you get up.
The ingredients in the refrigerator are all sorted and neatly arranged.
You can cook whatever you want to eat.
I'll raise more chickens and ducks when I get home and bring them over for you to eat later. Meijin, you now have to breastfeed 3 children. Remember to eat more meals in the future. More nutrition will help you produce more milk.
Your brother and I have gone back. We'll come to see you again when we have time. Gu Yuqing's kind and friendly voice came through the phone. Xiao Meichin wanted to cry.
They had only met for a short time, and now they were separated again.
As we grow up, the feeling of parting is truly unbearable.
After hanging up the phone, Xiao Meichin sent a WeChat message to her younger brother. Tell him to take good care of his mother and Aunt Lu on the way. Then they discussed Xiaofan's future plans. Xiaofan replied that since his girlfriend had already broken up with him, he didn't plan to go back to work.
He plans to come to Nanning to look for a job in a while.
Xiao Meichin told him to let her know in advance when he came to look for a job.
After Gu Yuqing and the other 2 left.
Seeing that they still had time, the couple prepared their documents and took their babies to register their births.
The place to register one's household registration is not far from Mingyue Bay. It's about a 20-minute walk away.
The weather was nice outside, so the couple decided to walk there. The family of 5 walked down the street, and the couple were already used to the amazed looks they received from those around them. Upon arriving at the registration office, you quickly attracted the attention of the staff.
Who are you? Liang Chen replied, We're here to register our baby's births. Something came up and we were delayed. Shouldn't it still be possible to access it now?
The staff member nodded in a humane manner, indicating that it was acceptable.
Liang Chen and Xiao Meijin looked very young. The staff were surprised. Are all 3 of these your babies? Liang Chen laughed. They are. Ah woo. Triplets are so rare.
People from the surrounding area who were registering their household registrations came over to watch.
Upon seeing the triplets, they couldn't help but start talking about them, their faces filled with envy. My goodness, triplets are amazing at having children, and they're all so cute. Mom and Dad are so amazing. Do you have any secrets to having triplets? Would you be willing to share them?
Holy crap, I used to think my son was super handsome, but wow, compared to him, he's so ugly.
The person who said that was undoubtedly the biological father. Every parent wants their baby to be praised by others. Liang Chen and Xiao Meijin were no exception.
Hearing the praise and compliments from those around him about the babies, Liang Chen felt a smile spreading across his face.
He just hit it very well, secretly enjoying it.
On the surface, he wore a humble and indifferent smile.
The parents are even more good-looking than celebrities in the entertainment industry, no wonder they have such a beautiful little cutie. The staff were delighted and kept praising it while processing their business. I wonder what color burlap sacks the babies like. I really want to bring them home and raise them myself. What are the names of the babies? This is De Bao, Liang Junqiao. The second treasure is Liang Yunjing, and the third treasure is Liang Yuwai.
The staff smiled and complimented their names, saying how cute the babies were and how lovely their names were.
They asked, "Would you like to come home with Auntie?
Auntie's house has lots of fun things to do, toys, pretty clothes, and grandma's drinks."
3 pairs of clear, innocent eyes looked curiously at the staff. The babies were unmoved by the mention of toys and clothes. But when the baby heard grandma's voice, the baby moved.
Her little mouth kept smacking.
Ah! I want to drink milk now. The staff couldn't help but laugh. This is the first time I've ever seen such a smart baby. After registering the household registration, the staff looked at each other with reluctance. I don't know if I'll have the chance to see the triplets again. Honey, let's go shopping at the mall. See if there are any clothes I want to buy. Okay.
He had been wanting to buy new clothes for his wife and babies for a long time.
Now's a good time to take a look around.
The mall is filled with a dazzling array of shops, and customers are constantly coming and going. Doing business in a place like this must be very profitable. Unfortunately, shops in these kinds of places aren't something you can just buy whenever you want.
Besides being rich, they also robbed. If I can't get one, I'll have to rent one from now on.
The annual rent is shockingly high. Liang Chen thought to himself that this kind of place is not something ordinary people can afford to rent. As they strolled along, suddenly, Liang Chen saw a 2 or 3-year-old girl standing in the crowd, looking confused. The little girl's eyes were filled with helplessness and fear. There were no adults from her family around. Liang Chen's heart tightened, and he quickly said to Xiao Meijin, "Wife, take a look at the babies." After saying that, he quickly walked towards the little girl.
He guessed that the little girl must have gotten lost from the adults. What if a child who was alone is targeted by human traffickers?
With this thought in mind, Liang Chen knelt down in front of the little girl and asked with a gentle smile, "Little girl, what's wrong?
Where are your mom and dad?"
Seeing Liang Chen speaking to her, the little girl grasped at a straw and cried out, "Mommy, mommy, mommy's gone.
Mom, she's lost."
Chapter 45 Child Traffickers Snatch Children, The Lost Little Girl. The little girl had her hair in a bun, and her big, watery eyes blinked. She was incredibly cute. She said her mother was lost.
"Actually, I got lost. It's dangerous for such a pretty little girl to get lost."
Although society may seem peaceful now, there are still many child traffickers. Every year, many children are abducted by them. Seeing that Liang Chen didn't seem like a bad person, the little girl started to cry, feeling wronged. He said his mother was missing.
Liang Chen asked her if she remembered her parents' phone number.
The little girl shook her head. No, she didn't remember. Her mother's phone call was very, very long.
Liang Chen smiled and said, "Little friend, why don't you and your uncle wait here for your mother?" "Okay, thank you, uncle."
The little girl was very polite, and with Liang Chen around, she wasn't so scared. Xiao Meijin walked over with a smile, pushing a stroller. The little girl looked up, her eyes suddenly widening.
"Wow, Auntie, you're so pretty. You are so much prettier than my mom. Auntie, can you be my mom?"
Seeing the little girl's innocent and carefree appearance, Xiao Meijin smiled. "No, Auntie is your younger sibling's mother. I can't be your mother."
The little girl looked disappointed. My eyes fell on the stroller and couldn't look away for the next second. What did she see? 3 incredibly cute babies.
Wow, the little brother and sister are so pretty.
Auntie, if you won't be my mom, can you give me a little brother or sister instead? My younger brother and sister are so cute, I love them.
Xiao Mei Chin shook her head again. No, my little brother and sister are my babies, I can't give them away.
Little friend, if you want a younger brother or sister, ask your mom to have another one.
But mom can't give birth to younger brothers or sisters.
The little girl only wanted triplets. I don't want someone who isn't cute.
The little darlings in the stroller are still unaware that their older sister has her eye on them.
He looked at the little girl with a surprised expression. Her eyes seemed to say, "Oh dear, is she a baby too? Why is she so much older than us?"
A family of 5 and their little girl attracted a lot of attention in the shopping mall. At that moment, a middle-aged woman in her 50s walked towards the little girl.
"Baby, Grandma has finally found you. Come to Grandma, and Grandma will take you home."
After saying that, he reached out to pull the little girl. However, when she saw the middle-aged woman pulling her, the little girl instinctively hid behind Liang Chen. She clung to his leg, looking terrified.
Liang Chen frowned. "She's your granddaughter?" The middle-aged woman smiled and said, "Isn't that my granddaughter?
She was shopping earlier and then she disappeared. I looked for her for a long time, and now I find her here."
"Thank you, young man."
After saying that, he reached out to pull the little girl again.
Liang Chen pushed it back. "You say she's your granddaughter, then what's your granddaughter's name?"
The middle-aged woman was clearly taken aback for a moment, but quickly realized what she meant and said, "I just call her baby. She's my only precious granddaughter, and I've called her that since she was born.
Come on, baby, let's go home with Grandma." Liang Chen wasn't so easily fooled.
From the moment the woman appeared, he sensed that she wasn't a good person. Moreover, the little girl had just told her that she was out shopping with her mother.
Mom is missing.
Now suddenly a grandmother appears.
It's obviously fake.
Maybe the other party is a human trafficker who saw that the little girl was cute and wanted to kidnap her.
He knelt down to comfort the little girl and gently asked, "Little girl, tell me your name? Is she your grandma?" "Uncle, it's me, Nian Nian." She is not Grandma. Dad said that Grandma went to a very, very far place, and Nian Nian has never met Grandma." Upon hearing the little girl's words, Liang Chen's expression turned cold. As a father of 3, Liang Chen can't bear to see his children suffer.
They can't bear to see their children being hurt by others. The woman in front of me clearly wants to kidnap the little girl.
This infuriated him. Human traffickers should be arrested and shot.
Upon hearing the little girl's words, the middle-aged woman quickly put on a cold face and angrily said,
"Nian Nian, Grandma didn't buy you a toy earlier, so are you throwing a tantrum now?"
"Young man, she really is my granddaughter."
"Come on, read it to me. Don't be angry. Grandma will buy you toys, okay?
Come on, say goodbye to your uncle and go home with Grandma." The middle-aged woman did not give up and continued to try to forcibly pull the little girl away. The little guy was immediately terrified and started crying, clinging tightly to Liang Chen's leg.
"What are you crying for? You're so young and you're already throwing a tantrum.
Come home with Grandma right now, or Grandma will spank you if you keep crying."
I heard what the middle-aged woman said. It really does sound like the granddaughter and grandmother are having a conflict. An uninformed person might actually believe they are granddaughters. The only problem is that the grandmother doesn't buy toys for her granddaughter. The granddaughter was unhappy and threw a tantrum. This situation does occur.
However, Liang Chen and Xiao Meijin knew that this was not the case.
These human traffickers are planning to rob us outright. How could Liang Chen's explosive temper be tolerated?
He stepped forward and slapped the middle-aged woman hard, then firmly restrained her with both hands, not giving her another chance to hurt the little girl.
"Security! Security! Someone's here to snatch a child."
The little girl is separated from her mother. This woman is a child trafficker.
"Security guards, come quick."
After Liang Chen subdued the woman, he shouted at the mall security guards.
"Help! I'm being molested. Someone is molesting me. Someone, please help me.
There's a pervert here trying to sexually assault me, a woman in her 50s. My reputation is ruined in my later years, I can't live anymore, wah." Seeing that things were escalating, the middle-aged woman quickly turned the tables and blamed the other woman.
He shouted to the people around him.
The onlookers who had been watching the spectacle chuckled.
Would a handsome guy like him molest an old woman like you? Didn't you see his fairy-like wife right next to you? Moreover, judging from the little girl's expression, you can tell that the woman is not her grandmother. Therefore, the woman being controlled by the young man might actually be a human trafficker. I saw stories about child abductions on TikTok, and then it happened to me. Everyone found it unbelievable. At that moment, a woman, covered in sweat and with a face full of fear and anxiety, rushed out from the crowd. She rushed towards the little girl and hugged her tightly in her arms.
Nyen Nyen, my Nyen Nyen, Mommy has finally found you. Mom thought she couldn't find you. Mom has finally found you. Luckily, our Nyen Nyen is very fortunate and didn't encounter any human traffickers.
The woman held the little girl, tears streaming down her face.
The little girl clung to the woman, crying loudly, Mommy, Nyen Nyen is scared. That grandma is so mean. She says she's grandma and she's taking Nyen Nyen home. Mom, is she grandma?
Dad said grandma went to a very far place.
Has grandma come back?
Hearing her daughter's words, the woman felt a wave of fear wash over her.
Grandmother.
Her mother-in-law passed away when her husband was in elementary school.
Where did this grandma come from?
He also wants to bring his daughter home. The woman, holding her daughter, glanced around at what had happened and felt a wave of fear wash over her. That person wasn't a grandmother at all, she was clearly a human trafficker.
Chapter 46 Meijin, Babies, Daddy is a hero.
Child traffickers snatch children in the street. The woman felt a wave of self-reproach and lingering fear.
If it weren't for Liang Chen, I might never have seen my daughter again.
The more the woman thought about it, the more afraid she became. After getting up and settling his daughter down, he went on a rampage and began to violently attack the middle-aged woman.
I'll teach you to take my daughter. You're trying to take my child? I'll fight you to the death. Ah!
Murder! Murder! The middle-aged woman screamed like a pig being slaughtered. But nobody sympathized with her.
Human traffickers should be shot, they don't deserve any sympathy. Imagine this. If a little girl is abducted, what kind of inhuman torture will she suffer? Sold by human traffickers and had their organs harvested? Or should I sell it to someone else and never see my parents again? The consequences are terrifying to even think about.
After the woman finished venting her emotions, the mall security guards took her away.
Catching a human trafficker would be a major achievement.
The woman breathed a sigh of relief, composed herself, and held her daughter's hand, thanking Liang Chen profusely.
Come on, say thank you, uncle, for saving my life. The little girl was very well behaved and said in her sweet, childish voice, Thank you, handsome uncle. Uncle, that grandma was really scary.
Liang Chen smiled and said, Next time you go shopping with your mother, stay close to her, or you might run into bad people.
I understand, uncle. From now on, I won't let my mom get lost.
If it weren't for Liang Chen and his wife, I might never have seen my daughter again. The woman said she wanted to give them money as a thank you.
Liang Chen waved his hand, saying, I'm also a father of 3, and I know how hard it is to be a parent. I don't want the money.
Just be careful when you take the kids out in the future, so they don't get lost again. After saying that, he pushed the stroller and continued shopping with Xiao Chen. The mother and daughter remained where they were, expressing their deepest gratitude as they watched their retreating figures.
Wow, honey, you're amazing. That's so cool. He saved a little kid. After leaving, Xiao Meijin looked at Liang Chen with admiration.
At this moment, she didn't look like a university teacher at all, instead, she looked like a teenage fangirl.
Babies, did you see that? Daddy is a great hero. Dad is awesome, he caught the bad guy.
Babies, when you grow up, don't run around.
There are a lot of bad people around now. Stay with your mom and dad, and your mom and dad will protect you. My mother's kind voice came through the phone. Although babies can't understand what adults are saying yet. But I could sense my mother's emotions. The 3 little ones bounced their bottoms and responded in baby talk.
They were humming and whining, and I couldn't understand what they meant, but I could tell the little ones were very excited and happy.
Honey, look. Did the babies understand?
I said Daddy is a great hero, and look how happy they are. Her smile was like that of an angel. Xiao Chen's heart melted. Xiao Chen has made up her mind to take her babies out from now on. You must never let them out of your sight. It would be dangerous if we encountered one of those human traffickers.
When Liang Chen came to the mall, he was thinking of buying clothes for his wife.
Si Yao Mei Chin was thinking about buying clothes for her husband. However, neither of them are people who pursue brand name luxury goods. After discussing it, we decided to buy them for the babies first. Department stores offer almost all kinds of goods. Passing by the baby section, the arrival of the triplets immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. In addition, Liang Chen's heroic act of successfully stopping child traffickers from snatching children just now. Many people in the mall saw it. When they saw the family of 5, they were incredibly welcoming. As soon as I entered the baby section, a group of sales assistants greeted me warmly. They all urged the couple to buy from their store. The babies are almost 3 months old and are in a stage of rapid growth. Therefore, it's best to buy several different sizes of clothes for each baby. Otherwise, it will be troublesome when the child grows up and can no longer fit into their old clothes. Therefore, the couple planned to bring back clothes that were 1 or even 2 or 3 sizes too big for their babies. A sales assistant was pleasantly surprised to see the couple walk into their store with their babies. They followed happily. My goodness, the couple looked incredibly good looking from a distance. Wow, it looks even better up close. If only Si Yao Mei Chin's face were on my own body. The sales assistant was incredibly envious. What would you like to buy, Mom and Dad? Our store specializes in children's clothing for children under 3 years old. We guarantee the quality and safety of our products, using only the finest and softest fabrics. Your triplets are so cute. They are the most beautiful and adorable children I have ever seen. They would definitely look great in these clothes. There are styles for both boys and girls. This is for little ones. When it rains and the temperature drops, you can dress the babies in warm clothes. Also, this is a small hat, which you can wear in the morning or when going out. Do you need clothes for your 3 or 4-month-old baby? No problem, we have all sizes. This material is very soft, you see, it won't scratch your baby's neck. Our clothes are a bit pricey, but the quality is guaranteed. If you take them home and there are any quality issues within 3 months, you can bring them back to exchange them for a new one. Dear parents, please rest assured that all the clothes in our store are made of pure natural materials without any pollution. The sales assistant worked swiftly and efficiently, filling the shopping cart to the brim with baby clothes. Just as they were about to pay the bill, the proprietress came over. She said she was impressed by Liang Chen's heroic actions and decided that everything the couple bought at the store today would be 50% off. This made Si Yao Mei Chin extremely happy. The proprietress said she also has 2 children, and when she saw a human trafficker, she wanted nothing more than to stomp him to death. Today, Liang Chen is eliminating a scourge for society. The proprietress kept expressing her envy towards Xiao Mei Jin, saying that she was lucky to have married such a wonderful husband. Si Yao Mei Chin smiled happily, feeling blessed. On her way home, Xiao Mei Jin looked at her overflowing shopping bags, feeling a little bewildered. Honey, did we buy too much? Are there many? But when the two of them looked at the items, although there were many, they were all things that the babies could use. Suddenly, it didn't feel like there was too much anymore. I walked out today, and now I'm carrying so much stuff, plus the babies, I simply can't get back. Liang Chen thought for a moment and said to Xiao Mei Jin, "Wife, take the babies to find a cool place to rest for a while. I'll call a car." Good. Hurry up. Si Yao Mei Chin can't wait to go home and dress her babies in new clothes. The children spend most of their time sleeping each day, and the triplets fell asleep while accompanying their parents on a walk. Si Yao Mei Chin sighed, "I really don't know where my husband bought this stroller." The babies seem to be sleeping very soundly in the stroller. Moreover, this car has excellent shock absorption. I've never seen it bounce around. Looking at her sleeping babies, Xiao Mei Jin felt a surge of tenderness, thinking about how she could finally register them. Si Yao Mei Chin's long-held anxiety finally subsided. From today onwards, their 3 children are officially registered babies. Chapter 47. Lin Jing is shocked. Does your husband's family own a mine? Just as the family of 5 got into the car, I ran into 2 acquaintances of Si Yao Mei Chin. They were teachers who shared an office with her. Teachers Huang Yuding and Lin Jing respectively. Si Yao Mei Chin had just become a university teacher and there were many things she didn't understand. During this time, the 2 teachers took good care of her. The 3 of them often chat in the office during breaks and have a very good relationship. The 2 of them took a day off today and went shopping. Unexpectedly, I saw Si Yao Mei Chin carrying her baby as she got into the car. Look, isn't that teacher Mei Jin? Is she holding a baby in her arms? There seem to be more in the stroller. They look like twins or triplets. Is that her husband next to her?
Her husband is so handsome, he has such a great presence, and the way he looks at teacher Mei Jin and the babies is so gentle. Her husband looks so young, he seems even younger than us.
Ms. Lin, do you think Ms. Mei Jin's husband looks familiar? I feel like I've seen someone before. Let me think, who does it resemble again?
She was absolutely certain she had met Huang Yuting, but when the words came to her lips, she just couldn't recall the other person's name.
Just as Huang Yuting was lost in thought, the taxi drove away. Huang Yuting and Lin Jing looked regretful.
It's a pity I couldn't go up and say hello to Xiao Mei Qin, or see who her husband looks like.
I'm home. Liang Chen put the clothes she had just bought for the babies into the washing machine.
After washing and drying, I'll give them to the babies to wear. Xiao Mei Qin carried the babies back to their room to sleep.
These three adorable kids can really sleep. They still showed no signs of waking up when we got home. After settling the babies in, Xiao Mei Jin couldn't wait to call Gu Yuqing.
Share the good news of registering your baby's births with her.
The next day, Xiao Mei Qin went to school. During break time, in the office, Huang Yuting came up to Xiao Mei Jin and suddenly asked, "Teacher Mei Jin, are you pregnant?" Xiao Mei Qin was taken aback. How did Teacher Huang find out?
Ms. Lin exclaimed, "Oh dear. Yesterday, Ms. Huang and I went shopping at the mall and happened to see you getting into the car with your child.
That's how I found out. By the way, Ms. Mei Jin, how many children do you have?"
I have a child, but I haven't told them yet. Now that they know, Xiao Mei Qin feels a little embarrassed.
The three babies are triplets. Huang Yuting and her companion were taken aback. Triplets? Wow, Ms. Mei Jin, you're amazing.
You're so good at giving birth. However, Huang Yuting paused and then asked, taking care of three babies at the same time must be very tiring.
What if the children start crying at the same time? It's very exhausting. Xiao Mei Qin hesitated for a moment and said, "Actually, my husband has always taken care of my baby. Apart from feeding them and playing with them occasionally, I haven't done much, so it's not tiring." Ha! Lin Jing was the first to exclaim, "So the baby's father is a stay-at-home dad? That's amazing. Don't you have a nanny?"
Thinking of Liang Chen's many deeds, Xiao Mei Jin couldn't help but feel a touch of pride on her face. We used to have a nanny, but we stopped hiring her later. My husband can take good care of the babies all by himself, and he keeps the house very well organized.
One person can do so many things. Huang Yuting was incredibly impressed. Your husband is amazing. Lin Jing was incredibly envious. Where could she find a husband like that? She wanted one too. Ms. Mei Jin, we don't know what your husband looks like yet. Do you have a photo? Would it be convenient for us to see it?
Huang Yuting winked at Lin Jing, giving her a well-done look.
Looking at photos? Xiao Mei Qin was startled. Liang Chen is a celebrity at their school because of his exceptionally good looks. Looking at the photo, what if the two teachers recognize me? But then I thought about it again.
Keeping this a secret all this time makes it seem like Liang Chen is someone who can't be seen by others, which is unfair to him. Xiao Mei Qin steeled her resolve and decided to go all in. However, just as she was about to show Liang Chen's photo to the two teachers, I suddenly realized I brought the wrong phone with me when I went out today.
Xiao Mei Qin has two cell phones. One is a work phone, and the other is a personal phone.
On his work phone, the photo album was filled with work-related documents and photos. Xiao Mei Qin smiled sheepishly and said she would definitely show it to them next time she had the chance.
Huang Yuting showed a hint of regret, but quickly expressed her understanding. She is the same as Xiao Mei Qin. I also have two phones, one for work and one for personal life, and I even have two WeChat accounts. Lin Jing's eyes flashed, and she asked curiously, "Teacher Mei Jin, where do you live?" Oh, we live in Mingyue Bay. What? Mingyue Bay, Ms. Mei Jin, you said you live in Mingyue Bay? Seeing Lin Jing's sudden strong reaction, Huang Yuting couldn't help but ask curiously, "Teacher Lin, what's wrong with living in Mingyue Bay?"
Lin Jing looked surprised.
Don't you know Mingyue Bay? It's one of the top 10 luxury residences in Nanning. It's all single-level apartments with one unit per floor.
When it opened, the lowest price was 60,000 yuan per square meter.
It was incredibly popular on Douyin.
Because of its prime location, 60,000 yuan is just the lowest price even with money. You might not be able to snag a spot.
Huang Yuting was surprised, so expensive.
Lin Jing exclaimed in surprise, "You didn't know that?"
Huang Yuting smiled shyly. She only knew about Happiness Lane and didn't know much about the other luxury residences.
Lin Jing felt like she had discovered a new continent. Her mouth was still agape.
My goodness! Mingyue Bay is a very sought-after location.
There's still a lot of room for appreciation in the real estate market.
I can probably make a lot of money selling it later.
I heard that the smallest house there is 300 square meters, and the lowest price is 60,000 yuan per square meter.
That means you would have to spend at least 18 million yuan to buy a house there. Ouch, that's terrifying.
Lin Jing couldn't help but gasp.
Meijin, which house did your family buy? How much did you take out a loan for?
Xiao Meijin shook her head.
We don't have any loans.
Lin Jing's eyes widened.
No loan? You bought it in full? Xiao Meichin nodded. My husband bought it in full. Holy crap! Crazy, absolutely crazy. More than 18 million, paid in full at once. Does this person own a mine?
Lin Jing was utterly shocked. Thinking back to yesterday when I met Xiao Meichin's husband, he was so young and handsome.
Is he a rich kid?
Lin Jing cried with envy, wondering why she couldn't meet such a high-quality man. The more she learned about Xiao Meichin's situation, the more it stirred her desire.
I tentatively asked, Ms. Meijin, may I come to your home as a guest? I'd like to visit your home. We've been colleagues for a while now. I've been to Yuting's house, but I haven't been to yours yet. Is it convenient for you?
If Xiao Meichin agrees, not only can I visit her home, but I can also see her husband and children.
A triple win. Are you coming to visit?
Xiao Meijin paused for a moment, then nodded.
Sure, I have no problem with that, but I need to call the baby's father to let him know. Chapter 48 An unexpected twist, my wife's colleague comes to visit. After saying that, Xiao Meijin immediately called Liang Chen. Liang Chen.
As soon as she opened her mouth, Liang Chen knew his wife had something she wanted to discuss with him.
What's wrong, honey? Here's the thing, 2 of my colleagues want to come over to my house tonight. In an instant, Liang Chen thought of many possibilities.
Since his wife wasn't worried about being recognized by the school teachers, Liang Chen was naturally not afraid. So I readily agreed, sure, no problem.
Xiao Meichin whispered, they might recognize you, are you scared?
Why be afraid? You're my wife, and our relationship isn't something to be ashamed of.
Xiao Meichin has figured it out, she's not afraid.
Then Liang Chen would be even less afraid.
Liang Chen smiled and said, let them come, I'm fine.
Xiao Meichin smiled and said, okay, I'll bring them to my house tonight.
Xiao Meichin has relatively few friends due to her personality.
She had several good friends in college, but they've lost touch since graduation. Everyone else went to work, but she chose to take the postgraduate entrance exam, and later, she was lucky enough to become a university teacher. Now we mostly live our own lives and have even less contact with each other. Huang Yuting and Lin Jing were 2 of the few friends she made after she started working. Honey, I don't know if Teacher Huang and Teacher Lin like the food at home, so please don't cook yet.
After school, we bought it ourselves. No problem.
After school in the afternoon, the 3 of them went to the supermarket to buy groceries.
Since you've come to visit, why don't you have dinner at our house tonight? My husband is a great cook. Huang Yuting was surprised, your husband can cook?
It's hard to believe that the man who can afford to buy Mingyue Bay outright can also cook.
That's amazing. Xiao Meichin smiled and nodded, yes, he usually does it at home.
After the 3 of them came out of the supermarket, their hands were full of vegetables, fruits, and bags. Fortunately, Lin Jing had a car. They were taken back to Bright Moon Bay. Unfamiliar cars need to register to enter the community, but fortunately the security guard at the gate recognizes Xiao Meijin, so she can enter by scanning her face.
Huang Yuting looked around at the surroundings with envy. It's so beautiful. I wish I could buy a house here too. Lin Jing couldn't help but exclaim, I wish I could too. It's so grand. 1 apartment per floor, accessible by elevator. Click.
The door opened, revealing a light luxury decor style with separate living and sleeping areas. Wow, this understated luxury style really has a great feel to it.
I want my home to be decorated like this in the future. Huang Yuting used to be indifferent to affordable luxury, but now she can't help but like it.
Xiao Meichin's house is practically the dream home of both teachers. The only downside is that the house prices are too high.
With prices reaching tens of thousands of yuan per square meter, how could they afford to buy such properties? It would be great if I could buy a square meter to stand in first. Xiao Mei-chin carried the groceries she bought directly into the kitchen and found that the rice cooker was already cooking rice. A low flame was burning on the stove, and a faint aroma wafted from the clay pot, but I didn't know what was stewing inside. Huang Yuting and Lin Jing followed. I didn't see anyone. The two asked curiously, Mei-jin, your husband didn't go out, did he? Xiao Mei-chin shook her head. Probably not. She's probably playing with the babies in her room. The two were both surprised and delighted upon hearing this. Can we go see the babies? Xiao Mei-chin asked the two of them to follow her. The master bedroom door was ajar, and Xiao Mei-jin quietly pushed it open. Pushing open the door, I saw Liang Chen breastfeeding De Bao with one hand and playing with Air Bao with the other. San Bao was playing by himself next to his older sister. A warm and harmonious scene. Lele, eat well, don't spill any, your clothes are dirty and you'll have to wash them yourself. De Bao nurses very slowly, taking a bite and then stopping. She'd only taken a few bites when she spat out the nipple and smiled at her dad. Goodness, milk is flowing out of the little mouth again. Xiao Mei-chin smiled and said, Honey, we're back. This is Huang Yuting, Teacher Huang. This is Lin Jing, Teacher Lin. Teachers, this is my husband, Liang Chen. Seeing Xiao Mei-jin's husband up close and hearing his name, the two were immediately taken aback. Liang Chen? Are you Liang Chen? That super handsome student at our school, Liang Chen, are you? Huang Yuting suddenly realized what was going on. She finally understood why Liang Chen seemed so familiar to her yesterday. Turn out to be Xiao Mei-chin's husband is a super handsome guy from their school. No wonder it looked so familiar. The moment they learned Liang Chen's identity, both of them thought the same thing. Oh my god, he's such a handsome guy at my school. He's a good person, knows how to take care of babies, and is rich. Why don't they take advantage of students like that? Ah, even though I'm the teacher and the other person is the student. But you can totally get married, okay? Whether it's looks or financial ability, she's top-notch. It's a pity they didn't make a move. Look at his skillful actions in caring for the baby, and the doting look in his eyes. Huang Yuting and Lin Jing are certain that Liang Chen loves his child very much. What a pity, what a pity. I feel like I missed out on billions if I didn't hold on to a man like that. Liang Chen greeted them with a smile. Hello, Teacher Huang and Teacher Lin. Xiao Mei-chin watched nervously from the side. As expected, Huang Yuting and the others recognized Liang Chen. I wonder if they will report this to the school leaders. If my supervisor finds out, will it affect my work at the school? Xiao Mei-chin thought about it a lot. But all concerns were quickly dispelled. Since she had already made up her mind, she would let nature take its course and face whatever the outcome might be. Liang Chen's voice is incredibly pleasant to hear. It is particularly magnetic. Huang Yuting said very politely, Liang Chen, we came here so abruptly, will we be disturbing you? Yes, won't that cause trouble? Lin Jing nodded and asked from the side. Liang Chen smiled brightly, how could it be troublesome? The two teachers have taken such good care of Mei-jin at school, I've wanted to thank you for a long time, but I haven't had the chance. Huang Yuting and the other person were surprised. I never expected Liang Chen to have considered so many things at such a young age. And she's also very good at talking. Liang Chen said he would treat them well today. Wife, I've already changed the baby's diapers, so there shouldn't be any problems later. You can just play with them. You chat with Teacher Huang and the others first, I'll go cook. Xiao Mei-chin hummed in agreement, wanting to say that her husband had worked hard. But with Huang Yuting and Lin Jing present, she was too embarrassed to say it aloud. Go ahead, leave the babies to me. Liang Chen left. Huang Yuting and Lin Jing couldn't contain themselves any longer and happily walked over to the triplets. Oh my god, the babies are so cute and cuddly, I want to kiss them. Kisses, hugs, and piggyback rides. Teacher Huang, babies are so cute, you should have a few too, and I'll take care of them for you. Chapter 49, her identity revealed, shocking. Her husband's cooking is too delicious. Huang Yuting wanted to have a child, but she couldn't find a man like Liang Chen. I could never have triplets as cute as these. Huang Yuting screamed inwardly, she was incredibly excited. Seeing Xiao Bao reach out to her, Xiao Meijin picked up her youngest son. I smiled at Huang Yuting. I'm sure the child will be very cute when teacher Huang gets married and has a baby.
Huang Yuting lacks confidence her baby is good looking, but first you have to look at how the parents look.
Huang Yuting is 4 years older than Xiao Meijin, and they are not married yet. But she really likes babies. Upon seeing the triplets, she was overjoyed and danced with excitement.
Teacher Meijin, your 3 children are so well raised. Look how fair and tender they are, how energetic they are, and how spirited they are.
Xiao Meichin felt that all of this was thanks to Liang Chen.
Since he came into their lives, their family's overall standard of living has improved many times over.
Moreover, he was incredibly attentive to the baby. All of this is thanks to Liang Chen.
Looking at the baby smiling at her in her arms, Xiao Meijin's eyes were filled with boundless love. My baby was at his weakest when he was born because I was preparing for exams, which resulted in insufficient breast milk. Ever since my husband started taking care of the babies, he's been cooking me delicious meals every day, ensuring I get the nutrition I need. My baby has also grown a lot stronger thanks to my breast milk.
Lin Jing was incredibly envious.
Liang Chen is young, but he's caring and goes to great lengths to cook delicious food for you.
It's rare to find a man like that. Huang Yuting nodded in agreement. A good man like Liang Chen is probably only found in TV dramas or novels. You probably can't find another one like him in real life.
Although I know it doesn't exist. But Huang Yuting still had a small hope in her heart. I hope I can find a man like Xiao Meichin's husband, who is handsome, rich, and caring.
2 strangers.
The 3 little ones kept observing them with curiosity. Children can't speak yet, but they can perceive the world around them on their own.
Oh my God. The triplets perfectly inherited the excellent genes of Liang Chen and Xiao Meijin.
Those big, watery eyes are so beautiful.
The twinkling lights made Huang Yuting and the other person exclaim that it was too cute to handle. Unfortunately, the little ones were playing by themselves and didn't pay any attention to them. Huang Yuting felt a pang of regret. Is it because I'm not pretty enough that the little babies don't want to play with me?
Xiao Meichin laughed and said that Huang Yuting was overthinking it. The babies would go to sleep after playing for a while.
This is their custom.
Upon hearing this, Huang Yuting felt that Xiao Meijin was trying to comfort her.
However, they soon discovered that what Xiao Meichin said was true.
The 3 little babies fell asleep while playing. The baby is sleeping on his stomach, and he's still drooling. I carefully wiped away Chi-Chi's drool. The 2 teachers were still reluctant to leave, watching the sleeping toddler. Come on, let's go to the kitchen and see what delicious food Liang Chen is making for us. Wearing a cartoon pattern apron, Liang Chen watched him busy in the kitchen, a unique feeling welling up inside her. Handsome, refined, sunny, warm. My God, how can so many feelings occur in one person at the same time?
Is this the legendary hidden gem? Xiao Meichin wanted to lend a hand. Honey, is there anything I can help you with?
Liang Chen turned to the side, a bright smile on his face.
No need, I can manage on my own. Honey, you chat with teacher Huang and the others for a while. I'll call you when I'm done.
When Liang Chen smiled, his face radiated sunshine, making him incredibly charming. If there weren't outsiders present, Xiao Meichin would have already rushed up and kissed him. Lin Jing's eyes sparkled.
She turned around and said, I'll go back to school and see if there are any more students like this. Ah, I really want a husband like that. He spoils me so much.
This was the first time Huang Yuting had ever felt that young boys were so attractive. Although Liang Chen is only a senior in college, he is very mature and experienced in both his actions and speech.
Xiao Meichin led them to the living room.
Please feel free to sit anywhere. There are fruits and snacks available, so please help yourself.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Meijin. We won't be polite. Wow, the balcony outside is so big. There's even a koi pond. And wow, we can see the river from here. Lin Jing, come and see.
The Yong River outside is so beautiful.
Hearing Huang Yuting's voice, I went out to see what was going on. I couldn't help but admire Liang Chen's comfortable financial situation.
The lowest price for a house in Mingyue Bay is 60,000 yuan per square meter. Houses with river views are estimated to be 20,000 to 30,000 yuan more expensive. Holy crap, if it's 20,000 to 30,000 yuan more per square meter, then over 300 square meters is?
Lin Jing couldn't imagine it. What kind of job can earn so much money to buy a house here? Do those rich people's money really not come from thin air? Otherwise, how did they earn it?
Lin Jing had always been curious and puzzled by this question.
Sigh, I wonder if I'll ever be able to buy a house like this in my lifetime.
Just as Xiao Mei Chin was showing Huang Yuting around,
Liang Chen's voice came through the window, dinner is ready. Xiao Mei Chin went over to help out.
Seeing this, Huang Yuting and Lin Jing also went over to help serve the dishes. They already felt bad for making Liang Chen do all the work. I would feel even more guilty if I didn't help with some small things within my ability.
It smells so good. It looks, smells, and tastes amazing. Even the hotel chefs couldn't make a dish like this. I cried, and I swore that I would definitely find a husband who can cook and cooks well in the future.
Huang Yuting laughed at her, saying, "Then you should just go and attend the blind date your mom arranged for you. Most men you meet on blind dates can cook." Lin Jing pursed her lips.
Don't try to fool me.
There are plenty of mama's boys on blind dates these days.
Do you really expect them to know how to cook?
Liang Chen pursed his lips, never expecting that the two teachers, who were usually so meticulous at school, would be like this in private. There were 4 people, and Liang Chen cooked 10 dishes. These were all made with the vegetables you bought, so the flavor is rather light. I don't know if they suit your tastes, but please try them, teachers. Because Xiao Mei Chin was breastfeeding the babies, Liang Chen paid extra attention to her diet.
Spicy dishes cannot be made for her now.
Otherwise, it will pass through the breast milk to the babies. Upon hearing Liang Chen's words, Lin Jing said he was being too modest.
We'll love anything you make, no matter what the flavor is. Why do I say that? Just by smelling it, you can tell it's delicious.
Lin Jing would never refuse a delicious meal that's already in her mouth. Without being polite, she took the first bite. My eyes suddenly widened, and I felt like I was floating on a cloud.
It tastes amazing, so delicious. Huang Yuting exclaimed, yes, this is the most delicious dish I've ever eaten.
Lin Jing kept expressing her envy.
Mei Jin is so lucky. I wish I could eat Liang Chen's cooking every day. Chapter 50 Amazing Reward, Taking Photos of the Babies. Huang Yuting and Lin Jing showered Liang Chen with compliments. There aren't many people who can cook well these days.
There are even fewer people like Liang Chen who are both handsome and good at cooking. Liang Chen originally thought that 10 dishes would be too much and that they wouldn't be able to finish them.
And what was the result? Good heavens, they ate it all, not a single piece was left.
After finishing her meal, Huang Yuting let out a burp, looking like she still wanted more. I wish I could come to Teacher Mei Jin's house for dinner every day from now on.
Honey, you chat with Teacher Huang and the others, I'll go wash the dishes.
After finishing his meal, Liang Chen stood up and said with a smile. Xiao Mei Chin softly hummed in agreement, my husband, you've worked hard.
It's okay, I'm leaving. Huang Yuting and Lin Jing witnessed the sweet interactions between the two. Is this what marrying for love looks like? Teacher Mei Jin is so lucky.
The two of them were so impressed that they couldn't wait to find a man and get married.
Oh dear, what should I do if I want to get married?
I want a husband who spoils me, and I want an adorable baby.
Lin Jing laughed, who wouldn't want that? It's a pity that a man like Liang Chen isn't easy to find. Not everyone has Mei Jin's good luck. The two stayed until 8:30 before heading back. With Huang Yuting and Lin Jing gone, Xiao Mei Jin felt much more relaxed.
She brought her colleague home to see her husband. And her husband was her classmate at school.
Teachers and students. This is insane.
On the way, Huang Yuting and Lin Jing were shocked in the car. The two continued to process the day's information in the car.
Good heavens, Xiao Mei Chen actually married and had children with a student from her school.
Her husband is a hot topic at school, a top-tier handsome guy. The existence pursued by countless senior and junior students.
This student is dating the new teacher. Even more astonishing is that their family is also extremely wealthy.
In the kitchen, Liang Chen had just finished cleaning up the dishes when he received a reward from the system. Ding dong, congratulations to the owner for registering the baby's household registration. The reward is a shop in Bailu Square Pedestrian Street and 50,000 yuan in cash.
The relevant documents and keys have been placed in the owner's backpack. Please check carefully.
Liang Chen was stunned for a moment.
The household registration was completed yesterday, but the reward was only issued today. Is the system experiencing a delay? System? I went back to my room and opened my backpack. Sure enough, we found the property deeds and keys for the shops on the pedestrian street inside. Liang Chen's heart was pounding.
Shops on Bailu Square Pedestrian Street are extremely valuable, costing 2 to 300,000 yuan per square meter. He heard these things when he was doing part-time jobs before. But regardless of whether it's true or false, the only thing that's certain is that the shop prices there are outrageously expensive.
Liang Chen glanced at the area listed in the purchase contract. Good heavens, 220 square meters. How much would that cost?
Liang Chen was excited such a large shop could generate a lot of money every year if it were rented out. If you're willing to work hard, it's not impossible to open your own business. Liang Chen does not intend to rent it out. He remembered his wife saying that Xiao Fan was planning to come to Yongcheng to look for a job.
Maybe we can ask him to come and help.
He has to take care of his children, and he certainly won't have time to manage the business if he's running it.
Xiao Fan is his brother-in-law, so he's one of their own.
After getting to know the other person, Liang Chen felt that the other person was a good person. Liang Chen felt confident in trusting the store to his management. The idea gradually took shape in his mind.
After inquiring about Xiao Fan's wishes, the matter was almost settled.
A new day has begun, and the babies are 3 months old. Babies grow very quickly at this stage, changing almost every day. Things change quickly, but one thing they have in common is that the 3 little ones are getting cuter and cuter. Xiao Meichin picked them up and gave them kisses one by one, feeling incredibly happy. As March officially begins, Xiao Meichin plans to create a special occasion for her babies. We need to take photos of the babies to remember this moment.
When the babies grow up, these photos will be full of memories. Let's get right to it.
Xiao Meichin searched for photography companies in her city on Douyin TikTok. We plan to have our staff come to our home to take photos of the babies.
After screening, I finally chose a photo studio called Garden Elf.
Where do you live, parent?
We drove there with equipment and clothing. I'm at Mingyue Bay. Just come to the main gate. Once you arrive, send me a message and I'll come down to meet you. Okay, parent, do you have time now?
We'll arrange for a photographer and staff to come over right away.
Yes, come over here. The babies have just finished feeding and are full of energy. Liang Chen is using black and white cards to train the baby's visual tracking ability.
Once the sun comes out, he will bring the babies to the living room. Place it on the sofa where the sunlight streams in. Let the babies get some sunshine to help them get calcium.
Xiao Meijin told Liang Chen that the photographers and staff from the photo studio were preparing to come over.
She got up and tidied her hair, then went back to her room to change into an apricot-colored loungewear set, which gave her a more relaxed and casual feel. At 9:30, the people from the photography studio arrived at the entrance of the residential area.
Liang Chen went down to meet them. 3 people arrived.
1 photographer and 2 assistants. Besides the photography equipment, she also had a basket of fruit. The photo studio salesperson was quite skilled. These are some of the fruits our studio has carefully selected, please try them.
Liang Chen said politely, it's alright to come all this way. Don't bother bringing any fruit, thank you for your trouble. Liang Chen replied as he led them home. The 3 people from the photo studio followed Liang Chen nervously. The 2 assistants looked around curiously. I was incredibly excited. Holy crap, they actually got into Bright Moon Bay.
They actually had the honor of entering one of the top 10 luxury residences in Yongchang.
Wow, the environment here is so beautiful and grand.
If Liang Chen hadn't been there, they would have loved to take a selfie right then and there, post it on WeChat Moments, and share their location too.
Unexpectedly, the customers of Mingyue Bay chose their photography studio.
The 2 assistants were flattered. Regardless of what package they choose later, just getting to Mingyue Bay today will be worth it.
Watching Liang Chen's retreating figure, the 2 assistants sighed with emotion. Why do handsome men always get married so young? It's a pity they don't have the chance anymore. Click.
The door opened, and the interior design that greeted their eyes, along with the house's female owner and the photographer, left them all stunned.
Wow, what a luxurious renovation. I love this decorating style. Is this the lady of the house? She's as beautiful as a fairy.
She has a great figure, a great temperament, and her smile is like a flower.
The 3 of them were inwardly screaming, wow, this young couple is so good looking. Looking to the side, oh my god, there were 3 adorable little babies. They are triplets. Invite them into the house. Liang Chen chatted with the male photographer, while the 2 assistants chatted with Xiao Meijin.
The 2 female assistants chatted with Xiao Meichin about the babies, showering the triplets with compliments. Don't be fooled by the fact that the triplets were smaller than regular babies when they were born. However, since Liang Chen appeared, he has raised the little ones to be chubby and healthy, which can be described as catching up with them.
Now the little ones are much bigger than the average firstborn babies.
Furthermore, inheriting the genes of Liang Chen and Xiaomei Jin, the little ones are more beautiful and adorable than other babies.
Chapter 51 Photographer. This is the most well-behaved and beautiful baby I've ever seen.
It's less about flattery and more about telling the truth. As they spoke, they handed out baby brochures from Xiaomei Jin's photography studio. The top of the screen is filled with adorable little babies. The babies look especially good in photos. Xiaomei Chin's phone contains many photos of her triplets from birth to the present. When it was first born, it was dry and red, looking like a little monkey. Now, she's so cute and adorable, it's almost unbelievable. However, she hopes to hire professionals to take photos of the babies as souvenirs. This is our studio's 100-day photoshoot package, available for $999, $1999, and $29.99. The corresponding photos for the packages are in the brochure, and the two parents can compare them.
Liang Chen was puzzled. We have 3 babies, how is the price calculated? The photographer smiled slightly and said, it's the same package price, no extra charge. Liang Chen was surprised that having 2 more babies didn't require any extra payment.
The couple continued looking at the brochures.
Oh my god, their hearts are melting from cuteness. These little babies are so incredibly cute, they're absolutely adorable. The couple couldn't wait to take pictures of their babies. The photos of triplets would definitely turn out absolutely gorgeous.
In the end, the couple chose the most expensive package, priced at $29.99.
When can we start filming? Xiaomei Chin asked impatiently.
You can do it now, but you need to go to the car and get the clothes from the package for the babies to wear. The set and other props were also in the car. We could take them over, set them up, and start filming immediately.
Liang Chen thought for a moment and said, we won't wear the clothes from the package, you guys can take the photos. Our baby has many clothes, so we take pictures of him wearing his own. Become. The photographer nodded.
He knew Liang Chen was worried that the clothes in their photo studio weren't clean.
What if many babies have worn these clothes and they carry infectious diseases? He expressed his understanding of the parents' concerns.
People who can afford to buy a house in Mingyue Bay must have a lot of clothes for their babies.
Taking photos in their own clothes doesn't affect them at all.
The staff at the photo studio were very efficient. They quickly brought up the tools and set up the scene. After tidying everything up, the couple brought out their little ones. The little ones were wearing adorable outfits that Xiaomei Chin had carefully chosen for them. The first group is bathrobe style. The 3 little cuties were wearing adorable bathrobes and shower caps, showing off their chubby pink arms and legs. The set was black, with a few prop tickets scattered around. A 3-month-old baby's bones are very soft, so you have to handle them gently.
The little cuties are full of curiosity and won't cooperate at all.
The shooting difficulty has increased. Fortunately, Xiaomei Chin was there to shower the babies with compliments. The little one could hear her mother's kind and gentle voice, and waved her little skirt while giggling. Taking advantage of this moment, the photographer frantically pressed the shutter.
In addition to capturing the baby's smiles, you also need to guide them to pose. The first set of photos was quickly taken and the background was changed, so the babies had to change into their corresponding clothes. The second group is in the style of oil paintings. This is a fluffy little stool covered with a layer of gauze, with a bouquet of flowers next to it. This time, the adorable baby can simply wear cute milky white clothes and lean against the gauze for the photoshoot. I took more than a dozen pictures. Xiaomei Chin picked 3 small red flowers from the bouquet and put them on the babies' heads. Wow, they look so cute and adorable. The triplets found it fun and cooperated very well, only laughing and not crying. The photographer and his 2 assistants praised the babies for being so well behaved. The third group is fairy tale themed, with 3 babies who look like adorable children straight out of a fairy tale. The photographer loved taking more and more pictures of them. I frantically pressed the shutter button, snapping away. Midway through, the little ones got hungry and started whimpering and crying incessantly at Xiaomei Jin. They are triplets, and their daily routines are almost identical. A baby is hungry. That means the other 2 babies are also hungry. The couple took the babies back to their room to breastfeed them. After being fed and burped, the little ones were fast asleep. I couldn't take pictures while she was asleep. Liang Chen planned to have lunch first and then start filming after the children woke up.
The photographer smiled and said to the couple, "Let's go back to the company for lunch first, and come back when the babies wake up."
Liang Chen politely said, "Let's eat together here." The photographer waved and, smiling, led his two assistants back.
As soon as they came downstairs, the two assistants couldn't wait to take out their phones and start snapping photos.
After waiting for so long, I can finally post on WeChat Moments.
If you finally make it to Mingyue Bay, it would be a waste of your trip if you didn't post a location-based update on WeChat Moments. When they arrived at Mingyue Bay again, it was already 2:30. The photographer suggested that the couple take photos with their babies in the next few photo shoots. The family of 5 is so good looking that it makes people both envious and jealous. After their afternoon nap, the babies were noticeably more active than in the morning.
It will blink while observing.
Long eyelashes, jewel-like eyes, she's incredibly beautiful. Although the baby's eyesight isn't fully developed yet, they're so cute and have such beautiful eyes. The photographer captured the little one's expressions and actions, such as pouting, sucking their fingers, squinting, and yawning.
This is the best-looking family of 5 he has ever photographed, and also the most cooperative baby he has ever encountered.
After the photo shoot, we gave the babies a massage to relieve their fatigue and relax their muscles.
Adults may not feel tired, but the whole photo-taking process can be very tiring for babies.
After the massage, the little ones started entertaining themselves again.
The little ones feel especially safe and secure when they sense their parents are around.
They all started researching things that interested them. The babies were quiet and well, while the couple enthusiastically started selecting photos on the tablet. The photographer has already transferred the photos from the camera to the tablet.
You can select it from the top.
Although it was just taken and hasn't been edited.
But they are all very, very beautiful. I love every single photo. Xiao Mei Chen asked, "Can we make a copy of the selected image?"
The photographer said yes.
The couple started selecting photos.
After the photos they chose were retouched by the photo studio's retouchers, they would be given another chance to choose.
Xiao Mei Chen is torn. "Honey, it's so hard to choose. Every single one of the pictures of Lele and the others is so cute. I love every single one of them. How am I supposed to choose? Wow, look at this picture of Debao squinting his eyes. Ah, so cute."
In this picture, Shichi kicked her little brother in the face, and Xiaobao is still grinning foolishly.
Does he think it smells good? Look, this one's not bad either. What's Xiaobao doing? He's sucking his thumb. Oh my god, this one too.
Xiao Mei Chen was overjoyed, thinking that every single picture of the babies was adorable.
These are incredibly difficult choices.
In the end, the couple discussed it for a long time before making their choice. Seeing Xiao Mei Jin's expression of liking all of them, he decided to select all the photos. However, Xiao Mei Chen ultimately refused, saying that no matter how rich her family was, they shouldn't spend money like that.
Chapter 52 Shop, preparing to start a small business. Seeing that the couple had selected many photos, the photographer offered them a new discount.
"Mr. Liang, if you and your spouse take artistic photos at our shop in the future, we'll give you a 20% discount. They also give you a complimentary family photo to hang in your living room."
This is a marketing tactic used by their photo studio.
Liang Chen and his wife will definitely take artistic photos in the future, but he doesn't plan to book one yet. He wants to wait until the baby's photos come out to see how they turn out before making a decision.
After the photographer left, Xiao Mei Chen changed her clothes and went to class. She has another class in the afternoon. Liang Chen checked the baby's diapers, then called Xiao Fan.
Xiao Fan's surprised voice came from the other end.
"It's brother-in-law. What's wrong? You've come to Nanning?" "Yeah, it just arrived last night. I haven't told my sister yet." "Brother-in-law, how did you know?" "Very good. Where do you live now?" "Oh, I rented a place to live in myself, in an urban village.
Although my sister's family is very wealthy and has a large house, I can stay at her house."
However, Xiao Fan did not want to disturb his sister's life. Liang Chen paused for a moment and asked, "Do you know the pedestrian street in Bailu Square?" "Ha! I know. Let's talk there later. Is it convenient for you to come out?" "I'll be there in about 20 minutes.
Judging from my brother-in-law's tone, it seemed like he needed to talk to him urgently. After packing his things, Xiao Fan scanned a shared bicycle and went out.
Bailu Plaza is one of the shopping centers in Nanning.
The city has planned many shopping streets and department stores around the square. There is also a pedestrian street there, which is exceptionally bustling and lively.
We agreed on a meeting place.
At the foot of the white deer statue in Bailu Square, Xiaofan held his phone and looked around. Because of my recent breakup, and the fact that I've been moving and looking for a new place to live these past 2 days, he was quite listless. If you look closely, you can see that his eyes are bloodshot.
Xiaofan's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw an Audi parked on the side of the road. He remembered Liang Chen's car license plate number.
I put my phone away and walked towards them.
Brother-in-law, I'm going to get the stroller from the trunk. Liang Chen lifted the babies down from the safety seat. The little ones are awake and look very energetic. Liang Chen carefully placed them into the stroller.
Xiaofan looked at his 3 little nephews with eyes full of affection. However, I was afraid that I would be clumsy and hurt them, so I never dared to hug them.
Do you remember me? I'm your uncle. Uncle Xiaofan, I'm your mother's younger brother. Remember, I'm your uncle. Oh dear, Erbao, what's with that expression? TSK, you don't respect your uncle at all.
The two pushed the stroller and chatted as they walked.
Liang Chen asked, have you looked for a job?
I've looked at a lot of interviews online, but I haven't gone for one yet.
Because he dropped out of school, Xiaofan doesn't have many job options now.
The jobs available are almost all sales-related or manual labor-related.
Xiaofan came to a profound realization of the importance of reading and academic qualifications. Without a degree, you can't even meet the requirements for a good job.
Those who say that studying is useless and that people can still become bosses and make money without studying are ultimately a minority, a case of survivorship bias.
Most people without formal education can only find low-level jobs. The salary is low, but the work is not easy. Xiaofan searched for many jobs online. The job he wanted didn't meet his requirements. The job suits him, but the pay is low, and he doesn't want to do it.
After much thought, Xiaofan decided to interview for a few jobs first, compare them, and then make a final decision.
As they walked, Xiaofan couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Brother-in-law, why did you call me out? Is it going shopping?
But let me clarify first, I can go shopping with the babies and play with them.
But I wouldn't dare to hold them or change their diapers.
Xiaofan was certain that his sister probably didn't know he had already arrived in Yongchang. He couldn't help but wonder why Liang Chen had called him out. Liang Chen smiled without saying anything, and said that they would find out soon. Pushing 3 curious babies in a stroller, we found the shops on the pedestrian street.
The shop's door is the same as the one at home.
They are all anti-theft combination locks that can be opened with fingerprints or keys.
Push open the door. A spacious and bright shop came into view. Xiaofan was stunned for a moment. Brother-in-law, how can your fingerprint open the shop door?
Liang Chen smiled and asked him, Xiaofan, what kind of business do you think would be suitable for this shop?
Xiaofan was taken aback. Brother-in-law, you don't mean to really plan to do business here? Do you know how much a shop here on the pedestrian street costs per month? Liang Chen nodded.
Xiaofan had a look on his face that said, are you serious? Brother-in-law, I know your family is wealthy, but you just bought a house and have 3 children to raise. Starting a business is risky, and the rent for shops here is extremely high, it's not worthwhile.
Liang Chen smiled slightly, indicating that he shouldn't worry about the rent. This shop belongs to me, so there's no rent. Xiaofan was startled. Ha? Brother-in-law, you're not kidding, are you?
However, Liang Chen had a serious expression and showed no sign of joking.
This shop is indeed mine. You can see I brought the property certificate with me. As for when I bought it, I'll talk about that later. The reason I called you over is that I want to partner with you to start a small business. How about we split the profits together after we open for business? Liang Chen has to take care of 3 babies, so she doesn't have much free time. Xiaofan is Xiao Meijin's younger brother, and he's a decent person. He is a trustworthy helper. Going into business together? Opening a shop? I have no problem, but brother-in-law, I don't have any money. Xiaofan was helpless.
He used to spend almost all the money he earned from working on clothes and cosmetics for his girlfriend.
The money for this trip to Yongchang was secretly given to him by Gu Yuqing. As for dividends, he didn't even dare to think about it.
As long as he had a stable job, Xiaofan would be content.
Liang Chen shook his head, saying he didn't need to pay. He will pay for it, but he will have to work harder in the future, taking charge of the store's daily operation and management. Hearing Liang Chen say that,
Xiao Fan was deeply moved. After working for so many years, it's impossible for him not to have any thoughts about starting his own business. Unfortunately, he hadn't been able to save any money before because of his girlfriend. Therefore, I have never had money to invest. Unexpectedly, his brother-in-law gave him a great opportunity to show his skills today. Dividends. Xiao Fan didn't care about the specific proportions for the distribution. He sincerely thanked Liang Chen for giving him this opportunity. Brother-in-law, thank you for thinking so highly of me. From now on, I'll follow you. Liang Chen waved his hand and smiled, saying that they hadn't decided what to do yet. If it is rented out. In this prime location, every inch of land is worth its weight in gold. From now on, I can sit back and collect commissions and never have to worry about food or drink for the rest of my life. But Liang Chen always wanted to do something. Xiao Fan looked at the endless stream of people outside, thought for a moment and said, "The people who come here to shop are either eating or buying clothes and jewelry. Why don't we give it a try?" Chapter 53 Brother-in-law, please, brother-in-law, take me flying. Xiao Fan thought that setting up a food stall or selling clothes and jewelry on the pedestrian street would be a good choice. My brother-in-law is a great cook, his dishes are so delicious. If he opened a restaurant, Xiao Fan was confident that the business would be incredibly successful. Food, or selling clothes and jewelry? Liang Chen raised an eyebrow. Making food will require training chefs later, which is quite troublesome. After hesitating for a moment, Liang Chen's gaze fell on the three curious little babies. Let's sell baby and children's clothing. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. Great! Children's clothing is nice, and we even have little models ready. Xiao Fan clapped his hands, this is sure to work. The two strolled around the shop inside and out, and then went to a nearby coffee shop to talk in detail. The two had just pushed the stroller into the coffee shop. The three little cuties started whimpering and crying. Once she found the location, Liang Chen immediately started making formula for the babies. The little ones were starving. One by one, they held their milk bottles and ate with gusto. Xiao Bao, who usually plays by himself, ate the most this time. At home, my baby drinks breast milk. When we go out, I don't have any refrigerated breast milk with me, so I have to make do with formula. Brother-in-law, what would you like to drink? Either way. Xiao Fan ordered 2 cappuccinos. Liang Chen first fed the baby Xiao Bao, then held the baby and fed the baby Er Bao. The little guy would stop eating and smile at his dad, and even use his hands to tease him. Liang Chen grinned. I kissed my daughter's chubby little hand. Glug glug, drink up. Daddy will play with you when we get back. Dabao didn't have much of an appetite today. He gulped down a few mouthfuls and then pushed the bottle away. Liang Chen tried to coax him, but he just tilted his head and wouldn't give him any face at all. Lele, why aren't you drinking? If you don't drink grandma's, your little brother and sister will soon be stronger than you. Lele didn't understand and continued not to drink. With no other option, Liang Chen decided to go home and feed the baby again. Put the little ones back into the stroller one by one. The stroller was decorated with toys, all of which were very cute. There are flowers, dinosaurs, and cartoon characters. The hanging toys that Liang Chen shows all make sounds. The little ones are changing every day, growing very fast. At 3 months old, they are stronger than before, and their grip strength has increased significantly. It can catch small things. Babies at this stage are especially curious about sounds and colors. The toys Liang Chen prepared were not only brightly colored, but each one could also make a sound. The triplets were especially fond of it. After eating and drinking their fill, the little ones played by themselves. These adorable babies are so cute and well behaved that they've charmed everyone around them. At that moment, the waiter who served them coffee couldn't contain his surprise. Oh my God, are these triplets? They're such beautiful babies. I wish I could copy and paste them into my stomach. The coffee shop waitresses, dressed in maid outfits, looked at the babies with lingering affection before returning to the counter to help. As Xiao Fan drank, he asked, Brother-in-law, are you really going to stay home and be a stay-at-home dad? Isn't it tiring to take care of 3 babies? Liang Chen nodded, having made his decision. Being with the babies doesn't feel tiring. My brother-in-law is such an outstanding person. If he focused his energy on his career, he will definitely achieve great things in the future. But he chose to stay at home and be a stay-at-home dad. Xiao Fan felt sorry for his brother-in-law. However, I immediately thought that everyone's pursuits are different, and perhaps my brother-in-law feels happier being a stay-at-home dad. Seeing how energetic and vibrant my brother-in-law was, I knew he was enjoying himself. Back in Mingyue Bay, the two were still discussing opening a shop. He'll pay for the renovations, and he'll be taking care of the baby later.
From now on, Xiaofan will handle all the errands for shop renovations. How about we split the profits 70-30? Oh, that's too many. Brother-in-law, I didn't contribute anything, you've given me too much, I can't accept it. Seeing his resolute attitude, Liang Chen hesitated for a moment and said, 82, is that all right? Ah, that's still too much, brother-in-law, what have I done to deserve this? Let's split it 90-10, I'll take 90 and you take 10. Become.
Thank you for thinking so highly of me, brother-in-law.
I will definitely work hard in the future.
Xiaofan was pleasantly surprised. In fact, he was still the one who benefited from the 90% profit split. He vowed to himself that since his brother-in-law trusted him so much, he would definitely handle the children's clothing store business perfectly in the future. Just as the two finished discussing and planning, Xiao Meichin returned from get out of class.
Hey, Xiaofan, when did you arrive? You didn't even tell me beforehand.
When she got home, Xiao Meijin, who had just changed her shoes, saw an extra person, who turned out to be her younger brother, and asked in surprise.
Xiaofan scratched his head sheepishly. Sis, I arrived last night. Xiao Meichin said with dissatisfaction, why didn't you tell me you arrived in Nanning last night? Where are you staying now?
Sister, it was too late last night, and I was afraid of disturbing you and the baby's rest, so I didn't tell you. I live alone now, and I've already rented a place, Xiaofan replied guiltily.
Have you already rented a place? Why didn't you tell me beforehand?
Xiao Meichin raised an eyebrow and looked at her younger brother with displeasure.
As the older sister, how could she not know her younger brother's concerns? My younger brother has always been like this since he was little. He always considers others.
He felt that he was married, had a husband and children, and had his own family, so he didn't want to bother him. However, even though her younger brother was thinking of her, Xiao Meichin was still very angry. They were so cautious and unfamiliar, like strangers. Xiao Meichin really dislikes this feeling. Xiaofan looked like a child who had made a mistake, at a loss for what to do.
Sister, didn't I come to tell you today?
I know you mean well, but I can handle things like renting a place by myself, so you don't need to worry.
The atmosphere gradually became tense.
Liang Chen quickly brought Debao over and said, Meijin, Lele isn't eating much milk today, he's still hungry.
Can you feed him? I'm going to the kitchen to cook. Xiaofan will be eating with us tonight.
Xiao Meichin kindly took her eldest son, then gave her younger brother a look that said, go cool off somewhere else.
Xiaofan shrank back and ran to the kitchen to help. Debao returned to his familiar embrace.
Without saying a word, he immediately looked for the food and started munching away. Slow down, you silly goose, no one's going to take it from you.
Dad said you didn't eat milk today. Tell Mom what happened. Xiao Meichin looked at Debao with a mixture of amusement and exasperation.
Nearby, the foodie second child smelled the milk and smacked his lips, clearly craving it. Xiao Meijin fed Debao for a while, then made him a bottle of formula. Alternating between formula and breast milk, and eating a variety of foods, will improve your appetite.
My second child isn't picky about food, he enjoys both breast milk and formula immensely.
Xiao Bao's situation is different, he drinks breast milk when his mother is around. When mom isn't home, he drinks formula from dad. Come to think of it, all three of their babies are very well behaved.
Chapter 54 What terrifies Xiao Meijin?
The babies are well behaved, which has saved Xiao Meichin a lot of trouble.
At the dinner table. Honey, did you and Xiaofan take the babies out today?
Well, Xiaofan and I went for a stroll on the pedestrian street of Bailu Square, planning to start a business together.
Going into business together? Xiaofan, what are you planning to do?
Xiao Meijin asked her younger brother, frowning.
Shops on Bailu Square pedestrian street are known in Nanning for their high rents.
He spent almost all of his younger brother's hard-earned money on his ex-girlfriend.
My pockets are emptier than my face now.
Starting a business together requires a significant initial investment. While eating, Xiaofan gestured with his lips and said, Sister, brother-in-law said they want to open a children's clothing store. My brother-in-law will pay, and I'll take care of all the errands at the renovation shop from now on.
Ha! You guys are really planning to do it? Xiao Meichin looked at Liang Chen with an expression that seemed to ask, have you thought this through?
Liang Chen smiled slightly and said, Wife, we don't need to worry about the rent. Because I've already bought the shop where we plan to do business, it belongs to us now, so there's no rent to pay.
Xiao Mei Chin was stunned. Honey, what did you say? You bought the shops on the pedestrian street? Liang Chen nodded with a smile.
Xiao Fan, standing next to her, shook his head and said, Sis, I had the same expression as you this afternoon. It's unbelievable that my brother-in-law bought all the shops there.
2 or 300,000 per square meter, the total area is 220 square meters, how much did the house cost?
Thinking about such a large number, it all comes down to money.
The siblings were dizzy. What kind of investments did my husband brother-in-law make to earn so much money?
The two were curious but too embarrassed to ask, since the shop has already been purchased.
Having clarified what needed to be done, Xiao Mei Chin chose to support the two. Are you planning to only sell children's clothing?
After thinking for a moment, Liang Chen said, let's sell children's clothing together with other baby products.
Xiao Mei Chin thought her husband's idea was good. But taking care of the baby and running a business at the same time, don't you feel tired, honey?
No, Xiao Fan is here. I usually take care of the baby, and he takes care of the shop. The store is going to sell the brand that the triplets are wearing. As for purchasing goods, the couple made the selections.
Little socks, little hats, little clothes, and all sorts of toys.
After selecting all the items to sell, their eyes were almost blurry by the end. By the time they finished discussing it, it was almost midnight.
Xiao Fan was full of fighting spirit and immediately ran back to his rented room to get a good night's sleep. I'm planning to go all out starting tomorrow.
Xiao Meijin asked him to stay at her house, but Xiao Fan refused.
He still didn't want to disturb his sister's family's life.
Xiao Meichin felt helpless, having a sensible younger brother who made her both heartbroken and resigned.
Honey, it's getting late, you should go to sleep. I'm going to check on Lele and the others. I'll go too. Xiao Meijin yawned and followed behind Liang Chen.
The three adorable little babies lay quietly in their cribs, covered with their blankets.
The little ones are sleeping in different positions.
Erbao Chi-Chi's sleeping posture is the most free and unrestrained. 2 little hands were placed outside the blanket, and 2 short little legs were propped up on the blanket, forming a strange posture. Xiao Meijin was worried that her daughter would catch a cold, so she gently covered her with the blanket. Seeing the babies made Xiao Meichin feel much more at ease. Liang Chen told Xiao Meijin to go back to sleep quickly, as she had to teach her students tomorrow and needed to be well rested. He will stay here and watch the babies for a while longer.
Honey, don't stay up too late, go to bed early too.
The words had barely left her lips when Xiao Meichin started walking away. As a result, Xiao Bao, who was fast asleep, suddenly twitched his ear and then opened his eyes.
The moment I saw Xiao Bao open his eyes,
Xiao Meijin was reluctant to go back, so she came over and gently picked up her youngest son.
Did the baby hear mommy's voice in her dream? Why did she suddenly wake up? Is she hungry? Does she want some milk?
Xiao Bao nestled in his mother's arms, gave a delicate yawn, nuzzled his head against her chest, and quickly fell asleep again.
Xiao Meichin looked at her son with tenderness and kissed his little face. When it's time to put the baby back in the crib.
Suddenly, Xiao Bao opened his eyes again. The little guy was still half asleep, so Xiao Meijin held him and comforted him until he fell asleep before putting him back down. After waiting a few minutes and finding nothing amiss, Xiao Meijin placed the baby in the crib.
It bumped into the mattress. Xiao Bao woke up again. Feeling exhausted and helpless, Xiao Meijin looked at Liang Chen with pleading eyes. Liang Chen said he had his own way.
She took a piece of Xiao Meichin's clothing from the dressing room, spread it out and pressed it against her chest, then held Xiao Bao in her arms. In this way, Liang Chen had the scent of Xiao Meichin.
Gently patting Wanwan's back, I said, Wanwan, be good, it's time for bed. This tactic worked very well, immediately freeing Xiao Meichin.
Xiao Bao continued to sleep soundly in Liang Chen's arms. Looking at the father and son, Xiao Meijin suddenly felt a pang of guilt. My son wants me to hug him. She, however, failed to soothe the baby and went to sleep herself. After Liang Chen settled Xiao Bao down and returned to bed,
Xiao Meichin turned over and asked him with guilt and self-blame, Husband, do you think I'm a particularly bad mother? Liang Chen raised an eyebrow. How could that be? Honey, you've always done a great job. But in situations like the one just now, when Xiao Bao was so dependent on me, I still.
Xiao Meichin not only felt guilty and remorseful, but also felt that she was being particularly pretentious.
Liang Chen waved his hand to comfort her, Wife, don't overthink it.
Xiaobao is dependent on you, but you're just a normal person too. You have to go to work and take care of the baby.
You're exhausted every day. If you can't manage, I'll take over. What's wrong with that? It's all for the child's good.
She felt comforted by Liang Chen.
Xiao Meichin's heart gradually calmed down.
But thinking about how Xiaobao had relied on her earlier, and how she couldn't keep taking care of him, she felt particularly sad. Many new mothers are prone to postpartum depression, experiencing significant mood swings after childbirth. Afraid that Xiao Meijin would get stuck on her thoughts, Liang Chen pulled her into his arms and gently coaxed her. "Wife, don't look so gloomy. The babies are overjoyed to have such a beautiful mother like you.
Come on, laugh, have a good time. Leave all unhappy things behind." Xiao Meichin remained downcast and in low spirits.
Liang Chen grinned mischievously and leaned closer.
"Why do you still have that expression? Are you sick? Come on, let your husband give you a shot to make you happy right away." Xiao Meijin was startled. I'm not frowning at all. I'm in great spirits. If you feel good, then go to sleep. Otherwise, get an injection immediately.
Xiao Meijin was terrified. Given Liang Chen's energy and stamina, if she were tormented by him all night, she probably wouldn't be able to attend class the next day.
Chapter 55 Preparing for Opening, Liang Chen's First Business. Xiao Meichin went to sleep quietly, not daring to have any other wild thoughts. Xiao Fan is very efficient. I'm full of fighting spirit every day. In just over a week, the shop matter was settled. Once Liang Chen has chosen an auspicious date, the business can open for business.
Xiao Fan brought Liang Chen to the scene.
"Brother-in-law, how was it? Was the effect all right?" Liang Chen smiled with satisfaction. However, the wall decorations looked too monotonous.
"We should buy some festive items to decorate and make it as cute as possible."
Become. "Brother-in-law, how should we make our promotional posters? Should we include the grand opening discounts?"
When writing promotional text, especially for items like spend a certain amount and get a certain discount, use larger font sizes. Also, write down things like offering small gifts when customers enter the store, and try to prepare as many promotional activities as possible.
"Okay, I promise I'll get the job done, brother-in-law."
Xiao Fan smiled happily, then paused and gave further instructions.
"Brother-in-law, remember to bring the babies on opening day. We have 3 adorable little models ready to promote our product."
Xiao Fan adored his 3 nephews. He believes that the triplets are good looking, especially when dressed in the clothes in the store.
"Parents passing by will absolutely go crazy. It'll be impossible for the business not to boom." Liang Chen nodded, full of anticipation for the children's clothing store.
That evening, Liang Chen showed Xiao Meijin the video he had recorded at the shop during the day.
Unexpectedly, she frowned.
She shared her thoughts. "There are too many shelves.
How about we remove some of them to make room for the babies to play?"
When parents bring their children to pick out clothes, the children can play with toys in this area without affecting the adults' shopping.
Liang Chen's eyes lit up. "Okay, I'll tell Xiao Fan right away."
Upon receiving the message, Xiao Fan immediately arranged for work to be carried out. With everything ready, Liang Chen took out a calendar and checked tomorrow was an auspicious day for the opening.
He informed Xiao Fan. "We're opening tomorrow." "Okay, brother-in-law, does my sister have school tomorrow? If she doesn't, could you have her and the babies come over?" "Okay, I'll ask you later. You've been working so hard lately. Go to bed early tonight and get some rest so you'll be energetic for the opening tomorrow." "Okay, brother-in-law, I'm going to get my hair done and then I'll rest. That's all for now."
Xiao Meijin came back from hanging clothes on the balcony and said, "Honey, I just heard you and Xiao Fan talking about the children's clothing store opening tomorrow."
"Yes," Liang Chen said with a smile. "Xiao Fan asked me to ask you if you have class tomorrow. If not, she hopes you can go with the kids." Xiao Meichin glanced at the class schedule. There are 2 sessions in the morning.
After thinking for a moment, she picked up her phone and sent a WeChat message to Huang Yuding.
I received the message shortly afterward.
Xiao Meijin smiled and said to Liang Chen, "There are 2 classes tomorrow morning, but I asked teacher Huang to attend them for me.
Tomorrow, you and I will take the babies to the store together. Open a children's clothing store. This is Liang Chen's first career."
Xiao Meichin hopes to do her best to support her husband. Xiao Meijin asked Huang Yuding to help with her school classes, and she planned to thank her properly later.
Hearing Xiao Meijin's words, Liang Chen smiled and said, "Okay, let's go together tomorrow." On the other side, Xiao Fan posted a message on his WeChat moments as soon as he got back from the barbershop. Caption: starting over again, hoping for a grand opening tomorrow. During this period, the children's clothing store has been making progress in renovations, inventory procurement, recruitment, and so on. Xiao Fan would occasionally share on his WeChat moments. To his surprise, he received a friend request from his ex-girlfriend Zhao Huilan right after posting on WeChat moments. The other party has already blocked Xiao Fan. When she removed Xiao Fan from her blacklist and sent him a message, Zhao Huilan was trembling with anger. She discovered that Xiao Fan had also blacklisted her. Message sending failed. There was no other way, so she had to add Xiao Fan using another alternate account. Seeing that Xiao Fan's application was not approved, she asked in the application message, "Xiao Fan, I heard you opened a shop and became a boss in Yongchang. Where did you get so much money? I heard that your sister married a rich second generation, is that right?" Looking at the friend request notification message, Xiao Fan felt a dull ache in his heart, and he forced himself to resist the urge to accept the friend request. He knew he couldn't. Some things, once broken, can never be the same again. Now he wants to start over. As long as he is willing to work hard with his brother-in-law, Xiao Fan believes that he will definitely find someone more suitable for him in the future. Seeing the endless friend request notifications, Xiao Fan tossed his phone aside. Lying in bed, I felt incredibly relaxed. It's opening tomorrow. I can't wait. On a new day, the couple got up very early. After a quick breakfast, I got the 3 adorable kids ready. Then we drove to Bailu Square pedestrian street. Looking at the bustling streets around her, Xiao Meijin once again marveled at Liang Chen's prowess. At such a young age, he bought such a large shop here. That's amazing. It's such a blessing for her to meet such an outstanding man. Just as Xiao Meijin was feeling sentimental, Xiao Fan had already seen the family of 5. Brother-in-law, sister, everything was arranged as you suggested. Is there anything else you need to change? Xiao Fan got a neat buzz cut yesterday and made sure to wash his face with facial cleanser before going out. He looks particularly energetic now. He was already good looking, and after tidying himself up a bit, he became even more handsome than before. On the first day of opening, he even wore the children's clothing store's uniform. The clothes have a cute giraffe pattern on them. The clothes look incredibly cute and adorable when worn, perfectly matching the image of their children's clothing store. Xiao Meichin nodded, very satisfied with her brother's look. Not bad, he looks incredibly handsome. Xiao Fan chuckled. Sister, are you satisfied with the store's decor? The children's clothing store has a cute overall design, with most of the elements that babies like. The colors and combinations are just right. Xiao Meichin couldn't find a single fault with it. The renovation was excellent, and she was very satisfied. Brother-in-law, what do you think? Not bad. Thank you for your hard work, Xiao Fan. It's clear that Xiao Fan communicated extensively with the designer during the renovation process. The finished result is beautiful, cozy, and especially cute. Liang Chen became more and more satisfied the more he looked at it. Xiao Fan smiled happily after being praised by his sister and brother-in-law. I looked at the clock on the wall. There was still half an hour until 10 o'clock. 10 a.m. is the official opening time for the children's clothing store. During this time, Xiao Fan introduced the couple to 2 of the store's employees. Sister, brother-in-law, this is Hu Yulian. She used to work as a sales assistant in a children's clothing store. This is He Qian, who sold children's clothing for 2.5 years. The couple greeted the 2. Xiao Fan has a good eye. He found experienced employees with excellent looks and temperament, which are perfect for their children's clothing store. Chapter 56, Grand Opening. A huge success, products sold out. When Hu Yulian and He Qian saw the couple, Anan was surprised. My goodness, what a young and successful boss. They're incredibly good looking. They must be the legendary rich, handsome, and beautiful couple. The person who can afford to buy an entire shop in this pedestrian street must have an extraordinary background. Hu Yulian and He Qian treated the couple as wealthy young men who had come out to start their own business. Both were veterans in the children's clothing industry, with rich experience. After a short training, they were able to receive customers quickly. The couple nodded with smiles, clearly satisfied with their 2 employees. There's still some time until 10 o'clock. Liang Chen said to Xiao Meijin, honey, go to the store and see if He Qian and the others need any help. There's a clothing display area at the store entrance. I'll take the kids there for a while to do some promotion. Good. Xiao Fan made thorough preparations for today's opening. In addition to the store's opening promotion on the day of the opening. For 3 consecutive days, he hired many part-time workers to distribute flyers on the pedestrian street. Liang Chen pushed a stroller into the clothing display area, a warm smile on his face. The handsome and extremely dashing Liang Chen, along with 3 adorable glutinous rice babies. More and more people are stopping in front of the children's clothing store. Liang Chen smiled and said, "New store opening, parents passing by, come and check it out, grand opening specials. Our clothes are guaranteed to be of high quality. We not only sell them, but my own baby wears them too. They're comfortable and I feel safe using them." The 3 adorable children were in high spirits, curiously watching the passers-by. De Bao looked curious, Er Bao smiled like an angel, and San Bao blinked with a blank and adorable expression. Passers-by simply couldn't control themselves. My steps involuntarily stopped, and I slowly walked towards the entrance of the children's clothing store. With Liang Chen and the babies promoting the business, more and more customers are coming into the store. If it weren't for Yi Qian and Hu Yulian's rich experience and quick hands and feet, they really wouldn't have been able to keep up. Xiao Fan regretted it later. I should have hired 1 or 2 more people. The endless stream of customers in the children's clothing store is incredibly popular. Before opening the shop, Xiao Fan never imagined that business would be so good. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed since the official opening time. In just 1 hour, half of the clothes in the store had been sold out. At this rate, the remaining half of the products were quickly sold out. Xiao Fan quickly called the manufacturer to restock and said it would be delivered right away. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Fan felt as if he were in a dream. Xiao Mei Qin has some knowledge of children's clothing. The store was too crowded, and she kept helping out. I was so tired that I couldn't move anymore, so I sat down on a bench in the rest area to rest. She felt that sales work was more tiring than attending school. Parents in the rest area knew that Xiao Mei Jin was the owner and chatted with her warmly. Wow, the proprietress is amazing. She's so young yet she's opened such a large store. With such a large area, the annual rent must be expensive, right? Boss lady, do you have any secrets to having triplets? Tell me secretly. Taking care of 3 babies must be exhausting, right? You bet. We're exhausted with just 1 baby. But the boss's family must have hired a nanny, right? The boss lady is so lucky. Her husband is tall, handsome, and has such a great physique. I'm so envious. We just got married and haven't had babies yet, but when we saw how cute the triplets were, we couldn't resist coming in and buying them. We'll keep them for when the babies are born. As a teacher, Xiao Mei Qin's eloquence goes without saying. Moreover, most of them were mothers, so it was easy to find common topics, and the group chatted happily. When the parents in the rest area learned that Xiao Mei Qin was a university teacher and that the children were usually cared for by their fathers, I was filled with admiration and envy. They complained about their jobs and their husbands not taking care of the children. Amid their sighs, Xiao Mei Qin once again felt fortunate to have met Liang Chen. He made himself very happy. Upon receiving Xiao Fan's call, the manufacturer hurriedly arranged for someone to deliver the goods. Sure enough, it took less than an hour. If the children's clothing store is out of stock, they will quickly restock. The delivery staff were dumbfounded to see the endless stream of customers in the store. Wow, I've been delivering goods for so many years, and this is the first time I've seen a children's clothing store with such good business. Wow, there are so many people. The owner of this shop is really something. Just as Liang Chen and his group were busy at the children's clothing store, 3 more figures appeared in the crowd at Bailu Square pedestrian street. A fat man nicknamed Big Smart tugged at the shoulders of his 2 friends and said with a look of surprise and doubt, "Scholar, Big Mouth, isn't that Brother Chen?" The 3 were Liang Chen's roommates. Scholar, Big Mouth, and Great Wisdom are all their nicknames. The fat man suddenly stopped, and the scholar and the Big Mouth saw him stare wide-eyed at a children's clothing store. Holy crap, who else could it be but Brother Chen? Can you find another person as handsome as him in the entire city of Nanning? The scholar slapped Dit Songming on the shoulder. Brother Chen, you don't even recognize me? Dit Songming swallowed hard. No, look, there are 3 babies next to him. And, doesn't the person next to Brother Chen look familiar? Looks familiar, what does that mean? Big Mouth became interested. He usually likes to stay in his dorm room playing video games and doesn't know the new teacher. Naturally, he also didn't know about Siam Chin. Big Mouth doesn't know them, but Scholar and Great Wisdom do. Oh my god, isn't that Miss Xiao, who just came to our school? How could our school's goddess teacher be with Brother Chen? My goodness, the way she holds the baby, she looks just like a mother. Suddenly, the Scholar slapped his thigh. Triplets! Look, it's triplets! Do you remember when Brother Chen came back last time and said he was a father? He was talking about triplets. Also, let me tell you a secret. On that day in college, I ran into Brother Chen and Teacher Xiao walking together in a very mysterious way. I found it strange at the time. Sure enough, I suspected there was something going on between Brother Chen and Teacher Xiao. They might even be the parents of the triplets. Ah! Hearing the Scholar's guess, Big Smart and Big Mouth were startled on the spot. Scholar, are you referring to Brother Chen and Teacher Xiao, student and teacher? The two exclaimed in disbelief. That's insane. The Scholar curled his lip. What's impossible about that? That's Brother Chen, the one with looks that's off the charts. Besides, it's not uncommon for college students to get married and have babies. Even so, if it were true, the two of them would still find it incredibly shocking. Come on, let's go inside and take a look at Brother Chen's baby. Xiaocai pulled the two of them into the children's clothing store. Huh? What if Brother Chen and Teacher Xiao find out? That would be so embarrassing. Did Songming and Dezue hesitated. Chapter 57. What should I call you, teacher? Call me sister-in-law. Did Songming and Dezue dared not go in, fearing that Liang Chen and Xiao Meijin would see them. The Scholar dragged the two men inside. What's there to be afraid of? They're brothers. If they know, they know. What's so embarrassing? The three students stood out from the crowd. Xiao Meijin saw them as soon as she entered the store. Xiao Meijin doesn't know Big Mouth and Big Smart. But she had met the Scholar before. On the other side, Liang Chen was extremely busy when he heard Xiao Meijin calling him. I turned around and saw my three roommates. Good timing. I was just worried about being too busy. Liang Chen walked over with a smile. What brings you here? The Scholar's eyes widened. Brother Chen, you own this children's clothing store? You and Teacher Xiao. The Scholar pointed at the two of them and asked, feigning surprise. Liang Chen openly admitted, yes, Mei Jin and I are married, and the triplets are our children. When Liang Chen admitted it himself, the three of them were stunned. Ox! Shin Ji, you really are something else, you actually got involved with the teacher. The Scholar looked on with admiration. What does it mean to get together? Liang Chen punched the Scholar in the chest. They used to often play around like this in the dormitory. Realizing his inappropriate choice of words, the Scholar smiled sheepishly and said, Brother Chen, you know I'm not good with words. Sorry. After saying that, with a shocked heart, he went to greet Xiao Meijin. Sister-in-law Xiao, hello, my name is Wenwu, I am Chen's roommate, they all call me Xiaocai. Big Mouth and Big Smart followed suit. Sister-in-law, my name is Wang Song, you can just call me Dit Songming. Hello sister-in-law, I'm Dezue, and also Chen Ji's roommate. Xiao Meijin found her husband's three roommates quite interesting and greeted them warmly. They were looking at the baby with curiosity. Xiao Meijin asked the three of them if they wanted to try holding the triplets. Upon hearing this, the three of them were so frightened that they retreated repeatedly. Such an adorable baby, these three roughnecks dared not hold him. What if they accidentally hurt him? The three Scholars repeatedly said they wouldn't hold the babies, they were content just to play with them from the sidelines. The children's clothing store had an exceptionally good first day of business. Seeing that they were too busy, the three Scholars said they wanted to stay and help. Liang Chen nodded his thanks and then began to explain the products in the store to them. All three are university students and have good comprehension skills. I quickly memorized most of it and then started to practice and guide customers. With the addition of the three, Xiao Fan and the others immediately felt much more relaxed. Seeing the endless stream of customers, the Scholar admired Liang Chen from the bottom of his heart. My buddies from back then, who used to play games with me all night long. Now he's a father and runs a shop. That's really excellent. When he first met Liang Chen in his freshman year, he felt that Liang Chen was not an ordinary person, and now his guess has been proven true. I've been busy all morning. It's lunchtime.
Liang Chen looked around the shop and said to Xiao Meijin, "Wife, you and Xiao Fan take them to eat. I'll stay here to take care of the babies and watch the shop."
Liang Chen asked Xiao Meijin to take them to a nice restaurant for dinner.
She stayed behind to take care of the babies and also to mind the shop. Xiao Meijin shook her head.
"I'm not hungry anymore. You and Xiaocai can take them. I'm here with the babies."
Liang Chen was busy for even longer than she was in the morning, and Xiao Meijin guessed that he must be very hungry. Xiao Meijin insisted, so Liang Chen had no choice but to give up.
He then took Hu Yulian, Xiaocai, and others to a nearby restaurant for a meal.
However, Xiao Fan did not go. He was worried that his sister would have to manage the shop and take care of the babies all by herself. After Liang Chen and the others left, Xiao Fan played with the baby and said expectantly, "Sister, I really hope business is this good every day." Xiao Meichin said with a smile, "If you control the quality well, I believe the business will be good. Xiao Fan, you'll have to work harder in the future."
Just as the siblings were talking, a customer made an inquiry. Xiao Fan prepared to get up.
Xiao Meichin waved her hand, telling him to continue resting. The customer handed it to her. The customer's sister is about to give birth, and she plans to visit her sister. "I want to buy clothes for my baby, but I know nothing about it." "Excuse me, ma'am, my sister is due to give birth next month, and we don't know if it will be a boy or a girl.
What should I do to make the right purchase? Also, besides clothes, do we need to buy anything else?"
Xiao Meichin smiled and said, "You can buy clothes for both the boy and girl, as well as baby bottles, socks, and hats all in newborn sizes.
Newborns can wear them. Think about it."
The woman took 2 sets of clothes for her son and 2 for her daughter, compared them in front of the mirror, and had a very satisfied expression on her face.
"Shopkeeper, do you still have baby bottles? Are those suitable for newborns?" "Yes, our products are absolutely safe and environmentally friendly." "Okay, can you take me to see it?" "Good." As she spoke, Xiao Meichin introduced several of the most popular newborn baby bottles to the other party. Children's things are especially cute, and women love them. Following Xiao Meichin's introduction, she bought a lot of things. "Are you going to see your sister alone?" "Yeah, I don't have a boyfriend yet." She planned to go out for a stroll today and buy some toys for her baby. When she saw the newly opened children's clothing store, she decided to give it a try and went in to take a look. "Goodness! I never expected to buy so much." Xiao Meijin thought the woman was easy to talk to and quite pretty. After hesitating for a moment, she asked, "Is your sister's house far from here?" "It's not far, maybe 2 or 3 kilometers. That's quite a coincidence. My younger brother lives there too."
"You bought so much stuff, it's hard for one person to carry it all."
"How about I have my brother deliver it to you? That would be more convenient."
The woman looked at the bags and packages in her hands, her eyes lighting up.
"Really? You can help deliver them?" Xiao Meijin smiled and nodded. "Look, my brother is right there. He's been busy at the shop all day. Your sister's house isn't far from his, so dropping him off there will allow him to go home and rest." "Wow, is this a hidden gem of a children's clothing store? They also offer home delivery. Thank you so much."
The woman went shopping today, buying things not only for the babies but also quite a few things for her older sister. If the children's clothing store helps with delivery, it will be much easier. Xiao Meichin waved her hand, indicating that the other party did not need to be polite. Xiao Meijin then gave Xiao Fan a wink. "Xiao Fan, you drive this beautiful woman and the things she bought to her sister's house later."
Xiao Fan was stunned for a moment. "Huh? Okay, sure. Now." Xiao Meichin nodded, "Yes."
The woman looked at Xiao Fan.
"Is that the landlady's younger brother? He's quite handsome."
Then her gaze fell on the stroller next to her, and her eyes widened instantly. Triplets.
"Oh my god, they were so cute. Boss lady, did you give birth to all these babies?" Xiao Meichin smiled and said yes. Chapter 58. We're rich. We're rich. Brother-in-law, we're rich.
The woman was utterly shocked.
Xiao Meichin has such a great figure that there's no sign that she's ever given birth. She actually had 3 babies.
The woman felt a pang of envy, wishing she could have such a great figure after giving birth. After expressing his feelings, Xiao Fan drove Liang Chen's Audi and saw her off. Xiao Meichin had a good impression of the girl. She was pretty and spoke in a gentle and kind manner. "My younger brother just broke up with his girlfriend and is feeling down about his relationship.
If I can find a new relationship, I might be able to get over the heartbreak as soon as possible.
That's why Xiao Meijin arranged for Xiao Fan to help the other party send the things back. Half an hour later, Xiao Fan returned in high spirits.
Sis, I delivered the things. We even added each other on WeChat.
Xiao Meijin smiled and said the girl had a good personality, and that she could chat with her more when she had time.
Xiao Fan nodded thoughtfully. At lunchtime, the babies usually have already eaten and taken a nap.
But the little ones have been outside with their parents all day.
Xiao Fan suggested putting a crib in the rest area so that the babies could sleep in it.
Xiao Meijin thought about it and thought her brother's suggestion was good. Then I moved the crib around and placed the chubby little ones on it one by one. Hanging a curtain next to them keeps out the light, so the babies can sleep more soundly.
There are fewer customers buying children's clothing during lunchtime. The siblings aren't too busy. Liangchen packed up the two of them and brought them back. What about the babies?
She's in her crib, just fallen asleep. Xiao Meichin pointed to the crib and said softly. After 3:30 p.m., the children's clothing store became bustling with customers again.
He Qian and Hu Yulian, the two sales assistants, were simply too busy to keep up.
Fortunately, the three scholars were still alive. With the help of Liang Chen and Xiao Fan, the children's clothing store was able to operate normally. Seeing the enthusiastic customers shopping, Xiao Fan thought he needed to restock. Indeed, it was the right decision to have Liang Chen and the babies be the models. Especially the three incredibly cute babies, they're even more powerful than the god of wealth.
Many parents were attracted to them.
After 7:30 p.m., the store experienced another peak period.
The crowds only started to decrease around 10 a.m.
Finally, seeing that the group was exhausted, Liang Chen announced that the store would be closed ahead of schedule.
Let everyone go back and get some rest.
By this time, the three little ones were already fast asleep. Xiao Meichin sat by the bed looking at her babies, feeling incredibly sorry for them. At just over 3 months old, they were already accompanying their parents out to earn money. However, this only strengthened her resolve. In the future, we must ensure that our babies have a better life. Although Xiao Fan was very tired after a long day, he was still quite excited.
Back home.
He plopped down, and before he even had a chance to drink his water, he immediately pulled out his notebook and calculator and started doing math. Liangchen paid for all the money spent on opening the shop from beginning to end. The renovation cost a total of about 300,000 yuan. Xiao Fan wanted to help his brother-in-law earn back this money as soon as possible. The couple carefully carried the babies back to their room. I just put the baby back in the crib. The little ones then showed signs of waking up.
Chi-Chi, you're awake. You know we're home, right?
Bo was the first to open her eyes. Xiao Meijin touched her little hand, and the little one smiled happily. Xiao Meichin didn't say anything, just smiled and teased her daughter with her little hands. When the second child got tired of playing and was about to start whimpering, Xiao Meijin then picked up her daughter and said, "Shu, oh dear, is Chi-Chi hungry?
Come on, mommy will give you some milk.
Be good and don't cry, or you'll wake up your older and younger brothers."
The little foodie is really enthusiastic.
She won't cry once she has milk. Watching the little guy gulp down his food, he looked just like a little piglet.
Xiao Meichin smiled gently.
The second baby has the best appetite of the three babies. I hope she will still have such a good appetite and not be a picky eater when she grows up.
Over here, De Bao and Xiao Bao also groggily opened their eyes.
After De Bao woke up, he was quiet and looked around curiously, as if he was observing something.
Little Bao kicked his short legs. Upon seeing Xiao Meichin, she immediately began to whine and cry.
Liangchen sighed helplessly. The little guy was too clever. She knew that as soon as she cried, her parents would come and comfort her.
Liangchen quickly checked Xiao Bao's diaper. No problem, they're probably just hungry. It's a good time to take him over and let him eat with the baby.
The little guy stopped crying as soon as he picked up the food, and ate it with gusto, looking incredibly satisfied. Liang Chen turned his head and saw that De Bao was staring at the wind chimes with great interest.
After taking care of the triplets, Liang Chen told Xiao Meijin to take a shower first.
My wife is tired after a long day, so she's going to take a hot bath to relax.
Good.
When Xiao Meichin came out of the bathroom again, she heard a sound coming from the living room.
Honey, go check on Xiaofan. She's acting so loudly and uncontrollably. Become. Xiao Meichin continued to engage in bedtime activities with the babies.
As soon as Liang Chen entered the living room, he saw Xiao Fan dancing around happily.
Upon seeing Liang Chen, Xiao Fan was as happy as a child. Brother-in-law, today's sales figures are in. Do you know how much net profit we made today?
Judging from Xiao Fan's excited expression, it must be quite a lot.
Liang Chen guessed, maybe 50,000? No. 80,000?
No, it's 230,000.
Brother-in-law, today's net profit is 230,000. Liang Chen was taken aback. 230,000? You didn't miscalculate, did you? Xiao Fan brought the ledger over for Liang Chen to check.
Brother-in-law, I've calculated it several times, and I'm sure I haven't made any mistakes.
230,000. Ha, brother-in-law, 230,000 a day, 6.9 million a month. That's like getting rich. Ha, brother-in-law, we're rich. Although almost all of this money belonged to Liang Chen.
But he was still incredibly excited. He had never seen so much money before.
My brother-in-law is amazing, so incredible. Just by opening a shop casually, you can make so much money.
Seeing Xiao Fan so happy, Liang Chen smiled helplessly.
Look how excited you are.
If you run the shop well, there will be plenty of money waiting for us to earn.
Xiao Fan took a deep breath. I understand, brother-in-law. I will definitely do my best in the future.
He couldn't wait to tell his sister the good news.
Not only that,
but what if my parents knew that my brother-in-law's shop made so much money on its first day?
What were their reactions? Xiao Fan was excited just thinking about it.
I remember how grim and terrifying my dad's expression was when he found out about my sister. If it weren't for Xiao Fan and Gu Yuqing stopping him, Zhao's father would probably have already stormed into Yongqing to question Liang Chen.
In the end, it was only after Gu Yuqing's persistent persuasion that Zhao's father calmed down.
My brother-in-law is handsome, dotes on his wife, takes good care of his family and children, and is also a good earner. Now he earns over 200,000 yuan a day, which is more than an average person can earn in a year.
With all these blessings, what more can Dad say? Thinking of this, Xiao Fan couldn't help but laugh.
Chapter 59. The father-in-law and mother-in-law were stunned by the astonishing sales figures.
Xiao Mei Qin walked out of the room.
Seeing my younger brother's mouth twisted with laughter, I couldn't help but laugh at him.
What's making him so happy? Sis, guess how much money we made today? Don't guess, just tell me. Sister, 230,000. We earned 230,000 today. Xiao Mei Qin is incredulous she earned so much on the very first day? Xiao Fan nodded happily.
I was also surprised. Perhaps it was because it was our first day of business and we had babies as models, so everyone came in to take a look, which is why we sold so many.
Xiao Mei Qin nodded, saying that without the babies as models, they might not have sold so many. Moreover, there are great discounts on the first day of opening.
In the long run, we may not be able to achieve such good results as we have today. However, the children's clothing store owns the shop space and doesn't need to pay rent.
Even if I earn less in the future, I won't lose money.
Seeing her younger brother laughing for a long time, Xiao Meijin quickly urged him to go back and rest after a busy day.
Xiao Fan nodded emphatically, a smile on his face as he left. I'm home.
Xiao Fan covered his mouth and burst into laughter. He simply couldn't control his excitement.
He used to work odd jobs. I've never seen a job that can earn 230,000 yuan a day.
I spent a day with my brother-in-law and witnessed it all. Xiao Fan was afraid that laughing out loud would disturb the neighbor's rest, so he kept covering his mouth while laughing. I then decided to share this exciting news with my parents.
So he dialed Gu Yuqing's number. Hello, son, is something urgent happening so late at night? Gu Yuqing's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Mom, it's okay. I have some good news to tell you.
What good news?
You found a job?
Gu Yuqing knew her son well. If he called home so late at night, he must have something important to tell her.
More or less.
I have a job now. My brother-in-law found it for me.
Ha? Didn't I tell you to try not to bother your sister and the others? How can you be so inconsiderate?
Gu Yuqing immediately retorted, dissatisfied with Xiao Fan's words. My daughter has her own family now.
Unless it's something particularly important, try not to disturb her life.
Gu Yuqing was afraid of causing trouble for her daughter's family.
If the daughter isn't married, that's fine, she can ask the other party for help with anything.
But once you get married and have children, it becomes a matter for two families.
What's wrong with Liang Chen finding Xiao Fan a job?
He's his brother-in-law, after all. Xiao Fan is in trouble now, so it's only right and proper for him to help. Before Xiao Fan could speak, his father, Xiao Jiangwo, came from the other end of the phone, expressing his dissatisfaction with Gu Yuqing.
Xiao Fan ventured to Yongcheng alone. With only one relative over there, if the sister doesn't help, who will?
Xiao Jiangwo felt sorry for his son. Afraid that his parents would start arguing, Xiao Fan quickly explained, "Mom, I didn't tell my sister and brother-in-law when I came to Yongcheng. But it seemed like my brother-in-law knew I was coming. He called me the next day and asked if I had found a job yet.
I said no. And guess what? My brother-in-law actually took me to a shop on the pedestrian street.
My goodness, that shop was over 220 square meters. Then my brother-in-law asked me what kind of business was suitable there. At the time, I suggested starting a business selling food, clothes, or jewelry. Later, my brother-in-law said he wanted to sell children's clothing. That's when I realized he was planning to open a shop. At first, I thought he was planning to rent a storefront. To my great surprise, I later learned that my brother-in-law had already bought the shop. Mom, do you know what? I've been asking around, and the shops in Bailu Square pedestrian street cost 260,000 yuan per square meter. My brother-in-law bought a 220 square meter apartment.
Can you calculate how much it cost in total?
Later, my brother-in-law shared his idea. He said he would open a children's clothing store with me and split the profits 7.3%. I felt that was too much and didn't dare to accept it. Then my brother-in-law said 8.2, but I still felt that was too much and didn't dare to accept it.
Finally, we settled on 9.1.
My brother-in-law will stay home to take care of the baby, and once the shop opens, he'll ask me to help him manage it. Today is our first day of business.
Guess how much net profit we made? 230,000.
I made a net profit of 230,000 on the first day.
Ha ha, Mom, let me tell you, I've never seen so much money before.
Xiao Fan became more and more excited as he spoke, recounting all his experiences over the past few days. Hearing their son's excited voice, Gu Yuqing and her husband's eyes widened in shock.
What? My daughter and her family bought a shop? 260,000 per square meter.
The property has an area of 220 square meters and a total price of 57.2 million yuan. The couple used a calculator to do the math, and they were immediately taken aback.
Where did Liang Chen get so much money?
The large single-level apartment in Mingyue Bay has already cost more than 20 million yuan.
Now another 57.2 million has been spent. That adds up to over 70 million. Xiao Jiangwo trembled. Wife, is Liang Chen really from the village? How could an ordinary rural family possibly come up with so much money?
Gu Yuqing paused for a moment and then nodded.
Her daughter had mentioned that Liang Chen's family wasn't well off. They were just an average family in the village.
The money he earns is basically from investments or winning the lottery.
If Liang Chen earned all this money through investments or winning the lottery, then he's incredibly lucky. Does the daughter have a lucky charm for her husband? Upon hearing Gu Yuqing's answer, Xiao Jiangwo was speechless.
She learned that her daughter had married Liang Chen and had a baby. He even declared at the time that no matter how nice the other person was, he would definitely teach him a lesson when they met again. But now he suddenly lacks confidence.
That's how society is now. What those with power or money say is considered law. The elderly couple were shocked by Liang Chen's financial strength. But Gu Yuqing quickly came to her senses and asked, "Son, you said you made a net profit of 230,000 yuan on the first day of business?" "Yeah, Mom, 230,000 a day, I'm numb." Xiao Fan was more than numb, he was practically a lunatic. 230,000. The couple's mouths gaped open. The couple couldn't even save 230,000 yuan after working in the village for a whole year. Wow, Liang Chen's children's clothing store made a fortune in just one day. As if she had thought of something, Gu Yuqing's pupils dilated. "You said your brother-in-law is working with you, splitting the profits 9-1, so he gets 9 and you get 1?
"Yeah, Mom, my brother-in-law said 7.3, which was too much for me to accept."
7.3, you were right not to. The way your brother-in-law is dividing things between you now is already very considerate of you. You little rascal, you're in luck now. From now on, work hard for your brother-in-law, you know?"
Gu Yuqing was beaming with joy. She was unlikely to be able to sleep tonight.
The children's clothing store's profit sharing is 9.1%.
He earned 230,000 yuan in just one day.
So, the son will get 23,000 yuan. My God, my son can earn 23,000 yuan a day. Gu Yuqing and Xiao Jiangwo were incredibly excited. 23,000 a day, that's 690,000 a month. This makes him the richest person in the village. The two of them were incredibly excited. At the same time, they also knew that their son's income was all thanks to Liang Chen. If it weren't for Liang Chen's support, Xiao Fan would probably still be browsing job recruitment apps right now. Chapter 60: The powerful Xiao Meijin, unleashing her full aura. Gu Yuqing and the other person were so excited that they couldn't sleep all night. A new day. Liang Chen continued to pose as a model with the babies at the entrance. Xiao Fan noticed that there were even more people today than yesterday. Many people came to visit after hearing about the adorable triplets. Look, they really are triplets. Oh my, they're smiling at me, so cute. Is that young man the father of the triplets? I heard he's also the owner of this shop. Wow, the legendary tall, rich, and handsome guy. That figure is absolutely stunning, I love it. Triplets. I wish I had given birth to them. The children's clothing store had just opened, and it was already packed with people. Fortunately, based on yesterday's experience, Xiao Fan instructed the factory workers to replenish the stock as needed. Because time is of the essence. We can't find new employees. He then posted information in a local part-time job group and recruited 3 people to temporarily fill in for him. During the training, a woman suddenly asked, is that the big boss by the door? Xiao Fan was taken aback, wondering why the other party would ask such a question. Seeing his puzzled expression, the woman smiled and said, he looks a bit like an upperclassman from our school. By the way, our upperclassman's name is Liang Chen. Xiao Fan suddenly realized. What a coincidence. That's your senior, my brother-in-law Liang Chen. The 3 girls stared wide-eyed, as if they had discovered some secret. The school's most handsome guy hasn't even graduated yet, but he's already married and has a baby. They even opened a shop. Oh my god. I never expected to receive such shocking news while doing part-time work. Teachers Huang Yuting and Lin Jing, along with Liang Chen and his 3 roommates, did not disclose their relationship to the school. Therefore, ordinary students are unaware that Liang Chen and Xiao Meijin are already together. The 3 girls screamed inwardly at the thought that senior Liang Chen had been hiding so much. Xiao Fan rarely interacted with female college students, so he coughed and told them to focus on their studies. If you don't do a good job at your part-time job, you won't get paid. Fortunately, the 3 female college students had good learning abilities and were able to get started on the job quickly. However, they occasionally make minor mistakes that require Huang Yuting and Lin Jing to correct. This busy period. Before we knew it, it was noon. Fortunately, Xiao Fan had made preparations in advance and had the manufacturer replenish the stock in time, otherwise, there would have been another stock shortage. At lunchtime, Xiao Fan asked Liang Chen to take the employees to lunch, while he stayed behind to watch the store. However, they had just left. Outside the children's clothing store, someone Xiao Fan never expected appeared. Zhao Huilan, the ex-girlfriend who initiated the breakup, unexpectedly showed up. I don't know where she got the news, but Xiao Fan is now earning 23,000 a day. I took a bus to Nanning early this morning to find him. I even put on some light makeup before coming. Upon seeing Xiao Fan, Zhao Huilan, with tears streaming down her face, threw herself into his arms. Xiao Fan, let's get back together. I know I was wrong. Please give me another chance and forgive me. I promise I'll treat you well and live a good life with you from now on. Please forgive me this time, Xiao Fan. Let's get back together. I miss you. Zhao Huilan's eyes were red from crying. She looked incredibly pitiful. If he were an ordinary person, he might have gotten back together with her. But Xiao Fan knew that all of this was fake. The cold words he said when they broke up still echo in her ears. He's completely different from the person she is now. Xiao Fan knew that she was at her most authentic during the breakup. What we see now is nothing but an illusion. Xiao Fan quickly pushed Zhao Huilan away and said coldly, it's impossible for us now. You can leave. Why is it impossible? I still love you. Which couple doesn't have arguments? Xiao Fan, please forgive me just this once, okay? I know you love me. Zhao Huilan pleaded pitifully. Zhao Huilan was filled with regret. If I had known that Xiao Fan's sister had married a rich and handsome man, and that he would be willing to help him, I would have known better. I shouldn't have brought up breaking up in the first place. Now, Xiao Fan earns 23,000 a day. That's more money than her current boyfriend's salary for 2 months. That's 23,000 a day, and 690,000 a month. Zhao Huilan is going crazy. She threw away such a great man with her own hands. He was utterly fooled when Zhao Huilan said she still loved him. Xiao Fan roared, "You say you still love me, then why are you with your company's manager, Zhang the Bald Monk? Is this what you call loving me? Zhao Huilan, do you think I, Xiao Fan, am a fool?" Having finally spoken what had been weighing on his mind, Xiao Fan felt much better. Yes, Xiao Fan had always known. Zhao Huilan broke up with him so that she could be with her company's manager. The reason is that his girlfriend earns more than him and is in the company's management. Being her girlfriend makes him feel very prestigious. These were things that Zhao Huilan's best friend told Xiao Fan in private. Therefore, Xiao Fan dismissed Zhao Huilan's claim that she still loved him as mere nonsense. You. Zhao Huilan was speechless. She never expected that Xiao Fan knew she was already with her supervisor. Xiao Fan, listen to me. What are you saying? My brother told you to get out, didn't you hear me? Before Zhao Huilan could even offer a defense, a reprimanding voice came from the crowd. It turned out to be Xiao Mei Qin, who had just come from school. From childhood to adulthood, Xiao Mei Qin had rarely seen her younger brother so heartbroken. Now that she's with another man, she still has the nerve to ask her brother to get back together. This infuriated Xiao Mei Qin. You gold-grubbing woman, how dare you get back together with me? Have you no shame? My brother has been with you for 3 years, worked hard for 3 years, and spent all his money on you. Later, you dumped him because you thought he was poor and got together with an older man. Did you ever consider how he felt? My brother has suffered so much, and you think a simple forgive me will make things right? I'm telling you, Zhao Huilan, if you dare to show your face in front of me again, if you dare to hurt my brother again, I promise I'll tear your mouth apart. Xiao Mei Qin exuded a powerful aura, and the surrounding onlookers fell silent, as if they were seeing a high and mighty, arrogant queen. Zhao Huilan trembled with fright. Xiao Mei Jin's imposing aura made it hard for her to breathe. Zhao Huilan had no choice but to continue to pitifully explain to Xiao Fan, I was confused for a moment. Zhang Peng kept pestering me and even encouraged me. I was bewitched and that's why I listened to him and broke up with you. Xiao Fan, please forgive me just this once, let's get back together. We can be happy together like before. You said we would be together forever. Have you forgotten those words? Seeing Zhao Huilan feigning pitifulness, Xiao Mei Jin became increasingly annoyed. I told you to get out, did you hear me? You swindled all my brother's money and broke his heart. Now that you hear he's making money, you shamelessly want to get back together with him. Do you think you deserve it? Xiao Mei Qin felt sorry for her brother. I feel it wasn't worth the 3 years of relationship I invested in him. Seeing that her younger brother had rejected her, and that more and more people were gathering to watch the spectacle, Xiao Mei Jin directly ordered the security guards to come and drag Zhao Huilan away. Chapter 61 Taking the babies to get vaccinated, the popular triplets. Seeing people pointing and whispering about him, and security guards coming over to pull him away, Zhao Huilan was furious. If it weren't for Xiao Mei Qin, Xiao Fan might have agreed to get back together with her. After being attacked repeatedly, Zhao Huilan could no longer hold back. She screamed hysterically, Xiao Mei Qin, don't go too far. We truly love each other, what right do you have to stop us? So what if she married a rich man? It's nothing special. You bookworm who only knows how to study, even if you fly to the top of a tree, you'll never become a phoenix, you'll still be just a pheasant. Zhao Huilan became more and more agitated as she spoke, looking as if she was about to rush over and hit Xiao Mei Jin. Xiao Mei Qin laughed in exasperation. Faced with Zhao Huilan's hysterical outburst, she wasn't afraid at all. What's wrong? Did I hit a nerve? You're not pretending anymore? You dare hit me? Come on, I'm not afraid of anyone, let's see if you dare. Xiao Mei Qin exudes a powerful aura, and the temperature around her seems to drop several degrees as she speaks. Seeing that a fight was about to break out, the 2 security guards quickly stepped forward, grabbed Zhao Huilan from both sides, and dragged her out. There are security guards patrolling this pedestrian street. This is to prevent this kind of troublemaking. Seeing the other person being dragged away, Xiao Fan didn't say anything, but Xiao Mei Jin laughed. I feel gratified for my younger brother. A woman who is materialistic and looks down on the poor is not worth it. After dealing with Zhao Huilan's matter, Xiao Mei Jin apologized to the customers in the store. I'm very sorry to have disturbed everyone. We didn't expect this to happen, and we're really sorry.
Only after Xiao Mei Chin finished speaking did the people around her come to their senses.
Good heavens! The boss lady, who usually seems so kind and gentle, actually has such a strong side. This was truly beyond their expectations. It's alright, boss lady, you don't need to apologize. That girl doesn't seem like a good person at all. She used to look down on the small business owner for being poor and got together with another man. Now that the small business owner is making money, she shamelessly comes back to beg for reconciliation. This kind of person is so shameless. Yes, we should shut her up. From the conversation between the three people, those around them had already grasped most of what had happened. Therefore, Zhao Huilan was dragged away, and everyone cheered. After the onlookers dispersed, Xiao Meijin realized that Liang Chen had returned to the store sometime earlier, pushing a stroller, and was smiling at her. The three babies in the stroller looked at their mother with curiosity. He looked utterly shocked. Liang Chen gave Xiao Meijin a thumbs up, his eyes saying, "Wife, you're amazing. Seeing my husband and children." Xiao Meijin smiled broadly, her face blooming like a flower. She walked over, picked up her eldest child, and asked, "Honey, was I being mean just now?" Liang Chen laughed and said, "She looks like a lioness, but she's very cute." "Honey, I never knew you had this side to you." Xiao Meijin snorted. There was much more Liang Chen didn't know. The incident just now did not affect the children's clothing store. The onlookers happily selected clothes once again. Xiao Fan walked over, feeling guilty. "Sister, brother-in-law, I'm sorry. I didn't expect her to come to the store." Xiao Fan felt he had let Liang Chen down after his brother-in-law entrusted him with the management of the store, only for this to happen on the second day of its opening. Liang Chen smiled and waved his hand. "It's nothing, don't take it to heart. When looking for a partner in the future, it's best to first assess their character. If someone has a bad character or you're incompatible, then break up. Don't take things to heart, you'll definitely meet someone more suitable for you in the future." Xiao Fan nodded silently. "I understand, brother-in-law." Then he looked at Xiao Mei Chin. Xiao Meijin snorted, "Your brother-in-law has already said everything that needs to be said. Let me tell you, Zhao Huilan is not right for you. Don't contact her again. If you're going to break up completely. There's no going back." Xiao Fan remained silent. He had already made up his mind. It's impossible for them to get back together. The children's clothing store was still doing brisk business in the afternoon. However, since Xiao Fan hired 3 part-time workers, Liang Chen and Xiao Meijin's job became much easier. He handed the shop over to Xiao Fan to manage. The couple took the kids home for their afternoon nap. Back home, Xiao Meichin took out her triplets' vaccination records and looked at them. It's time to get vaccinated. So the couple discussed taking the babies to the hospital for vaccinations once they woke up. Before we knew it, the afternoon nap was over, and the babies woke up. Xiao Meichin finished packing her things and asked, "Honey, is everything ready?" "All right, let's go." Liang Chen put the baby's travel essentials into his backpack. "Just sling it on your back and you're ready to go." The couple thought to themselves that it was already past 3 p.m., and there should be fewer people at the hospital than in the morning. As a result, there were still many people queuing when we arrived. "Honey, you stay here with the babies, I'm going to queue up for a number." "Good." The family of 5 is incredibly good looking. They're the center of attention wherever they go. Liang Chen just left. Several parents around Xiao Meichin asked in surprise, "Did you give birth to triplets? My goodness, they're so young, and they've maintained their figures so well." Xiao Meichin smiled politely and said, "Yes, they were all my children." Several mothers around me each had a baby in their stroller. They come in babies as young as April-May, and as young as July-August. Several babies in the stroller curiously looked at the triplets. One of the mothers exclaimed, "My God, it must be so hard for you to take care of 3 babies. I only have 1 son, and it's almost killing me. I can't do anything else because I have to take care of him." The mothers around them all agreed, saying that with a child in hand, it's impossible to do anything else. Xiao Meichin smiled and said, "My family is doing all right. My husband usually takes care of the babies. He takes very good care of them. I just breastfeed them occasionally." The surrounding mothers were all surprised. "Your husband is taking care of the child? A stay-at-home dad? You're going to work?" "Yes." "Are you the only one earning money to support your family?" "No, my husband has a job and can earn money from home." "Wow, that's so great. I wish I could be like you.
I've been stuck at home ever since I got pregnant, and I'm so bored.
I want to do things I enjoy too.
Xiao Mei Chin thought she probably just wanted to get some fresh air. If we really let her go back to work, she might want to go home and take care of the kids again in a month or two. The parents were chatting when suddenly the babies started whimpering.
Lele, Shichi, Xiaobao, what's wrong with you?
Xiao Mei Chin looked down at the stroller and saw three little angels smiling at her.
The surrounding parents were incredibly envious.
My goodness, your baby is so beautiful. The eyes are like treasures, the eyelashes are so long, the baby is so good looking. The triplets were probably excited to see someone their own age. They hummed and waved their little hands as if trying to communicate with them. P.S. New book, new seedling, please give feedback and urge me to update. My homepage already has a completed book of over 1 million words, so my character is guaranteed. I'm begging you, my darlings, I'm begging you.
Sending you so much love. Chapter 62 Mother's Dream Darlings, Popular Triplets. 3 incredibly cute babies are waving at me. The babies around were extremely excited. He started humming and whining along.
They seem to be communicating in baby talk.
The second child is very lively.
Seeing his older siblings respond, he giggled happily.
Wow, what a beautiful and adorable baby.
Her smile is like that of an elf, it melts your heart. You can tell at a glance it's a girl. The other 2 are probably boys, and they're just as adorable.
The surrounding parents were incredibly envious.
My goodness, what a beautiful little girl.
Where do you live, Mom?
Let's play with our kids more often, and maybe they can go to kindergarten together sometime.
They're childhood sweethearts, who knows, they might even become in-laws someday.
Her calculations were meticulous, and the surrounding parents were well aware of them. She must have her eye on someone else's daughter. This little girl is so beautiful now, she'll definitely grow up to be a great beauty like her mother.
You'll be so lucky to marry her.
Unfortunately, they had no sons. But then I thought about it and realized I have a daughter. Across from them are triplets, including 2 sons, they're just as adorable.
They just saw the baby's father too, and wow, he's absolutely stunning.
If my daughter marries his son in the future, their baby will definitely be very beautiful.
Then everyone started asking, yes, this mom, how about bringing your babies out to play together sometime? The babies are about the same age, they'll definitely get along well. Hey mom, which neighborhood do you live in?
I'll try to buy an apartment next to yours so we can be neighbors and the kids can play together.
Goodness. The babies have become very popular, with parents around vying to let their babies play with the triplets.
They were childhood sweethearts, and grew up together.
Xiao Mei Chin felt embarrassed. What era are we living in?
However, she didn't want to decide her children's future just like that. They also don't want their future in-laws to promote their children like they do.
Xiao Mei Chin forced a smile. Well, my baby is still too young.
I'll take them to play with other children their own age later. Also, my family lives in a building with only 1 apartment per floor, and we have no neighbors. Her meaning was very clear, she was trying to take advantage of my baby, but no way.
However, the parents around them still did not give up. Mom, are you really not going to reconsider? Look, this is my son. We're locals from Nanning.
We own 2 buildings that we rent out, so we'll never have to worry about money.
How about we become neighbors? Maybe we can even become relatives in the future. Hey mom, look at me.
My husband is a senior executive at a listed company, and we own 5 houses and 2 cars. We own a supermarket and earn hundreds of thousands of yuan every year.
My daughter is very cute. Why don't you consider it?
Xiao Meijin didn't know how to refuse the enthusiasm of the parents around her.
Poor babies. My parents started watching me as soon as I went out. Is this the trouble of being cute?
It's driving her, as a mother, crazy.
The parents in the surrounding area didn't want to miss this opportunity. This is the most beautiful and prettiest baby they have ever seen. We have both boys and girls.
Their parents are so good looking.
You must seize this opportunity for your baby. If it works out, your future grandchildren will definitely be beautiful too. Now is the time to improve your family's genes. Moreover, judging from the demeanor of the other party's mother, one can tell that her family background is not simple.
Who knows, maybe they can form a powerful alliance in the future. Despite the enthusiasm of the parents around her, Xiao Meichin smiled on the surface, but in her heart she felt repulsed. I saw Liang Chen come back after getting his number.
Xiao Mei Chin gave a pleading smile and asked, "Is it hung up?"
Liang Chen noticed that his wife was in a bad mood.
"Okay, honey, what's wrong?"
The surrounding parents were overjoyed to see the child's father return and began to try to win over Liang Chen.
"Wow, this is the triplets' dad. He's so young and handsome, no wonder the babies are so good looking."
Liang Chen glanced at the babies in the strollers around him. They were all looking in the direction of their own babies. He smiled and said, "Your babies are all very cute."
Hearing Liang Chen say that,
the people around were delighted and immediately began to introduce their own family circumstances.
Liang Chen listened to the whole story and roughly understood their intentions.
She's taken a liking to her own triplets. I want to encourage them to play together from a young age so they can build a family together when they grow up.
Doesn't this sound a lot like arranged marriages or betrothals in ancient times? Liang Chen smiled helplessly. The baby's cuteness was simply too irresistible.
Like Tang Sanzang, he is loved by everyone and everyone wants to have him. I saw Liang Chen smile.
The surrounding parents thought things were looking promising. They thought, how about it?
We'll definitely bring our kids to play together in the future. Let's become neighbors and build a bond from a young age.
Liang Chen smiled and shook his head. We won't consider it. Our baby is so cute, there will definitely be many children to play with him in the future.
Moreover, my family is well off. We own a house and a car, and we have no worries about food and drink.
Besides, we don't need to deliberately cultivate their relationship.
When my children grow up, whether they are boys or girls, they will definitely have many suitors. We don't care about our children's future partner's family background. What my husband and I care about is their character and whether their family environment is harmonious.
As soon as Liang Chen said this, everyone knew that it was hopeless. What a pity. 3 such beautiful babies.
I would love it if she could become my daughter-in-law, son-in-law in the future. They fell in love with the triplets at first sight, but unfortunately their own babies weren't so lucky.
They then left with regrets.
Suddenly, Wanwan's little face scrunched up like a bun, and she let out a soft whimper.
He had a very uncomfortable expression on his face. After Liang Chen noticed, he immediately squatted down to check his diaper. The little guy pooped.
I cleaned his bottom immediately, and did it quickly and efficiently. Soon the little guy put on a new diaper and his relaxed expression returned. Seeing Liang Chen skillfully taking care of the baby, the parents still waiting in line around them were incredibly envious. Most of the people bringing their babies to the hospital for vaccinations are mothers, and Liang Chen was seen taking care of the baby.
Xiao Mei Chen is responsible for being beautiful.
They were incredibly envious.
They're both women, but the difference is so huge.
Look at her, her husband is young and handsome, considerate, and knows how to take care of the children.
Look at yourself.
When the child's father comes home on vacation, he's too lazy to even hold the child. All he does is play video games and watch live streams of beautiful women.
This comparison is so envious it makes me want to cry. Triplets are not only incredibly attractive to adults, but also have an immense appeal to children.
Babies generally need to receive vaccines until they are 6 years old. Therefore, the hospital is open to parents with babies who are only a few months old. There are also quite a few 4 or 5-year-old children.
Seeing 3 identical treasures, I looked at each one with great curiosity. Wow, Grandma, look, there are 3 super cute babies over there. Shall we take them home to play with? Chapter 63. Liang's mother, huh? What did you say? I'm a grandmother now? Kids love cute things the most. I like it even more when it's a cute baby. Grandma, I want that pretty little girl to play with me. Mom, that little brother is so cute. Can you give me a cute little brother too? I don't want one that isn't cute.
Goodness, the hospital was suddenly filled with the noisy sounds of children. They all clamored to their mothers or grandmothers for cute little brothers and sisters. Children who already have younger siblings say they miss their older brothers and sisters. The triplets' popularity exceeded everyone's expectations. Fortunately, it was their turn in line. The nurse started calling out numbers. The couple pushed the stroller into the injection room. Before I even reached the door, I could hear the child crying loudly.
Oh no, I don't want a shot. I don't want a shot, Mom. I promise I won't be naughty anymore, okay?
The 3 or 4-year-old children cried the loudest. Some babies who are only a few months old don't know what's going on and look completely bewildered.
But gradually his expression became serious.
Finally, overwhelmed by her surroundings, she burst into tears. Liang Chen also saw a little boy being spanked by his mother, who was pinning him down on her lap. The little boy screamed as he was being beaten.
I refuse to get a shot. I absolutely refuse to get a shot. Mom, you can kill me all you want.
Nonsense, Mom is doing this for your own good, be good. The little boy struggled fiercely. There was no other way, so the doctor had to ask the nurses to help hold him down. Seeing this, the surrounding parents all laughed.
Next one.
As soon as the doctor finished speaking, he turned his head and saw 3 pairs of curious eyes looking at him. Those eyes are so beautiful, they're so cute. The moment our eyes met, my heart melted. The doctor has worked in the injection department for over 20 years and has seen twins, triplets, and even quadruplets. This is the first time I've ever seen a baby that smells so good and is so cute. And there are 3 of them. Good heavens, did the child's parents save the galaxy in their past life? How could someone give birth to such an adorable and exquisite baby? The vaccine requires 2 shots, one in the left arm and one in the right arm. The couple were heartbroken when 2 needles were inserted into the baby's chubby little arm. No matter how uncomfortable it is, for the health of the babies, they must get vaccinated. The 2 decided to play in turn. Start with Dabao. Dabao's reaction time seemed a bit slow, so Xiao Meijin took off his clothes, revealing his chubby little arms. The doctor quickly inserted 2 needles. The little guy didn't seem to notice anything, and looked quite puzzled.
Xiao Meijin asked with concern, Dabao, does it hurt?
A few seconds later. Dabao then realized the pain in his arm, his face contorted in agony, tears streaming down his face. Don't cry, Dabao, it won't hurt anymore soon. Xiao Meijin comforted Lele as she dressed her. The little one nestled in his mother's arms, looking utterly heartbroken.
Next up is the second baby. Erbo heard his older brother crying and looked at him curiously. The little guy didn't understand why his older brother was crying.
Holding Liang Chen in his arms, Erbo thought her father was going to play a game with her. She cooperated very well when taking off her clothes, and she laughed so happily. Seeing his daughter so happy, Liang Chen felt terrible. The second child and the first child react at different speeds. When the doctor came to give her the injection, her smile had already frozen. She immediately burst into tears at the top of her lungs. That expression, good heavens, it was as if she was accusing her father of being a big bad guy.
What happened to the game we were supposed to play? Dad is a big bad guy. The second baby drinks a lot of milk and is very strong. When he cries out loud, Liang Chen can't soothe him no matter what he does. I'll cry for you. The last one is Xiaobao.
The little guy seemed to realize something. She pouted in the stroller, preparing to cry. But it still didn't work. Liang Chen picked him up, and the doctor gave him 2 injections. The little one nestled on Liang Chen's shoulder, with glistening tears in the corners of his eyes. The 3 little ones were still sobbing after they finished fighting. The doctor said kindly, "Babies, getting injections is essential for you to grow up healthy." The doctor was a bad person who gave them injections. Hearing her voice, the 3 little ones cried even harder.
The couple were both amused and exasperated.
After thanking the doctor, they took their babies to another place to soothe them.
Congratulations, Master. You've completed the hidden mission by taking your babies to get vaccinated for the first time. Your reward is 100,000 renminbi in cash and a Nyo brand nanny van. The cash has been received. The nanny van has been equipped with a baby safety seat, and all the necessary documents and insurance have been submitted. The owner can simply wait to accept the offer. Just as Liang Chen was coaxing Xiaobao, the system's voice rang in his mind. The cash reward is 100,000 yuan, plus a nanny van. A smile bloomed on Liang Chen's face. What you wish for comes true. The system is so thoughtful. Liang Chen had wanted to buy a nanny van for a long time. The system will send it directly to you, you don't need to buy it. They have 3 children, so a nanny van is much more convenient than a regular car when they go out.
The 3 little ones cried themselves to sleep, and with their parents' gentle comforting words, they drifted off to sleep. On her way home, Xiao Meijin's heart broke as she thought about how sad the babies looked when they got their vaccines. When we got home, the babies were still sleeping. After settling them in, Liang Chen went to a children's clothing store. When I got back, I took the time to transfer 200,000 yuan to my parents. The moment the money was transferred, his phone rang. Upon checking the notes, it was clear that it was Liang Ma. "Xiaochen, my bank card suddenly has an extra 200,000 yuan, it shows that you transferred it to me.
Can you help me check if I've been scammed? Liang's mother is very aware of fraud prevention. Liang Chen smiled and said, Mom, it's not a scam message. I forwarded it to you. What? Where did you get so much money?
Mom, I earned it myself.
Tell your mom the truth, did you do something illegal? Son, we can't do anything illegal.
Upon hearing that the 200,000 yuan had indeed been transferred by her son, Liang's mother immediately became alert.
My mom has quite a vivid imagination.
Liang Chen patiently explained, Mom, don't worry, I didn't do anything illegal.
This money is what I earned through my own investments.
I'm transferring it to you now so that you and Dad can have a better life.
Liang's mother was both touched and worried, and continued to press, investment? What are you doing investing, a student? How can you make so much money? Besides, you need capital to invest. I know our family's situation perfectly well. Be honest, where did this money come from? Tell me clearly, don't try to fool me.
It has to be her own mother, who knows her son best.
Liang Chen had his own way of dealing with it.
Mom, since I've already transferred the money to you, just keep it.
And now I have some good news to tell you. What good news? Aunt Liang became interested. Mom, I'm here to tell you, I'm a dad now, and you're a grandma. Ha? Xiao Chen, say it again. What did you just say? Mom, you heard me right. I said I'm a dad now, and you're a grandma. I now have children, triplets. P.S. Thank you so much for your support and encouragement.
I was so incredibly happy to see over 500 requests for more updates today.
Sending you lots of love. Chapter 64 Liang's parents arrive. Son, do you think this is the house you bought? What is that? My son says he's a father now, and he's having triplets? How did he become a father when he was still a college student? This is no joke.
Liang's mother was completely stunned.
I said to my son, is it because of the pressure of studying that your mind is all messed up and you're delirious from the fever? No. Mom, I'm telling the truth.
I not only have a child, but I've also gotten married to someone else.
What? She got married.
The son's tone didn't sound like he was joking.
Liang Ma's heart skipped a beat.
Her son gave her 200,000 yuan out of the blue, and then told her that he had become a father and had even registered his marriage with someone else.
Son, did you take someone's money and end up taking over their problems? Let me tell you, you absolutely can't do this. There's some truth to what Liang's mother thinks. Liang Chen was exasperated. Mom, I didn't.
It really is my child, your own grandchild.
Not taking over a business? That's good. Could it be that he's hooking up with an older, wealthy woman? And she's giving him the money? Mom, please stop overthinking things. We had a normal marriage and had triplets. The mother of the children is a teacher at our school. The reason I'm telling you this now is because I'm afraid you and Dad won't agree. Liang Chen was afraid that his mother would imagine other scenarios, so he directly confronted her. You and your school teachers? She gave birth to triplets? Yes, the baby is now over 3 months old.
Hearing the voice coming from the phone, Liang's mother was severely shocked.
You brat! The baby's been born for so long, and you're only now telling me this? Do you even care about me as your mother anymore? You think you're all grown up now that you're in college? You don't even discuss such big decisions as getting married and having kids with your mom. Judging from her son's tone, Liang's mother knew he was telling the truth. There's no need to lie to her about this. Her eyes immediately welled up with tears. It was around the same time that Gu Yuqing found out. Liang Chen felt guilty.
Mom, I was afraid you and Dad would object, so I had to act first and ask for permission later.
Liang's mother held the phone in silence for a long time. Finally, taking a deep breath, he said, You have a wife and children to take care of you now, and you're still sending me money. Do you have enough money? Parents always worry about their children. What else can she do now that things have come to this? Ultimately, she felt sorry for her son. Liang Chen felt even more guilty. Mom, I have money now. I want to give you and Dad some to live on. You can take it. Aunt Liang gave a faint her thoughts unreadable. Then, she explained to Liang Chen about getting her marriage certificate and the triplets. Liang Chen recounted everything about Xiao Mei Jin and the babies in detail. However, some parts of the experience of being with Xiao Mei Chin have been modified. Just like what I told Gu Yuqing last time.
This way, we can have a unified story, and both sets of parents won't worry. This was a decision made after the couple had discussed it beforehand.
Your dad and I will come to Nanning to find you tomorrow.
Before hanging up the phone, Liang's mother said that she and Liang's father were going to Yongcheng the next day.
At night, after putting the babies to sleep, Liang Qin told Xiao Meijin that her parents were coming. Xiao Meijin immediately started trembling with nervousness. Are you sure Mom and Dad, your in-laws are coming tomorrow? Liang Chen, when you talked to your mom about us today, did she get angry? Angry. Liang Chen's words immediately made Xiao Meijin wilted like an eggplant. Liang Chen smiled. Forget it, I won't tease this silly woman anymore.
She's angry, but I explained things to her clearly, and once she knew we have 3 adorable babies, she immediately stopped being angry. My mom was as happy as if it were New Year's Day. Xiao Meijin wrinkled her nose.
You're talking nonsense. You're as happy as if it's New Year's. I don't believe you. Xiao Meijin knew that Liang Chen was trying to comfort her. Although I can understand Liang Chen's good intentions. But Xiao Meijin was still nervous. Honey, what if your parents don't like me?
Look, I'm several years older than you.
Liang Chen smiled and said, my parents respect teachers the most, especially university professors.
They think they are incredibly capable and they like them very much. Our Liang family married a university professor. Our ancestral graves are emitting auspicious smoke.
The couple talked a lot that evening. With Liang Chen holding her while she slept, Xiao Meijin seemed less nervous. A new day.
Just at 10:30, Liang Chen received a call from his mother.
Your dad and I have arrived at the station. Where are you staying now? Send me your location on WeChat, and your dad and I will take a taxi to find you.
Liang's mother figured that since her son had already gotten married and had a baby, it was impossible for him to live at the school anymore. Mom, you and Dad wait for me at the station, I'll come pick you up.
When Liang Chen arrived at the station by car,
I saw 2 middle-aged men and women with slightly graying temples, dressed simply, standing at the station entrance, with large and small bags next to them.
The 2 people were Liang's parents. Liang Chen parked the car and hurried over. Mom and Dad, I'm here.
The couple looked up and were shocked to find that their son seemed to have changed a lot.
Xiao Chen, how did you change? Mom, what has changed? No, it's nothing.
Upon seeing her son, Liang's mother's eyes welled up with tears. She only felt that her son was more composed and charming than before.
Mr. Liang had a stern face. They were clearly still angry that Liang Chen hadn't told them about his marriage and children sooner. The taxi driver next to them said enviously, brother and sister, is this your son? He's handsome. Mr. Liang smiled and replied, yes.
Liang Chen, observing their expressions, quickly picked up the bags and packages from the ground and said, Mom and Dad, this way, I drove here.
You arrived so early you must have gotten up very early this morning. Liang's mother glared at her son and said, what do you think?
Such a big thing, and we were the last to find out.
Don't even mention getting up early, your dad and I didn't sleep a wink last night because of you. Mom, I know I was wrong. Let's go home and talk about it.
Despite her sharp tongue, Liang's mother had a kind heart.
She reached out to Liang Chen and said, here, Mom will give you some. No need, I can do it myself.
You and Dad get in the car first. Arriving at Mingyue Bay, one is greeted by the luxurious and imposing entrance to the residential complex.
Liang's mother paused for a moment, then asked, son, our family is from the countryside, isn't it? Yes. Yesterday you told Mom that the child's mother's family is in a similar financial situation to ours, right? Yes. The child's mother is a university professor, right? That's right. But the houses here look very expensive. Living here must cost a lot of money every month, right? Can you afford it?
Mom and Dad, I bought a house here, so we don't have to pay rent.
Mr. and Mrs. Liang couldn't believe it. You bought a house here? Where did you get so much money? Was it also earned from investments?
Chapter 65. Meeting her in-laws, Xiao Meijin is nervous.
Liang Chen nodded.
I used to save some money from part-time jobs, and later I used mathematical analysis to start investing and buying lottery tickets. I never expected to be so lucky. I made money from both investments and the lottery. With the money, I decided to buy the house.
Liang's parents still didn't believe it.
But their son has always been honest and would never lie to them.
I'm home.
After the door opened, Liang Chen called out, "Wife, Mom and Dad are here." The couple saw the beautiful interior decoration, which was perfect for young people to live in nowadays. I didn't see Xiao Mei Chin in the living room. Mom and Dad, please make yourselves at home. I'm going back to my room to check on things. Become. At this moment, Xiao Mei Chin was playing with the babies. The eldest child could already roll over on his own. The second and third babies were incredibly amazed when they saw their older brother roll over. They followed suit and started flipping through it. No matter how much she twisted her little body, she couldn't get over it. Xiao Meijin gently pushed her bows back from the side. The little one finally rolled over and looked up at his mother with a smile. Liang Chen tiptoed in. "Wife, my parents have arrived." Xiao Meijin exclaimed, her small face filled with panic and tension. Liang Chen came over to help Xiao Bao roll over, saying, "My parents respect teachers a lot, they will definitely like you." Xiao Mei Chin's heart was pounding. She finally understood the feeling of an ugly daughter-in-law meeting her in-laws. Are they really not angry? Do they really like me? Liang Chen told her to rest assured. You're so beautiful and have such a great temperament, whoever marries you will be so lucky. My parents are overjoyed. Xiao Mei Chin took a deep breath and hurriedly tidied her clothes and hair. Honey, do you think I'm okay going to see Mom and Dad like this? Liang Chen looked her over and thought, "Wife, you're amazing. You look beautiful no matter what you wear." Hey, stop joking around, get serious. I'm being serious, it's really good. Xiao Mei Chin stood in front of the mirror, dissatisfied with her appearance. I'd better change my clothes, she thought. No need to change it, it's fine as it is. Xiao Mei Chin lacked confidence but still decided to make a change. There was no other way, so Liang Chen continued to assist his youngest son. With his help, Xiao Bao successfully flipped over. Now, Wan can roll over just like her older brother and sister. The little guy looked up at his father. Liang Chen clapped and praised his little one. Wow, Wan can roll over now. That's great. Daddy gives you a thumbs up. Wan is so amazing. Sending hearts. Xiao Bao couldn't understand what his father was saying, but he could sense his father's emotions, and then he smiled happily. De Bao and Er Bao also looked at their father. Liang Chen also praised them, saying Lele and Chi were super awesome too. You are Dad's pride. Here, a kiss each of you, and a heart emoji. Love you all. De Bao and Er Bao smiled contentedly. Children's happiness is that simple. Receiving praise from my parents makes me very happy. Come on, kids, you can play by yourselves for a bit, okay? Grandpa and Grandma are here. Mom and Dad will be going to the living room for a while. The little ones didn't know what Grandpa and Grandma were. When they rolled over for the first time, they found it novel and happily played by themselves. After settling the babies in, Xiao Mei Chin had already changed her clothes. Liang Chen laughed at her. Wife, you're already so beautiful, why are you changing clothes? Relax. No matter what, my parents are coming, and I'm going to see them. When your mom and brother came last time, I did the same thing. You're a university professor, so put on the air of someone giving a lecture. Xiao Mei Chin thought about it and agreed. I am a teacher, after all, so I need to be more composed and not be nervous. Take a deep breath, Xiao Mei Chin, you can do it. You can do it. Keep going. Here, Mr. and Mrs. Liang are sitting on the sofa. Looking around at the living room's decor, I couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions as I thought about my son. Her own son didn't graduate. Getting married and having kids now, and even buying a house? It was like a dream. The couple hadn't quite come to their senses yet. Parents. At this moment, Liang Chen walked out holding Xiao Meijin's hand and said, "Let me introduce you, this is my wife, the mother of my children, Xiao Meijin." Xiao Meijin bowed respectfully to her elders, smiled slightly, and said, "Mom and Dad." Mr. and Mrs. Liang sized up their daughter-in-law who had suddenly appeared. At first glance, it's stunning. A person with a wealth of knowledge naturally exudes elegance. This is probably the kind of person described. The two looked very affectionate as they held hands. Last night, Liang Chen sent his mother videos and photos of Xiao Mei Chin. I didn't expect her to be even more beautiful in person. Mr. and Mrs. Liang were very satisfied with their daughter-in-law at first impression. Liang's mother quickly stood up and said kindly, "Hello, Meijin, I'm Liang Chen's mother." After saying that, Liang's mother tugged at Liang's father's sleeve, and Liang's father quickly stood up to greet them as well.
She then added, "We only found out about you last night. We came in a hurry and only brought some local specialties.
Also, please take this 280,000 yuan, it's a gift from my wife and me." Xiao Meijin waved her hand and said, "Mom, I'll accept the local specialties, but I can't take the money."
Liang's mother put the money on the coffee table. The cash was wrapped in a plastic bag, along with a bank card.
"This money was saved by my wife and me for Xiuqin's wedding.
Now I'm handing it over to you.
The cost of living in the city is high, raising one child is already expensive, let alone raising three.
We still have some money saved up for your wedding.
Please take these and don't be shy with Mom." Mr. and Mrs. Liang saved every penny they earned from work, keeping the rest for their son. Now that their son is married, they have no regrets.
Liang's mother looked around with satisfaction.
"You young people are so capable, you've bought your own houses and don't need to rent anymore.
Your dad and I are very happy.
The house is beautifully decorated, and the neighborhood is the most upscale I've ever seen.
I'm very satisfied. Your father and I aren't very educated, but we're content to see you doing well.
The child is growing up every day and needs money for everything, so you can keep the money."
This 280,000 yuan is what Liang's parents have saved up over the years. This will finally be able to serve its purpose.
In addition, the couple plans to return the 200,000 yuan that Liang Chen transferred to them yesterday to their son when they have the chance. They all knew their son was filial, but they also knew how difficult it was to live in a big city.
The couple was already content with Liang Chen's thoughtfulness. Just then, the babies started whimpering in the room. Mr. and Mrs. Liang's ears twitched, and they looked at the couple.
Xiao Meijin frowned slightly.
The babies must be tired from playing. Honey, I'll go check on the little ones. Good. Mom and Dad, I'm going to be gone for a bit.
Suddenly, Liang's mother called out to Xiao Meijin, "Meijin, can I go with you to see the babies?"
Mom, of course you can. As soon as we entered the room, the babies started whimpering even louder.
Seeing their mother return, the little ones stuck out their little bottoms and crawled towards Xiao Meijin. They crawled around whimpering, looking as soft and cuddly as three little dumplings. They were incredibly cute.
When Liang's mother saw her grandchildren, her heart melted.
P.S. I cried, I can't believe it, there were over 700 requests for more updates today. This is the most glorious moment for the author since writing over 1 million words on Tomato, a Chinese writing platform. I'll take a screenshot and post it on WeChat Moments to commemorate it later.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Chapter 66. The adorable little grandson melted the hearts of Liang's parents. 3 chubby, adorable babies crawled toward themselves.
Liang Ma's heart melted.
The little ones recognized their mother and remember her scent.
Xiao Meijin came to the bedside, and the babies laughed the next second.
Babies are happiest when they stay with their mothers.
Oh my, all my precious grandchildren are so adorable. Ha, he's way cuter than old Lu's grandson. At this moment, Liang's father also walked in.
The moment I stepped inside, I was overwhelmed by how adorable it was.
Oh my, so cute. The resentment she had felt towards Liang Chen was instantly dispelled by the baby's adorable appearance.
I can see that my in-laws both love the babies.
Xiao Meijin breathed a sigh of relief.
Mom and Dad, this is our eldest child, Lele, this is our second child, Chichi, and this is our youngest child, Wan.
2 grandsons and 1 granddaughter. My goodness, I suddenly have 3 grandchildren.
This happiness came too suddenly.
The elderly couple loved it so much they couldn't put it down. Liang's mother took a deep breath and asked expectantly, "Meijin, can I hug the babies?" Of course you can.
Mom, you're the baby's grandma, so of course you can hold them.
Liang's mother was both nervous and excited. These are my 3 grandchildren. I'm a grandmother now, and I can finally hold my grandchildren.
Xiao Meijin placed Debao in her arms.
Debao looked at Liang Ma with his big, watery eyes, full of curiosity.
Her long eyelashes were like little fans, blinking constantly.
Oh my god. My grandson is so beautiful and cute. Liang's mother was screaming inwardly. My baby is a little over 3 months old and is already showing signs of stranger anxiety.
Debao, nestled in Liang Ma's arms, looked at his mother and then at his father.
Finally, he looked at Liang's father with a questioning gaze. Babies have a unique baby scent. It smells a bit like talcum powder, very fragrant.
With its tiny arms and legs, it smells wonderful and is so soft and comfortable to hold in your arms. Seeing her mother-in-law beam with joy,
Xiao Meijin smiled and said, "Dad, why don't you give me a hug too?" Mr. Liang was extremely anxious. Finally, he nervously said, I think I'd better not.
I smell of smoke, and I'm afraid it will bother the babies. Besides, my hands are rough from all the farm work, and I'm worried they might hurt themselves.
Dad really wants to hold the babies.
But I was worried that the smell of smoke on my clothes would bother them, and the baby's skin was so delicate.
My own hands are so rough.
Mr. Liang was worried that it would hurt the babies. He plans to quit smoking for a while and find some time to clean the calluses on his hands so he can hold his babies again. His loving gaze fell on the babies. Xiao Meijin pointed to Erbao, who was practicing rolling over on her own. This is Chi-Chi, the most mischievous one, and the most enthusiastic about eating.
Lively? Being lively is good.
Lively children are smarter when they grow up, have better appetites, and will definitely be healthier in the future. Xiao Meichin picked up the baby and said, This is Wan Wan, the youngest. She likes to listen to music and will play by herself when she wakes up.
Aunt Liang, holding Debao, asked, Where's Lele?
Xiao Meichin replied that Debao was the most honest and quiet, with a calm personality, and was the first to turn things around.
Wow, Lele is the first one to roll over. That's amazing.
Upon hearing this, Liang's mother was immediately delighted and gave Debao a thumbs up.
Seeing his wife interacting with his grandson, Mr. Liang was extremely envious. I lowered my head and spoke softly to coax my little one, Wan Wan, my little grandson, do you know who I am?
Xiao Bao looked at him curiously, then turned and snuggled into his mother's arms, hiding his little head.
Xiao Meichin smiled and said, Dad, Xiao Bao recognizes people quite well. Liang's father smiled and said, It's good to recognize people's true character, they won't be fooled by bad people in the future.
The babies are healthy, chubby, and very energetic. Thank you for your hard work. Xiao Meichin was very modest, saying that all of this was thanks to Liang Chen, who had been taking care of the babies so well. Mr. and Mrs. Liang nodded, were relieved to see that you're living a good life.
The babies are now in a stable mood, not crying or fussing.
Liang Chen walked over to Xiao Meijin and said, Wife, I'm going to cook some food for Mom and Dad.
This is now in your hands.
Xiao Meichin hesitated for a moment, then said, Okay, husband.
Not long after Liang Chen left, Liang's father followed him into the kitchen. As he helped, he asked, What are your plans for the future?
Dad, Meijin and I have discussed it and decided that I will stay home and be a stay-at-home dad to take care of the babies, while Meijin will continue to be her university professor.
My son has always been a stay-at-home dad. Mr. Liang was quite dissatisfied with the couple's decision.
I feel that all the years my son has spent studying have been wasted.
Moreover, men should have their own careers. Liang Chen had his own reasons.
Dad, with my current grades, I'm sure I can graduate smoothly and get my university degree.
Don't worry about that.
Even though I'm a stay-at-home dad, I can still earn money. Look at this house, the car, and the shop, all of it is money I earned from investments and lottery winnings. My income is much higher than what I would have earned working a regular job. If I go out to work in the future, and Meijin has to go to classes, there will be no one to take care of the babies.
I'm not comfortable hiring a nanny. It's best to take care of your child yourself for peace of mind. Mr. Liang frowned. My son has a point.
For ordinary people like them without any connections, it is extremely difficult to build a career in a big city.
Moreover, prices are high in big cities.
Hiring a good nanny to take care of the child will cost at least 10,000 yuan a month. But he ultimately didn't want his son to lose his manly ambition at such a young age.
Liang Chen smiled and said, Dad, actually, besides investing, I also have my own job now.
My brother Meijin and I opened a children's clothing store together, and now we make a net profit of more than 200,000 yuan every day.
Liang's father's eyes widened as he suddenly remembered.
My son just said he bought a car, a house, and a shop.
You bought a shop, and now you're running your own business?
Yes, it's only been open for a short time, and the daily net profit is already over 200,000 yuan. Although we don't know how the business will be in the future, the shop is our own, so we can't afford to lose money. Hearing that his son had his own business and earned over 200,000 yuan a day, she was overjoyed.
Mr. Liang was at a loss for words. Finally, he sighed. Dad doesn't understand investing, but I saw some information online that investing involves both gains and losses, and the risks are huge.
You have a wife and children to support now, so don't do any high-risk investments in the future. Just focus on running your children's clothing store well.
The most important thing for a family is to live a peaceful and stable life. Dad, I will.
Dad, you and Mom don't need to do farm work anymore. Now that your son has money, I'll take care of you from now on.
Mr. Liang smiled and said, let's talk about it after your wedding.
Before I even got back to the bedroom, I heard Liang's mom scream, wow, Bao finally rolled over by himself.
You're amazing. Grandma gives you a thumbs up. Little Bao, do you remember Grandma?
Oh my, that little expression is exactly the same as his dad's when he was a child.
Chapter 67, showing off her daughter-in-law and grandson, Liang Ma's little thoughts. Looking at her adorable grandchildren, Liang Ma's face lit up with joy.
Bringing it back to the village later will make us so proud in front of our relatives and friends. The neighbors on both sides can just wait to be envious.
The babies were having a great time interacting with their grandparents.
Xiao Meijin let her parents-in-law spend time alone with the babies while she went to the kitchen to help Liang Chen.
She washed vegetables for Liang Chen.
She recalled her time with Liang Chen's parents.
I think the elderly couple is easy to get along with. They are two very easygoing people.
What makes her happiest is that her parents-in-law really like the babies.
That's enough for her.
Soon, the meal was ready.
Xiao Meichin was in charge of setting the table. Liang Chen brought another wheeled crib from the children's room to the living room.
Then, they brought out 3 energetic and curious babies.
2 tails followed behind, constantly making them laugh.
At the dinner table, the couple's gaze kept shifting between the table and the crib next to it. Her gaze toward the babies was filled with joy and kindness.
Seeing Lele and the others reminded me of Liang Chen when he was just a tiny little kid. In the blink of an eye, he's already a father. Time flies so fast it's gone before we know it.
As Liang's mother picked up some food, she sighed. He put it in his mouth and took a bite, then his pupils contracted.
This is delicious.
Xiao Chen's cooking skills have improved so much.
Lao Liang, you should try it too, it tastes really good, even better than what I make. Dad is still looking after the baby. Is that right? Let me try it.
The feedback was the same as Liang Ma's. I never expected my son to cook such delicious food after getting married and becoming a father. Xiao Meijin smiled and said, Mom and Dad, Liang Chen cooks delicious food for me every day.
My teachers at school are all envious of me. It's delicious, so you should eat more. Mr. and Mrs. Liang didn't stand on ceremony.
They hadn't eaten much breakfast this morning when they left for their train, and they were already very hungry.
At the dinner table, Liang's father asked, when do you plan to hold Xiaochen's wedding?
Liang Chen glanced at Xiao Meijin, then replied, Dad, Meijin and I plan to hold the baby's 100-day celebration first.
We'll talk about the wedding later, and then we'll find a good date. Hearing what his son said,
Liang's mother's expression faltered for a moment, and she asked first, yes, the babies are over 3 months old, and we're almost 100 days old.
Are you planning to hold it here? Or take it back to our village?
Actually, Liang's mother hoped that her son would take the babies back to the village to celebrate their 100th day.
Even though they've already gotten their marriage certificate, Liang Chen hasn't brought Xiao Meijin home yet. In their village.
Generally, before marriage, the man will take the woman back to his hometown to meet his relatives and friends.
Now, the son's situation is special.
Furthermore, Liang's mother also hopes that Xiao Meijin and the babies can go back to see the situation at home and the place where Liang Chen grew up.
In addition, Liang Ma had another selfish motive.
My son found such a beautiful wife, who is also a university teacher.
The 3 little grandchildren are as cute as elves.
If you bring her home, her relatives and friends in the village will definitely envy her.
That's right, Aunt Liang wanted to show off her daughter-in-law and 3 little grandchildren.
But she was too embarrassed to tell her son about these things.
Should we do it here? Or go back to the village to do it? Liang Chen frowned.
Then I said, I plan to go back to the village office, drive back there, and come back after I've finished.
Honey, do you have time? Without a second thought, Xiao Meichin nodded.
The baby's 100th day is on Sunday, which is the weekend, and I don't have many classes on Monday, so I can ask for leave.
Liang Chen hummed in agreement. Mom and Dad, let's go back to the village office. Liang Chen had an idea that coincided with his mother's.
I just wanted to bring my wife and babies home to visit and get acquainted with the place. Liang's mother smiled brightly and said, okay, we'll take care of it when we get home.
Your dad and I will rush back tomorrow to help you with the arrangements.
Mr. Liang was surprised, feeling that his wife was being too excited and had something on her mind.
My mother-in-law said we'll go home tomorrow.
Xiao Meichin quickly tried to persuade them to stay, saying, Mom and Dad, please stay a little longer.
There are still 4 days until the 100th day. Mr. Liang smiled and said he couldn't.
They're going back tomorrow. It's such an important day for the baby's 100th day, so they need to prepare in advance. The two of them didn't want to disturb the young couple's time together. The son and daughter-in-law would feel uncomfortable with the two of them around. At the same time, they will feel uncomfortable. Liang's parents know that most young people nowadays don't want to live with their parents after they get married. They didn't want to cause trouble for their son. Dad Liang glanced at the children briefly and said, "Xiaochun, where's your children's clothing store? Take your mom and me there later." Liang's parents were incredibly curious about the children's clothing store that could make over 200,000 yuan a day. They said they wanted to take a look before going back. Liang Chen smiled and said, "Okay, the shop is located on Bailu Square Pedestrian Street." While we were eating, Erbao suddenly started crying. Liang Chen got up curiously to see what was wrong with his daughter. Xiao Meijin stopped him. "Honey, I'll go. You and mom and dad continue eating." Xiao Meijin wanted to make a good impression on her in-laws on their first day of visit. During previous checkups, the little one's diapers were fine, there was no urine or stool. The little one strained to look up, staring intently at the dining table, smacking his lips as if pretending to eat. Xiao Meijin was amused by her daughter. "Oh dear, does daddy's cooking smell delicious? Does Chi-Chi want to eat it?" Chi-Chi is only a little over 3 months old, and she can only lift her head for 2 or 3 seconds before it droops back down. But that still couldn't stop her from being a foodie. This scene made Liang's parents laugh. "No, Chi-Chi, you can't eat rice yet. Here, mommy will give you some milk." Xiao Meichin picked him up and handed him the bottle, and the little guy immediately started gulping it down. Goodness, Erbo will eat anything offered to him. She stopped eating halfway through, smiled at her mother, and then picked up the bottle again and continued eating diligently. Watching her daughter-in-law take care of the baby, Liang's mother felt incredibly gratified. She is a sensible and good woman. Marrying her is a blessing for my son. After finishing the meal. After resting, Liang Chen drove his parents to a children's clothing store. Xiao Meichin is at home taking care of the little ones. On the way, Liang's parents were filled with anticipation. Arriving at the pedestrian street, they parked the car and walked there. From afar, I could see a children's clothing store that was packed with people. Aunt Liang exclaimed in surprise, "Xiao Chen, is that the place? My goodness, there are so many people." Liang Chen smiled slightly and said, "Mom, it's that house. My younger brother Meijin is helping me manage it now." As soon as I walked into the store, it caused a sensation. "Look, the big boss is here. He's so handsome. He's the dad of the triplets, and he's got such a great physique. Ah, I'm totally into this kind of man. Huh, this trip was worthwhile, let me post a TikTok video first." I cried. Why are other people's husbands so handsome? Handsome and rich husbands, can anyone tell me where to find one? Hearing the discussions around them, Mr. and Mrs. Liang felt incredibly proud. "Look, this is my son. Chapter 68. He's so handsome. Auntie, do you have another son?" Parents are most proud of their children being popular. Hearing so many customers talking about his son, a smile involuntarily appeared on Liang's parents' faces. At the same time, they were also looking around the children's clothing store. Good heavens! I never knew a children's clothing store could be so crowded. Liang's mother noticed that there were photos of her grandchildren on the display wall. Many parents were watching, praising the babies for being beautiful and cute. Upon seeing the three enter, Xiao Fan immediately stopped what he was doing and greeted them with a smile. "Brother-in-law, uncles and aunts, you've arrived." Mr. and Mrs. Liang sized up the young man, who was about the same age as their son. I already had some guesses in my mind. Liang Chen introduced them, "Mom and Dad, this is Meijin's younger brother, Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan, these are my parents." Xiao Fan didn't dare to be negligent and quickly greeted them, "Uncle and Aunt, you can just call me Xiao Fan. Uncle and Aunt are so good looking. No wonder my brother-in-law is so handsome, he inherited his genes from you." Xiao Fan used to work in sales and is very good at charming the elderly. Then she apologized, saying, "Uncle and Aunt, my sister said you came to Nanning this morning. I'm sorry I couldn't pick you up." Liang's mother politely said, "It's alright, work is important. You go about your business. Your uncle and I just came to see your sister and the babies. Young people, work is important." Mr. and Mrs. Liang had a good impression of Xiao Fan. They could tell he was a very polite child. He's good looking and can talk. With him helping their son manage the shop, the two felt at ease. Moreover, the children's clothing store can make a net profit of over 200,000 yuan every day, and the other party deserves some credit for that.
Xiaofan, go ahead and do your work, don't delay things. Your uncle and I are just coming over to check on you. Okay, uncle and auntie, just call me if you need anything. After Xiaofan left, Liang's parents began to tour the children's clothing store.
The two looked around, noticing how many customers there were.
Thinking of something happy, I didn't forget to take out my phone and record a video. I'm so happy that my son's business is doing well.
Record a few more videos, and watch them slowly when you get home. The couple's faces were filled with pride. Here, Liang Ma had just finished recording a video when a female customer came up to talk to her.
Auntie, I just saw you come here with the big boss of the children's clothing store. What is your relationship with her?
With a smile, Liang's mother said, "He is my son. His father and I came to see how his shop is doing." The woman opened her mouth wide. She never expected Liang Chen's parents to be dressed so simply, and completely different from the rich and wealthy women she had imagined.
Aunt Liang smiled. She knew what the woman was thinking, but she didn't explain further. The woman paused for a moment, then asked expectantly, Auntie, do you have a son? Do you have a son who isn't married yet? My goodness, I never imagined my son would be so popular.
Liang's mother was even happier inside, but she remained calm on the surface and replied lightly, "That's all.
I only have one son."
Oh, what a pity. The woman's face was full of regret.
Liang's mother was surprised. Young lady, didn't you already have a baby before you came to the children's clothing store? Why are you suddenly asking me if I have a son?
The woman smiled and said she came with her sister-in-law. On the day the children's clothing store opened, her sister-in-law came to buy things and was attracted by Liang Chen's stunning good looks. I then recorded a video and sent it to her. The woman thought Liang Chen was incredibly handsome, so she came over today to see him in person.
Upon seeing him in person, the woman was immediately stunned by his handsomeness.
While I was amazed by the sight, I couldn't help but feel sorry for myself.
It's a pity that such a handsome man isn't mine.
But when she saw the two elderly people next to Liang Chen, she suddenly had an idea.
That's why the question I just asked came about. Even if she can't marry Liang Chen, what if Liang Chen has siblings?
Liang Chen is so handsome, his older or younger brother must be handsome too.
Liang's mother was secretly delighted, so that's what the little girl was planning. On my way home, Liang's mother was extremely excited as she watched the video on her phone. Look at you, in the blink of an eye you've settled down and started a family.
He has a beautiful wife and adorable children, and now his career is thriving, earning over 200,000 yuan a day, something many people dream of. In the past, many people in the village said that sending you to university was useless, and that you should go to work instead.
Now look at their children, and then look at you. Am I right? Knowledge changes destiny. For us poor people, the best way out is to study. When you go back to the village, they'll be so envious of you. Liang's father is afraid his wife will get carried away. Don't get too cocky and go back to brag to your relatives and friends. Now that Xiao Chen is doing well and making a lot of money, let's keep a low profile. Don't go back and cause chaos in the village. Things aren't what they used to be.
Xiao Chen has made a lot of money, and I don't know how many people are envious of him.
Aunt Liang chuckled, I know. When Liang's mother saw her husband adjust his sitting posture, she frowned and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Is your back hurting again?"
Mr. Liang rubbed his lower back and didn't say anything, afraid that his son would worry. Liang's mother was furious and scolded him, saying that when he was young, she didn't let him carry so many things at once, but he insisted on showing off. Now that he's older, his back can't take it anymore, and he has all sorts of problems that are killing him. In the past, almost all of their generation farmed in the village. They often had to carry loads on their shoulders. Sometimes, in order to save time and make fewer trips, the load would be very full. With over 100 pounds of weight on your shoulders and a long walk to do that, it's no wonder you have back problems. Back then, when the couple were working in the fields, Liang's mother would always remind her husband to make more trips rather than carry too much cargo. But he refused. It's nothing to worry about, he's a very capable worker. Now, your back has started to hurt these past few years, hasn't it? Although Liang's mother said this, she was heartbroken. Xiao Chen, your father has had back pain for several years. He has kept it from you because he was afraid of interfering with your studies at school. We've been to the hospitals in the town and the county seat several times, but nothing has helped. After the baby's 100-day celebration, you should take your dad to a major hospital in Nanning for a checkup. Now my son is married and has established his own career, and he can earn his own money. There's no need to hide these things from him.
Liang Chen felt a pang of pain in his heart. Let's go tomorrow, Dad.
We'll go see the doctor first, and then you can decide when to go back.
Let's see how things go first.
If it still doesn't work, we'll wait until the baby is 100 days old before going to other hospitals to see specialists.
Dad Liang shook his head. No rush, a little massage will do the trick.
We'll talk about it after the 100-day celebration. It's nothing now, I'm just tired from walking a long way today. Liang Chen had no choice but to accept his father's insistence. He made up his mind that once the 100-day celebration was over, he would find the best doctor in Yongqing to treat his father. Ding dong, congratulations to the owner for getting the triplets to interact with their grandparents and completing the hidden task.
Reward, 10 boxes of health-strengthening oral liquid.
Strengthening and invigorating oral liquid, it can improve bodily functions, enhance immunity, improve physical fitness, replenish energy, improve bone development, promote the growth and development of flesh and bones, and correct spinal alignment.
Chapter 69, a miraculous reward. This medicine is amazing.
Functions, improves bodily functions, enhances physical fitness, and also corrects spinal alignment and promotes bone development.
My dad has back pain, this oral liquid is just right. With this, why bother seeing a doctor?
In addition to these functions, it also has the effects of boosting immunity and replenishing energy.
It can be taken by healthy people.
Hearing the system's voice, Liang Chen was in a great mood.
He plans to let his dad try it tonight. I'm home.
Surprisingly, the 3 glutinous rice balls didn't go to sleep.
Xiao Mei Qin was playing with her mischievous second child.
The other 2 babies were playing quietly and obediently on their own.
My little darlings, why aren't you asleep yet?
If you don't go to sleep by the time it's time, Daddy's going to spank you.
The little ones couldn't understand what their father was saying.
De Bao and Xiaobao exchanged a knowing glance with their father. Then he went back to playing by himself.
Ha, they completely ignored me.
Only their little girl giggled when she saw her father.
Extending a small hand, the meaning is clear. He wanted his dad to hold him.
Liang Chen smiled and took the little cotton padded jacket, then hugged it and played with it. Liang's mother reminded her son not to play with the baby at bedtime, as it would only make the baby more energetic and cause the baby to not sleep, which could lead to a disrupted sleep schedule later on.
Liang Chen was taken aback.
My mom was right, so I quickly put the baby to sleep.
Night. Inside the guest room. Mr. and Mrs. Liang were chatting in the room. Liang Chen knocked on the door.
I placed several boxes of health-enhancing oral liquid on the table.
Dad, you have back pain, right?
This afternoon a friend brought me some medicine, saying it can treat back pain. His dad used it and it worked well, so he gave me a few boxes.
They're all oral liquids. You can try them when you have time.
This medicine not only treats lower back pain, but it can also improve the physical condition of the elderly and boost immunity.
Mom, you should drink a few bottles too. If you finish drinking, I'll get you some more. The couple nodded. Okay, we'll try it later. I'm going back now, you guys get some rest. Go ahead. Mom and Dad, there's food in the fridge. If you get hungry tonight, just get up and eat.
Liang's mother said irritably, I know, you're so long-winded.
Do you really think your mother is an outsider? Do you need to remind me of this? Go back and be with Mei Jin and the babies. Since I left home to study, I've spent less time with my parents. Perhaps that's why Liang Chen always finds himself talking more when he's with them. After Liang Chen left,
the couple took turns showering.
My father's back started hurting again. Can you rub it for me? It hurts a bit. Liang Ma, whose surname is Yu and given name is Yu. Liang's father is called Liang Qiming, and that's what they call you in private.
The two are very compatible.
It was a bright, full moon. Yu tidied up the blankets and said, Okay, come here and let me rub your back.
Wow, rich people's beds are really different, so soft and comfortable.
Yu pinched him and said, What do you mean by rich families? This belongs to your son. Liang Qiming smiled broadly.
After his wife massaged him, he felt much better and it didn't hurt as much as before. I saw the medicine my son brought me.
Yu got up and opened the box.
10 crystal clear oral liquids were in front of her.
Qiming,
try the medicine your son bought for you. It is about the same size as a regular oral liquid, but it is exceptionally clear and transparent.
It's absolutely gorgeous. Liang Qiming drank a small bottle, and the effect was immediate. My back pain stopped instantly. Moreover, Liang Qiming felt warm and comfortable all over, and felt relaxed like never before.
Liang Qiming even seemed to have become more than 10 years younger, and his whole body was much more energetic.
And some of my usual minor health problems are gone, and I feel full of energy. Wow, this medicine is amazing. Xiao Chen has become quite capable now. Liang Qiming looked radiant. Wife, you should try it too. Our son says you can drink it too.
Seeing how amazing her husband said it was, Yu also drank a bottle.
The results were just as Liang Qiming had predicted. I felt completely relaxed, full of energy, and all my fatigue disappeared. Yu also felt like she had become younger.
The couple sat on the edge of the bed, marveling at the medicine Liang Chen had brought. Liang Chen will definitely find a chance to properly thank his friend later. Thanks to this, all the ailments they had developed from years of hard work have been cured. As they chatted, the topic returned to their son and Xiao Meijin's family of 5. Meijin is a good girl, well-mannered, sensible, and a university teacher. She gave birth to 3 lovely babies for our family. The baby is already over 3 months old, and the wedding hasn't happened yet. I bet the in-laws are starting to have some ideas.
Liang Qiming also thinks so. If I were the woman's parents, I would definitely be very angry. A girl as outstanding as Meijin must have many suitors. The wedding can't be delayed any longer. What will people think of Meijin if word gets out?
Only a wedding can make it a complete marriage. Honey, after the babies turn 100 days old, let's ask the doctor to choose an auspicious date and have them hold the wedding this morning. They said they had their own plans. Young people always drag things out for a long time, and they let them do whatever they want.
They don't know when the wedding will be held. Okay, I'll go to Mr. Qian's place to calculate it later. Liang Qiming thought for a moment and said, we should renovate our house. We don't know how many people from the in-laws' side will come to the wedding.
When you have time, go shopping and buy some things to decorate your home. We can't let our son lose face.
You had the same idea.
Their family lived in a village, and their living conditions were only average. Although they had built a 2-story house, it wasn't very well decorated.
We didn't buy many pieces of furniture.
The only wardrobe in the house is in Liang Chen's room. Yu couldn't sleep, so she got up and took out paper and pen to do calculations.
The cost of the grandchildren's 100-day celebration.
The bride price given to the bride's family, and the expenses of the wedding. The money for home renovation and decorating, and buying furniture and appliances. All of these add up to a huge sum. The couple gave the couple 280,000 yuan, and they still have some left. The son had previously given them 200,000 yuan. In the afternoon, Yu found an opportunity to return the money to her son. The son refused the money and instead transferred 200,000 yuan to them. Her son told her, Mom, since I've given you this money, you should keep it. I earn over 200,000 yuan a day from my shop, so I'm not short of money. Yu remained silent for a long time, then sighed in admiration at how capable her son had become.
They are now enjoying the benefits too.
Yu calculated that her son had given her a total of 400,000 yuan, and with the money she had on hand, she had a total of over 400,000 yuan.
400,000 yuan should be enough to cover the baby's 100-day celebration and wedding.
Yu didn't plan to keep the money for herself, she used it all on Liang Chen and the others.
Chapter 70, taking the babies back to the countryside to prepare for their 100-day celebration. Inside the master bedroom.
Xiao Meijin looked at the bottle, about the size of an oral liquid, that Liang Chen was holding.
Curious, I asked, Honey, what's this? This is an oral liquid that can relieve fatigue and relax the mind. Try it and see how it is. Xiao Meijin trusted Liang Chen unconditionally and drank the entire bottle of oral liquid without hesitation. Liang Chen asked, How are you feeling?
It tastes a little sweet, and now I feel warm all over, which is very comfortable. Xiao Meijin felt completely refreshed and her energy levels were much higher than during the day. Liang Chen could clearly feel that his wife's complexion had become much rosier. The rewards from the system are very effective.
Out of curiosity, he drank a bottle as well. That evening, Liang Chen approached him.
It was a time of growth for the couple, and Xiao Meijin discovered that Liang Chen was even more courageous and skilled in battle than usual.
Liang Chen noticed it too. Does that oral liquid have this effect?
The next day, Liang Qiming and Yu were going home. We went back to prepare, informed relatives and friends, and tidied up the house. Give me a call before you go back. Sigh, time is a bit tight, I really hate to leave my little darlings. Looking at their 3 adorable children, Liang's parents were filled with reluctance. The two used their phones to record their grandson's appearance. When I go home and miss them, I take it out and look at it. The triplets are playing a game of tearing tissues, tearing one and throwing it away, and crumpling some into little balls and tossing them aside. Their little arms and legs are so cute and pink. I really wish I could spend more time with them. Before going back, Liang Qiming held each of the babies in turn. He doesn't smell of smoke today, so it won't bother the babies. Holding my adorable little grandson, I couldn't be more content. If they weren't so pressed for time, they wouldn't want to go back so soon. The nanny van that the system rewarded me with this morning has already been delivered. It is parked in the garage. Liang Chen suggested, "Wife, let's take the babies to the station to see mom and dad off." Yu quickly said, "No need, you two stay home and take care of the child. There's not enough room in the car if you take the baby out. Your dad and I can go by ourselves." Liang Chen's Audi cannot seat so many people at once. Liang Chen said he had his own way. Let's see Yao Mei Chin get the baby ready so they can go out together. Yao Mei Chin thought her husband would have to take another taxi. The kids are off to the station with their parents to see their grandparents off. Yu and Liang Qiming were deeply moved. But what he said was, "Why are you two making such a fuss? We'll just take a taxi and come over. Mom and Dad, let's take the babies out for a walk, a spin, and a bit of relaxation." Liang Qiming said, "How about I call a Didi car now?" Liang Chen replied, "No need, one car is enough. I have another car." Yao Mei Chin, Yu, and the other two were suspicious. Is there one more car? How come they don't know when this happened? When they came downstairs, they saw Liang Chen drive up in a stylish and high-end van. The 3 of them were immediately stunned. This NIO brand minivan is so beautiful. With this car, it will be more convenient to take the babies out, and it can also carry more people. It's convenient for both babies and adults. What a beautiful car. Little Cow brand, a big brand. How much does this car cost? After Yu and her husband, along with Xiao Mei Jin, settled the triplets, Liang Qiming sat in the passenger seat and curiously looked them over. Based on Liang Qiming's understanding of car brands, this model of the NIO brand minivan costs at least 1.5 million yuan. Liang Chen checked the price on the official website and conservatively estimated it to be around 1 million. 1.1 million, 1.9 million. Both could cost over a million. The son didn't mention the exact price, but the elderly couple knew the car was definitely more expensive than they had imagined. I was absolutely shocked. At the same time, I felt a surge of pride. My son is so capable now. Arrived at the station, Yu and Liang Qiming waved goodbye to the triplets with reluctance. As Yu entered the station hall, she secretly wiped away her tears. Before coming to Nanning, she never expected things to turn out this way. The son and daughter-in-law are very happy. The 3 little grandchildren are very well behaved and adorable. The resentment that had been building up in their hearts had unknowingly dissipated. All that remains is heartfelt blessing for my son and his family. Liang Chen checked the little ones' diapers, then drove them around in his nanny van. In the afternoon, Yu called Liang Chen to say that she had arrived home. They also said they had already informed relatives and friends about the baby's 100-day celebration. She and Liang Qiming have now begun preparations. Let them take the babies home early. Liang Chen replied, "Mom, I plan to take the babies back with Meijin tomorrow." Okay, drive carefully on the road. Then, Yu asked the question she cared about most, are Meijin's parents coming? Liang Chen hesitated for a moment and said, "Mom, I'll ask my parents-in-law later and get back to you tonight." Good. Yu secretly hoped that Xiao Meijin's parents would come. On such an important day as the baby's 100-day celebration, she hoped that both sets of elders would be present. Moreover, their parents could also meet. After hanging up the phone, Yao Mei Chin then called her parents. When Gu Yuqing learned that Liang Chen's parents had already met their daughter and babies, and the other parents really liked their daughter and triplets, Gu Yuqing was overjoyed. Go! It's such an important day for my grandchildren's 100-day celebration. How can I, as their grandmother, not go? Tell your mother-in-law that your father, your brother, and I will all be going.
Gu Yuqing's family lives quite far from Liang Chen's family, so they will probably have to leave earlier. After communicating with both sets of parents, the couple put the babies to sleep early that night. A new day. Liang Chen and Xiao Meijin dressed the three little ones in adorable new clothes, ready to go home.
After tidying up the baby's belongings, closing the doors and windows, and checking the gas, make sure there are no problems.
Officially setting off.
Lele, Chi-Chi, Wan, let's go home with mom and dad. The three babies sat obediently in their car seats, looking at their mother with curiosity.
Those eyes seemed to say, "Go home? Mom, didn't we just leave home? Why are we going back?"
Xiao Meichin smiled and patted her children's heads.
"Oh dear, we're going back to the home where Daddy grew up." The babies didn't understand, but they laughed happily.
Mom was happy, and so were they. Liang Chen turned on the navigation, told Xiao Meijin to sit down, and then started the car.
On the way, Xiao Meijin realized that she hadn't bought any fruit.
Liang Chen replied with a smile as he drove, "Don't rush, honey.
There are fruit vendors on the road, selling to passing drivers. We'll buy some when we see them." Good. Xiao Meichin is full of anticipation.
It takes about 4 hours to drive from Yongcheng to Liang Chen's home. The babies fell asleep halfway through, and Xiao Meichin also dozed off for a while. When she opened her eyes again, she saw a fruit stand by the roadside. There were quite a few other people parked nearby and buying things.
"Liang Chen, look, there's a fruit stand over there. Mom loves pomegranates, and there are some right there. Quick, stop the car, I'll go buy some pomegranates for Mom." Xiao Meijin heard Liang Chen say that Yu loves to eat pomegranates. "Upon seeing pomegranates at the fruit stand, I couldn't wait to ask for some."
Sensing his wife's joy, Liang Chen slowly stopped the car. Xiao Meichin asked him to take care of the baby in the car while she went to pick out fruit for her mother-in-law herself.
A few minutes later, Xiao Meichin returned carrying 2 bags of fruit.
With a beaming smile, she showed off, "Honey, look, I bought 2 bags, a total of 40 pounds.
I picked all of these out myself. Aren't they beautiful?"
Liang Chen complimented her, saying, "You're so beautiful.
Let me put it in the trunk for you."
However, when Liang Chen took the bag of fruit, he weighed it in his hand.
His expression immediately darkened. Chapter 71. Xiao Meijin gets ripped off by a heartless boss who cheats her out of money. Liang Chen's expression darkened.
"Weigh the pomegranate in your hand."
40 Jin? How is that possible?
If it's just a matter of being shortchanged by 2 or 3 pounds, Liang Chen won't make a fuss about it.
But,
goodness, I bought 40 Jin of fruit, but I probably only received less than 30 Jin.
That's going too far. Seeing that Liang Chen's expression was off, Xiao Meijin quickly asked, "Honey, is something wrong?" Liang Chen shook his head. "It's nothing. Honey, you go back to the car and stay with the babies.
I'll take this fruit and talk to the shop owner."
Good.
Honey, please speak calmly and don't start arguing. Even if Xiao Meichin were stupid, she would know that the things she bought were underweight. After saying that, so as not to worry Liang Chen, she obediently got back into the car.
Liang Chen carried the pomegranates and walked towards the fruit stall. He is not short of money now. But that doesn't mean that having money allows you to be ripped off at will.
Liang Chen tossed 2 bags of fruit onto the stall, his eyes sharp. Customers who were selecting pomegranates and other fruits stopped what they were doing and stared in astonishment at the extremely handsome young man.
The fruit stand owner was taken aback for a moment, then came to his senses and asked, "Sir, what's going on? Are some of our fruits spoiled?" Liang Chen shook his head indifferently.
"There's nothing bad about it, but you know in your heart whether it's good enough or not." The fruit stand owner was a man in his 30s with a robust build. Upon hearing Liang Chen's words, he immediately turned cold.
"What do you mean? You're saying my scales are inaccurate?"
The fruit stand owner questioned him, his tone aggressive and threatening. As he finished speaking, 2 more men in their 30s with fierce appearances got out of a truck parked by the roadside. The 2 men looked at him with hostility.
Facing 3 people? Liang Chen didn't take them seriously and said forcefully, "It's definitely not accurate, it's at least a dozen pounds less."
Upon hearing Liang Chen's words, the customers who had already paid and were ready to get on the bus and leave. He paused, weighing the fruit in his hand. They all stopped and turned to look at Liang Chen and the fruit stall owner. After Liang Chen said that, they also felt that the fruit was much lighter.
"It weighs the same, but is lighter than what I usually buy at the supermarket."
Many of them were bought on their way home from other places.
If the weight is so much less, wouldn't we be losing a lot of money? Damn it! Don't talk nonsense about weighing more than 10 kilograms less. I'm a legitimate business, fair and just, and the weight is absolutely accurate. Stop talking nonsense. Are you trying to scam me?
I'm not afraid of you. As the boss finished speaking, the other two burly men cast threatening glances at him. His eyes seemed to say, "Kid, watch your step, or I'll beat you up." At the same time, they were also surprised.
That's the kind of business they're in.
The customers at the roadside stalls are mostly vehicles from out of town. They usually don't bring a scale with them at times like this. They couldn't detect that the items they sold were underweight or short weight.
Even if you find out after you get home, the person is already in another city, and there's nothing you can do about it.
This is the first time they've ever seen Liang Chen in this situation.
Me, you bastard? Liang Chen laughed.
I said it's less than 10 kilograms, so it must be this much less.
Do you dare to use another scale in front of everyone and see if what we bought is the right weight?
Yes, boss.
The young man is right.
You say your scale is accurate, but do you dare to use another scale to check?
If not, then you are shortchanging people.
Yes,
not daring to mean shortchanging. The surrounding customers echoed this sentiment. The fruit vendors were fearless. What were they afraid of? They weighed the fruit without hesitation. But what if my scale is accurate? This was said to Liang Chen. It's utterly threatening. Liang Chen met his gaze, his imposing manner not giving in. If I'm wrong, I'll compensate you with 10,000 yuan.
But if your scale is insufficient, you must not only refund me, but also refund all customers present, and provide triple compensation to each of them.
Okay, you said it. Hey, you big black guy, bring the new scale over here and show them. The fruit shop owner sneered. Liang Chen was still too young.
Their other scales had been adjusted before they left home.
All scales are the same. He was determined to get that 10,000 yuan from Liang Chen. In his opinion, who in their right mind would carry a scale with them when they go out? Therefore, they're guaranteed to win.
However, this time they underestimated the situation.
Coincidentally, Liang Chen was the person who surprised him. There's an electronic scale in the trunk of the nanny van.
The burly man, known as Big Black at the fruit stand, placed a new scale in front of everyone.
Liang Chen smiled.
They opened the trunk of the van and took out the electronic scale. Xiao Meijin rolled down the car window and looked at him worriedly. "Honey, please don't fight." The three people opposite were tall and burly, and they looked quite fierce. Xiao Meijin was afraid that if a fight broke out, her husband would suffer.
Liang Chen turned around and smiled, giving Xiao Meijin a reassuring look.
Liang Chen put the 2 bags of pomegranates on the scale, and it weighed 29 jin 14.5 caddies. 40 pounds of fruit, but only 29 pounds were delivered.
Wow, it's so dark. My goodness, I've lost a whole 11 pounds. No wonder I'm so light. That's outrageous. That's outrageous. Give me my money back. Give me my money back. How can someone be so rip-off?
This person has no conscience. Upon seeing this, the people around who had already bought fruit shouted angrily. Upon seeing this, the fruit stall owner panicked.
How could this be?
Our scales are supposed to be fair.
It's definitely yours. Your scale is inaccurate. It's definitely a problem with your scale. Ours is never wrong.
After saying that, he asked his 2 other burly companions to bring out their other 2 scales. They put the pomegranates on top, and they weighed 40 jin 20 caddies just like they had weighed before. The other party insisted that Liang Chen's scale was faulty. This stubborn denial was exactly what Liang Chen had expected. It's safe to say that these 3 are accomplices who have been doing this kind of shortchanging business on the roadside for quite some time.
However, faced with their shamelessness, another person surprised them. Then another customer took a scale out of his trunk. The result was exactly the same as Liang Chen's, 29 jin. 40 pounds of fruit, 11 pounds are missing. The result is obvious. There were at least a dozen people buying fruit on site, and they were unusually united in the face of the 3 unscrupulous fruit shop owners. So what if there are 3 of you? We outnumber you, so what? And there were even customers who had served in the military at the event. If a fight really breaks out, he won't be afraid.
Seeing the united group, Xiao Meijin breathed a long sigh of relief inside the van.
Outside, led by the passenger who had served in the military, people began to protest.
In addition, many people have already taken out their phones to record videos, ready to expose them. Under pressure, the fruit stand owner had no choice but to refund them. And as previously promised to Liang Chen, they made 3 times the compensation. Only after receiving compensation did the crowd release the 3. They all expressed their gratitude to Liang Chen, saying, "Young man, thank goodness you were here, otherwise we would have been scammed. This person is really wicked, they've cheated so many people." Chapter 72. Liang Chen is far inferior to your son. Liang Chen waved his hand, telling them not to take it to heart. The 3 bosses had never suffered such a loss before, and now they hated Liang Chen to the core. With so many people around and no way to deal with him, they could only swallow their anger for the time being. On the other side, under a large tree not far from the entrance of Changle village, a group of people are chatting. "Hey, have you heard? Yu's family is having their grandson's 100-day celebration tomorrow." "What? Liang Chen has a child? Isn't he still in college? How come he has a child?" "That's right, I was wondering the same thing. But I passed by their house yesterday and they were already making preparations." "No way. Their Liang Chen is still so young, and his child is already 100 days old. Is that for real? This is so sudden. Hey, do you guys think Liang Chen is being kept by a rich woman in the city? Otherwise, how could he have a child while still in school? Wow, now that you mention it, it's quite possible. Liang Chen has been handsome since he was little. I've heard that rich women in the city all like guys like him." The villagers, who had free time, sat on the stone slabs and chatted enthusiastically. You can sense the gossip atmosphere from afar. Someone else said, "Guifan, if you ask me, even if Liang Chen is being kept by a rich woman, he still can't compare to your son. Yes, among the younger generation in our village, your Junbao is the most promising," someone echoed. His tone was full of envy. "The other day, I went out and even bought some milk tea from your Junbao's newly opened milk tea shop. Junbao saw me and didn't even take my money. What a filial and promising child. I'm so envious. If my son were even half as good as your Junbao, I'd be laughing in my sleep." Everyone used to say that it was stupid of your Junbao to drop out of junior high school and go out to work, but now, wow, they've proven them wrong. Take Liang Chen for example, he went to college and he's still not as good as your Junbao. Exactly. College graduates still end up working for your son. The boss is managing college students. The tone of voices around me was ingratiating. Guifan, who was being adored by everyone, had a smile on her face. She enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. Her son owns a supermarket and a noodle shop in town. Business is booming. Another milk tea shop recently opened. I was already earning $1 million a year a few years ago. Now, their house is the most beautiful in the entire Changle village. It's built like a villa, and its exterior is like a small Western-style building. It's particularly beautiful. It is the most unique and beautiful house in the entire village. Such a beautiful house, everyone would envy it. Moreover, his son married a woman from the town. My wife's parents both work at their jobs, and her grandparents used to be leaders in the town government. Now they are retired and receive a pension every month. In general, his son Junbao is the most promising and accomplished person in their Changle village. Every time his son came back, the village would hold a banquet, and his son would sit at the main table, where he would be highly sought after by relatives and friends. Guifan has always been proud of her son. So what if Liang Chen went to university? He'll still be a wage earner after graduation. Her son is a big boss now. Just then, Liang Chen's fifth aunt, Hu Lifang, happened to pass by and overheard their discussion. Is Liang Chen inferior to Liang Junbao? Hearing this, she couldn't help but laugh. Zhou Guifan's son is indeed very capable. He is smart, good at making money, and extremely talented. However, Zhou Guifan's disdainful expression towards everyone in the village usually annoyed her. Hu Lifang really disagrees with the claim that Liang Chen is not as good as her son now. Hu Lifang and you have a very good relationship. We often chat together, and during busy farming seasons, we'll voluntarily go and help each other if one of us is too busy. You kept a low profile after returning from Yongchang. She didn't publicize her son's earnings in the village, but a few of her close friends knew about it. Liang Chen is now making a lot of money in the city. He has his own business and earns over 200,000 yuan a day. Hu Lifang was shocked when she heard this news yesterday. Zhou Guifan's son earns $1 million a year, but Liang Chen achieved that in just a few days. There's no comparison at all, they're not even on the same level. Therefore, she couldn't help but laugh when she heard the villagers comparing Liang Chen and Liang Junbao. Hu Lifang listened for a while, and all she heard were compliments to Zhou Guifan.
It's boring. Then he left and headed towards Yu Yu's house.
The baby's 100-day celebration is tomorrow, and she's going to help out.
Yu Yu told me that Liang Chen brought his wife and children back today. Hu Lifang was very curious about her niece-in-law. Liang Chen's family lives in a 2-story house.
The front of the building is tiled, but the other 3 sides are naturally the original red bricks. There is also a small courtyard of about 50 or 60 square meters in front of the gate. The yard is planted with chili peppers, chives, and loofah. Next to the water tap is a patch of land planted with roses, which is very beautiful.
Liang Chen loves flowers. This is one he planted when he was in junior high school.
Right now, Liang Qiming is sitting on the lawn at the entrance of the courtyard, with 2 cows grazing beside him. He watched the cows graze, occasionally glancing towards the village entrance.
Liang Qiming would be very happy to hear the sound of a car. But if he sees that it's someone else's car and not his son's, his expression shows obvious disappointment. Hu Lifang was amused by his expression.
"Fourth brother, what's up?
Have Xiao Chen and the others arrived?"
Liang Qiming smiled and replied with a message half an hour ago saying that he was about to arrive.
I figured it should be soon. Liang Qiming suddenly stood up. He saw Liang Chen's nanny car enter the village entrance. They were back. Xiao Chen and the others were back.
They had arrived at the village entrance.
Hu Lifang stuck her head out and asked, "Fourth brother, it's so far away, are you sure it's Liang Chen's car?" Liang Qiming smiled broadly. "I've ridden in my son's car before, how could I mistake him?"
As the nanny van approached, Hu Lifang exclaimed, "Wow, what a beautiful car.
It's really Xiao Chen. I'll go tell fourth sister-in-law." After confirming that Liang Chen and his family of 5 had returned, Hu Lifang happily went to inform Yu Yu. "Fourth sister-in-law, Xiao Chen and the others are back. The car is almost at the door." "Really? I'll go out and take a look."
Yu Yu was busy in the kitchen when she heard Hu Lifang's voice.
She put down what she was doing and walked quickly outside.
Arriving at the courtyard gate and looking out, Yu Yu's face lit up with a smile. There were many people chatting in the village, all of whom had heard that Liang Qiming's family was holding a 100-day celebration tomorrow. Seeing Liang Chen's car slowly drive back, they couldn't help but get up and follow to see what was going on. Liang Qiming pulled the ox aside and gestured to Liang Chen, "Come on, park the car here. Their yard has steps, so cars can't drive in and have to park outside." Liang Chen stopped the car and, together with Xiao Meijin, took the stroller down. The couple then settled the triplets in.
The little ones are all wearing cute new clothes today.
The 3 little ones are very energetic, lying in their strollers and trying hard to look in the direction of the buffalo.
Yu Yu stepped forward with a smile. "Oh my, it's only been a day, and the babies seem to have grown so much. Do you still remember Grandma? Welcome home." Chapter 73, Smiling on the surface, but inwardly driven mad with jealousy.
Before returning, Xiao Meichin dressed up a little and looked even more beautiful than before.
She bent down to let the babies greet their grandmother. Although the little ones can't speak yet, they notice adults and express their emotions.
Hearing their mother's words, De Bao and Heir Bao Mengmeng turned to look at their grandmother. Only Xiao Bao was still attracted by the 2 cows that were grazing.
"Oh, my heart."
Seeing her 3 little grandchildren again, Yu Yu's heart softened. Hu Lifang, who was standing next to her, stared wide-eyed.
"Good heavens, this is Liang Chen's baby. Triplets.
They're so delicate, like porcelain dolls, they're so cute. This is the first time she's seen a baby this good looking.
And the mother too.
She's so beautiful, like a fairy from heaven.
Her looks and temperament are far superior to those of celebrities in the entertainment industry. Liang Chen is a really talented kid." Hu Lifang's eyes were filled with amazement.
Yu Yu noticed the change in her expression and felt incredibly proud.
"Look, this is my daughter-in-law and grandson."
Yu Yu felt a sense of smug pride. Yu Yu looked at the family of 5 with a gentle expression and called to her son and daughter-in-law, "Come on, quickly take the babies home.
It's sunny outside and the ultraviolet rays are strong. My lovely little grandchildren don't want to get sunburned."
Liang Qiming told her that it's good for children to get some sun occasionally, and since they had just gotten off the bus and the sun wasn't too strong, it was fine. Liang Qiming noticed that his grandchildren were interested in cows and hoped they would watch them for a while longer.
Yu glared at him. You think you're the only one who knows, and I don't? It's hot outside, wouldn't it be cooler to come home?
There's a fan and air conditioning inside.
Liang Chen told Xiao Meijin and the babies to go home first. He went to get something. Liang Chen opened the trunk and took everything out.
They have fruit, biscuits, drinks, rice, and peanut oil.
These were all bought by Liang Chen at Xiao Meijin's request on the way. I see so much stuff. Yu was stunned. You're back, so why did you buy so much stuff?
We already have these things at home, so don't buy them again. It's a hassle to bring them back on the road.
Xiao Meijin smiled and said, Mom, it's no trouble at all.
I bought them on the way back, and they were all loaded into the car and we arrived home quickly.
Hu Lifang smiled and said, Fourth sister-in-law, these are all the children's good wishes, so please don't be polite. I think these things are all very nice. Your daughter-in-law is so thoughtful.
Although these things can be bought on the street now. But this is Xiao Meijin and Liang Chen's way of showing their love and care for the elderly.
Liang Qining didn't say anything, but his face clearly showed his happiness. How could parents not be happy with their filial children?
After tying up the cow, he and Liang Chen carried the things home, planning to have Yu tidy up later when they had time.
After a busy day, I'm finally back in the living room to rest.
Yu took out the fan, and it immediately cooled her down considerably. Liang Chen sat next to the stroller, fanning the little ones with a palm leaf fan in his hand.
There is no air conditioning in the living room.
The babies are still small, so it's best not to let them be exposed to fans. Liang Chen fanned them to let them feel the natural breeze.
Xiao Meijin noticed Liang Chen's thoughtfulness.
This man was exceptionally caring towards the babies.
The little ones felt insecure in the new environment.
Xiao Meijin sat down on the other side of the stroller, gently soothing them.
Babies, we're home. This is Daddy's home, you know?
This is the home where Dad grew up, and it's also the home for the babies.
Look, Grandpa and Grandma are here too. What's that? Wow, it's a dog. A white dog. Can you see it, kids? The dog is wagging its tail.
There was a small white dog rubbing against Liang Chen's feet. It was Liang Chen's dog, Xiaobai, which he had raised for 7 or 8 years.
Little white wags its tail and sticks out its tongue. It looks very happy.
The little white dog is very intelligent, even though it was the first time it had met Xiao Meijin and the babies.
However, they did not show any rejection or vigilance. Perhaps it's because they have Liang Chen's scent about them. Xiaobai knew they were her family.
Liang Chen patted Xiaobai's head and told it, Xiaobai, this is the mistress, and your younger brother and sister.
They are your family. You have to protect them from now on, understand? Liang Chen thought Xiaobai could understand.
The village dogs are very clever.
Sure enough, after hearing Liang Chen's words, Xiaobai barked, circled the stroller twice, and then wagged its tail at the triplets. It's as if Xiao Meijin is greeting the babies.
The little guys looked at Little White with excitement when they saw it.
Dabao waved his little hands, looking like he wanted to be hugged.
Seeing how happy the family of 5 looked, Yu smiled and said, You guys stay with the babies first, I'm going back to the kitchen.
I'll make you something delicious in a bit. Hu Lifang went over to help.
Liang Chen stopped fanning himself and thought of getting up to help.
Yu glanced at her son.
Meijin and the babies just got back and haven't gotten used to their surroundings yet. You stay with them and don't come into the kitchen and cause me trouble.
Hu Lifang smiled and said, Xiao Chen, you've been driving for so long, why don't you rest here? Your mom and I are in the kitchen, it'll be ready soon. Liang Qining is feeding chickens in the yard.
A handful of rice was scattered, and several chickens clucked. The triplets were attracted by the sound and kicked their little feet to show their interest. Seeing this, the couple took their babies to the door to see. Babies are especially curious about things they've never seen before. Everything is new and exciting to them.
Seeing the chickens and dogs made me so happy.
Liang Chen pointed to the chicken and told the babies that it was a mother hen, clucking.
Xiao Meijin was amused. Honey, shouldn't a rooster's crow be cluck cluck cluck? Liang Chen replied, That's the sound of a rooster.
Our chickens are all hens, they cluck.
Liang Chen then pointed to Xiaobai and told the children that it was a dog and barked. Just as the couple was introducing their babies to the family's pets, many people came to their house to say hello.
Xiao Meijin had seen these people when she passed the village entrance on her way back by car.
Everyone was amazed to see Xiao Meijin and the babies. Liang Chen, is this your wife? She's so beautiful. Oh my god, you had triplets. The babies are so cute. When did you get married and have your baby? You didn't even tell us. Did you have a banquet? These are the people who were gossiping about Liang Chen under the big tree at the village entrance just now. I met the real person. I never expected Liang Chen to bring home such a beautiful wife. And she has a particularly elegant demeanor. Her looks and demeanor are miles ahead of their daughter-in-law. Not only that, the triplets are also many times cuter than their little grandson.
Everyone offered congratulations on their faces, but secretly they were extremely jealous. Zhou Guifan, in particular, felt that her daughter-in-law was outshone after seeing Xiao Meijin.
Liang Chen's wife is prettier than his daughter-in-law.
She felt that her son was outshone by Liang Chen in terms of his wife's looks. With the development of society, the village has long since changed.
Just because you're doing well doesn't mean others are happy. Chapter 74, Should I get angry when Zhao's father arrives? More and more people are coming to visit. Xiao Meichin was unaware of what some people were thinking. But guests are always welcome.
When Xiao Meichin first met them, she greeted everyone very politely.
Behave appropriately and generously.
When they learned that Xiao Meichin was a university teacher, everyone was secretly surprised.
Liang Chen actually married a university professor. That's quite something. She was nothing like the rich woman they had imagined. No wonder she has such a great presence, she's both beautiful and talented. Liang Chen is truly blessed. The triplets were interested in the small animals in the yard. Liang Qiming continued to show them the chickens and cows. Liang Chen showed Xiao Meijin around the house.
The first floor has a living room, dining room, kitchen, bathroom, and 2 bedrooms.
My parents usually sleep in the master bedroom on the first floor.
There are 3 rooms on the second floor, one of which is where I stayed, and it has a private bathroom.
There's a big balcony outside my room.
My dad had it specially designed for me when the house was being renovated.
Come on, let me show you. Liang Chen's 2-story house was not decorated much.
However, having lived there for many years, we have developed a very deep affection for it. Although it can't compare to the luxury of houses in the city, it has a warm feeling.
There are 5 rooms in the house.
Normally, there isn't enough room to sleep, but during holidays when relatives come to visit and stay overnight, they can stay at our house.
Liang Chen's bedroom is the largest room on the second floor.
Yesterday, Yu specially redecorated for him.
Liang Chen discovered a brand new 4-piece bedding set on the bed.
A very beautiful dressing table has been added next to the bed.
It still has a label on it, so you can tell it's just been bought. Not only that, the old wardrobe has also been replaced with a new one.
The walls are decorated with small items and patterns, creating a warm and beautiful effect. The entire house has been completely renovated, and it's clear that Yu put a lot of thought and effort into welcoming her family of 5.
And indeed, Liang Chen's guess came true.
These were all arranged by Yu and her husband overnight after they returned yesterday. The dressing table, wardrobe, decorations, and small items were all delivered last night at an extra cost. The other 2 rooms did not have this benefit. As before, there were only a few simple pieces of furniture.
Due to insufficient time, the couple planned to decorate the entire house, inside and out, before Liang Chen's wedding.
Right now, we can only focus on tidying up Liang Chen's master bedroom. Several pots of roses were planted on the balcony, swaying in the wind.
Xiao Meichin stood on it and looked out. The view was excellent.
The houses in Changle village are arranged in a pleasing, staggered pattern. Some houses have quilts, peanuts, and corn drying on their rooftops, exuding a unique rural atmosphere.
Xiao Meijin took a deep breath.
The countryside is so much better, honey.
When we get old, let's go back to the village to retire, okay?
We can grow our own vegetables and flowers.
Okay, honey, I'll be there for you no matter what kind of life you want. When we retire, we can come back and grow vegetables. If we can't finish them, we can sell them in town. Really?
When I was little, I often went to the street with my mom to sell vegetables.
When we get old, we'll go together.
You'll be in charge of selling, and I'll be in charge of watching the scales and collecting money.
Liang Chen smiled expectantly. Okay. We can do many other things besides farming in the village, and if we get bored one day, we can go on a trip. This is simply the life of poetry and distant places.
Xiao Meichin looks forward to growing old with her husband, which she considers an incredibly happy thing.
When feelings run deep,
the 2 couldn't help but hug each other.
However, just then, the sound of babies whimpering came from downstairs. The babies have just returned, they can't be away from their parents for too long. If the little ones don't see their parents for too long, they feel insecure and will look for them. If you can't find it, just cry. In the little ones' world, as soon as they cry, their parents will appear. Sure enough, the three little ones had only been crying for a short while when their parents appeared. The next second, she smiled happily again. A baby's mood is like the weather in June, changing in an instant. Everyone was amused by the baby's innocent appearance. Yu especially prepared a sumptuous meal for Xiao Meijin. They have free-range chickens and ducks, all raised on their own farm, and they taste especially delicious. After dinner, Xiao Meichin put the babies to sleep. Liang Chen and Yu then set up the venue for tomorrow's 100-day celebration. To celebrate this important day for my grandchildren, Yu and Liang Qiming specially went to town to hire a wedding planning company. The wedding planning company not only handles wedding venue decorations, but also baby's full moon and 100-day celebration decorations. They specially built a stage in the courtyard. Flowers and balloons were placed next to it. There are also various small animals and cartoon patterns, which are elements that little babies love. Yu looked her up and down and was very satisfied with the wedding company's setup. The 100-day celebration for my grandchildren must be a grand and lively affair. A new day. Xiao Meijin was taking care of her babies in the morning when her phone suddenly rang. Gu Yuqing's cheerful voice came through. Meijin, your dad, Xiaofan, and I are about to arrive. Okay, Mom, I'll go to the village entrance to meet you. Xiao Meijin hung up the phone and found Liang Chen. Honey, look at the babies. My parents are almost here. I'll go to the village entrance to pick them up. Okay, go ahead. To be honest, Liang Chen was quite nervous about meeting his father-in-law. However, he believed that his mother-in-law had a good impression of him, and since she had been back for so long, she should have already done some work on his father-in-law's mindset. They probably won't reject themselves. It won't affect his relationship with Xiao Meichin. Entrance to Changle Village. Xiao Meichin was equally uneasy. My mother has already met Liang Chen and is very satisfied with him. But what about Dad? He's usually such a serious person. Is he really not angry with himself? Will he give Liang Chen a hard time? We've arrived at Changle Village. At that moment, a taxi slowly drove up and stopped at the entrance of the village. Xiao Meijin's eyes welled up with tears as she watched Gu Yuqing, Xiao Jiangwo, and Xiao Fan get out of the car. From a distance of more than 10 meters, I could see my precious daughter, dressed in a red dress, exuding elegance and refinement. Meijin. Mom. Gu Yuqing looked her daughter up and down. His face was filled with the joy and smiles of reunion. Okay, you're getting prettier and prettier, and you've even gained some weight. It seems Liang Chen is taking good care of you. Seeing her daughter in such good spirits, Gu Yuqing was filled with joy. My daughter made the right choice, she found a husband she can entrust her life to. At this moment, Xiao Fan walked over cheerfully. Sister. Are you getting used to your brother-in-law's house? Xiao Meichin smiled and nodded, saying that her younger brother had worked hard bringing their parents over. Xiao Meichin reached over her brother's shoulder and saw her father standing next to the taxi, which made her feel a little uneasy. Suddenly, she didn't know how to face her father. Xiao Jiangwo was equally flustered and felt very awkward, unsure how to face his daughter. Should I get angry? Chapter 75 Urgent, the father-in-law scratching his head in frustration. Just as Xiao Jiangwo was feeling extremely awkward, Xiao Meichin spoke first, calling out Dad. Dad, you've arrived. When his daughter called him Dad, Xiao Jiangwo's heart trembled, and his eyes immediately reddened. He nodded. Okay, I'm here to see the babies. My wife and son said Liang Chen is a good person. He wanted to see it for himself. And his grandchildren, whom he, as the maternal grandfather, has never met. He secretly observed his daughter. She was indeed in excellent spirits, with a rosy complexion, indicating that she was living a good life. He was very angry because she had secretly gotten married and had children. But what's done is done, and there's no use in him being angry. Now, seeing that his daughter is doing well, he feels at ease. Sister, Dad misses you so much. He'll be so happy to see you. As soon as Xiao Fan spoke, he was glared at by Xiao Jiangwo. His eyes seemed to say, serves you right for being so talkative. Mom and Dad, Xiao Fan, the 100-day celebration is about to begin. Please come with me. Xiao Meichin led the three of them toward her home.
Before we even arrived, we saw red carpets laid out on the road and wedding company staff busy at the scene.
What comes into view is a colorful fairy tale theme.
The yard is decorated with many small flowers made of balloons. There were also colorful flowers, which were extremely beautiful. The most eye-catching feature is the stage in the yard, which is covered with the children's favorite cartoon elements, making it both beautiful and adorable.
Not only that,
each table was decorated with fresh flowers and colorful balloons.
The venue was beautifully decorated. You can tell at a glance that they put a lot of effort into it.
Gu Yuqing sighed with emotion, feeling especially happy to see how much effort her in-laws had put into the babies.
Xiao Jiangwo looked around.
Unable to find the person he wanted to watch, he anxiously asked his daughter.
Liang Chen and the babies, take me to meet them. He had traveled a long way by car, and he couldn't wait to see Liang Chen and his grandchildren. Xiao Mei Qin searched for Liang Chen's figure.
Suddenly a smile appeared on her face, and she pointed, Dad, Liang Chen and the babies are over there.
Xiao Jiangwo raised an eyebrow. We're finally going to meet. I walked over with my daughter. Xiao Jiangwo saw a very young man.
At this moment, the man is changing a baby's diaper. Her movements were incredibly skillful. It was clear she was someone who frequently cared for babies.
Seeing that incredibly handsome face, Xiao Jiangwo knew that this was his son-in-law. Husband. Xiao Fan and his parents have arrived.
Xiao Meijin's voice made Liang Chen pause.
After tidying up Xiao Bao, I turned around and saw 3 people.
He was familiar with Gu Yuqing and Xiao Fan. Standing next to him was a middle-aged man with a serious expression. The other person looked somewhat like Xiao Fan.
Liang Chen knew that this was his father-in-law. Liang Chen, let me introduce you. This is my dad.
Gu Yuqing and Xiao Fan Liang Chen have both met before, so there's no need for introductions. Liang Chen nodded and readily followed Xiao Meijin's lead, calling her dad.
Gu Yuqing and Xiao Fan greeted Liang Chen with smiles. Xiao Jiangwo looked at Liang Chen, gave a curtain with a stern face, and his expression was quite indifferent. Gu Yuqing had a very good impression of Liang Chen and was very satisfied with this son-in-law.
Her gaze fell on the little baby in Liang Chen's arms, and her face beamed with joy.
Wan, do you still remember Grandma? Can Grandma give you a hug?
Liang Chen handed Xiao Bao to his mother-in-law. Xiao Bao is shy around strangers and usually won't let others hold him. However, with his parents right there, the little guy didn't resist this time. As soon as it landed in Gu Yuqing's arms, it smiled very politely.
Gu Yuqing was incredibly excited.
Old Xiao, look at our little treasure.
His smile is like an angel's, so beautiful.
Xiao Bao seems to still have some memory of his maternal grandmother. He blinked his big, watery eyes and observed her intently.
He seemed to be thinking about something. Xiao Jiangwo was completely mesmerized by his adorable grandson.
He rubbed his hands together.
Come on, let me hold Xiao Bao.
Gu Yuqing turned to the side. No, I haven't hugged you enough yet, I'll give you some later. She had been missing her grandchildren terribly lately, and now she was finally able to hold them. She wanted to hug him as many times as she wanted. As Gu Yuqing rubbed her cheeks against the little guy's rosy cheeks, she felt as if she had become more than 10 years younger.
Oh my, babies are so soothing. Xiao Jiangwo was so anxious he jumped up and down. Wife, just let me hold you for a moment, I'm the baby's maternal grandfather. Gu Yuqing said with a smile, Wan, let's not let Grandpa hug us, okay?
Grandpa looks fierce and always has a stern face, it's scary.
Xiao Jiangwo retorted, nonsense. When did I ever have a stern face? When did I ever scare people? It's clearly very friendly. Gu Yuqing rolled her eyes at him. You know perfectly well when you're ever frowning. Gu Yuqing was referring to Xiao Jiangwo's stern face in front of Liang Chen earlier.
They gave me the cold shoulder the first time we met, showing no enthusiasm at all.
Xiao Jiangwo felt wronged.
But now he longs to hold his little grandson. But Gu Yuqing wouldn't give it to him, and he scratched his head and face in frustration. Xiao Meichin smiled and said, Dad, come here. After saying that, she pushed the stroller out.
There are 2 glutinous rice balls inside. Oh my god. So cute. Upon seeing his 2 other grandchildren, Xiao Jiangwo exclaimed with delight. Honey, come look. The babies are so cute.
Looking at the 2 babies in the stroller, Xiao Jiangwo felt an overwhelming surge of affection.
Xiao Meichin placed the curious Dibao into Xiao Qianqua's arms. And he said to his eldest son, Lele, this is your maternal grandfather, would you like to say hello to him? Dabao looked bewildered, glancing at Xiao Jiangwo and then at his mother. I don't know who this grandfather is. Holding an adorable little dumpling in his arms, Xiao Jiangwo shed tears of joy. He wants to be with his adorable grandson every day. The 3-month-old baby already recognizes people. Strangely enough, Dabao, like his younger brother, didn't struggle and let Xiao Jiangwo hold him however he wanted, showing great respect. Inside the stroller, I saw that my older brother and younger brother were no longer there. Bao waved his little hands and grumbled, expressing his dissatisfaction. Liang Chen smiled and picked her up. Chi-Chi, are you hungry? The little guy reached out and grabbed his dad's face. He probably wasn't hungry. They were just unhappy about being ignored. Xiao Mei-chin took her daughter from Liang Chen's arms. Honey, mom and dad are still busy, why don't you go help them? I'll take care of the babies. The parents that Xiao Mei-chin was referring to were her parents-in-law, Yu. Liang Chen nodded. Mom and dad, I'm going now. Call me if you need anything. Brother-in-law, I'll go with you. Today is the baby's 100-day celebration, and there are many things to do, so Xiao Fan went over to help out. With the addition of 3 adorable grandsons, Xiao Jiangwo found Liang Chen much more agreeable. However, Xiao Jiangwo remained indifferent and said, Go ahead, you don't need to worry about the babies here. Turning her head to look at the babies, her smile blossomed into a chrysanthemum. Chapter 76. Are you sneaking around like this, treating us like outsiders? Are you Bao Chi-Chi? I'm your grandpa. Oh my, you're so beautiful. Can I hold you for a bit? After Liang Chen left, Xiao Jiangwo held Dabao and started playing with Bao. Is it hard to take care of 3 children normally? Xiao Mei-chin shook her head and said it wasn't hard work. She usually goes to work, and Liang Chen takes care of the child. He's the one who works the hardest. Meanwhile, Liang Chen received a call from his cousin Yu Hui, saying that they would be arriving at Changla village in a few minutes. Liang Chen and Xiao Fan waited at the entrance of the courtyard. When he was a child, he often went to his maternal grandmother's house to play. His cousin was a few years older than him. The two often played together and had a very good relationship. However, Yu Hui has been working in other provinces all these years and only goes home for the Chinese New Year. He heard that the triplets were turning 100 days old, so he made a special trip back from out of town. A black sedan was parked next to the nanny van. Yu Hui got out of the car. Beside him were his wife, Yang Jiachan, their child, and Liang Chen's aunt. Cousin's wife, aunt. Liang Chen greeted them with a smile, his gaze finally settling on their son, Xingxin. Sacred Heart has grown so tall. That's amazing. Sacred Heart is only 4 years old but has already grown to 1.2 meters tall, holding an Ultraman toy in her hand. Upon seeing Liang Chen, Yu Hui exclaimed in surprise, Liang Chen, you've changed so much. Yang Jiachan said with a smile, Cousin, you're even more handsome than before, and you're also more mature and composed than last year. Aunt Liang couldn't help but laugh. She's married and has a baby now, of course things have changed. The responsibilities are different now. Yang Jiachan was impressed. I heard from my aunt that your wife gave birth to triplets. That's amazing. His words were tinged with envy. She had always wanted to have a daughter, so that she could have a son and a daughter together, which would make up the character for good. However, due to work reasons, I haven't dared to have any more children. Goodness, Xiao Mei-chin gave birth to triplets at once, a boy and a girl. How could she not be envious? If only she could have achieved that in one go back then. Liang Chen introduced Xiao Fan to them, saying he was also his brother-in-law. Then he led the group into the house. Looking at the space set up in the yard, Yu Hui patted Liang Chen on the shoulder, just like when they played together as children. Wow, it's decorated so beautifully, looks like you made money. Liang Chen replied with a smile, because the babies didn't have a full moon celebration before, my parents planned to make this 100-day celebration more grand, as a way of making up for the previous full moon celebration. Xiao Meijin's aunt knew something about her situation. I heard the other person is a university professor. Xiao Chen, your child's mother is a good girl. You must treat her well in the future and live a good life with her. By the way, have your second uncle, third uncle, and aunt arrived yet? Yu has 3 older brothers and 1 younger sister. Yu Hui's father is the eldest, that is, Liang Chen's maternal uncle. Liang Chen walked back as he went, and my mom said they would arrive in about 10 minutes. I saw colorful balloons and decorative toys in the yard.
Sacred Heart's eyes widened in amazement, and she couldn't wait to run over. Yang Jiachan grabbed her son. These are props used for decorating the event, for your little brother and sister's 100-day celebration. You can't take them now, Mom will give them to you to play with after the celebration.
Be a good boy girl now, okay? Play with your Ultraman first.
Sacred Heart threw a tantrum, insisting on having balloons and toy cars.
4 years old is the most fun time.
If you don't let him play, he'll immediately show his aggrieved side.
Liang Chen went over and took a balloon and a toy car and gave them to Shang Xin.
Let the child play with it if he wants it. Upon receiving the colorful balloons, Sacred Heart immediately calmed down and happily played by herself. On the other side, Xiao Meijin and Gu Yuqing also saw Yu Hui's family.
At the same time, Gu Yuqing and Xiao Jiangwo keenly noticed that Xingxin's walking posture seemed different from that of ordinary children.
Xiao Meichin said softly, "They should be my husband's cousin's family." When Shang Xian was born, he was weak and his legs did not develop normally. Now he can't run and can only walk slowly, otherwise he is prone to falling.
Liang Chen brought his cousin's family and his aunt over.
"Aunt, cousin, this is my wife Xiao Meijin, and these are my parents-in-law." "Wife, this is my cousin, cousin's wife, this is my aunt, and this is my cousin's child, Xingxin." After introducing themselves, everyone chatted happily in a harmonious atmosphere. The triplets naturally became the center of attention. No one could dislike such adorable babies. The envy on Yu Hui and Yang Jiachan's faces was impossible to hide. Meanwhile, the eldest aunt held Xingxin's hand the whole time, afraid that her grandson might get excited and hug the babies. Kids don't know their own strength when they hit. What if the babies get hurt? Yang Jiachan pulled Liang Chen aside and whispered her congratulations, "Cousin, you're amazing. You married such a beautiful wife, who is also a university teacher.
She has such a great temperament and is so lucky." Liang Chen smiled and said, "It's my blessing and my luck."
Yu Hui and Yang Jiachan, a married couple, came back this time not only to attend the triplets' 100-day celebration, but also,
"Another thing is to take my son to see a traditional Chinese medicine doctor."
My aunt said she recently heard about an old traditional Chinese medicine doctor who was very skilled in acupuncture.
It might cure Sacred Heart's leg.
Let him walk and run normally like other children. Over the years, I've worried a lot about my cousin Xingxin's family.
The group chatted and laughed.
At this moment, Yu came out and said that Liang Chen's second and third uncles had arrived.
There's also Liang Chen's aunt.
My aunt has a daughter who is 3 years younger than Liang Chen. They used to play together a lot when they were little.
The cousins also have a very good relationship. Liang Chen stood on the steps outside the courtyard waiting for them.
Liang Chen was handsome from a young age. You could say that the word handsome defined his entire childhood. Since having his babies, his demeanor has been gradually changing. In addition to being mature and composed, he also exudes a sense of nobility.
His demeanor has changed drastically, anyone with eyes can tell. "Look, isn't that my cousin Liang Chen? Ah, he looks different, he's even more handsome now. How did this child grow up?
He's so good looking, and his figure is getting better and better.
It's such a shame that Xiao Chen isn't in the entertainment industry." Seeing everyone get off the bus, Liang Chen went up to him again and greeted him warmly.
Second uncle, third uncle, aunt, cousin. The aunt looked at Liang Chen with a smile, as if she were looking at her son. "That's great, getting married has completely changed her. I heard from your mom that you've become quite successful now, and there are many things you don't tell us."
My cousin laughed and agreed, "That's right. My cousin is so secretive.
Now he not only has a wife but also a child.
He's kept it so well hidden. Does he think of us as outsiders?" My second uncle asked with interest, "I heard from your mother that you're doing business in Nanning? How's business? Judging from your appearance, you must be making money, right?" Chapter 77. The 100-day celebration begins, and the triplets meet everyone.
Liang Chen said with a smile, "While taking care of my baby, I occasionally do some small investments in small businesses, and I've made some money."
Fifth aunt Hu Li Fang thought Liang Chen was too modest. "What, you call this making some money?"
He spent over 20 million yuan to buy a large apartment in Nanning, and also bought a shop, spending a total of over 70 million yuan. The children's clothing store is now making over 200,000 yuan a day. You probably earn more than the down payment in our town. Today, all the people who came back were relatives and friends.
Aunt Wu was in a good mood and blurted it out.
However, just as she finished speaking,
everyone around was shocked. No way, earning over 200,000 a day? Really? Also, did Liang Chen buy a house and shops in Yongchang? It cost over 70 million in total? The people around stared wide-eyed.
Xiao Fan was puzzled. Yes, my brother-in-law's children's clothing store earns more than 200,000 yuan a day.
Uncle and aunt, didn't my brother-in-law tell you?
He bought a house in Mingyue Bay for over 20 million yuan. I'm working for my brother-in-law now, and I earn over 20,000 yuan a day.
It's all thanks to him. Xiao Fan and his relatives and friends already know about Liang Chen's situation.
I didn't expect my brother-in-law to be so low-key. He didn't say a lot of things.
What? You're saying you're earning over 20,000 yuan a day now? My relatives and friends were completely dumbfounded.
They work hard for months and still might not be able to save more than 20,000 yuan.
Xiao Fan, a young man, did it in just one day?
Xiao Fan smiled and said, my brother-in-law thinks highly of me. He let me help him manage the children's clothing store, which is why we have so much business.
Xiao Fan was sincerely grateful to Liang Chen. Without him, I wouldn't be who I am today.
He went home yesterday, and everyone in the village knows he made money.
They must be living a very prestigious life in the village. You said Xiao Chen asked you to help him manage his children's clothing store?
The relatives and friends around Xiao Fan stared wide-eyed when they heard what he said. Managing the store earns me over 20,000 yuan a day.
Oh my god. We're relatives too, can we go too?
They don't need much, a few hundred yuan a day would be enough for them.
Besides them.
The people of Changdal village stared wide-eyed when they heard what Hu Lifang and Xiao Fan said.
Judging from their tone, they didn't seem to be joking.
Hiss.
More than 70 million.
The children's clothing store earns over 200,000 yuan a day.
I'm numb.
Let's not talk about houses and shops. A single children's clothing store generates over 200,000 yuan in revenue daily, which is far better than Liang Juanbao's.
While shocked,
they were incredibly curious about how Liang Chen had earned so much money.
He has such a great way to make money, I wonder if he could mentor me? At the same time, many people began to calculate in their minds. Hearing so many people praising Liang Chen, Gu Yuqing and Xiao Jiangwo couldn't help but feel proud. My son-in-law is just too outstanding. Like a walking piece of gold, shining brightly.
They had already started chatting with Yu and Liang Qiming. Both were genuine rural people, so they had common topics and the atmosphere was very harmonious.
Over time,
more and more relatives and friends arrived at Liang Chen's house.
Everyone sat down to eat.
The Yu family members sat at one table.
Gu Yuqing and Xiao Jiangwo sat at a table with Liang's relatives and friends.
In addition, the villagers sat in groups. In addition, Yu specially prepared a table for the wedding company staff.
Let them eat together.
The team leader was incredibly touched. He never expected that he could get a free meal while setting up the equipment.
This family is so kind and generous.
As relatives and friends arrived, the triplets' 100-day celebration officially begins. The PowerPoint presentation on the stage showed photos and videos of the babies.
Cute children's sons were playing in the yard.
It was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. The little ones were in a great mood, listening to music and staying close to their parents. At this moment, Xiao Fan walked to the center of the stage. He was the host of the 100-day celebration. He held the microphone and spoke with a bright smile. Today is the 100-day celebration for the triplets Lele, Qiqi, and Wanwan. I wish the little darlings health, happiness, peace, and carefree growth forever. From the moment they were born, these little angels have been 100 days old. Over the past 3 months, the little ones have grown every day, bringing us different surprises every day. Every time our babies cry or laugh, it brings us endless joy. My sister told me that giving birth to 3 incredibly smart babies is the greatest happiness of her life. The babies are the fruit of her love with my brother-in-law. With them, the rest of her life will be filled with 3 more blessings and joys. Among the relatives and friends present are some of our little darlings who haven't met us yet. Next, please welcome our baby to meet everyone. First, please welcome our eldest brother, Liang Junqiao, nicknamed Lele. With Xiao Fan's introduction, Liang Chen carried the little guy onto the stage to meet his relatives and friends. Then, an extremely handsome father appeared before everyone's eyes, holding an incredibly cute baby. The little baby blinked his beautiful eyes and looked curiously at the audience. Dabao didn't cry or fuss, he stayed quietly in his father's arms and was very well behaved. Dabao Lele, the firstborn, is the most stable and steady as the older brother. His favorite game is tearing tissues.
Next up is about Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi is her nickname, so what is our little princess's name? That's right, our second child's name is Liang Yunjing. She's the most lively and mischievous, and also a little foodie.
At such a young age, she's already invented many different ways to drink milk.
Last but not least, is our little brother, Liang Yuhui. Sanbao's nickname is Wan Wan. Why is he called Wan Wan? Because he was the last one to be born.
It has to be said that the triplets are incredibly good looking. Long eyelashes, big, watery eyes that twinkle like stars.
It melted everyone's hearts.
I wish I could take it home and raise it myself.
After introducing the triplets, everyone continued eating and chatting.
Seeing that they had almost finished eating, Liang Chen got up and, with Xiao Meijin, used tea instead of wine to greet their relatives and friends one by one.
The first people to pay respects to are both sets of parents.
Yu Yu and Liang Qiming clinked glasses with the two children, saying that it was just a token toast and they shouldn't drink too much. Yu Yu held Xiao Meijin's hand affectionately and said, "Good child, it is Liang Chen's good fortune to marry you. If you are unhappy in the future, just tell your mother and I will take care of it for you." Then she solemnly admonished her son, "Meijin is a good child.
Live a good life from now on and don't let her suffer any grievances, understand?"
Holding Xiao Meijin's hand happily, Liang Chen said, "Mom, don't worry. How could I bear to let such a good wife suffer?
We will live a good life together." Chapter 78. A jealous person. Why does Liang Chen make so much money?
Xiao Meichin revealed a sweet smile. "Mom, Liang Chen is so good to me. Marrying him is my blessing."
Yu Yu nodded with a smile. Next, the couple toasted Xiao Jiangwo and Gu Yuqing.
Seeing that her husband didn't react, Gu Yuqing kicked him hard under the table.
Xiao Jiangwo quickly responded, instructing Liang Chen. "Meijin is the apple of our family's eye. Now she's in your hands.
Treat her well from now on and don't let her down."
Gu Yuqing smiled and said, "Liang Chen, Meijin is a stubborn girl sometimes and doesn't listen to advice. I hope you can be more tolerant of her."
Xiao Jiangwo then reminded them, "The babies are all over 100 days old now, so you should also find a time to hold your wedding.
Make up for what needs to be made up, you can't keep putting it off.
The baby has already been born, but the wedding hasn't been held yet.
If we delay, the villagers will gossip." Liang Chen nodded heavily. "Dad, I understand."
Upon hearing their in-law's words, Yu Yu and her husband secretly thought, "Just as I thought. The wedding hasn't even taken place yet, and the bride's parents already have objections." Next, the two toasted their uncles and aunts' relatives.
Yu Hui smiled and said, "Now that you're married, you should be more down to earth in your work, you know?
When a man gets married, the burden on his shoulders changes."
My aunt also said, "What I want to say is the same as what your cousin said.
Now that you're grown up and have your own family, with a wife and children, there are some things you know how to do without us having to tell you."
Liang Chen hummed in agreement, "I know."
His aunt looked at him with great satisfaction.
Raising 3 babies is not easy these days. If he earns more money in the future, the babies will be able to eat.
That's Liang Chen's cousin. He has 2 sons, 2 houses, and dowries. It's all going to cost a lot of money, so he's under a lot of pressure. Liang Chen smiled slightly and said, "I will try my best."
Next came the Liang family's relatives and friends.
Liang Chen's uncle, Liang Qichuan, raised his glass and exclaimed, "Liang Chen is really something, marrying such a beautiful wife.
My nephew is handsome and ambitious.
You've made the right choice in marrying him."
Liang Chen's cousin, Liang Shan, also stood up. "Sister-in-law, you are the most beautiful person I have ever seen.
Liang Chen, you should cherish such a beautiful wife.
Don't go out and have affairs like other women."
Hearing their words, the couple smiled at each other.
They will live a good life. Cousin Liang Wanwan stood up and said, "Xiao Chun, work hard to earn money in the future. Only when you have money in your pocket can you live a good life and provide a better living environment for your wife and children."
Cousin Liang Zihan stood up and said, "Brother, treat your wife well from now on.
I wish you a long and happy life together."
Liang Chen and Xiao Meijin both smiled, their smiles seemingly sweet. Xiao Fan also came over with a wineglass in his hand. He said cheerfully, "Sister and brother-in-law, I also wish you happiness and joy.
You can let me host your wedding in the future." "Brother-in-law, thank you. My sister is very happy, and my parents and I are especially happy." Xiao Fan had so much to say.
Finally, he drank the wine in one gulp.
After eating for more than an hour, everyone stopped to chat.
On the other side. Seeing how well Liang Chen is doing now, the second cousin felt incredibly envious.
I never expected Liang Chen to be so lucky. Hey, how do you guys tell me how he made his money?
He spent over 70 million yuan to buy houses and shops, and also started his own business.
Where did this startup capital come from? It wasn't given to me by someone else, was it? Liang Qichuan shook his head. That's impossible. So much money couldn't have come from someone else.
I heard it was money he earned from investments.
What kind of investment can make so much money? I still don't believe it.
When Liang Bing heard about Liang Chen's current achievements, he felt both envious and jealous.
He didn't even graduate from university.
Even if he did part-time jobs, I don't believe he could earn more than 70 million with that little bit of startup capital. A large single-level apartment, a shop, 2 cars, how could a normal person possibly manage all that? Liang Bing became more and more excited as he spoke.
Are college students really that amazing? Liang Shan expressed his opinion, saying that Liang Chen was a steady and hardworking person with high emotional intelligence.
He must have found the right path to achieve his current success. Liang Qichuan, the uncle standing next to him, nodded and said, "You're right.
We'll ask around and see if they can help us out."
He is not alone in sharing this view.
I made up my mind to find an opportunity to ask.
On the other side. The babies don't need the couple to take care of them at all today. Yu, Liang Qiming, Gu Yuqing, Xiao Jiangwo, and others rushed to hug him.
I have no intention of letting go.
My aunts and the others were incredibly envious of the babies.
Xiao Meichin took some time to see the Sacred Heart. He walked over and said with a smile to his cousin-in-law, Yang Jiachan, sister-in-law, "Didn't Xingxin want balloons and toys?"
"There are plenty here, take some back for him to play with." Yang Jiachan paused for a moment, then looked at her son's expectant face and thought, "Oh right, he can be played with after the 100-day celebration." She spoke gently to her son, "Xingxin, go get whatever you like now. Your younger sibling's 100-day celebration is over, so you can play with it."
Yang Jiachan has a steady personality and is clearly a virtuous woman.
At the same time, she loves her son very much. Perhaps due to her leg problems since childhood, Xingxin is somewhat afraid to talk to others. In places with many strangers, she likes to snuggle in her mother's arms and be held by her.
Yang Jiachan laughed, "You child, what are you shy about? We're all family here. Go ahead, take whatever you want."
Xiao Meichin laughed and said, "Yes, Sacred Heart, you can take everything you like home."
Seeing the way Sacred Heart walks makes one's heart ache. Xiao Meichin gave Sacred Heart a few balloons and small flowers.
After leaving, Yang Jiachan chatted with her aunt and the others.
Liang Chen's wife is such a good person.
She's beautiful, has a great personality, is kind-hearted, and is good to our Xingxin. University professors are different, they're cultured, and chatting with them is a very comfortable experience.
Liang Chen is such a lucky child, he has triplets. As she spoke, Yang Jiachan couldn't help but sigh.
Among his peers, Liang Chen is currently the most successful and accomplished. Look at Liang Bing, that kid is a year older than Liang Chen, but his personality is still like a child's. Fifth aunt Hu Lifang nodded in agreement. Compared to Liang Chen, Liang Bing is indeed far inferior.
Over here, Xiao Jiangwo heard his relatives and friends praising Liang Chen.
He is still very satisfied with his son-in-law. A person with good character also has a good reputation among relatives and friends. I feel very reassured leaving my daughter with him. Seeing his daughter so popular with the Liang family's relatives and friends, Xiao Jiangwo's eyes were full of smiles.
My daughter will be very happy whether she stays in Nanning or with her in-laws. Chapter 79: A Daring Dog Thief.
The triplets' 100-day celebration brought joy not only to relatives and friends. The little white dog at home was also overjoyed. Its tail wagged like a propeller, constantly circling around the babies.
It's like being there to protect them. Very humane.
Seeing how well-behaved Xiaobai was, Aunt Hu Lifang praised it as a sensible dog.
Seeing the well-behaved and obedient Xiaobai,
Hu Lifang remembered a major event that had recently occurred in the village and quickly reminded Liang Chen. Recently, some people came to our village to steal dogs.
Several dogs were poisoned and taken away.
Both of your sixth uncle's dogs are gone, they were taken away by dog thieves.
Don't let your Xiaobai go out to play recently. Hearing what Aunt Wu said, Liang Chen was startled.
Someone actually came to their village to steal dogs. He's been seeing videos of dog theft frequently on TikTok lately.
It usually happens in groups of 2 people.
One person drives while the other steals and snatches the dogs. Their methods of committing crimes are very advanced. Just spray the dog with the spray, and it will die in less than a minute.
Then they took the dog away.
Uncle Lou's 2 big yellow dogs had been with us for several years, but I never expected them to be gone now.
Liang Chen felt a pang of regret.
Back in high school, those 2 dogs used to come over to their house often to visit and play with Xiao Bai.
I never imagined it would be gone now. Liang Chen likes dogs.
His family has always had dogs since he was a child, and it can be said that dogs accompanied him throughout his childhood. Therefore, he has a deep affection for dogs.
Now that I've heard that dog thieves have come to the village, I'm incredibly angry.
Hu Lifang continued, it's not just in our village, dogs are going missing every day in the neighboring village too. I reckon these dog thieves are still committing crimes in our area. Your little white cat is so obedient, so don't let it go out recently.
It's safer to keep it at home. Liang Chen nodded, thanking his 5th aunt for the reminder.
Suddenly, the sound of triplets whimpering came from over there.
Liang Chen went over to take a look.
It turns out the little ones were sleepy and wanted to go to bed with their parents.
The couple carried the babies back to their room on the 2nd floor. Before bedtime, Xiao Mei Chin checks the babies' diapers.
Liang Chen finished preparing the formula and came over to say, wife, you go and keep mom and dad company.
I can take care of the babies.
Xiao Mei Chin picked up Air Bao to check her over, but said no, they're both grown up now and don't need her company.
And now is a good time for them to chat with your parents a bit more.
There's no problem with the diapers for my 2nd child. Xiao Mei Chin scratched her little belly.
The little guy giggled.
The babies miss their parents, so I want to spend time with them. Hearing her mother's words, the 2nd child smiled even more happily.
On the other side, Xiao Bao pooped, so Liang Chen washed his bottom with warm water.
Xiao Bao turned to look at Xiao Mei Jin, drool dripping from the corner of his mouth. While holding her 2nd child, Xiao Mei Chin wiped her youngest son's face clean.
Oh dear, what's with that look, Wan Wan? Is it because mom looks so beautiful today that you're stunned?
The little baby babbled and kicked its little feet as if to say, Mommy is so pretty.
After cleaning up, Liang Chen fed the baby.
On the other side, De Bao was already fast asleep.
Xiao Mei Chin started breastfeeding her 2nd child.
The little guy yawned while eating.
Xiao Mei Chin's eyes crinkled into crescent moons with a smile.
Their little baby looked so cute while nursing.
Liang Chen also fed Xiao Bao. Although Xiao Bao was reluctant to drink formula, he still drank a few sips.
After settling the baby in, Liang Chen went downstairs to greet relatives and friends. Wife, I'm going downstairs to check on things.
You watch the babies.
Okay, go ahead.
However,
as soon as Liang Chen came downstairs, he heard Xiao Bai's barking coming from outside the courtyard. Liang Chen looked around but didn't see Xiao Bai at home. Its roar came from outside, filled with anger and fear. Having raised Xiao Bai for so long, Liang Chen could naturally hear the fear in its cries.
Xiao Bai's behavior must mean something has happened. Liang Chen quickly ran outside the yard.
Upon arriving outside the yard, we saw that little White's fur was standing on end, indicating a wary posture.
It barked wildly in one direction. Upon seeing Liang Chen emerge, Xiao Bai quickly ran to its owner's side and continued barking in one direction. Liang Chen looked in the direction of the sound and saw a minivan parked at the intersection.
2 unfamiliar middle-aged men were wandering around the village.
A large black dog was lying not far away.
Liang Chen was familiar with the big black dog. It was the neighbor's dog and also Xiao Bai's playmate. At this moment, the big black dog whimpered a few times, then collapsed and remained motionless. Just as the big black dog fell down, one of the middle-aged men walked towards it. However, just as he was about to reach out to the big black dog,
the appearance of Liang Chen.
This made him pause. Seeing the black dog fall and become still, little White barked even louder. The shouts were filled with anger.
Liang Chen raised an eyebrow and quickly realized what was going on. Dog theft.
They sprayed the neighbor's big black dog with poison and knocked it out.
He's probably dead by now. Realizing what was happening, Liang Chen was filled with rage. Damn it!
You 2 deserve to die for stealing dogs from our village.
Dog thief.
And Wu had just finished speaking when we unexpectedly ran into each other so soon.
So many people are attending their 100-day celebration today. I never expected dog thieves to be so audacious. With so many people in the village, they still dare to come here. They are completely lawless.
Realizing that Liang Chen had seen through his plan, the middle-aged man quickly picked up the big black dog and ran towards the van. The other ran towards the van, ready to drive away. This is how they commit their crimes. A person sprayed pesticide and poisoned a dog to death. Another person drives, and after succeeding, they immediately drive away. Ordinary people have no way to catch them. However, this time they miscalculated. Because they ran into Liang Chen and Xiaobai. Just as they were running away, Liang Chen shouted, "Little White, charge! Bite him!" Not only that, Liang Chen immediately picked up a large rock from the ground and threw it at the driver. Because the distance wasn't far, Liang Chen smashed a stone hard against the window of the van. A single stone shattered the car window. Another middle-aged man, holding a dog, was about to run to the car when Xiaobai leaped up and bit him hard on the buttocks, then began to tear at him wildly. The little white dog had an amazing bite force, tearing a chunk of flesh from the dog thief's rear end. The dog thief screamed in pain. But he couldn't care less about the pain at that moment, and quickly jumped into the car, urging his companion, "Hurry up, drive." His companion didn't dare to delay and quickly started the car. However, just as he started the car, Liang Chen threw several more stones at the driver's seat. The dog thief's hand, which was gripping the steering wheel, was smashed and mangled. Just when they thought they were about to successfully escape, the van suddenly stalled. No matter how the middle-aged man tried to start the car, he couldn't get it going. Seeing this, Liang Chen quickly moved a large rock and placed it under the van's wheels to prevent the van from suddenly starting and escaping. There was a lot of commotion outside. With Liang Chen's shouts, all the relatives and friends in the yard ran out. Without Liang Chen needing to explain, they already understood what had happened. The crowd was instantly agitated. Dog thieves have come to our village to steal dogs again. They can't escape this time. Let's go, kill him. Yes, kill the dog thieves. Kill them all. They saw the people from Changle village rushing over aggressively. The two dog thieves in the van were terrified and quickly locked the van doors from the inside, trying to stop the people from Changle village. Upon seeing this, everyone let out a cold laugh. Did you think locking the car doors would solve the problem? Uncle Liang Chen brought several bundles of red firecrackers from his home. He lit the firecrackers and stuffed them through the car window. Then they had several people block the car windows from the outside to prevent them from opening the doors and running out. Chapter 80: The Dog Thief. Kill him on the spot and bury him in the back mountain. The car door was blocked from the outside. Even if the two dog thieves wanted to open the door and come out now, absolutely impossible. The next second, a series of firecrackers went off, followed by the dog thief's screams. The people of Changle village are overjoyed. The dogs kept in the village are all used for guarding the houses and property. Many of these dogs have been owned for several years, and the owners have developed a deep bond with them. Who wouldn't be furious if their perfectly good dog was stolen? Help! We'll never do it again. Please, have mercy on us. We will never do it again. You'll cause someone to die. Please forgive us. The sound of a dog thief begging for mercy could be heard from inside the carriage. However, the people of Changle village did not pity them. We must teach them a painful lesson. The neighbor's big black dog was poisoned to death. He was still angry. They lit another bundle of firecrackers and threw them in. We absolutely must blow those two scoundrels up. A few minutes later, the group broke open the car door and dragged out the two badly injured dog thieves. However, after the two came out, they glared fiercely at the people of Changle village. It's as if they want to remember them and find a chance to get revenge later. The villagers are no pushovers. Judging from their vicious eyes, they're probably plotting revenge against us later. What, you two dog thieves want to get revenge on us? The dog thief didn't speak, but his eyes were unusually fierce as he stared intently at the crowd. Although they didn't speak, their eyes and expressions said it all. Brothers, let's kill them. Anyway, there are so many people in our village, even if someone is beaten to death, we won't know who did it. If the police station asks us in the future, we'll just say we don't know. Yes, those dog thieves are despicable. It looks like they're planning to take revenge later. It'll be dangerous if they target us when we go out. Let's just kill them now. I agree. There are no security cameras in the village, so if two people are killed, no one will know. If they are killed, they can be dragged to the back mountain and buried, and no one will know. I want revenge for my dogs, I must kill them. Okay, let's kill them. Everyone, just do it.
If they ever investigate later, we can just say we never saw those two people.
He heard the people from Changla village say they wanted to kill him, and they didn't seem to be joking. The two dog thieves were so scared they wet themselves.
They were initially resentful, thinking that the people of Changle village wouldn't dare to do anything to them.
At most, they'll be sent to the police station. After being released from the police station, he will look for an opportunity to take revenge on the people of Changle village. But now, they never even considered sending him to the police station or the case handling office.
Instead, they wanted to kill them outright.
He's about to lose his life. What's the point of seeking revenge? As expected, wicked people often come from remote and impoverished areas. These people are even more vicious than they imagined. They were once fearless, but now they finally know fear. I was so scared I peed my pants. He immediately knelt down and begged for mercy, his previous vicious expression completely gone.
We're sorry, we were wrong, we'll never do it again, please forgive us.
No, please don't kill us.
We will never dare to do it again. My mother is over 80 years old and is still waiting for me to take care of her. Please have pity on me and don't kill me.
We'll pay you back all the money we made from stealing dogs, please don't kill us. They watched as the people from Changle village walked towards them with hoes and sickles.
The two dog thieves really learned their lesson.
They were telling the truth, they weren't joking, they said they would kill without hesitation. Moreover, the two were certain that the people of Changle village had indeed killed them.
It is absolutely impossible to detect. With so many people present, and everyone taking action, even if the police investigate later, they definitely won't be able to find out anything.
At that moment, the two dog thieves were filled with immense fear, feeling a chill run through them from head to toe.
Wang Jie and Panjio were local hooligans in town.
He spends all his time loitering on the streets, doing nothing but petty theft and other despicable things.
He's been to the police station quite a few times.
But every time they were caught for committing a crime and released from the police station, they still showed no remorse.
He's been stealing dogs again lately. They stole all the dogs in the rural areas surrounding the county town.
I never expected to run into such a formidable person in Changle village.
This time, they didn't even have a chance to go to the police station.
The people of Changle village advocated killing the person to end the matter once and for all.
I never even considered using the law to punish them.
Looking at the hose in the villagers' hands, Wang Jie and Panjio felt a chill run down their spines. Some people are like that. If you talk to them about the law, they'll act like thugs. You act like a hooligan with him, and he talks to you about the law. If you encounter a bad person, then you have to be even worse than them, and they will be afraid of you.
As the crowd drew closer, Wang Jie and Panjio's pants became even wetter.
These people are determined to take their own lives. With so many people on the other side, and already battered and bruised from the firecrackers, they had no chance of winning even if they resisted.
However, just as the two were preparing to die, Liang Chen stepped forward.
He knew he had acted long enough. Dear uncles and elders, today is the baby's 100-day celebration, a joyous occasion.
Let's hope no one dies. A beating is enough. If they dare to come again, we'll kill them. Wang Jie and Panjio heard this.
It was as if they had grasped at a straw.
Yes, please don't kill us, just give us a beating. We're willing to be beaten, please don't kill us. We will never dare to do it again. Please, please spare us.
Neither of them wanted to die, and at that moment, the two seemed to have found their saviors. The villagers of Changle village stopped and thought for a moment. Today was the baby's big day, and it was not auspicious for any bleeding.
However, stealing our dog is unforgivable. Brothers, let's fight.
If they dare to come again, kill them on sight and bury them in the back of the mountain. Actually, the people of Changle village didn't really intend to kill them. It was just to scare them.
However, their acting was so good that Wang Jie and Panjio were terrified.
Although they won't kill him, stealing dogs is a serious crime in their village and can't be let off easily.
So, a group of people rushed forward and beat the two dog thieves severely.
With screams of agony, the two were severely injured. Finally, the village chief arranged for the two men to drive them away and abandon them on the side of the road. They called the police station to come and arrest the person. Their van is still in Changle village. When the group opened the trunk, they found 7 or 8 more dogs that had been poisoned. Some were from their village, and some were from the next village. If Liangchen hadn't discovered it quickly today, they probably would have succeeded and run away with the dog. This time, they caught the dog thieves and gave them a good beating. Along with a scare. I reckon the dogs in the village should be safe from now on.
the neighbor walked sadly to the big black dog.
His dog, who had been with him for so many years, was like family to him. Just like that, he was gone, and the neighbors were incredibly heartbroken. However, just when he thought his dog had been poisoned, the big black dog that had been lying on the ground suddenly moved.
Chapter 81: The Pitiful and Weak Xiao Mei Jin. The big black dog suddenly moved. It wasn't dead, it had just fainted. Great fortune and great destiny. The neighbors were overjoyed to see that their dog hadn't been poisoned. Little White was also very happy and ran to its side, wagging its tail happily. After the dog thief incident, relatives and friends returned to the courtyard and chatted even more lively. Liang Chen chatted with them for a while, then hurried upstairs to see the babies. He was worried that the loud firecrackers would disturb the babies. When we got back, we were surprised to find that the babies were all sleeping soundly. Xiao Mei Chin cast a worried look at him. Honey, how's it going outside? There was such a commotion outside just now. But Xiao Mei Chin had to take care of her babies and hadn't been able to go see them. But from the sounds, she knew what was happening down below. Liang Chen smiled and told her to relax. It's okay, we just caught 2 dog thieves. They were beaten up, and now the police should take them to the police station. Recently, many dogs in our area have been stolen, but the culprits have finally been caught. Xiao Mei Chin was happy for them. Honey, you and Xiao Bai are amazing. Xiao Mei Chin thinks Liang Chen is amazing. Not long after I got back, I caught the dog thief, and on the way home, I also punished the fruit stand owner who had shortchanged me. That's amazing. Xiao Mei Chin's eyes were full of admiration. Time passed quickly and evening arrived. During this time, both sets of parents were discussing something. Xiao Mei Chin did not go to listen. But you can probably guess what they're talking about. It's probably about betrothal gifts and wedding arrangements. The countryside is different from the city. There are many mosquitoes at night, so you need to use mosquito coils or mosquito nets. It's easy to get bitten by mosquitoes while sleeping. You led Gu Yuqing and her husband to the room. In-laws, your toiletries are all in the bathroom, and they are all brand new, just like the blankets. There are mosquito coils on the table. If you don't want to light them, remember to put down the mosquito net. Gu Yuqing nodded. Thank you, in-law. You should go to sleep early too. We'll handle the rest ourselves. After washing up, Gu Yuqing went to the second-floor corridor for a look. I noticed that my daughter's room was quiet, so I figured she must have already gone to bed. The air conditioning was on, and the house was very clean. Although the furnishings were simple, the overall environment was very nice. The bedboard has a mattress on it, so it's very comfortable to sleep on. Gu Yuqing and Xiao Jiangwo lay in bed, their minds filled with thoughts of their daughter. Unable to sleep, the two began to chat quietly again. On the other side, the couple installed a mosquito net on the crib so they wouldn't have to worry about their babies getting bitten by mosquitoes. Looking at the little babies sleeping soundly in their cribs. Both sets of parents were present today to celebrate their 100-day milestone. Xiao Mei Chin smiled happily. Honey, look how peacefully the babies are sleeping. And they are super well behaved during the day, and relatives and friends all say the babies are cute. Xiao Mei Chin was all smiles and couldn't be happier. When it comes to their babies, the couple can talk for a long time about even the smallest things. As she spoke, Xiao Mei Chin felt sleepy. She stretched and said, Honey, I'm going to sleep now. Liang Chen reached out and gently stroked her face, saying softly, Go to sleep. Xiao Mei Chin kissed the back of his hand and said, Good night, my husband. You should go to sleep early too. Okay, good night, my wife. Late at night. Xiao Mei Jin drank too much tea today, and got up to go to the toilet in a daze. As a result, due to unfamiliarity with the environment, she thought she was in Mingyue Bay in Nanning, and subconsciously got up to go to the toilet according to her usual habit. As a result, after taking only a few steps, he bumped his head against the wall with a thud. The room was very quiet in the latter half of the night. Suddenly, a loud thud made Liang Chen subconsciously open his eyes. I reached out and touched the side. It was empty. Where is my wife? Liang Chen jolted awake and sat up in bed. Mei Jin, where are you? No sooner had she finished speaking than Xiao Mei Jin cried out in pain, Husband, I'm here. It hurts. Liang Chen was taken aback, then got up to look. Good heavens, Xiao Mei Jin was seen covering her forehead and looking at him pitifully. What happened? Did you bump your head on the wall? Xiao Mei Chin nodded pitifully. It hurts so much. I thought she was at home, so I walked over out of habit, but there turned out to be a wall here.
Seeing Xiao Meijin covering her forehead, Liang Chen wanted to laugh, but couldn't bring himself to. Then, with concern, he said, "Come, let me take a look." Xiao Meijin covered it with her hand without even looking. She already knew it was swollen. Sure enough, when Liang Chen came over, he saw that it was indeed swollen and a little red. It had already swelled up, but fortunately it wasn't too serious. He could apply some medicine and it should be fine by tomorrow. Xiao Meijin was weak and helpless. Will things really be better tomorrow? It would be so embarrassing if my forehead was still swollen and I had a bump on it tomorrow. After all, they are at Liang Chen's house now, with so many relatives and friends there. I must feel so embarrassed if they see me like this. Liang Chen comforted her, saying it was all right. I have some medicine at home to reduce swelling and relieve pain. My mom made it herself, and it works really well. I'll give it to you to apply, and I guarantee you'll be better by tomorrow. Really? Xiao Meichin asked in surprise. Seriously, I'm not kidding. I'll go get it for you right away. Hearing Liang Chen say that, Xiao Meijin laughed. Liang Chen went to the general store to look for the bottle of medicinal wine, but couldn't find it. He remembered that it used to be kept here, so why is it gone now? Yu heard a noise outside, got up and went out to see what was going on. Why was they looking for something in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? Liang Chen replied, "Mom, I'm looking for the medicinal wine we make at home, but it's not here." Meijin bumped her forehead accidentally just now, and it's swollen now. I'm looking for the medicinal wine to apply to her. Upon hearing this, Yu immediately became anxious. Wait here, the medicinal wine is at your grandfather's house, I'll go get it. A few minutes later, Yu returned carrying a large jar of medicinal wine. Here, see how much you want, fill it yourself, and take it to Meijin. Thank you, Mom. Liang Chen applied medicated wine to Xiao Meijin's forehead, which had a cool and refreshing feel. Okay, you'll be fine by tomorrow morning. Go to sleep. Good. Thank you, honey, you've worked so hard, wah. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Meijin drifted off to sleep again. However, Xiao Meichin had only been asleep for a short while. The silence in the room was broken once again. This time it was the babies crying. Xiaobao cried very loudly, screaming and howling, and no matter how Liang Chen tried to comfort him, it was no use. Finally, the little guy was placed in Xiao Meijin's arms, and he ate his food, which stopped his crying. Next door, Gu Yuqing heard the babies crying coming from Liang Chen's room. Worried about her grandchildren, she got up to go and help. As soon as they reached the door, before they could even knock, the babies stopped sobbing. Gu Yuqing knew the little ones had stopped crying, so she tiptoed back into the room. The first thing Xiao Meichin did upon waking up was to reach out and touch her forehead. Chapter 82 The Babies in Danger, Brave Little White. As the new day dawned, Xiao Meijin touched her head and found that the swelling had indeed subsided. My mother-in-law's medicinal wine was truly amazing. When Gu Yuqing learned about her daughter's situation last night, she laughed and called her silly. After breakfast. The air in the countryside is very fresh, so Xiao Meichin took the babies out to breathe some fresh air. People who saw Xiao Meichin on the street greeted her warmly. Now everyone in Changdal village knows that Xiao Meijin is a university teacher. The villagers held teachers in extremely high esteem. Xiao Meichin pushed the stroller and responded enthusiastically. She likes the feeling of being in the countryside. Without the hustle and bustle of the city, without work, I feel so light and free. The chickens and ducks raised by each household in the village are all free range. I saw many ducks going out to play in groups along the way. There were also a few chickens looking for something to eat. The triplets had only recently returned to the countryside, and everything seemed new and exciting to them. Sitting in the stroller, looking around. Suddenly, a clucking sound rang out. It immediately attracted the attention of the three little ones. Xiao Meichin looked in the direction of the sound and saw a large rooster clucking. They rushed towards them menacingly. Judging from their posture, you can tell they're here to peck at them. Xiao Meichin is no stranger to the rooster that pecks people. It seems like every village has one. There are also some in their village. Xiao Meijin encountered one when she was a child. However, she wasn't pecked back then, but her younger brother Xiao Fan was. These pecking chickens are usually roosters, and older roosters at that. We've kept them at home for many years. He was a notorious troublemaker in the village, a local tyrant in the chicken coop. I'm afraid the other party might hurt the babies.
Xiao Mei Qin instinctively stood in front of the stroller.
To everyone's surprise, when Xiao Mei Qin stepped forward, the rooster crowed even more enthusiastically. Flapping its wings, it sped towards the babies. The triplets looked bewildered, not understanding why the rooster was running so fast. They waved their little hands excitedly. "You dare bite it, little white?" Just as the rooster was about to rush towards Xiao Mei Jin, Liang Chen appeared. With a command given, a white figure rushed out quickly. Little white barks and transforms into lightning, lunging at the oncoming rooster. Then it bit it. The rooster lost a beak full of feathers. Chaos erupted instantly. Upon seeing the little white rooster, the rooster turned tail and ran away in fright. But Little White wasn't going to let it go, and chased after it in a flash. It scared its owner and just ran away like that, which is too easy. As the rooster crowed in fear, it lost another mouthful of feathers, bitten by Little White.
Seeing Xiao Mei Jin blocking the stroller, Liang Chen hurriedly asked with concern, "Wife, are you alright?"
Xiao Mei Jin patted her chest, still shaken, and said, "It's okay, honey, thank goodness you're here." Actually, she was also afraid of roosters that would peck people. But with babies around, she instinctively stepped forward to protect her children. Hearing that his wife was alright, Liang Chen felt relieved and then turned his attention to the babies. The little ones had no idea what had just happened. Here you see little white chickens chasing and biting the rooster, each one of them looking incredibly happy. The three adorable children kept their eyes on Xiaobai, giggling and drooling.
This is what makes them happy.
Xiao Mei Qin wiped the drool from her son and daughter's noses and gently pinched their noses. The little idiots were still laughing.
Did they even know how dangerous it was just now? Thankfully, Dad and Xiaobai are here. See that? Little White is protecting the babies.
The triplets smiled at their mother, then continued watching Little White chase the rooster all over the place.
Liang Chen looked at the rooster running away and felt annoyed. He recognized the chicken. Or rather, everyone in the village knows him. It's a chicken raised by Zhou Guifen's family. Liang Chen was even chased by it when he was in his first year of high school. However, he chased them away with a stick back then. But the other children in the village weren't so lucky. Many children in the village have been pecked by it. I never expected that it would become even more rampant after just a few years. This time he's targeting his own wife and children.
Little Whitey, bite it, don't let it go easily.
Bite me hard.
Woof woof. As if it understood its owner's words, the little white dog barked and then attacked even more fiercely. It bit off another tuft of fur. Little White was very sensible and had no intention of killing it.
I just intend to bite off all its fur.
The triplets were getting happier and happier as they looked at each other, humming and cooing just like they were cheering for Little White.
Little Whitey let out a howl and pounced on the rooster again. Let's see if you dare bully my master again.
I saw that the rooster's feathers had almost all been bitten off by the little white dog.
Completely devoid of his previous arrogance, Liang Chen then called Xiaobai back.
When Little White came back, it wagged its tail at its owner. Xiao Mei Qin praised it, saying, "Little White is really great, especially brave."
"Thank you, Little White, for protecting the babies." Little Whitey barked and wagged its tail even more enthusiastically. As the new day began, Liang Chen packed his things, preparing to return to Yongchang. Meanwhile, Gu Yuqing and Xiao Jiangwo also packed their things and prepared to go home.
They had originally planned to go to Yongcheng to see their daughter's house.
But I eventually gave up on the idea. We'll go when they have their wedding, we don't want to cause them any trouble now.
Over here, Yu is also packing her things. She put several small burlap sacks in the trunk of the nanny van.
This sack is rice, grown by our family.
This sack is mung beans, grown by your grandmother. She asked me to give it to you so you can make some mung bean soup for Mei Jin when you get back.
This is pork, recently slaughtered in the next village. Take it home and process it as soon as possible, don't put it in the refrigerator for too long or it will spoil. This is lotus root, potatoes, and sweet corn. In addition to the items for the couple, you also prepared a set for Gu Yuqing and her husband. Gu Yuqing and Xiao Jiangwo watched silently from the side, feeling very gratified. The Liang family treated their daughter very well.
Xiao Jiangwo said to Liang Qiming, "In-law, come visit us sometime."
Liang Qiming smiled and said, "Definitely. I'll definitely go after the children's weddings are over."
Yu also said to Gu Yuqing, "My dear in-law, please take good care of yourself when you go back.
Stay healthy." Gu Yuqing smiled, "You too." Xiao Fan and the others took a car back first.
The couple were reluctant to part with their little grandchildren and looked at the babies again and again before leaving. Finally, she told her daughter to take good care of the babies and to live a good life with Liang Chen. I watched my father-in-law and mother-in-law leave in their taxi.
Liang Chen reluctantly withdrew his gaze, preparing to say goodbye to his parents and leave. Just then, the system's voice rang in my mind.
Ding dong, congratulations to the owner for holding a 100-day celebration for the babies.
A cash reward of 180,000 yuan and a box of health supplement pills are awarded.
Health and wellness pills. These pills have the effect of strengthening the body's foundation and nourishing its vital energy. One course of treatment can cure all leg and foot problems and completely restore health.
Hearing the system's description of the rewards, Liang Chen was overjoyed.
The first person I thought of was my cousin's son, Sacred Heart.
Chapter 83. Lele, are you not satisfied with this family, huh?
Liang Chen handed the health pills to Yu from his backpack.
Mom, these are the medicines I bought for Xingxin.
They should be able to cure his leg. Please give this to my cousin so that Xingxin can finish the treatment. Tell him not to take Xingxin to see a doctor yet, that he'll be fine after taking this medicine, and there's no need to see a doctor.
Yu was surprised. There was such a miraculous medicine? Son, did you get this from your friend? Did you get the medicine you gave your dad for his back pain from there? Liang Chen nodded. Yes, Mom, this can cure Xingxin's walking problem. Really? That's great.
I'm going back to your grandma's house in a bit to bring this over to Xiaowei and his wife.
The medicine their son gave them not long ago quickly cured Liang Qiming's back pain.
They've seen so many doctors, but nothing has worked.
As a result, he recovered completely after taking Liang Chen's medicine for 2 days. The medicine that Liang Chen specially bought for Shang Xian might be able to cure Shang Xian's leg. If it can really be cured, Yu Hui and his wife will be overjoyed.
After explaining things to the two people, he greeted his relatives and friends.
The nanny van started.
Yu and Liang Qiming stood at their doorstep watching the car drive away little by little until it disappeared from sight.
Yu said reluctantly, when you go to the market later, buy more chicks and send them to the city. Liang Qiming hummed in agreement. The two stood there and chatted for a while.
After finishing her conversation, Yu went home to tidy up her room, only to find that Liang Chen had put 80,000 yuan in cash in their drawer.
Yu didn't know what to say. Look at this child, I didn't want him anymore, but he still gave us so much money at the last minute.
Liang Qiming smiled and said, since the child has left his token of appreciation, let's keep it for them.
On the other side.
On the way home, Liang Chen drove while Xiao Meijin and the triplets were asleep. Upon arriving at Mingyue Bay, Liang Chen woke up Xiao Meijin and asked her to take the babies upstairs while he went to move things from the trunk.
Xiao Meijin took a look.
The trunk was full of things, and Liang Chen would probably have to make several trips to carry them all by himself.
Honey, let me help you move.
Xiao Meijin felt that she could push the stroller with one hand and help Liang Chen carry some things with the other. She went back to put the babies to sleep, and then went out with Liang Chen to get some things.
Liang Chen shook his head. No need, I can do it myself.
After saying that, he used both hands to lift the bag and got up to go home. Both of these are heavy items, a bag of rice and a bucket of peanut oil. Xiao Meijin felt only heartache looking at him.
Husband, is it heavy? Liang Chen laughed, it's not serious, it's no big deal, let's go. These things were really nothing to Liang Chen.
I remember when I was a child, I would go to the fields with my parents to do farm work, and I would carry even heavier things.
Now that he's grown up, he's even stronger. A bag of rice, a can of oil, no problem.
After moving all the things, I returned home.
Liang Chen went to the kitchen to organize the things his mother had given him, then turned to Xiao Meijin and said, Wife, take a look at the babies. Good.
The little ones woke up shortly after we got home.
The little ones smiled happily as they looked at their familiar surroundings.
Suddenly, Xiao Meijin smelled something. Xiao Meijin followed the scent to Debao, where the little cutie was looking at her with a pouty face. Judging from her son's expression, Xiao Meijin knew the little guy had pooped.
Sure enough, the examination revealed that the patient had pooped.
Xiao Meijin smiled indulgently.
Lele, what's wrong with you? You pooped as soon as you got home. Are you unhappy with this house? Huh? Is that it, you little rascal?
As she spoke, Xiao Meijin skillfully cleaned her son's bottom and applied talcum powder, quickly getting the little guy clean.
Night.
The little ones were especially energetic when they came back from Changle village. No matter how I try to coax her to sleep, she won't go. Helpless, Xiaomei Jin came over to Liang Chen to complain, "Honey, look at your son and daughter. They start playing as soon as they're put on the bed and don't want to sleep at all."
Liang Chen laughed, "If the babies want to play, let's play with them. They'll fall asleep quickly when they're tired from playing. Come on, Lele, how about we do some exercises together? Honey, you do it for the baby. Doing aerobics will burn energy and make him sleepy faster."
This time, Liang Chen and the babies did a set of exercises to help them roll over. Although De Bao can now roll over by himself.
But if you do it with them often, the little guy will be even smoother when he's single in the future.
Liang Chen held De Bao's calves and forearms with both hands, making all sorts of exaggerated and funny movements to amuse him and divert his attention.
After the little guy relaxes,
Liang Chen gently swayed from side to side, and the little guy's body swayed along with him.
"Come on, with daddy, left and right, left and right, left and right."
The little one's bones are very soft. When doing assisted exercises, if they show resistance or stiffness, you can't force them.
They need to stay in a relaxed state to do it.
I did 15 rolls to the left and right. The next thing Liang Chen did was release De Bao's hand and only hold his calves with both hands. Then cross your lower legs. With one foot on the ground, release one hand and pull the baby's little hand.
The little guy instinctively rolled over on his own.
While sitting, the baby is lying face down. Then I massaged his back. Open your palms and massage down the back from top to bottom.
The baby will instinctively lift their head at this time. This exercise can train their neck strength.
Lele is holding his head up for longer and longer periods while lying on his stomach, and Liang Chen praises his son for being so great.
Beside her, Xiaomei Chen also did it with her daughter. The mother and daughter were very happy. The second baby can roll over by himself now.
She doesn't need her mother to teach her, she rolls over on her own whenever she's happy. The little one rolled over and saw his mother smiling at him, so he rolled over again.
Xiaomei Chen was so happy.
"You little rascal, so proud of yourself.
You think you're the only one who can flip things? Look at mommy can flip things like this."
Chi-Chi looked up and grinned at her mother, as if she understood what she meant. Then he rolled over and looked at his mother.
Xiaomei Chen smiled at her daughter and said, "Wow, Chi-Chi is so amazing. But can you flip it like mom does?"
After saying that, he rolled away.
Chi-Chi giggled and flipped one over too.
The two were having a great time when Liang Chen noticed that Xiao Bao's eyes were fixed on his mother and sister, as if he really wanted to join in.
"Come on, little Bao, let's roll over together, okay?"
Liang Chen picked up Xiao Bao and placed him next to De Bao, taking turns feeding the two brothers.
Xiao Bao can also roll over by himself.
However, his success rate wasn't as high as his older brothers and sisters, sometimes he couldn't get over it.
Liang Chen will spend more time with his youngest son.
Strengthen his physical exercise so that he can catch up with his older and younger siblings. Watching Xiao Bao struggle to roll over, the tiny little guy moved Liang Chen deeply.
After completing the assisted exercise, Xiao Bao tried to roll over on his own.
It failed twice, but succeeded on the third try.
Liang Chen is proud of his youngest son.
Previously, it took 7 or 8 tries to succeed, but this time I succeeded on the third try.
There has been tremendous progress. Liang Chen, as a father, feels incredibly proud of every step his children take.
Xiaomei Chen also came over and kissed her youngest son's forehead, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons with laughter.
"Wan Wan, you're so great. Your mom's pride." They have 3 children, and Xiaomei Chen will not favor one over the other.
He also showered Lele and Chi-Chi with praise. De Bao and Er Bao are also amazing, they can roll over at such a young age, which is better than other children. Come on, mommy will give the babies a thumbs up and a heart shape with her hands.
After exercising, the baby fell asleep very quickly. After the couple gave them a bath, they quickly put them to sleep. And after doing some light exercise before bed, I slept very soundly. After the babies fell asleep, Xiaomei Chen lay down and played on her phone.
Suddenly, she saw a picture of sexy lingerie and paused for a moment, hesitating whether to buy one to wear for Liang Chen.
Chapter 84. The excited couple. Can this medicine really cure my son? The sexy lingerie is particularly revealing. Xiaomei Chen blushed deeply at the sight. Liang Chen noticed his wife was acting strangely and asked with concern, "Honey, what's wrong? Your face is flushed. Do you have a fever?"
After saying that, he reached out and touched her forehead.
Xiaomei Chen quickly hid her phone and said shyly, "No, honey, I'm fine."
She planned to buy it secretly to surprise Liang Chen. On the other side,
at Liang Chen's maternal grandmother's house.
Upon hearing Yu Yu's words, Yu Hui's voice trembled. "Aunt, you said that Xingxing doesn't need to see a doctor, and you have a way to cure his leg?"
Yu Yu nodded. But I didn't dare to say anything definitively. I thought it should be okay, since Xiao Chen bought the medicine for Shang Xin. Hearing uncertainty. Still taking medicine. The nascent hope in Yu Hui's eyes gradually faded away. My son has taken a lot of medicine over the years.
They tried every kind of medicine, no matter how expensive.
But it had no effect at all. The couple had given up all hope of treating their son with medication.
I just hope that this time, seeing a traditional Chinese medicine doctor can cure my son.
But for his son's sake, he ultimately didn't want to give up any hope. Aunt, where did Xiao Chen buy the medicine?
Now that Liang Chen has made something of himself and earned a lot of money, he might even know some capable doctors in the big city.
Maybe the medicine they prescribed really works. Since Auntie has already delivered the medicine to our door, we should at least give it a try.
Hearing her nephew's words, Yu Yu was silent for a while before saying, "Xiao Chen took it from his friend. I don't know exactly who it was, but his friend's medication was amazing, otherwise, your uncle would have been in pain for years. After taking medicine for several years and seeing many doctors, we had almost given up hope.
But a few days ago, we went to Nanning.
Xiao Chen knew his dad had back pain, so he got some medicine from a friend.
After taking it for 2 days, he was completely cured. My back doesn't hurt anymore, and I feel much more energetic."
Yu Yu recounted what had happened a few days ago to them. Upon hearing this, Yu Hui's eyes lit up with hope once more.
Liang Chen was unaware of Liang Qiming's back pain. But he knew.
My aunt used to take my uncle to see doctors frequently, but in the end, none of them were effective. Unexpectedly, after taking Liang Chen's medicine, I recovered in just 2 days.
Maybe this time it can really cure my son. Aunt, Liang Chen said this medicine can really cure Xingxin? Yu Hui asked to confirm. Yes, the couple gave it to me when they went home today. Shall we? We've bought all the medicine. Why don't we give it to Xingxin to try? Maybe it really will work. Deep down, Yu Yu desperately wanted to cure Xingxin's leg.
The little guy's legs have been underdeveloped since he was a child, so he can only walk slowly and can't run. Few people his age played with him. Yu Yu felt sorry for the little, lonely figure she saw.
Yu Hui remained silent for about half a minute before finally nodding. Okay, Aunt, give it a try on Xingxin.
Liang Chen and he had a good relationship since childhood, and this time he specially brought back the medicine.
Even if it doesn't have any effect, it won't affect the child's health. Yu Hui decided to give it a try for his son. Sacred Heart. I just got into bed and was about to sleep. At this moment, Yang Jiachan walked over.
She noticed that something was off about her husband's expression.
What happened to Yu Hui? What were you talking about with your aunt? Yu Hui took a deep breath and glanced at Yang Jiachan.
His aunt said that his cousin had given her a box of medicine today, which he had bought for Xingxin. They said they could cure my son's leg and allow him to walk normally.
What? Honey, are you serious? Upon hearing this, Yang Jiachan was stunned and asked in disbelief. Yu Hui looked at Yu Yu. The medicine is with my aunt.
Xiao Chen said it's okay, but we're not sure.
Yang Jiachan looked at Yu Yu expectantly and asked, Auntie, is what Yu Hui said true? Can it really cure the Sacred Heart? Xiao Chen isn't joking?
Yu Yu nodded seriously, and Xiao Chen said it was okay. Your uncle's back was cured last time by taking medicine from his friend. I'm not 100% sure if we can cure Xingxin this time.
Shall we give it a try? Tears welled up in Yang Jiachan's eyes. She nodded excitedly, okay, Auntie, let's give it a try.
My son has been taking medicine for so many years, so it's not a bad idea to try it one more time. Liang Chen is quite capable now, maybe the medicine he gave us really works.
Inside the room,
Sacred Heart covered herself with a blanket and went to sleep. Her obedient appearance was heartbreaking. He was also holding an anime card in his hand. Children his age play happily at school every day, running and jumping. But his own grandnephew, because he can't run, has no other children to play with. When the little guy was born, Yu Yu and her nephew were waiting for him outside the delivery room.
Xingxin is very sensible.
Although no other children are willing to play with him, he has never cried or made a fuss.
He has excellent grades and is always among the top 10 in his class. His family puts up new award certificates every year.
Sacred Heart was still half asleep, not quite fully asleep yet. Yu sat down on the edge of the bed and gently touched his forehead.
Xingxin, your great aunt has come to see you. Come on, get up and eat something before you go back to sleep, okay? Xingxin opened her eyes, rubbed them, and said, Grandma, what brings you here? What about my younger siblings?
Yu smiled and said, your younger brother and sister have gone back to Yongcheng.
But they asked me to bring you some food. Xingxin, eat one before you go to sleep, okay? Sacred Heart nodded obediently.
She then looked at Yu Hui and Yang Jiachan and called out in a hesitant voice, Dad, Mom. Looking at her son's obedient appearance, Yang Jiachan couldn't help but shed tears.
Good boy, come on, get up and eat what your great aunt gave you. Sacred Heart nodded.
I saw that Yu had an extra pill the size of an index finger in her hand. Having taken medicine for many years, Xingxin knew that what her great aunt and parents made her take was medicine. And it's the bitterest tasting pill. But the little guy knew that his parents were doing it for his own good, so he ate it all in one bite.
Yang Jiachan asked expectantly, How is it, son? How are you feeling?
Yu Hui rolled his eyes at his wife. She had just eaten it, how could it possibly be effective so quickly? Xingxin said earnestly, Mom, it's not bitter, it's so sweet, sweeter than anything I've ever eaten before. Mom, my belly feels warm, especially my legs, it feels so good.
Xingxin said, somewhat bewildered, that he was still young and couldn't describe many things yet.
I briefly described my feelings.
Yang Jiachan was overjoyed.
Her son said his legs felt very comfortable, and maybe the medicine her cousin gave him really worked. He wanted his son to get up and try walking to see if there was any difference. As a result, Yu Hui scolded her, saying that there was no way it could be effective so quickly. Her cousin had given her a course of treatment, so she should take it slowly and observe the effects later. Despite saying that, after hearing his son's feelings, Yu Hui began to hope that his son could really get better and be able to run and jump like a healthy, ordinary child.
As long as my son is healthy, I'll let him do anything.
After Sacred Heart took the health pills and fell asleep, the three of them quietly left the room.
That night, Yu Hui and Yang Jiachan couldn't sleep, their hearts filled with excitement.
I hope that, as Liang Chen said, my son can be cured. Chapter 85. A miracle occurred, the couple was cured, and they were moved to tears. The couple were so excited they couldn't sleep all night, hoping for a miracle.
A new day. The first thing I did was go see my son.
Yang Jiachan's heart was racing, and her hands were trembling uncontrollably. At this time, the Sacred Heart had not yet awakened. She and Yu Hui sat by the bed, anxiously waiting for their son to wake up. These short 15 minutes. For the two of them, it felt like an eternity. Click, the room door opened. Yu walked in with a surprised look.
Why are you all up so early? We can't sleep and want to see the Sacred Heart. Auntie, why are you up so early too?
Yu didn't go home last night, she stayed at her parents' house. Like Yu Hui and his wife, she couldn't sleep and thought of checking on her grandnephew.
Liang Qining's back pain was cured quickly last time. Perhaps we'll see results from the Sacred Heart treatment soon.
While the three of them were waiting together, the Sacred Heart finally showed signs of awakening.
Yang Jiachan tentatively asked, Xingxin, how are you? How do you feel in your legs?
The Divine Heart has only just awakened. It was a child again, and it took them a while to recover.
I rubbed my eyes and found that my parents and great aunt were all in the room.
Xingxin assessed her physical condition and truthfully said, Mom, I feel just as comfortable as yesterday. I don't feel uncomfortable like before.
The son's innocent voice rang out. Yang Jiachan was pleasantly surprised. Really? Xingxin, do you need to pee? Why don't you get up and go to the toilet first?
Sacred Heart threw back the covers, put on her shoes as usual, and headed for the bathroom. Yang Jiachan and Yu Hui stared wide-eyed at the way their son walked.
My son walks differently than before.
I can walk much more steadily now, and I don't have that wobbly feeling anymore.
Could it be that the medicine Liang Chen gave his son really worked?
The couple immediately felt incredibly nervous. After Xingxin came out of the bathroom, Yang Jiachan bent down, opened her arms, and said gently, Come here, Xingxin, come to mommy, quickly. Sacred Heart instinctively quickened her pace and walked towards her mother's arms. My walking posture has really changed.
It has become more stable.
The couple were both surprised and delighted. Yang Jiachan excitedly hugged her son, Xingxin, you walked very fast just now, you didn't fall.
Sacred Heart, come with your mother to the yard and walk like a child. Yang Jiachan couldn't wait to take her son's hand and walk out of the room.
Yu and her niece Hui followed them out with excited expressions.
Once inside the courtyard, Sacred Heart not only walked steadily, but could even run.
This moved the couple to tears on the spot.
Sacred Heart, you can run now. You can walk and run like a normal friend now.
Before she knew it, Yang Jiachan's eyes had already welled up with tears. Hearing her mother's words, Xingxin was stunned for a moment.
He then realized that he really could run. I can walk faster now, and I'll never fall down again because my legs are too weak.
Sacred Heart smiled happily at her mother.
Mom, Sacred Heart can run now. Look, I'll run for you.
After saying that, he ran around the yard to show his mother.
Her tiny figure resembled a free and joyful butterfly.
After playing with Xingxin for a while, Yang Jiachan told her son to go back to the living room to rest. After her son left to go find his grandmother, Yang Jiachan covered her face and squatted on the ground crying. The crying started softly, gradually grew louder, and finally turned into hysterical sobbing. Although Yu Hui was a man, he was not much better than Yang Jiachan. At this moment, his shoulders trembled and tears streamed down his face.
Yu wiped away her tears, happy for the couple and for Xingxin.
After Yang Jiachan finished crying, she wiped away her tears and smiled at Yu.
She said incomparably, "Aunt, thank you so much, you are our benefactor. We're all family, why say such things? Besides, this isn't my achievement. Xiao Chan bought the medicine." "But, Aunt, thank you anyway. If you hadn't brought the medicine, Xingxin wouldn't be in this state now. Don't thank me, thank Xiaochen instead.
By the way, Xiaochen said that you have to finish the entire course of treatment.
I just took one pill last night and it was already effective. You can't relax in the later stages, you have to take it according to the course of treatment to be completely cured."
Yang Jiachan nodded frantically. "Auntie, I understand, we will definitely eat on time, thank you." At that moment, she felt as if she were dreaming.
I never expected a miracle to actually happen. My son can walk and run normally now. The medicine Liang Chen gave them was amazing.
Yu Hui walked over, his eyes red.
"Aunt,
You interrupted him, "Don't thank me.
I'm happy that you were able to heal Xingxin.
If there's anything, you can talk to Xiaochen yourself." After saying that, she went back to the living room to play with Xingxin. Yu Hui immediately called Liang Chen to express his gratitude. He excitedly told him the good news about the Sacred Heart.
They thanked him profusely, saying that Liang Chen was their family's great benefactor. Liang Chen answered the phone with a slight smile, happy for his cousin and his wife. Tell them not to be polite.
He also instructed the couple to make sure that Sacred Heart completed the entire course of treatment to ensure a complete cure.
On the other side, Xiao Mei Chin went to school today. During breaks between classes, she secretly browsed shopping platforms and looked at clothes.
Seeing Huang Yuting and Lin Jing approaching, he quickly turned off his phone. Huang Yuting, with her sharp eyes, noticed the phone screen.
With a mischievous grin, he said, "Teacher Xiao, what are you looking at so intently? Are you buying clothes?" Xiao Mei Chin blushed and said, "No, I haven't seen it." "You're kidding. I clearly saw it just now, hee. I didn't expect Teacher Xiao to be so romantic." Upon hearing this, Lin Jing's eyes immediately lit up with gossip. "Romance? What romance? Teacher Huang, what did you see just now? What clothes does Teacher Xiao want to buy?" "Hee, sexy little clothes, you know what I mean."
Huang Yuting gave her colleague a knowing look, letting her figure it out herself.
"What kind of sexy clothes?" Lin Jing was completely bewildered, but quickly recovered and screamed, "You mean sexy lingerie? Teacher Xiao wants to buy lingerie."
Before Lin Jing could finish speaking, Xiao Meijin covered her mouth.
If someone overheard this, would she ever be able to face anyone again? Just shut up.
Seeing that Xiao Meichin's face was as red as a tomato, Huang Yuting found it amusing and teased, "Teacher Xiao, I never knew you were such a serious person, but you're so playful in private."
They only look at those bold styles. Let us see too, we'll help you choose. Lin Jing's eyes lit up. Yes, we want to look too.
The three of us can look together and choose several styles.
Xiao Meichin covered her face. How could these two teachers be like this? Can you watch these things together? Xiao Meichin was too lazy to pay them any attention. As a result, Huang Yuting opened the shopping app and searched for the keywords. Suddenly, countless sexy little clothes appeared before their eyes. Teachers Huang Yuting and Lin Jing blushed deeply. Goodness, are sexy lingerie these days really this daring? The two exclaimed that it was so exciting. Then they recommended the best-selling and most popular items to Xiao Mei Chin. Xiao Mei Chin's face turned even redder. P.S. The rating is over 7 points. Thank you so much for your support, my darling. Chapter 86 Husband, you come in later. Huang Yuting grinned. He snatched Xiao Mei Jin's phone and quickly ordered 2 sets for her. How did you know my password? Xiao Mei Chin angrily snatched her phone back. Huang Yuting smiled smugly. Yours is password-free payment. Oh dear, Ms. Xiao, don't be shy. We understand the fun between husband and wife. If you're too shy to buy it yourself, we'll place the order for you. You're welcome, we're off to class now. Huang Yuting laughed and, fearing that Xiao Mei Jin would really get angry, pulled Lin Jing away as if they were fleeing. However, after the other party left, Xiao Mei Chin did not choose to refund the money. Time flies. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Xiao Mei Chin secretly went to the school's courier point to pick up a package. When Liang Chin got home, he saw his wife holding a package. I casually asked, honey, what did you buy? Startled, Xiao Mei Jin quickly pulled her hand back, changed her shoes, and ran back to her room with the package in her arms. Liang Chen thought she was very strange. This is very unusual. After hiding the package in her room, Xiao Mei Chin finally came out to eat in the living room. Liang Chen didn't ask any more questions about the express delivery, and Xiao Mei Jin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The 3 little ones were already very hungry. Liang Chen fed them formula, but Xiao Bao wasn't very willing to drink it and would only take a few sips before stopping. Therefore, Xiao Mei Jin was eating while breastfeeding her baby. After dinner, the couple washed the dishes together. After finishing, Liang Chen waved to Xiao Mei Jin and said, Wife, come over and let's chat for a while. Xiao Mei Chin wiped her hands clean, sat down next to him, and then leaned against Liang Chen. Liang Chen put his arm around her shoulder and whispered, Wife, if there's anything I haven't done well enough, just tell me to my face, and I'll try my best to do better. Or if you encounter something or feel wronged, you must tell me, okay? I, your husband, will definitely solve this for you. Has anything bothering you at the studio lately? Tell me about it. If you're not happy with your job, then we'll quit. Your husband will support you as long as you're happy, that's all that matters. Xiao Mei Jin looked up in his arms, her eyes filled with confusion. Husband, you did a great job. You are the best husband. Marrying you is my happiness. I didn't encounter anything or suffer any injustice. Work is going smoothly, and I'm happy every day. Liang Chen countered, is that so? But why do you look so preoccupied after returning to Nanning from home? Xiao Mei Chin was afraid he would overthink things. It just slipped out I had no ulterior motives, it was just what I wanted to say. Oops, I almost let it slip. Xiao Mei Chin quickly covered her mouth. Liang Chen asked curiously, what are you thinking about? I'm thinking that Ms. Huang Yuting covered my class on Monday, should I also cover 2 of her classes? But I'm not familiar with her courses, and I'm wondering if I'm capable of handling them. Liang Chen noticed his wife's evasive gaze and naturally didn't believe what she was saying. But since the other party didn't want to talk, he didn't force them. If you're worried that you won't be able to handle the task, you can treat them to a meal or give them a gift, there's no need to worry too much. Okay, I understand. At that moment, Liang Chen received a video call from Yu Yu. Son, I have some good news for you. Sacred Heart can run around everywhere now. His leg has completely healed. Your cousin asked me to tell you to thank your friend properly, thanks to his medicine. Once you and Mei Jin have your wedding, he will definitely go to Yongqing to thank her in person. Liang Chen was happy to mention his cousin in Shang Xin. However, that friend was a figment of his imagination. My cousin and his wife are destined to be unable to thank me in person. Yu Yu was in a great mood. Come here, Xingxin, come over and say hello to your uncle. At this moment, Xingxin and her cousin were both with Yu Yu. She turned the camera around, and a well-behaved little boy appeared in the video. Cousin, my wife and I don't know how to thank you enough, Yang Jiachan said, entering the video chat and embracing Xingxin in gratitude. Liang Chen waved his hand and said, Sister-in-law, no need to thank me. I'm happy that Xingxin can run and jump like other children. No need for words of thanks, we're all family. When Mei Jin and I have our wedding, you and your cousin must bring Xingxin along. We're looking forward to it. I'll definitely be there.
After chatting with her cousin's family of 3 for a while, the phone was returned to Yu's hands.
Where are the babies? Are they asleep? I want to see my little grandchildren. Oh dear, they're playing games by themselves.
While watching the babies play the game of tearing tissues, Yu said, "Oh, right, there's something else.
Didn't the villagers hear that you opened a children's clothing store and are making over 200,000 yuan a day?
Your cousin Liang Bing said he wants to go to Yongqing to check out your business. I reckon he thinks it's profitable, so he wants to learn how to make money, and if he thinks it's feasible, he'll come back and open his own business." Besides him, other relatives and friends also said they wanted to go see it.
Just letting you know in advance, I'm not sure exactly when they'll be going. Son, if too many of them come and it affects your business, there's no need to be too polite to them, understand? Liang Chen listened quietly and chatted with his mother for another 20 minutes before hanging up. Go to sleep at night.
Liang Chen noticed that his wife was behaving very strangely. After the babies fell asleep, Yao Mei Chin carried them to the nursery. Only the 2 of them remained in the master bedroom.
Liang Chen felt his wife was acting very strangely tonight and wondered what she was up to.
As he returned to the master bedroom from the children's room, he was refused entry by Yao Mei Chin.
Honey, wait a minute before coming in.
I'm going to take a shower first. After saying that, she blushed and ran to the bathroom to take a shower.
Liang Chen scratched his head, wondering what his wife was up to.
There was nothing he could do but go back to the children's room and come back later. On the other side, Yao Mei Chin had already taken a shower and was wearing her newly bought underwear. She felt very uncomfortable wearing it at first.
It's like wearing nothing at all. Oh, how embarrassing. However, in order to surprise her husband, Yao Mei Chin endured the embarrassment and gradually adapted. She sat on the edge of the bed, feeling extremely uneasy. Would Liang Chen like me dressed like this? What if he thinks he's dressed too revealingly? Does he think he's being provocative? Oops. Thinking of this, Yao Mei Chin couldn't help but cover her face. But I've heard that men like that. Yao Mei Chin's inner thoughts at this moment were quite complex.
Just as she made up her mind, there was a knock at the door. Xiao Meijin exclaimed in surprise, quickly lay down on the bed, and said to the door, "Husband, come in, it's ready." Liang Chen turned the doorknob, pushed open the door, and saw Xiao Meijin lying on the bed, but she looked a little different than usual.
Chapter 87: The surprise my wife prepared. Liang Chen noticed that his wife was different tonight. Wife. Upon hearing Liang Chen's words, Xiao Meijin looked to the side.
Her face was flushed, and her neck had turned a rouge color. At this moment, her face was extremely shy, like a bright red apple, making one want to take a bite. Liang Chen walked to the bedside, looking at his wife's rosy cheeks with a doting and tender gaze. Xiao Meijin pursed her lips, looked at Liang Chen, and the words were on the tip of her tongue, but she didn't know how to say them.
Honey, what do you want to say? No, it's nothing. Meijin, you've been acting so strangely lately, so that's what it was about.
Looking at Liang Chen's ambiguous smile, Xiao Meijin felt that he had seen through her.
Yao Mei Chin took a deep breath, lifted the blanket, and revealed the clothes underneath. She got up from the bed and gave Liang Chen a hug. She shyly rested her head on his shoulder and whispered in his ear, "Honey, how do I look in this lingerie? Is it pretty? More than just beautiful. So exciting, so sexy."
This had a great impact on Liang Chen.
Liang Chen's tone was urgent. Wife, can I take a good look at this?
Yao Mei Chin let out a soft moan and nodded shyly.
Liang Chen took a deep breath and slowly began to appreciate it. So sexy, so incredibly sexy. At that moment, Liang Chen felt that even dying would be worthwhile. My wife is so charming like this. It's big and white. I love it so much. Husband, do you like it?
Xiao Meijin was so nervous that her voice trembled.
Liang Chen swallowed hard. How could you not like that? Unless he's not a man.
It was obvious that Liang Chen was a normal man who really liked her. He stared intently at Xiao Meijin.
Honey, you're so beautiful. Liang Chen could no longer hold back, and leaned in to kiss her lips forcefully.
Xiao Meijin was stunned when Liang Chen kissed her. After an unknown amount of time, Yao Mei Chin responded in a daze.
Seeing his wife's current state, Liang Chen was completely captivated. Next comes the period of growth for the couple.
After a long while, Xiao Meijin fell into a deep sleep, and Liang Chen got up feeling refreshed. Looking at his sleeping wife, Liang Chen smiled indulgently and gently covered her with the blanket. Then, she carefully got out of bed and walked towards the children's room.
As soon as I entered the children's room, I smelled an unpleasant odor.
De Bao and Xiao Bao were still fast asleep, but Er Bao had his eyes open, sticking out his little bottom, raising his leg, and was eating his toes.
Good heavens, how did the little guy do that?
And the strange smell in the room told Liang Chen that his daughter must have pooped.
Chi-Chi, you've pooped.
Come on, stop eating your feet, Daddy will change your diaper. Upon seeing his father, Er Bao loosened his chubby little legs and smiled at him.
The little guy is laughing so happily after pooping, he's such a silly boy. But my daughter is so cute.
Liang Chen smiled slightly, gently picked up the little cutie, and cleaned her bottom.
Er Bao is in good spirits now, not crying or fussing, and staying quietly in Liang Chen's arms.
She stared blankly at him with her big, watery eyes.
It's like they're studying Dad.
Finally, the little guy grinned and reached out his chubby little hand to grab his father's nose. Liang Chen smiled gently, holding his daughter and casually letting her grab something while preparing formula to feed her. Being a baby, the little one fell asleep shortly after being fed. Liang Chen carefully carried the triplets back to the master bedroom. The children are still young, and Liang Chen wouldn't feel at ease if he didn't sleep in the same room with them.
A new day. Liang Chen prepared breakfast and went back to the room to wake Xiao Meijin up. I'll get up now.
Xiao Meijin's voice came from under the covers. Seeing that his wife didn't dare to look at him, Liang Chen couldn't help but laugh.
Get up quickly, or you'll be late for school. After Liang Chen left the room, Xiao Meijin got up to tidy up.
When she came out of the room, Liang Chen had already set out breakfast, and turned around to greet her with a smile.
Come and eat.
Xiao Meijin avoided eye contact, her face burning hot. Liang Chen acted as if he hadn't seen it, pulled out a chair, and said, "Come on, sit down." Xiao Meijin buried her head in her food, looking completely focused on eating.
I grew up with Liang Chen before. But last night was different. She wore very daring lingerie. I felt embarrassed during the day.
She forgot her handbag before leaving for work. Liang Chen handed her his bag as he left, then tidied her hair, his smile full of affection.
That smile up close. Xiao Meichin's face instantly turned bright red, and she hurriedly took the handbag and left. Liang Chen chuckled. The mother is so shy.
As soon as Xiao Meichin arrived at the school office, Huang Yuting came over.
Teacher Xiao, you look radiant today. How did it go? Did something happen last night? Xiao Meichin froze. Don't say anything more. Nothing happened last night. Xia, I don't believe it. Huang Yuting waved her hand. The answer was already clear from the expression on her face. On the other side, Liang Chen is taking care of the babies at home. He noticed that the babies had been crying ever since Xiao Meichin went to school today. Although it is normal for a baby to cry. But now the triplets cry more often than before. Liang Chen guessed that it was probably because the babies were having their 100-day celebrations these past few days. During this time, Xiao Meichin has been staying by the baby's side. Now that she's back in Nanning, Xiao Meichin has started working again. The babies are not used to it and keep looking for their mothers when they can't see them. If you can't find it, just cry. The little ones believed that as soon as they cried, their mother would appear. But they were disappointed today. The crying only brought the father, not the mother. This made the babies even sadder. The three babies were emotionally unstable, and Liang Chen couldn't soothe them all by himself. It's so frustrating, I can't figure it out. Yu called and learned about the situation with her grandchildren. She was also worried. This situation could only be resolved when Xiao Meijin returned. But she comforted her son verbally. Raising a baby is a long process, and you'll encounter many things along the way. Don't worry, worrying won't help, so take it slow. It's only been a little over 3 months and you're already worrying? There's still a long way to go, you'll probably go bald from worry. The babies have been spending a lot of time with their mother these past few days. Once Meijin goes back to work for a few more days, the babies will adjust. Try to comfort them later. If they're making a fuss at home, take them out for a walk. Maybe they'll be distracted by what's happening outside and forget about their mother. Liang Chen thought his mother made sense and hung up the phone. Liang Chen planned to take the babies out for a walk and check out the children's clothing store while they were there. Sure enough, babies are easily attracted to new things. As soon as they stepped outside and saw the flowers, plants, pedestrians, and cars, they immediately stopped crying.
He sniffed and looked left and right, looking incredibly focused. Upon arriving at the children's clothing store, the three little ones smiled happily upon seeing other babies their age.
She's a completely different person than when she's at home. To Liang Chen's surprise, an incredibly bizarre incident occurred as soon as they arrived at the children's clothing store.
P.S. Tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival, wishing you all a happy Mid-Autumn Festival in advance.
Chapter 88 The Son is Abandoned?
A Careless Mother. As soon as Liang Chen and her babies entered the children's clothing store, they immediately attracted everyone's attention.
The little ones change every day.
But the one thing that hasn't changed is that she's getting cuter and cuter.
In addition to parents buying clothes, there are also many children of the same age as the babies in the children's clothing store. Liang Chen discovered that the triplets especially liked to spend time with babies of the same age. Seeing them, the little cuties were overjoyed.
The other children were also very excited to see the triplets. They were communicating as if in baby talk.
However, just as the babies were chatting happily, shop assistant Hu Yulian pushed a stroller to Liang Chen with an anxious expression.
There was a little boy in the stroller, who looked about 3 months old, a bit smaller than the babies.
Looking at Hu Yulian's anxious expression, Liang Chen hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?"
"Boss, 2 people came into our store to buy clothes just now, but when they left, they only took the clothes and forgot to take the baby."
"Did you forget to take your child with you?"
Upon hearing this, Liang Chen was immediately startled.
Is this even possible?
He then quickly knelt down to check on the little boy in the stroller.
Everything is normal. It's a very healthy baby. How long has her mother been gone?
About 2 minutes later, I chased after him, but he was nowhere to be found. Hu Yulian has been in the children's clothing industry for many years, and this is the first time she has encountered something like this.
This sudden accident left her completely bewildered.
The parents around were all surprised when they heard Hu Yulian's words and saw the baby in the stroller.
The next second, a cacophony of voices erupted. Good heavens, what careless parents!
They forgot to bring their child.
Oh my God, could it have been abandoned on purpose? It's possible. I just saw a news report about parents abandoning their babies a while ago. The babies were so pitiful. But if you were going to abandon your baby, you wouldn't have brought them to buy clothes. I agree.
They say pregnancy makes you stupid for 3 years, and I think my mother probably hasn't recovered yet.
This doesn't make sense either. Didn't the child's mother come with a friend? The child's mother doesn't remember, and neither does her friend? Was it really abandoned on purpose?
Many parents speculated that the baby might have been abandoned by his mother.
They all cast pitying and distressed glances at the little boy. They are both parents and can't stand seeing babies being abandoned. Every baby is the apple of their parents' eye. How could anyone be so heartless as to abandon their own child? Hearing the speculations of those around her, Hu Yulian became anxious. "Boss, what should we do?"
Liang Chen looked at the little boy in the stroller who was communicating with the triplets in baby talk, and after a moment of silence, he spoke.
"Let's wait a bit longer. If the other parents don't show up in half an hour, we'll call the police." "Good." Hu Yulian nodded.
She would temporarily stop doing business and take good care of the little boy. I kept praying that the child's mother had forgotten.
Otherwise, it would be too pitiful for a little boy to be abandoned by his parents at such a young age. Fortunately, her worries were unnecessary. 20 minutes later, 2 women rushed into the children's clothing store. It was the little boy's mother and her friend. After leaving the children's clothing store, the couple strolled around the streets for another 20 minutes before realizing they had forgotten to bring their son. She was immediately alarmed and rushed back to the children's clothing store to find her child. Hu Yulian and Liang Chen had been waiting for them. The young mother breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the baby in the stroller. He thanked Liang Chen and Hu Yulian profusely, saying, "Thank you so much, boss and beautiful lady. I thought my son was lost. Thank you so much." The little boy smiled happily when he saw his mother and stretched out his little hands for a hug. The woman picked up her son and kept apologizing to him, saying, "Baby, I'm sorry, mommy was too careless." "I'm sorry, baby. I've made you suffer. Can you forgive me?" The little boy had no idea that he had almost been lost by his mother, and now he was happily snuggling in her arms. It's clear that the little one is very attached to his mother. Seeing this, Liang Chen smiled with relief and told the woman, "Remember the baby in the future, don't lose him again. If you run into bad people, you won't be as lucky as you are today."
The woman nodded remorsefully. I will, thank you, boss. It's so embarrassing for a woman to not even remember her own child when she encounters such a handsome man.
Unexpectedly,
the woman and her friend had only been carrying the baby for less than 5 minutes.
Hu Yulian hurriedly came over and put 2 shopping bags in front of Liang Chen.
Boss, these are the clothes that the mother bought for her baby. She left them in our store while holding her son, but forgot to take them when she left.
Liang Chen. This time it's clothes.
She just said she would never forget to bring the baby again. But then this whole thing happened. Liang Chen doubted whether she could really take good care of the child.
Don't lose it again. Let's leave it at the front desk for now.
She'll probably come and get it when she remembers.
Good.
About 15 minutes later, when she saw the familiar figure again, Hu Yulian breathed a long sigh of relief. The woman, carrying her son, returned to the children's clothing store with her friend.
I apologize and say, I forgot to bring my clothes. Hu Yulian greeted them with a smile and handed them the shopping bags. They chatted for another 2 or 3 minutes before the other person left. As a result, not long after the other party left, Hu Yulian's face fell again. There was an extra cell phone on the counter. After the woman took the clothes, she left her phone in their store. Hu Yulian. This time, she no longer planned to report to Liang Chen. They'll come back to get their phone when they remember it.
Clearly, this time, the other party reacted faster than the previous 2 times, in less than 5 minutes. The woman then hurriedly ran back into the shop. This time, Hu Yulian made sure that nothing was left behind before letting the other party leave. Liang Chen chuckled as he looked at the forgetful young mother. I wonder whose wife she is. She seems a bit simple-minded. Hopefully, her son won't be as simple-minded as his mother when he grows up. Over here, the triplets got tired of playing in the children's clothing store and started looking for their mother again.
If I can't see my mom, I'll cry for you.
Having no other option, Liang Chen could only send Xiao Meijin a WeChat message to ask her when she would get off work. Upon learning that the other person was about to arrive home, Liang Chen immediately became happy.
Smiling, he said to the babies, "Do you miss mommy? How about daddy takes you to find mommy?" The babies don't understand. But I know the meaning of the word mother.
Hearing their father mention their mother, the little ones, who had been whimpering, stopped sobbing and looked at Liang Chen expectantly.
Liang Chen is puzzled. Do the babies understand what he means? Good heavens, how old are they? The 3 little ones said, "Hee, Daddy, you're thinking too simply." The babies are very smart.
Chapter 89: The Troublesome Second and Third Babies, and the Well-Behaved Older Brother.
On my way home,
Liang Chen saw someone selling soy milk makers at a stall, and quite a few people were buying them.
He bought one too.
I plan to make soy milk for Xiao Meichin in the mornings from now on. He can drink it himself, and if he has time, he can also make some steamed buns.
It's absolutely delicious with soy milk. These things can only be achieved if you have the time and are willing to spend the time to do them.
That's life, passing by in ordinariness.
When I got home, Xiao Meichin was already there. When they met again,
she had lost the shyness she felt in the morning and returned to her usual self. Liang Chen put the soy milk maker away and went to the kitchen to get busy, while Xiao Meijin took care of the 3 little cuties.
The little ones love being with their mom.
I like being hugged by my mother. Every time we put the triplets down, their faces turn into pitiful, aggrieved expressions.
Her expression was extremely aggrieved. She looked incredibly pitiful. Looking at their pitiful and weak appearance,
Xiao Meichin reflected on herself, wondering if it was too much to not be able to hold these adorable baby angels all the time. Such sweet and soft babies should be held in our arms all the time, and we shouldn't let them feel wronged. Although Xiao Meichin only has a little over 3 months of experience taking care of babies, she knows that babies are very smart.
They express their emotions by crying. Once they learn that crying works on their parents, next time, they'll just cry right in front of you. Honey, why don't you put the babies on the bed and let them play by themselves? They'll get used to being held all the time. We have 3 little ones, and if they all get used to it, your hands will never be free.
Looking at her son and daughter's pitiful expressions, Xiao Meijin said helplessly, "Husband, they are too pitiful, I can't bear it."
I don't think I can do it.
Compared to fathers, mothers are always gentler when it comes to their children, and sometimes they are not as resilient.
Goodness. Look, it's gotten out of control now.
Debao is fine if left alone, he'll play quietly on the bed by himself. She would only glance at her mother occasionally before going back to playing by herself. Meanwhile, the second and third babies took turns crying. They all want to stay in their mother's arms. They'll cry as soon as they're put down.
However, Xiaomei Chin can only hold one baby at a time. If you can't hold one of them at the same time, the other one will start sobbing.
Xiaomei Chin sighed. Thankfully, Debao can play by himself for a long time after he's eaten. She only needs to take care of 2 babies now. If she had to soothe 3 at the same time, she would be too busy.
Fortunately, the babies are very curious. Hearing noises coming from the kitchen, the little guy wanted to go and see.
Xiaomei Chin pushed the adorable babies in a stroller to the kitchen door. Look, Daddy is cooking.
Wow, my husband looks so handsome in the kitchen. Liang Chen's efficient and busy figure made Xiaomei Jin's eyes sparkle.
Although the 3 little babies didn't know what their father was doing, they watched intently with curious eyes.
Just one more dish and it'll be done.
I had just put the vegetables in the pot when I noticed the fire on the stove slowly going out.
Xiaomei Chin asked, "Honey, is our gas stove broken? Or is there no gas?" Liang Chen really couldn't make up his mind.
The house was a system reward. It was already fully furnished and equipped with appliances when I moved in.
The system shouldn't break down that quickly, right? I reckon they're out of money for gas. He thought for a moment and said to Xiaomei Chin, "Honey, let me check online."
After saying that, Liang Chen went back to his room and found all the property-related documents and certificates, including the gas card and electricity card. I logged into the app and checked, and sure enough, I had no money left.
Fortunately, paying bills is very convenient now. You can do it on your mobile phone. Liang Chen logged into the mini program and paid his gas and water bills there.
This way, the situation won't happen again. Watching Liang Chen quickly pay the fee on his phone, I could see that he had done a series of operations.
Xiaomei Chin said, "Honey, could you send me a copy of the account number and card number as well? That way, I can pay by myself if you're not home." Good. Once the gas was connected, the last dish was quickly finished. Xiaomei Chin ate while breastfeeding her second child.
Debao and Xiaobao are playing by themselves in the stroller.
Suddenly, Xiaobao's whimpering voice rang out. "Are you hungry? Let Daddy see."
Liang Chen picked up his youngest son, and the crying gradually stopped.
So the little guy wanted to be held. Liang Chen fed Xiaobao formula while eating. In addition, Debao sucks his fingers in the stroller.
Of the 3 little ones, the older brother is the least troublesome. Over here, the second child finished eating and soon fell asleep in his mother's arms. The babies are now over 3 months old, and their activity level has increased significantly. Their sleep quality has also improved considerably, and they wake up later in the morning. Liang Chen handed the baby to his wife, took the second baby, and carried his daughter back to the crib in the room. As soon as Wan Wan was in her mother's arms, she smiled as if she had found money, a completely different attitude from when she was with her father.
She was so happy. This scene was witnessed by Liang Chen, who had just come out of the room. He came over to tease him. "Oh dear, little Bao, are you not happy that Daddy is holding you?" Xiaobao glanced at his father, then buried his head in his food, ignoring him. Liang Chen was heartbroken and came to Debao for comfort. Wow, Debao is so good.
He doesn't cry or fuss in the stroller and plays with his toys all by himself. Seeing his father come over, the little guy grinned and stretched out his chubby little hands for his father to play with his toys.
"Oh, thank you, Lele. Lele is so generous. Daddy, can I play with it for a bit? Lele, can you tell Daddy how to play?" Debao bounced his bottom and laughed happily. My heart, which had just been hurt by Xiaobao, was instantly healed by Debao.
Liang Chen picked up her eldest son and then fed him milk.
The little guy isn't picky about food. He doesn't reject either breast milk or formula. Debao is very well behaved.
She took a few sips of milk powder, smiled at her dad, and then turned to look at her mom and younger brother.
Her smile is so cute. Xiaomei Jin's heart melted.
She smiled and praised him. "Lele is such a good boy.
Eat more food and grow tall and strong."
Debao blinked his beautiful big eyes and smiled at his mother. Xiaobao also stopped, turned his head to look at his older brother, and the little guy stuck out his bottom and smiled at his brother. The 2 brothers seemed to be communicating with each other.
Liang Chen wondered if his sons were exchanging tips on drinking milk.
Because they had to breastfeed their babies, the couple spent a lot of time on a single meal. By the time they finished eating, the 2 little ones had already fallen asleep.
Liang Chen went back to the room and carefully placed Debao next to Bao. The 2 little cuties were snoring away, sleeping soundly. And what about Xiaobao? The little one is still in his mother's arms.
Even though Xiao Bao was asleep, he still held onto his food tightly. Xiao Meijin held her on the sofa for a while, planning to put her son back to sleep with his older brother and sister later. Xiao Meichin has been holding the baby for a long time, and her arms are getting sore.
Liang Chen walked over and said, "Wife, leave it to me."
Xiao Meichin nodded, but as soon as the two of them took over, Wan Wan woke up, squinted her eyes and saw that it was her father, and started to make a fuss.
P.S. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival, a day for family reunions. Have all the little ones gone home?
The young author is having a tough time. He didn't earn any money and is afraid to go home.
Chapter 90. The couple planned to set an example for their eldest child.
When Xiao Bao saw that it wasn't his mother, he immediately started making a fuss. That's how it is at first glance. Xiao Meijin quickly took the little one back.
"Honey, let me hold him."
Wan Wan sobbed and fell asleep in her mother's arms, but there wasn't a single tear in her eyes.
Liang Chen sighed helplessly, "Wife, I'm going to do the laundry." "You'll have to do the baby."
Xiao Meijin sighed, kissed her son's little hand, and said, "You naughty little devil."
When Liang Chen returned after hanging up the laundry, Xiao Bao was already sleeping peacefully in his crib with his older brothers and sisters. Xiao Meichin gently covered them with their blankets. Since the 100-day celebration, the little ones have become even more dependent on Xiao Meichin than before. This is not a good sign.
After a moment of thought, Liang Chen said, "Wife, if the second and third babies are unhappy in the future, don't hug them right away.
If they get into a habit and don't let me hug them, they'll only be happy when you do. Then you'll have a hard time." Xiao Meichin frowned.
She also realized the seriousness of the problem.
What should I do then? When the babies cry, am I just supposed to stand by and watch? The little one's crying expressions are as pitiful as can be.
How could she, as a mother, bear to do such a thing?
Liang Chen suggested, "Wife, just be a little more ruthless." As it turned out, Liang Chen's concerns were justified. For the next period of time, the second and third babies are quite temperamental. They always insist on being held by their mother. She cries when she can't see her mother. They didn't want Liang Chen to hold them, they insisted on having their mother. Fortunately, De Bao is different from his younger siblings. As before, the little one is overjoyed when his dad or mom holds him.
In the evening, Xiao Meijin was preparing her lessons, while Liang Chen took turns holding Chi-Chi and Wan Wan to play. The two little ones looked unhappy.
Unlike their usual crying, these two poor little ones are crying now.
It's as if it's the most pitiful baby in the world, the most unloved baby.
Liang Chen told Xiao Meijin to be ruthless and not to pay attention to the babies when they cried.
But when it came to his own turn, seeing his daughter and son's pitiful expressions, he immediately forgot what he had said. She took the little one and went to find her mother.
"Honey, are you done with your work? The babies miss you. Look, they're crying their eyes out."
Xiao Meichin was halfway through her work when she heard the babies crying, and she immediately jumped up from her office chair.
The next second, she switches from work mode to new mom mode.
Xiao Meijin sat down on the sofa, opened her arms, and let Liang Chen put the two little ones in her lap. Leaning back on the sofa, with Liang Chen's help, she could hold two babies at once.
She then unbuttoned her clothes and fed the two little ones. De Bao rolled over and played on the bed by himself.
Looking up at her mother and seeing that she was busy, the little one rolled over and had a great time. I saw De Bao playing quietly by himself.
The couple felt both relieved and happy.
It seems I need to set a good example for my second and third children.
Of course, their role model is their older brother, De Bao.
The two little rice dumplings were sobbing in their mother's arms, their little noses red from crying, and glistening tears still clinging to the corners of their eyes.
The chubby little person looks so weak and pitiful.
Xiao Meijin struggled to hold the two little ones, feeding them while observing their condition.
"Honey, the babies' backs are all soaked with sweat. Could you get 2 towels to wipe them off?" Liang Chen quickly brought out the little one's special handkerchiefs.
Besides the back, there were also quite a few on the forehead. Over here, De Bao got tired of playing by himself, rolled over, stuck out his little bottom, and crawled towards his mother with his short legs, whimpering.
The little guy is alone in bed. Afraid that he would fall, Liang Chen quickly went to catch him. Liang Chen asked gently, "Lele, are you tired from playing? Are you hungry?"
He tentatively asked De Bao if he was hungry, but the little guy didn't respond. Liang Chen was worried that her son wouldn't understand, so she took out the baby bottle again. As a result, De Bao still didn't respond.
Xiao Meichin guessed, "Honey, Lele probably isn't hungry." Try holding him and comforting him. Just as Xiao Mei Chin had guessed, Dabao wasn't hungry. The adorable toddler, who had been whining just moments before, immediately burst into happy laughter after being comforted by his father. I guess this little guy is tired from playing and wants to feel safe and secure with his parents. On the other side, Xiao Mei Chin had two adorable babies in her arms, looking like two little piglets. They ate with gusto. Erbo was strong and seemed afraid of losing to his younger brother, so he ate very quickly, causing Xiao Mei Jin to tremble in pain. After feeding and holding the two little ones, Xiao Mei Chin's back was soaked with sweat. "Honey, take a look at the baby, I'm going to change my clothes." Liang Chen picked up Dabao and put him down so he could play with his younger siblings. He noticed that as soon as Xiao Mei Jin left, the two little ones, Erbao and Sanbao, started sobbing again. Looking in the direction her mother had disappeared, her eyes were filled with grievance. Liang Chen sighed, realizing that this habit of over-relying on his mother definitely needed to be corrected. So he started to distract the two little ones, putting the older one in the stroller and taking them to the terrace to watch the fish. "Come on, babies, how about Daddy takes you to see the fish? Do you remember we have fish at home?" Dabao was curious after hearing his father's words. The second and third babies were crying, their whole bodies were hot, and good heavens, their foreheads were sweating again. Liang Chen helped them wipe things as he walked. "Look, this is a pond, these are goldfish, there's one here, oh dear, are the others hiding? Is the fish playing hide and seek with us? Where did it go? Oh dear, here's one. Found it, found it. There's another one here." So that's why they were hiding under the lotus leaves. Babies, this is a lotus leaf, did you know? They can live in water, isn't that amazing? When adults are coaxing children, they must use exaggerated facial expressions and tone of voice to better attract the baby's attention. At the same time, the characters are more vivid and interesting. Chi-Chi and Wan-Wan stopped crying and looked curiously at the goldfish in the pond with Dabao. To increase their curiosity, Liang Chen continued to tease them, "The fish haven't eaten yet. How about we feed them together with Daddy? Let's feed the fish. Look, this is fish feed, the fish is food. Oh dear, they've eaten. See how fast they eat? They're gone in one bite." Liang Chen not only made exaggerated expressions and used exaggerated tones, but he also repeated some words. This makes it easier for babies to remember these words. The triplets giggled as they watched the fish eagerly devour the food. They are very interested in goldfish. The second and third babies were engrossed in watching with their older brother, temporarily forgetting that they needed to find their mother. Chapter 91 Liang Chen, I admit I was too loud just now. Seeing that the baby's attention had been diverted, Liang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. After showing them the fish, then I used toys to amuse them. Dabao and Bao each have a dinosaur toy. Xiao Bao practiced rolling over and crawling with his dad. The little one isn't as physically strong as his older siblings, so the intensity of his training naturally needs to be increased. After Wan-Wan rolls over and lies on his stomach, Liang Chen will push his little feet to give him the strength to crawl forward. Xiao Bao's physical strength is much greater than before, his progress is clearly visible. But the little guy didn't want to crawl tonight, no matter how Liang Chen tried to coax him. He just rolled over, then stuck his bottom out and refused to crawl forward. Here, Xiao Mei Chin changed her clothes and came over. "Honey, how are the babies?" Goodness. When Xiao Mei Chin called out husband, it was quite a sound. The little baby, who was lying on his stomach, immediately perked up his ears to recognize his mother's voice. The little one's attention had just been diverted. Liang Chen wanted his wife to stop talking for the time being, but it was clearly too late now. Erbao and Sanbao have already heard her voice. Then, Xiao Mei Jin felt that the little ones had been appeased by Liang Chen. I probably won't let her hug me again. And that was indeed the case. She glanced at the second child, who was happily playing with toys with the first child. He glanced at her once, then continued playing. Xiao Mei Chin was very pleased with her daughter's performance. However, just as she was feeling relieved, Wan-Wan looked up and saw her, her lips trembled, and she immediately started to cry. Xiao Mei Chin. She couldn't understand why Xiao Bao was more dependent on her than before. Dabao paused in his play with the toy, then turned to look at his younger brother with a confused expression, not understanding why his brother was crying. Xiao Mei Chin picked up the baby, and the human infant stopped crying the next second. Seeing this, the couple's faces were filled with worry. Xiao Mei Chin held her baby and played with him with a dinosaur toy.
Honey, thankfully the second baby's condition isn't as serious as the first one's.
What should we do if this continues?
Liangchen was also a first-time father, so there was nothing he could do.
Let's gradually cultivate his independence in the future.
The image of the baby crying pitifully flashed through my mind. At this point, he could no longer bring himself to say anything that would make them be cruel to the baby. After all, the way the second and third babies cried for their mother was really pitiful. Even though they did nothing wrong, when the child cried, the expression on his face seemed as if he had been abandoned by his parents, and they couldn't help but feel guilty.
Xiao Mei-chin also felt this way.
She felt it was perfectly normal for the baby to miss his mother.
If the baby doesn't like or depend on their mother, that would be a terrible failure as a mother.
Looking out of the corner of her eye at the two children playing happily, Xiao Mei-chin felt that her life was very happy.
Xiao Bao relies on himself. My second daughter wanted me to hold her. This kind of life seems quite enjoyable and interesting.
Of course, she also loves her eldest child, who is the easiest to take care of. As if sensing that his mother was thinking of him, De Bao turned his head and saw his mother looking at him.
The little guy grinned. Chubby little Bao, his smile is so heartwarming.
Liang Chen's gaze fell on Xiao Bao, and she came over to tease him.
Now that mommy's holding you, how are you? Happy now? But you can't let mommy hold you all the time, can you?
You have your older brother and sister too, and mommy has to work to earn money for baby formula.
The little guy turned his head away, indicating that he didn't want to listen. Just as the couple was playing with their baby, Yu made a video call. Hello, can you hear me? Is there any sound? Mom, I can hear you, I can hear your voice, I can see you.
Yu nodded happily and said that she had gotten a new phone, which was bought for her by Yu Hui and his wife.
Let's try out the video function tonight.
In the video, besides her, Liang Qiming is also sitting on a bench next to her.
Yu smiled at the camera and asked, "Have you had dinner yet?" "Yes, I've eaten.
Tonight, I cooked some dishes that Mei Jean brought from home for you."
"Oh, so does Mei Jean like it?" "We're full, now it's time to play with the babies." "Ha, are you babies being good now?" "Good boy, that is." Liang Chen told his mother about the second and third babies again. Yu hummed in agreement. It's actually very normal for babies to be clingy and dependent on their mothers. You were clingy when you were little too. When you were 3 or 4 months old, you couldn't put you down. You would cry as soon as you touched the bed, like you had nails stuck to you. Back then, we were busy at home, with so many things to do every day.
I had no choice but to carry you on my back to work in the fields.
Liang Chen didn't remember having this incident. He asked curiously, "When will I stop hiring?"
Yu shook her head. Her memory wasn't as good as before, and she had forgotten several months' worth of memories. Back then, your grandma and the others said you had a strong personality, that you wouldn't let anyone hold you.
As soon as I put you down, goodness, you sat down on the ground with a thud and cried so hard. Before, I was too busy with things at home, so I carried you on my back every day, which exhausted me. It only became easier after you could crawl and walk.
I estimate that this is the situation for the second and third babies now, except that the second baby's situation is not as severe.
Just hang in there, things will get better in a few months. If you're busy, let them cry it out for a while.
It's okay for a baby to cry for a while, it can even help them develop their lung capacity.
Parents don't need to worry too much. Mom, what if you cry too much? Oh, in that case there's nothing we can do.
We still have to coax her.
Liang Chen hummed in agreement and then said, "Mom, when Erbao and Sanbao cried, their foreheads and backs were covered in sweat." Yu smiled and said, "It's okay. All babies are like this."
Babies have high body temperature, and it's normal for them to sweat when they cry because they use up energy.
Now you know how tough it is to be a parent, right?
The babies are only 3 months old now, you'll have plenty of worries to come. Liang Chen smiled and said, "Mom, I will take good care of them." Yu nodded and said, "Son, your dad and I are planning to build a small house behind our house."
"What do you think?"
"We'll raise all our chickens and ducks in there from now on, and we'll buy a few piglets to raise after a while. I heard that raising pigs is profitable now, and your dad and I want to give it a try."
"Mom, you still raise pigs? Aren't you tired? If you need money, I'll send you some."
You said there was no need to send them money.
"Your dad and I are used to being busy.
We'll raise a few more pigs at home to make our lives more fulfilling. Our calf will be grown up next year, and the mother cow will probably give birth to another one. After raising the calf for a few more years, we can sell it for tens of thousands of yuan.
We have pigs and cows at home.
Your dad and I plan to stop farming this year and raise them at home instead. Although we can't compare to you, we're content with earning tens of thousands of yuan a year.
P.S. The author created a Douyin account, Autumn Cat. Those who are interested can check it out. 8776-531-6422. Chapter 92 The Baby's Unique Cuteness.
When their parents have something they want to do, Xiao Mei-chin and Liang Chen give them their full support.
Yu smiled happily. My daughter-in-law is so sensible. After hanging up the phone,
the couple learned about the current situation of their second and third children. Perhaps before the two little ones can crawl and walk, they will rely on Xiao Mei-chin just this much.
Fortunately, the second child is not as dependent as the first. Honey, when do you think the babies will start walking? Liang Chen thought for a moment and looked up.
The older generation always says that babies roll over at 3 months, sit up at 6 months, crawl at 7 months, and walk at 8 months. The little guy will probably be able to walk in a few more months.
Several months. Xiao Mei-chin was worried.
She said it was fine to hold them at home, but she was concerned about what would happen to the babies when she went to teach classes and wasn't home.
Everyone says raising children is difficult. No parent has it easy.
Liang Chen had no choice but to let nature take its course.
He couldn't very well let his wife take their second and third children to class, could he?
From now on, when you go out, sneak away so the babies don't see you. If they didn't see their mother leave, Chi-Chi and Wan might have forgotten about it while playing.
A child's dependence on their mother is a source of happiness for the mother.
It will also cause trouble for the mother.
It's both a blessing and a curse. For example, right now, Xiao Bao's dependence prevents Xiao Meijin from doing anything else. A new day. The weather is hotter than usual. Xiao Mei-chin returned home from school covered in sweat.
On her way home, she bought a watermelon to quench Liang Chen's thirst.
The babies here have just woken up. Play with them in the living room. Bao and Sanbao both looked reluctant.
The eldest child's demeanor contrasted sharply with the expressions of his younger siblings. The little guy is playing he's interested in a toy not far away.
I'm trying my best to get it.
I see a particularly inspiring spirit in this little guy.
Hearing the door open, Bao and Sanbao turned their heads and stared wide-eyed. She burst into tears the next second.
Just as Bao grabbed the toy, he heard his younger siblings crying. The little guy was puzzled by their sudden cries. They blinked their curious eyes at them.
Liang Chen came over to coax the two good guys. Result. Well, she cried even louder. What, you're crying as soon as mom comes back? Didn't you cry enough this morning?
Xiao Mei-chin put down the watermelon, quickly washed her hands and wiped her sweat, changed her clothes, and came over to coax the two naughty children. When Chi-Chi and Wan saw their mother, they excitedly reached out their little hands to grab her clothes. Her little face was twitching, she looked so heartbroken.
Liang Chen sighed helplessly, second child, third child, why don't you like me even though daddy's home with you every day? You weren't like this before.
Xiao Mei-chin coaxed her two little cuties, good boy girl, baby, mommy's back from work.
Come on, everyone give mommy a kiss. And Bao, you should also give mommy a kiss, okay?
Xiao Mei-chin kissed the triplets' cheeks, frowned, and asked, honey, how long did the second and third babies cry this morning?
Liang Chen sighed and cried on and off for a long time.
Now that his wife is back, he feels much more relaxed.
He was about to cut a watermelon.
Turning my head, I saw Bao blinking his questioning eyes at me, holding a toy in his hand.
Well, how should I put it? They're so cute. Liang Chen felt a pang of tenderness in his heart. He walked over and picked up the little one.
Come on, Lele, let's go cut a watermelon together.
Mom will stay here with your little brother and sister.
Bao waved his little toys and grinned at his dad.
Liang Chen hugged his son and smiled happily. Let's go cut some melon. Lele bounced her bottom, indicating, Daddy, I don't want to go, I want to continue playing with my toys.
The little guy didn't know what his dad meant by cutting melon.
However, he kicked his feet, wanting to go back to the ground and play with his toys. At this age, it's best not to force young children to do things they don't like.
Liang Chen squatted down and put his son back on the mat. The little guy stuck his bottom out and crawled forward very hard. Seeing how much effort he was putting in, Liang Chen wanted to help him.
Xiao Mei-chin, look over here. Honey, go cut the watermelon first and put it in the refrigerator later. It's hot, so we'll give the baby a bath in a bit and then feed him her. Good. After quickly cutting the watermelon, Liang Chen came over, picked up Debao, and said, "Come on, let's take a bath together. We'll play later." Now, as long as there are toys, Debao can play for a long time. The little one already understands what taking a bath means. He didn't object, because he knew he could play with toys and water while taking a bath. So Lele didn't cry or fuss during bath time. On the contrary, she was quite happy. After cleaning the little guy and dressing him, Liang Chen felt that Lele could understand what he was saying. "Lele, your bath is done. Can you play by yourself for a while? Mom and Dad need to give your little brother and sister a bath. You can play by yourself, or you can sit here in the stroller and watch your younger siblings. After your younger siblings have finished washing, you can play together." Debao remained expressionless and silent, leading Liang Chen to assume the little guy had agreed. As a result, it was put down. The usually well-behaved Debao started throwing a tantrum. Liang Chen chuckled and said, "How about Daddy plays with you? Mommy will give Bao and Sanbao a bath." Hearing his father say that, Debao finally composed himself. Liang Chen sighed helplessly. That's just how little babies are. Sometimes they don't reason with you at all. On the other side, Xiao Mei Chin began to bathe her second child. The little one has gotten used to taking baths now, and her mother even helps her bathe. The little guy was quiet and played with his little yellow duck in the water, having a wonderful time. Soon, the second baby turned into a fragrant and adorable little one. Liang Chen took a break and handed Xiao Bao over to Xiao Mei Jin. The little guy immediately became unhappy when he saw his dad, and his expression changed instantly. Xiao Mei Chin placed her second child next to her first child and said with a smile, "Honey, leave it to me. It's hot now, so the babies need to take a bath every day. And you also need to wash your hair. However, you shouldn't wash your hair every day. It's best to wash it every 2 or 3 days. My second and third babies have been crying a lot lately, and they sweat a lot on their backs, foreheads, and backs of their heads. Make sure to wash their sweat off promptly." When Xiao Mei Chin gave birth to her triplets, she had a cesarean section. Even if you recover very well, your stomach will still hurt if you squat for too long. So Xiao Mei Chin placed the bathtub on the countertop and used it to bathe her babies. Xiao Mei Jin held Xiao Bao, adjusted the water temperature, supported Wanwan's head with one hand, and washed his hair with the other. While washing him, Xiao Mei Chin teased him, "You like taking baths so much now? Little rascal, do you remember how you used to hate taking smelly baths?" Xiao Bao covered his little fists and giggled. Xiao Mei Jin smiled and said, "What are you laughing at? Our Wanwan has a temper now. She doesn't even give her mother a moment's rest. If mom's always with you, then dad will have to do all the housework. Are you trying to kill dad with exhaustion? Huh, you little rascal?" Xiao Bao seemed to understand, his lips trembling and tears welling in his eyes. He looked incredibly wronged. Chapter 93. The second and third baby's unusual crying has been taken to the hospital. The adorable baby turned into a heartbroken baby. Liang Chen came over and laughed, "Wife, look, you made the little guy cry." Although Xiao Bao is young, he is very smart. Xiao Mei Jin quickly comforted her son, "Wanwan, don't cry, don't cry. Mommy was just joking. Our Wanwan is the best boy. He wants to stay with mommy all the time because he loves her, right? Mommy loves Wanwan too." After coaxing him for a while, the little guy stopped crying, and Xiao Mei Jin also washed his hair during that time. I dried his hair with a towel, then turned on the hairdryer. Even from a distance, Xiao Bao could only feel a slight breeze blowing on his head, which felt so comfortable. Wanwan was born the latest, and her development in all aspects was not as good as her older brothers and sisters. His hair is less than that of his 2 children. Xiao Mei Chin is worried that when the little one grows up, his hair might not be as thick as other people's. I could see her worry. Liang Chen smiled and comforted her, "Wife, don't overthink it. Compared to other babies of the same age, Wanwan has more hair than them. Besides, I was about the same age as Xiao Bao when I was a child. Look at me, I'm doing just fine now." Hearing Liang Chen say that, after looking at his hair again, Xiao Mei Jin finally felt relieved. "My husband has such thick and healthy hair, our son will probably have hair like his dad's in the future." Time passed quickly, and evening arrived. While Xiao Mei Chin was playing with her 3 children in the living room, Liang Chen, who was hanging clothes on the balcony, suddenly heard Xiao Mei Jin's anxious voice. "Honey, come quick.
The second and third babies kept crying and looked very upset.
Liangchen quickly put down the clothes and ran over. What's wrong? What happened to the babies? I don't know either. Look, the babies are crying very distressly, unlike their usual crying. Chi-Chi and Wanwan looked very upset tonight, completely different from usual. Liangchen looked to the other side and observed De Bao's condition. However, De Bao is perfectly normal.
The little one looked at his younger siblings with a puzzled expression, not understanding why they were crying again. The eldest child is fine, but the second and third children are behaving very strangely.
Xiao Mei-chin immediately became extremely anxious.
This was the first time Liang Chen had encountered such a situation, but luckily he remembered that he had a pediatrician's phone number saved. He then quickly called the other party.
I told the doctor about Chi-Chi and Wanwan's condition over the phone. The doctor asked on the phone, are both babies crying at the same time? How did they cry?
Liang Chen found it hard to describe, and could only give a general idea. Unlike his usual crying, this time his expression was particularly distressed, and he didn't know what was wrong with him.
I couldn't understand it at all.
The doctor asked them to make a video call on WeChat.
It's clearer through video.
Please take off the baby's clothes and turn them over so I can see their backs. After the video call connected, the doctor carefully observed the baby's reactions.
Liangchen nodded and quickly took off the baby's clothes.
As soon as he turned over, he immediately noticed the baby's unusual condition.
The second and third babies have red spots on the back of their necks. Liangchen took a breath. Doctor, what is this? Show me a closer look with the camera. Zooming in, the doctor blurted out, the babies have heat rash. Let him check De Bao to see if he has it.
Liangchen immediately examined Lele, and the little guy looked at his father with a blank expression.
I don't understand what Dad suddenly wants to do. Liangchen breathed a sigh of relief after turning De Bao over.
The eldest child didn't grow, only the second and third children cried sadly.
The doctor happens to be on duty at the hospital tonight.
After thinking for a moment, she said to the camera, bring Chi-Chi and Wanwan over, I'll show them to them in a bit.
Liangchen dressed the babies again, then turned to Xiao Mei-jin and said, Wife, you stay home with the eldest, I'll take the second and third babies to the hospital. How could she possibly sit still after something like this happened to the babies?
Xiao Mei-jin hurriedly packed the children's things to take out.
I'll take De Bao with you all. I'm worried about leaving you at home. Liangchen glanced at De Bao. The little guy was full of energy.
Fortunately, the little one doesn't cry or fuss and can play by himself.
He nodded and said, okay, but please keep De Bao, Chi-Chi, and Wanwan away from us later.
I'm worried about the possibility of it being contagious. The second and third babies developed red spots at the same time, while the first baby was fine.
But what if someone gets infected? I understand. I'll put De Bao out by himself in a bit. Although it is already evening, the temperature in Nanning is not low at night.
Babies don't need to wear long sleeves, they can go out in their normal clothes.
Pack up the baby's things.
Liangchen slung his bag over his shoulder, pushed the stroller, and Xiao Mei-jin carried their eldest child as they went out. Inside the stroller, the two little ones were sobbing and crying, they looked so pitiful.
De Bao looked at Er Bao and then at San Bao, puzzled.
Seeing her distressed daughter and son, Xiao Mei-chin prayed that they would be safe and sound as soon as possible. On the way, she held De Bao in her arms, looking at Chi-Chi and Wanwan in the safety seat with worry. Upon arriving at the hospital, Liangchen went straight to the doctor, pushing the stroller. The doctor examined the second and third babies on the spot and quickly drew a conclusion.
It is indeed heat rash. Don't worry about that.
I'll buy you some medicine to take home and apply.
It will get better soon.
When she heard the doctor say that she would recover soon, Xiao Mei-chin almost burst into tears.
Very good. That way my baby won't have to suffer. Liangchen asked Er Bao and San Bao why they got heat rash.
While applying medicine to the two little ones, the doctor replied, it's mainly caused by the hot weather. The heat rash will gradually disappear once the temperature drops. In addition to applying medicine to the babies, you can lower the temperature in your home to help them recover faster. It's hot in Nanning now, and even though the babies are still small, we still need to turn on the air conditioning to keep the room temperature around 24-26 degrees Celsius, which is a more suitable temperature.
This temperature will be very comfortable for the baby. Some parents worry that turning on the air conditioner will be bad for the baby's health, but as long as the air conditioner doesn't blow directly on the baby's head, it's fine. Also, when you're at home, try to dress your babies in as few clothes as possible.
At home, besides a vest and diapers, your baby doesn't really need to wear any other clothes.
Socks and gloves are not necessary.
You can put them on your baby if their hands and feet get cold when the air conditioner is on. When dressing babies in vests or other small clothes, it's best to choose pure cotton.
Pure cotton dries quickly, so the sweat will evaporate easily.
When babies are sleeping, you can just cover them with a thin towel.
Of course, you can also use gauze instead. If you're worried about your baby's tummy getting cold, you can use a towel or gauze to cover their tummy. These are the causes and solutions for heat rash in babies.
The doctor then asked if the second and third babies had been crying or sweating frequently lately.
Chapter 94: The Fury of Cat Lovers. The couple nodded and recounted the recent situation of their babies.
The doctor smiled and said that these were all normal occurrences. Many babies, like Chi-Chi and Wan-Wan, prefer to stick close to their mothers. This is what babies' mothers rely on. The situation will improve in a few months. The doctor applied medicine to the babies, and the little ones stopped crying after a short while.
When I left the hospital again,
the two little ones are already asleep. Only Dabao was energetic while nestled in his mother's arms. Hearing the doctor say that heat rash wasn't a big problem, Siamei-chin felt like she had just fought a battle.
I can finally relax completely. Back home.
After carrying the two little ones back to their crib, the older one soon fell asleep as well. Siamei-chin covered their bellies with a thin gauze to prevent them from catching a cold. Tonight, Xiaomei-jin was terrified by the condition of her second and third babies. "Honey, I was so scared when I saw the babies had heat rash.
What if something happened to them?"
Liangchen hugged her and comforted her, saying, "Don't be afraid, the babies will always grow up safe and sound and healthy.
It was just hot weather this time, we'll be more careful in the future." In fact, Liangchen was also very worried. However, in order to keep his wife calm, he didn't show it.
Siamei-chin said with self-reproach that the main reason was that the babies were sweating from crying too much. The second and third babies were so upset, but the eldest baby was fine. She usually doesn't cry, so she's okay. Siamei-chin made up her mind that from now on, whenever she was home, she would play with the babies to reduce the number of times they cried.
Avoid excessive sweating to prevent heat rash from recurring. The couple talked for a long time. Siamei-chin finally fell into a deep sleep. Liangchen quietly got up to check on the three children.
The doctor said that because it's hot, the babies don't need to be covered up so much when they sleep.
But to prevent catching a cold, you should cover your tummy.
To prevent the little ones from kicking off their blankets while they're asleep, Liangchen makes sure to take good care of them at night.
In the days that followed,
the couple took care of their babies according to the doctor's instructions. 3 days later, the fever rashes of the second and third babies finally disappeared. Liangchen and Xiaomei-jin felt a huge weight lifted off their shoulders.
To celebrate the baby's healthy recovery, Siamei-chin suggested, "Honey, let's take the babies out shopping today."
Liangchen agreed, "Okay, let's take the babies out for a drive."
"Lele, Chi-Chi, Wan-Wan, did you hear that?
Mommy said she's taking you out to play, to see the wonderful world outside.
Aren't you happy?" The babies giggled.
They sensed their parents' joy and laughed along with them.
It's been very sunny and hot during the day lately.
The couple agreed to take the babies out in the evening.
It was 7 p.m. A family of 5 appeared at the riverside park.
The scenery here is beautiful, and there's a breeze blowing from the river from time to time, making it incredibly pleasant.
Siamei-chin saw many people fishing along the Yong River.
There were many people jogging in the park. Of course, there were also families out for a walk. The triplets looked around curiously from inside the stroller.
In his excitement, Dabao stuck out his bottom and sat up abruptly. He looked so excited. Dabao sat up abruptly, and the couple's eyes were filled with surprise. Wow, their eldest child is amazing. So small, yet she can already sit up in the stroller by herself.
Perhaps feeling that this wasn't enough, the little guy reached out to his mother.
"It means I want a hug."
Let his mother hold him so he can observe the world around him.
Everything is new and fascinating to a child.
Xiaomei-jin smiled and carefully picked up the little one.
"Here I come, Mommy hugs me. Look how happy you are. Mom and Daddy will take you out to play more often in the future, okay?" Dabao giggled.
The little one's happy mood was transmitted to Xiaomei-jin, bringing a joyful smile to her face. On the other side, seeing their older brother in their mother's arms, the second and third children were incredibly envious.
It kicked its little legs while humming and whimpering. It's as if it's saying, Mommy, I want a hug too, when is it my turn?
Xiao Meichin smiled gently. Oh dear, Mommy will hold your brother first, then it'll be your turn. The words had barely left his mouth. Suddenly, I noticed that De Bao was looking in one direction, his eyes were fixed on the spot, and his ears were perked up.
She noticed her son's reaction.
Xiao Meichin looked in that direction and saw a group of people condemning a middle-aged man in his 30s.
How could you be like this? How could you abuse a cat? That's outrageous. You're a pervert. Abusing small animals. Are you even human?
As the indignant voices of those around them rose up,
Xiao Meichin heard another arrogant voice, so what if I abuse cats? What's it to you? This is a stray cat, not yours. Is it any of your business?
I haven't broken the law, so mind your own business. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he hit the battered cat on the ground a few more times with the stick.
The cat let out a piercing scream.
The voice was filled with despair and pitifulness.
De Bao was so startled by the cat's meows that he burst into tears.
Xiao Meichin quickly comforted her son and turned away so he wouldn't see the scene. Over there, the middle-aged man who was abusing the cat was incredibly arrogant.
Cat lovers can't stand it anymore. I can't control you, but my dad is going to beat you up right now, let's see what you can do to me. The cat lover was an older man.
After speaking, he rushed forward aggressively and started fighting with the other person.
At worst, we'll end up in the police station. Go ahead and fight.
If you dare to fight back, it's considered mutual assault.
Who's afraid of who? Watch me kill you. Friends, this freak is too arrogant. Let's work together to kill him. It's dark now, he won't know who did it. Cats are cute and very popular.
Many of the people present had cats at home, and they were furious to see someone abusing their cats in front of them. In the crowd, someone shouted, and the next second a group of people rushed forward and beat up the middle-aged man who was abusing the cat. Seeing that things were not going well, the middle-aged man struggled out of the crowd and ran away in a flash. While running, he didn't forget to utter some harsh words. You just wait and see, I've memorized your faces, and you'll get what's coming to you.
Chase him. We're going to kill this bastard today. Yes, this kind of person is scum and should not be let off the hook. He can't escape. I've already recorded the video of him abusing cats. I'll expose him on Douyin and dox him. After saying that, before the middle-aged man could run far away, the cat lover chased after him again.
Liang Chen and Xiao Meijin looked at each other, not expecting to encounter such a thing.
Looking at the cat lying on the ground convulsing,
Liang Chen said to Xiao Meijin, Honey, look at the babies, I'm going over there for a bit.
Good.
Xiao Meijin knew that Liang Chen didn't want the babies to see that cruel scene.
Chapter 95. This works? Treating a cat like a child. Not far away, a tabby cat lay on the ground shivering. The leg was obviously broken. The bystanders were heartbroken to see the cat's pitiful state. So pitiful. It's just a cat, why does it have to endure all this? Why did it have to encounter such a pervert? The kitten is so pitiful, let's take it to the vet. Its leg is broken and it has so many wounds on its body. If we don't take it to a vet, it definitely won't survive. Someone suggested taking the stray cat to get treatment.
Besides cat lovers who went to chase the abnormal cat, many other cat lovers stayed to take care of the kittens. The tabby cat lay on the ground licking its wound, its fur standing on end, in a defensive posture. Those around her felt so sorry for her.
Upon hearing someone's suggestion, they all nodded in agreement. Okay, let's take the cat to the vet to get it treated. Sigh, if left unattended, the poor thing probably won't live more than 3 days.
I remember there's a Jiangbin pet hospital nearby, let's go there together. After discussing it, everyone took action.
But the next second, they were in a dilemma. Perhaps because of the abuse it had just suffered, the tabby cat wouldn't let anyone near it. If you get even a little too close, it will breathe on you. Forget about taking him to the hospital, you can't even get close to him.
At this moment, Liang Chen glanced at Xiao Meijin.
He then stepped forward and said to the crowd, let me give it a try. Ah. Handsome guy, you're here? Oh, okay.
Upon hearing Liang Chen's voice, the people around him turned their heads.
Wow, what a handsome young man.
And she's so kind-hearted, I love her. The tabby cat is on guard now, ready to pounce if you get too close. He dared to try this, he's really incredibly kind-hearted.
Liang Chen nodded to them, walked over to the tabby cat, and then smiled.
Her smile was gentle.
Liang Chen wasn't sure if the tabby cat would hiss.
But when he was a child in the village, all the cats and dogs in the village liked to play with him. He believes he has a good affinity for small animals. Under the tense gazes of everyone, Liang Chen reached out and approached step by step.
However, the next second the tabby cat hissed at Liang Chen warily.
The hearts of everyone who had been holding their breath suddenly stopped. The baby, nestled in his mother's arms, turned his little head and stared intently in his father's direction. Liang Chen knew that it was normal for an injured cat to hiss and not let others get close.
He didn't give up and continued to show a bright smile.
"Come here, little kitty, don't be afraid, let your big brother see how you are.
Brother will take you to the hospital. Don't be afraid. Once you get better at the hospital, the pain will go away. Don't be afraid, big brother isn't a bad person. The bad guys have been chased away, and no one can hurt you now. The people around? That sounds a bit odd. It's like you're trying to coax a child. Is this really okay?" But what happened the next second made them widen their eyes. With Liang Chen's reassurance, the tabby cat actually moved closer to the man in front of it.
Liang Chen stroked its head, and this time the creature didn't breathe on it.
He looked very pitiful and desperate.
Liang Chen felt much more relaxed and carefully examined the wounds on its body.
"It's absolutely shocking." Turning to the cat lovers around me, I said, "Do you have a cardboard box? Let's take it to the vet together." Someone replied, "Yes, there's one over there, you wait."
Soon the cardboard box was brought over, and Liang Chen carefully placed the injured tabby cat into it.
The people around them marveled. "Oh my god, why didn't the kitten let me come near it just now, and it even snapped at me. Wow, this young man succeeded on his first try. Is it because he's handsome?" I cried, "Did you see? That guy was so gentle just now. Yes, he's so gentle and loving. I wish he were my husband."
Hearing people around her praising her husband, Xiao Chin walked over, carrying her eldest child and pushing a stroller. The three little ones peered curiously into the cardboard box. When Xiao Chin and her babies appeared, everyone around them was amazed.
"Are you crazy? This is the young man's wife and children, they're incredibly beautiful." They were so envious they cried. The pet hospital is not far from here. Those who knew the way led Liang Chen there together.
The doctor examining the tabby cat was in his 30s. The cat is in very bad condition, its leg is broken, and it has many injuries all over its body. Coupled with long-term malnutrition, the situation is extremely serious.
To heal its leg, surgery will likely be required, followed by hospitalization to treat its other injuries.
These costs will probably amount to 50 to 60,000 in total.
If you're unsure whether you want to get treatment, then you should consider it. The doctor was very blunt. Should people spend the money for a stray cat, and is it worth it?
Don't assume that veterinary care for pets is cheap, sometimes it's even more expensive than for humans. They might not be willing to pay the treatment cost of 50 or 60,000 yuan.
Sure enough, the people who followed fell silent after the doctor spoke. They like cats, but since they're not their own cats, do they really have to pay for them? Liang Chen did not hesitate.
"Doctor, I'll pay for the treatment, as long as the cat gets better."
The tabby cat's desperate eyes broke Liang Chen's heart.
He grew up in the countryside, where the cats and dogs were very intelligent. He couldn't bear to watch a cat die.
The doctor gave Liang Chen a deep look and said, "Okay, I guarantee I'll cure you." He then said to Liang Chen, "You need to pay 10,000 yuan first." Liang Chen scanned the QR code to pay. Then he said, "If it's convenient, let's give it a full checkup." The doctor nodded, indicating that a comprehensive examination would definitely be conducted. After the vet left with the cat, the people around started talking about it. "You're such a kind-hearted guy. Good people will always be rewarded. This cat was lucky to run into this young man it saved." Some people also said, "What kind of hospital is this? It's so expensive. Last time my friend's cat broke its leg and had surgery at the hospital, it only cost 8,000 yuan. Wow, here it costs 40,000 to 50,000 yuan. Anyway, the kitten should be cured. The young man is handsome and rich, he can easily come up with 40,000 or 50,000 yuan. This must be the legendary tall, rich, and handsome guy. Good looking and loaded, amazing."
Liang Chen simply smiled and ignored their comments about him. After washing her hands, she came over and hugged her eldest child.
The voice said in a gentle tone, Lele, do you see the meow meow? That's meow meow.
Meow Meow is injured, but the doctor can heal him.
Debao stared wide-eyed at his father with an incredulous look. The little guy's adorable appearance made everyone around him laugh. Oh my god, the baby is so cute, just like the baby in the New Year's paintings. Chapter 96 The Underwater World, the babies have their first glimpse. With Liang Chen and Xiao Meijin being so good-looking, it's no wonder the baby is so beautiful and cute. My goodness, they're triplets. This is extremely rare. I wonder what color burlap sack the baby's like. I really want to take them home and raise them myself. Everyone was charmed by Debao, Chi-Chi, and Wan. The veterinarian is treating the tabby cat. A nurse came to greet them. 2.5 months ago, a cat with a broken leg came to our hospital for treatment, but the owner couldn't bear to spend the money, and it left after going home for a little over a week. The tabby cat you brought here was a stray and was seriously injured. Luckily you brought it here early, otherwise it would have died in a couple of days. Liang Chen told the pet hospital to do everything they could to cure it. The nurse comforted him, saying, Don't worry, sir, we will definitely cure it. However, I can't say for sure how long it will take to stay in the hospital. Liang Chen nodded to indicate that there was no problem. You need to pay the subsequent medical expenses in a timely manner. It's about 40,000 to 50,000 yuan. If you don't need that much money in the future, we will return the excess to you. Liang Chen hummed in agreement. While the nurse was speaking, her eyes were actually fixed on the triplets. The little guys were visiting a pet store for the first time, and everything looked fascinating to them. There are cats and dogs inside. Goodness, I'm completely engrossed. Babies know about dogs. I went back to the countryside a few days ago, and Xiaobai often played with them. Now that there are so many dogs, I'm even more excited. Debao reached out in his father's arms, wanting something. Liang Chen laughed and said, Lele, you're wrong. This isn't a dog, it's a cat. Meow, meow. Xiao Meiji laughed at him, saying, No, Awa was little tiger, it should be meow. Upon hearing this, Debao covered his little arm and was overjoyed. Now, the second and third babies have something to say. Why aren't Daddy and Mommy talking to us? They said it would be our turn to hug our brother soon. How long has it been? The two good guys grumbled and protested. Xiao Meichin smiled, her two small, eye-catching bags standing out. Then I raised the stroller and took them for a walk around the pet hospital. After the cat lovers who had come to the pet hospital together left, Xiao Meichin said to Liang Chen, Honey, look how much the little ones love cats. We've got a connection with this tabby cat, so why don't we adopt it after the vet has cured it? It won't have to be a stray anymore. Great! The babies will have one more playmate now. In rural areas, cats and dogs are playmates for children. They know children, they will play with them, and they won't hurt them. Cats and dogs are very intelligent. Half an hour later, the doctor came out of the operating room. The surgery was successful, but the cat will need to be hospitalized to recover. After chatting with the vet for a while, I went to see the tabby cat again. Liang Chen told the doctor that he would come back to see it in a while. After leaving the pet hospital, the little ones looked reluctant, they hadn't seen enough yet. Xiao Meichin coaxed them, Babies, once Meow Meow is cured, Mommy and Daddy will bring it home and play with you every day. Don't be angry now, okay? The three little ones had sullen faces, clearly unhappy. The baby's feelings are written all over his face. Liang Chen smiled slightly and said, We'll see about Meow Meow and the dog later. Daddy will take you to see the fish. Look, there's an aquarium over there with lots and lots of fish. Liang Chen pointed in a direction and said with an exaggerated expression, If your little ones are unhappy, try to distract them. Sure enough, I heard fish. The little ones paused for a moment, then looked at their father with suspicion. It's as if it's saying, Dad, don't lie to me, there's no water here, how can there be fish? There are fish in the pond on the terrace at home, and Liang Chen and Xiao Meijin often take them to see them. In the little one's limited understanding, fish are only found at home. Liang Chen gently pinched their little noses. Silly kids, there are fish outside too. Come on, Daddy will take you to see the world of flowers. Xiao Meichin rolled her eyes at her husband, Babies, don't listen to Daddy, it's Ocean World. The three adorable kids were having a great time bouncing their bottoms. Upon hearing that they were going to see the fish, the expression on their faces instantly brightened. The aquarium near Jiangbin Park is one of the largest aquariums in Nanning.
During holidays, many tourists from other places come here.
Normally, many local tourists also come here to take photos. Liang Chen bought tickets online as he walked. 2 adult tickets are needed, the babies are too young to need them. Upon arriving at the main gate, the couple scanned a QR code to pass through the security checkpoint. We just entered the aquarium. The baby's eyes widened in surprise. The 3 little ones were all staring intently at one screen. There are several really big fish inside, and lots of small fish swimming around them. Moreover, there was a strangely dressed person swimming in the water with the fish. The babies stared at it for a long time, their eyes filled with disbelief. Seeing the little one's shocked expressions, Liang Chen smiled and said, "See? Daddy didn't lie to you, did he? There are lots of fish." The little guys hummed and squeaked, excitedly taking flight after seeing such a big fish for the first time. Dabao stuck out his little bottom and tried hard to sit up again, his grape-like eyes following the school of fish swimming back and forth. The triplets, attracted by the school of fish, immediately became the focus of attention with their surprised expressions. "Look! Triplets! It's triplets! Oh my god, their expressions are so cute! Is this the expression on a baby's face when they first visit the aquarium to see the fish? So cute! Look at that little boy sitting there, he's so cute! He has such long eyelashes, he'll definitely grow up to be a handsome man. Wow, my parents are so good looking. My god, real life gods and goddesses are standing right in front of me. What a loving family of 5. This is the kind of family I envy, they're all incredibly good looking. If you steal a baby and take it home, their parents probably won't find out, right?" The couple had become immune to the praise from those around them. They're showing the babies around right now. The aquarium has different exhibition halls and also has shows. At this moment, a dolphin show appeared in front of the triplets. One by one, dolphins leaped out of the water, their movements as graceful as a dance. They also balanced small balls on their heads. Each time I push the little ball into the air, it's like triggering a switch on the little guys. The adorable children giggled in unison. Xiao Mei Chen also became happy. The baby's happiness is so simple. Watching the animals perform can bring me great joy. When the baby saw the little dolphin spinning a hula hoop, the baby laughed even harder. Besides the dolphin show, there's also a mermaid show. The 3 little ones are gradually getting to know the world, and everything they see is new and exciting. Along with it came their joyful mood and innocent laughter, which was incredibly heartwarming. Chapter 97: A Miraculous Reward. The cat is healed. Looking at all sorts of fish, the babies seem to have discovered a whole new world. Everything amazes me. There are dolphins, sea lions, seahorses, and lobsters. The little ones stared intently, completely absorbed, showing great interest. Xiao Mei Chen squatted down beside them and taught them, "Babies, this is a starfish, this is a jellyfish, this is an octopus." The babies were a little better when they saw starfish and jellyfish. But when he saw the octopus, Xiaobao was so scared that he burst into tears. He looked terrified. Xiao Mei Chen quickly picked them up and took the babies to see the mermaid show. The family of 5 spent almost an hour browsing inside, and bought some souvenirs for the babies before heading back. The couple bought a whale shark doll for their eldest child and a mermaid music box for their second child. The music box is the drop-resistant type, so it's not easily broken. Sanbao is a toy for the little dolphin. The little ones all gained something. Finally, we took them home. On the way, I saw a night market selling potted plants. Xiao Meijin stopped and suggested, "Honey, let's buy 2 pots of roses to take home." She knew Liang Chen liked roses. Seeing that they were for sale, I wanted to buy 2 pots to make Liang Chen happy. Great! Buying roses will brighten up our lives. You're so good at managing money, honey. Xiao Meijin smiled, though it was nothing, she couldn't help but be happy when Liang Chen praised her. "Honey, from now on, if you see anything you like, I'll buy it for you. My wife, you're so good to me." Arriving at the street stall, I bought 2 potted roses and some bromeliads, hoping for good luck all the way. When we got home, we settled the babies in first before putting our things away. The potted plant wasn't heavy, Liang Chen could carry it by himself. Xiao Mei Chen pushes a stroller. I have to say, the new potted plants have completely changed the feel of the house. Although their terrace and balcony already have quite a few potted plants. But who can resist new, beautiful flowers? Ding dong, congratulations to the owner for taking the babies to see marine life for the first time. Reward, Physique Enhancement Liquid, Magical Cat Spray X 1 inch. Note, Constitution Enhancement Liquid, it can improve the baby's constitution and enhance immunity.
It is effective for 3 months.
Babies who take it within 3 months will not suffer from any diseases. Note, Amazing Cat Spray, when used on a cat's wounds, it can instantly heal them.
Just as Liang Chen finished arranging the potted plants, the system's voice rang in his mind.
A medicinal liquid that can enhance physical fitness. Isn't this system specially customized for babies? Although Erbao and Sanbao's fever has subsided, Liang Chen is not sure if it will recur in the future. Now that's alright, let's give the system's reward to the babies to drink. The babies will not get sick for at least 3 months. Liang Chen was happy and very satisfied with the system's reward. I'll give it to the babies in a bit. Liang Chen was secretly delighted. There's another reward, a magical cat spray. Spray it on and the wound will be completely healed. I don't know if it will be effective for fractures.
Liang Chen plans to take his tabby cat to the vet sometime. Over here, Xiao Mei Chin is using her newly bought ocean toys to entertain the little ones. When the babies got tired of playing, Liang Chen handed them 3 baby bottles. I don't know if it's because the formula contains a baby health boosting liquid. The 3 little ones ate with great gusto.
My appetite is even better than before.
Even my baby, who usually doesn't like formula, actually finished the whole bottle this time.
Xiao Mei Jin was incredibly surprised. Honey, what brand of formula do you give the babies? How can you eat so much? Liang Chen laughed, it's still the same brand.
Maybe the kids went to see the fish today and were in a good mood, so they ate more.
Oh, maybe so.
Xiao Mei Jin thought about it for a moment and felt that Liang Chen's words made sense, so she didn't think much of it.
Life went on like this. A week has passed in the blink of an eye. Liang Chen took some time to go to the pet hospital alone.
The doctor led him into the veterinary hospital's inpatient department, where rows of cages appeared in front of Liang Chen.
Where is the cat? Liang Chen looked and, sure enough, saw a tabby cat.
However, the changes are significant compared to a week ago.
The fur on its body has become much smoother.
Although he still looks very thin, many of the wounds on his body, large and small, have healed. Although the broken leg is not fully healed, I can already walk a little. The doctor predicts that he will be fully recovered in about a month, at which point he can take him home.
Liang Chen hummed in response, his thoughts unreadable. The two chatted as they walked. Approaching the cage, Liang Chen squatted down to look at the tabby cat.
The two, one human and one cat, looked at each other at eye level. Suddenly, the tabby cat seemed to recognize Liang Chen and started meowing excitedly in its cage. It wagged its tail and made gurgling sounds in its throat. The doctor smiled and said, "It seems the cat recognizes you.
It hasn't been treating us like this at all while we've been here." Liang Chen opened the cage and reached in to touch its little head.
The kitten rubbed against his palm, looking very content and at ease.
Looking at the cat in front of me,
the image of the village's pet cats came to mind. Liang Chen had a hunch that once the tabby cat fully recovered, it would be incredibly beautiful and handsome. The tabby cat meowed and happily rubbed against Liang Chen's palm, looking very well behaved. The veterinarian next to me said, "The kitten recognizes you as the person who saved it, so it's very affectionate towards you." During this time, although it was quiet and peaceful here, it always gave me a feeling of loneliness and gloom. Its mood changed as soon as you arrived. It's the first time I've ever seen it so happy. The little guy is lucky to have met such a loving person like you who adopted it.
Liang Chen smiled slightly and waved to the tabby cat after the doctor left. Kitten, come here. Big brother will spray you with something. Don't resist, okay?
The tabby cat sensed Liang Chen's kindness, meowed, sat obediently, and looked at him with curiosity. Seeing this, Liang Chen took out a cat spray and sprayed it all over the tabby cat's wounds, paying special attention to the cat's broken leg that was being treated. After finishing, Liang Chen quietly watched the tabby cat's reaction. A miraculous thing happened. Under Liang Chen's watchful gaze, the tabby cat's wounds were gradually disappearing.
Even the broken leg has healed completely, back to its original state.
Suddenly, as if sensing something, the tabby cat widened its eyes, turned its head to look at its leg in disbelief, and then licked it.
It discovered that its wounds no longer hurt, and its legs no longer hurt. It can walk normally again.
The kitten meowed excitedly and came over to rub against Liang Chen's hand. It seemed to know that Liang Chen had healed it.
Chapter 98: The baby's new companion, cat biscuits. Liang Chen patted its little head again. The tabby cat meowed happily.
When Liang Chen brought the cat home, the entire pet hospital was shocked. The doctors and nurses looked on incredulously. Good heavens, that tabby cat was still recovering from its injuries. The wounds on his body are clearly visible. Also, the body hair is very dirty. But in just a short while, such a dramatic change has occurred. This is simply a miracle in the history of medicine. The nurse was completely stunned as she watched Liang Chen's departing figure. Dr. Wang, this is just too incredible. I went to check on that tabby cat this morning, and it was still injured. Now it's completely healed, and the hair has even grown back. It's amazing. Yes, I just went for a checkup too. Although the recovery is going well, it's not like that at all. Good heavens, who would believe this if I told them? Does that young man know magic? The doctors and nurses at the hospital all stared wide-eyed, wondering if Liang Chen possessed magic. Liang Chen ignored them and went straight home with the tabby cat. I'm home. Xiao Mei Chin heard the commotion and came out to see what was happening, and was immediately shocked. Wow, the cat has changed so much. Where are the babies? They're playing in their room, so I let them play by themselves for a while. Good. Xiao Mei Chin squatted down to pet it. Honey, will the cat bite? Liang Chen was also unsure. He brought the kitten to Xiao Mei Chin. The cat sniffed Xiao Mei Jin and found Liang Chen's scent on her. Moreover, it seemed to remember that Liang Chen and the others had taken it to the pet hospital before, and she was there. So the little guy wagged his tail happily. She even peeked out and nuzzled Xiao Mei Jin's shoes. This is a sign of intimacy and trust. Liang Chen nodded to Xiao Mei Jin. Xiao Mei Jin carefully reached out and touched the cat's head and ears, finding that the tabby cat was very well behaved. She smiled happily. When Liang Chen returned from the pet hospital, he also bought cat litter, cat bowls, cat beds, and other cat supplies. After tidying up, the couple discussed it and decided to put the cat's bed in the corner of the living room. The litter box is placed on one of the living balconies. After setting up the litter box, Liang Chen took the cat to learn the way. Tell it that this is where you go to the toilet. Therefore, Liang Chen picked it up and put it in the litter box to experience it. After finishing everything, Liang Chen returned to the living room. Honey, what name do you think we should give our cat? It's a male. Xiao Mei Chin hesitated for a moment and said, honey, you should come and get it. Liang Chen thought for a moment and said, let's call it Biscuits. Xiao Mei Chin was stunned. My husband's name was chosen so casually. However, it sounds quite nice and is easy to pronounce. So, the cat that had just become part of their family got a name, Biscuit. The kitten used to be a stray. They don't have their own names. To make it understand its name, Liang Chen took out some dried fish, called it Biscuit, and rewarded it with dried fish. A few minutes later, even if Liang Chen didn't give him dried fish, Biscuit knew to call him. Xiao Mei Chin watched their interaction from the side and smiled happily. Very nice. With a cat at home, the babies will have a new companion. Suddenly, a noise came from the room. Xiao Mei Jin's ears twitched. Honey, I'm going to check on the babies. Liang Chen got up, and I went too. Biscuit followed behind the couple. As soon as the door opened, Liang Chen's attention was drawn to Biscuit. If the cookie does anything to harm the babies, he can stop it immediately. The babies often play by themselves now. You can have a lot of fun by yourself. I think I was like that when I was a child, but Liang Chen has no memory of being an infant. The three little ones got tired of playing and behaved in different ways. Debao yawned and continued to blink his big eyes as he observed the ceiling. The second child is sucking his fingers. Sanbao missed his mother and whimpered as he called for her. Since entering the room, Biscuit has been observing the babies. Seeing Xiao Mei Chin walk towards the bedside, it followed her to see the babies. While playing with the baby, Xiao Mei Chin gently instructed, Biscuit, this is a baby. You can't hurt them in the future, okay? The cookie is meowing. She seemed to understand, and sat on the ground with her little hands tucked in, watching the triplets. At this moment, Debao rolled over and landed next to Xiao Mei Jin. Xiao Mei Chin picked up the little guy and straightened his clothes. Lele, look what this is. Debao's eyes lit up when he saw the cookies. They shouted excitedly. The little one can't speak yet all the sounds he makes are those of a baby. Although the couple couldn't understand the language, they could both sense their son's excitement. The older brother's scream made the younger brother, who was sucking his thumb, suddenly realize as if he had discovered a new continent.
They kept looking this way too. Biscuit meowed twice, attracting Xiaobao's attention.
At this moment, the three little ones looked at the cat excitedly, their little hands pointing repeatedly at the little cutie in front of them. Liangchen sat down on the edge of the bed, let them look at the cookies in his lap, and told them that they were cookies, our cat friends. Ding dong, congratulations on successfully adopting a pet. Spend time with the little ones and gain the pet tip skill. Note, pet tip skill, pets that receive this command will not attack their own family members.
The system's voice sounded. Liangchen immediately used the tips and tricks for making cookies.
This way, we can be 100% sure that the cookies won't harm the babies or Xiaomei.
The babies were overjoyed when they saw the cat. Biscuit sat on the ground, wagging its tail and teasing the human cub. Let's go out and have some fun. The couple dressed the little one and brought them to the living room. The little ones weren't playing around as usual, their attention was now entirely focused on the cookies. It's clear that Biscuit likes babies too.
However, Biscuit is very tactful, behaving very differently in front of the babies and in front of the couple.
Biscuit looked very cautious in front of the babies. Xiaofan called me, I'll go answer it.
Liangchen received a call from his brother-in-law, told Xiaomei, and then left. Xiaomei and the babies played in the activity area, while Biscuit rolled around nearby to make the little ones happy.
Xiaomei looked at the well-behaved and adorable cookies.
Suddenly, an idea struck me. I pointed to the toys not far away and said, Biscuit, the baby's toys fell over there.
Can you help me get them?
Biscuit glanced at the dolphin doll not far away, seemed to understand, and ran over quickly, picked it up and placed it next to Xiaomei.
Xiaomei was incredibly surprised and praised it. Wow, Biscuit is so great, what a good kitty. The Biscuit understood and meowed happily.
P.S. Sorry, everyone. I had some urgent matters to attend to recently and haven't been able to update on time.
Apologies. Chapter 99 Cousins, Envious. Why can't our sister be this outstanding? Xiaomei discovered that the Biscuit was surprisingly intelligent.
This made her extremely happy. She'll feel much more at ease when the babies play with the cat.
The Biscuits are gradually adapting to the home environment. After the babies fell asleep, the little one explored every corner of the house.
Sniff here, sniff there. I returned to my little nest peacefully in the evening. Then he fell asleep comfortably.
A new day.
Liangchen got up early to make breakfast and saw Biscuit run out of the cat's bed, squat at the kitchen door and meow at him twice.
Sunlight streamed through the glass and fell on it. He smiled gently. Biscuit, good morning. Could you go and watch the babies for me for a while? When the babies wake up, come and tell me.
Biscuit seemed to understand, and with a clatter, it walked towards the room. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of a cat could be heard again.
Liangchen turned his head. The babies are awake, aren't they?
Liangchen turned off the stove, washed his hands, and went back to his room to check. As soon as I opened the door, I saw my eldest child roll over and almost bump into the crib railing. Liangchen quickly reached out and touched his son's head to protect Lele. Then compliment the cookies, saying, Thank you, cookies, that's great.
The kitten sits gracefully, its little paws tucked inside its body and its tail wagging.
Xiaomei ate breakfast before going to work.
Liangchen's task was the same as always, to play with the babies and put them to sleep. The only difference is that the little ones now have cookies as playmates. Cookies are very intelligent and perceptive. Sometimes Liangchen would ask it to help with whatever it could.
It can even help take care of babies, and it does a great job.
Just like now. Liangchen's online order arrived, and he had to go out to pick it up. Cookies, I'm going to pick up a package and I'll be right back. Can you watch the babies and make sure they don't crawl over to the sides and touch any of these bottles and jars?
Before Liangchen went out, he used an unused cell phone.
Open the WeChat video function and point the camera at the babies in the activity area.
He also turned on a video call on another phone. This way, even if he goes out, he can still see what the babies are doing through his phone. The baby is already quite active at 3 months old. Just as Liangchen had feared, things turned out differently. He had just left home not long ago. Then I saw Erbao sticking her bottom out and trying her best to crawl out, and her direction was the kitchen.
Is this little guy heading to the kitchen to find something to eat? However, just as Erbao was about to crawl out of the activity area,
Biscuit suddenly ran in front of her and blocked her way with her body.
Then he bent down and nudged Chi-Chi back. Forcibly change her crawling direction.
Liang Chen discovered that Xiao Bao was no pushover either, as he actually wanted to eat tissues.
What a silly boy, he wants to put everything in his mouth.
Biscuit quickly ran over, stretched out its little paw, and pressed down on Wanwan's chubby little hand.
Stop his stupid behavior.
Xiao Bao thought the biscuit was playing a game with him, so he reached out his other hand to pull at the tissue and giggled.
Liang Chen returned with the package.
I'm very satisfied to see that the 3 little ones are still in the activity area.
This time, we were so grateful for the cookies.
Sometimes, besides taking care of the babies, biscuits have been a great help to Xiao Mei Chin.
Xiao Mei Chin is increasingly grateful that they adopted the little guy. Everyone says cats are intelligent and perceptive, and it's really true.
Xiao Mei Chin patted Biscuit's little belly.
She'd rushed out today and couldn't find her lesson plans, thank goodness for Biscuit.
Last night, she was checking her lesson plans on the balcony and put them on the table. When she went out, she forgot about them and she and Liang Chen searched for a long time but couldn't find them. In the end, it was the cookies that mattered. The little guy found them immediately upon hearing that.
Honey, Biscuit is amazing. It's the smartest cat I've ever seen.
Liang Chen also felt that the little guy was smarter than ordinary cats.
Time flies like an arrow. 3 days have passed in the blink of an eye.
During this time, Xiaofan called Liang Chen and told him that he was planning to buy a car.
I'm currently at the convention center with some of my cousins, watching the auto show.
If Liang Chen and Xiao Meijin have time, they can go over and give him some advice.
Liang Chen looked at the energetic babies and nodded. Okay, your sister and I will take the babies over in a bit and give you some advice. Thank you, brother-in-law.
On the other end of the phone, Xiaofan laughed happily. He was genuinely grateful that he wouldn't have had the opportunity if his brother-in-law hadn't given him it.
He wouldn't have achieved what he has today. Let alone buying a car, even renting a place might be a problem. He's recently been thinking about buying a car. So I told my family.
When his cousins heard this, they all rushed over to help take a look. While you're at it, take a look at Liang Chen's children's clothing store. Xiaofan worked for his brother-in-law and has now made a fortune. Everyone in the village knows it.
As Xiaofan's cousins, they were incredibly envious.
I took this opportunity to visit him in Nanning
Yongqing Convention and Exhibition Center.
There was a car of this brand on display, and a beautiful young lady with a great figure and excellent temperament was standing next to it.
It adds a unique brilliance to the car. Many people stared with wide eyes, and some couldn't resist even setting up tents. On the other side,
Xiaofan and his group were dazzled by the variety of cars available, with prices ranging from various price points. The price ranges from tens of thousands to over $1 million. While looking at the car, my cousin Xiao Tian said, the price looks a bit more favorable than usual, but I've heard that car salespeople nowadays like to offer installment plans to customers. They get more commission from installment payments, but I don't know if that's true. Another cousin, Xiao Huahua, had also heard about this, and it was indeed true that if you bought it in full, they wouldn't get much commission.
Xiao Huahua asked again, Xiaofan, are you planning to pay in installments or in full?
Xiaofan thought for a moment and replied, let's pay in full, installments are too troublesome.
Hearing full payment,
everyone around them was incredibly envious. They were similar to Xiaofan. They all dropped out of school to work, and after working for so many years, they hadn't made a name for themselves. My monthly salary is barely enough to eat, so I can't save any money at all, let alone buy a car. Previously, Xiaofan's situation wasn't much better than theirs.
But now, good heavens! They bought the car outright. Awesome!
Think about it, everyone else has bought their own cars, but what about me? If my family doesn't help, let alone a car, I'll have to grit my teeth to even buy an electric scooter.
I'm so envious.
I envy Xiaofan for having such a wonderful older sister. Several people lamented that they also had older sisters, but why couldn't they study hard like Xiao Meichin, get into university, and then become university teachers? If my older sister were as outstanding as Xiao Meichin, she might have met a wonderful man like Liang Chen. If that's the case, they too can take off like Xiaofan.
Unfortunately, they knew that there are no what-ifs in life. Xiao Huahua's eyes lit up when he saw a car. Look, there's a BMW over there.
It's such a beautiful car.
Wow, there are even pretty girls handing out free ice cream. Let's go check it out, guys.
Chapter 100 Xiao Huahua, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, don't look down on people.
Big cities are just different. There's free ice cream at the auto show. Feeling great.
Xiao Huahua was overjoyed to see that there were free ice cream distributions. He invited Xiao Fan and the others to come over together. However, to his surprise, when he arrived at the BMW showroom, the two young ladies distributing ice cream closed the box and said they were out. Xiao Huahua and the people around him didn't get to eat.
But the next second, what happened next shocked them.
Just as Xiao Huahua and the people around him who originally wanted to eat ice cream were about to leave, just then, two blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners walked over. The two young ladies immediately took out two exquisite ice creams from the distribution box with great smiles. They were afraid that foreigners wouldn't eat it.
The two of them smiled and spoke in English, gesturing as they demonstrated how to eat ice cream. The service was absolutely top-notch.
Xiao Huahua, who had just stepped out to leave, was furious when he saw this scene.
Didn't those two just say they didn't have any? What about now? He looks just like a lapdog.
Seeing their foreign fathers coming, they practically wanted to kneel down and fawn over them. This is the first time Xiao Huahua has ever been so sycophantic towards foreign things. They look down on their own compatriots, but act like sycophants when they see their foreign masters.
Ugly. It's absolutely hideous. What's wrong with you guys? Didn't you say you were out of ice cream? Why do you all smile and fawn over these two foreigners like dogs when they come? Isn't this just trying to fool people? How can you do this? Xiao Huahua's angry voice rang out in the exhibition hall.
The young ladies who had just wanted to get ice cream all chimed in.
That's right, that's right. I just said there weren't any left, but how come there are now when foreigners come? This is discriminatory treatment. You must give us an explanation.
Several girls raised their eyebrows and stood up to complain about the two men treating them differently.
This is bullying. My fellow countrymen don't have a single ice cream, but foreigners do.
They were so enthusiastic, practically begging to eat it, as if they were afraid the foreigners wouldn't like it.
Disgusting.
As Xiao Huahua and several girls' voices rang out, visitors near the exhibition hall all turned their attention to this area.
One of the female BMW delivery drivers suddenly panicked. But it recovered quickly.
She explained, "I'm sorry everyone, we've run out of free ice cream. The rest we've reserved for our own employees."
You're talking nonsense.
However, Xiao Huahua interrupted her before she could finish speaking,
exposing her on the spot. We ran into these two foreigners right at the entrance. They're just tourists, how could they possibly be BMW employees? What, are you taking advantage of me because I can't understand English?
Xiao Huahua used to work in a foreign hotel, so he could understand some English. Their lies were exposed on the spot.
You're talking nonsense.
The delivery man, whose identity was exposed by Xiao Huahua, was named Lu Man, and she immediately started cursing.
Ha, you're getting anxious already. Where was that servile attitude you were just now? Do you dare to call those two foreigners over for a face-to-face confrontation? Just ask them if they are your employees. Xiao Huahua despises people who fawn over foreigners. Is the moon really rounder in foreign countries than in China? They said she was a bootlicker. What a servile look.
The arrogant Lu Man was so angry that her nose was crooked. She's a graduate of a prestigious university, majoring in crosstalk, and only does this part-time job during her holidays when she has free time.
I never expected to be mocked like that by Xiao Huahua. That kind of man is really despicable. She is beautiful and has a sweet voice. The teachers and students at school all say that her smile is like a flower. They have excellent looks and temperament, otherwise, BMW wouldn't have hired them for part-time work.
But how dare Xiao Huahua, such a loser, say such things about her?
That loser, what gives him the right to do this? Does he deserve it? Lu Man, enraged, yelled at Xiao Huahua, "You're a poor loser who can't even afford a BMW, why should I give it to you? Even if I had it, I wouldn't give it to you, you loser, what can you do to me?" Xiao Huahua chuckled, "So what if I'm a loser? Fortune changes every 30 years, so never underestimate a young person's potential. I can't afford it, but my brother can."
Xiao Huahua patted his cousin Xiao Fan on the shoulder.
"My cousin earns over 10,000 yuan a day now, he can definitely afford a BMW. That's his confidence." Xiao Huahua didn't feel ashamed. He admits he can't afford it now. But his brother can afford it, and he's proud of that. Seeing Lu Man's face turn a palette of colors with anger, Xiao Huahua retorted, "So what if I can't afford it? But I won't be like some people who fawn over foreigners and try to find a foreign father just because they see one. How disgusting. Friends, come and see. Someone is discriminating against us.
They're using the guise of free distribution to give things only to foreigners, while our fellow countrymen are met with a deadpan expression. They fawn over foreigners like the lapdog in our village. It's one thing to be cold to fellow countrymen, but if you can't afford it, you call me a loser.
Awesome, absolutely awesome.
Xiao Huahua was very sharp-tongued, launching into a tirade that gave Lu Man no chance to defend herself. More and more people gathered around to watch the spectacle, and some even started filming videos for TikTok. The situation was about to spiral out of control. The manager of the BMW showroom quickly came over and said, "Sir, is there some misunderstanding? Let's talk this out." "What a misunderstanding. Your employees say I'm a loser, and I can't afford it, so there's nothing to talk about. I don't have any money right now, but even if I did, I wouldn't buy your car. I'm not good enough for your BMW." Xiao Huahua showed absolutely no respect. Exactly, we won't buy it either, it's too expensive for us. We're just losers too. If you can't afford your brand, you should focus on serving your foreign customers well, and maybe even feed them ice cream yourself. I regret it. I just bought a BMW last month. No way, I'm going to smash it when I get back. The two deliverymen's obsequious behavior towards foreigners was witnessed by everyone around them, who all supported Xiao Huahua. Xiao Huahua is actually quite good looking, but his fashion sense isn't as trendy as that of city dwellers. But judging from this young man's enthusiasm, it might really be as he says. Fortune changes every 30 years, so never underestimate a young person's potential. Who knows, today's loser might become a successful person someday. We support you, young man. They're not going to look at their cars anymore. What's the point of watching? It's disgusting. This is a disgrace to the Chinese people. After learning the whole story, the newly arrived onlookers were filled with righteous indignation and spoke up. Let's go, we can't afford their cars, let's look at someone else's. Seeing that more and more people were gathering, Xiao Tian, the cousin, didn't want to make a big fuss. He told Xiao Fan and Xiao Huahua to leave with their cousins. Brother Tian, what are you doing leaving? I haven't finished cursing yet. Xiao Tian sighed, if you don't leave, you'll probably be famous on Douyin tomorrow. Chapter 101 Don't waste your time, do they look like they can afford it? Xiao Huahua was stunned for a moment. Then he turned around and looked around at the scene. With so many people posting on Douyin, it might actually go viral. After thinking about it, I decided not to cause them any trouble for the time being. Let's go to another exhibition hall to continue the auto show. Today, all the exhibition halls at the convention center are hosting auto shows. Many car companies participated. Many well-known 4S stores in Nanning have come here. Xiao Fan and his cousins visited two more exhibition halls. Xiao Huahua's eyes were drawn to a black Jaguar. Wow, that's so cool. I checked online before, it costs 450,000, but here it's only 430,000, a discount of 20,000. He kept exclaiming, this car is so cool. It's a pity I can't afford it even if I get a loan. I might end up working for it for the rest of my life. Guys, the only one we can probably afford is Xiao Fan. For him, paying in full is not out of the question. Xiao Fan took a liking to an off-road vehicle at the booth next door. The SUV is black. There are several other vehicles on display, each a different color. However, Xiao Fan liked the black one the most. He asked his cousins, what do you think of this car? Isn't it cool? Xiao Huahua turned her head and was immediately stunned. Cool, incredibly handsome. Xiao Tian and the others also thought it was incredibly handsome. A real man should drive an off-road vehicle like this so powerful. Compared to other vehicle types, the SUV is significantly larger. Moreover, Xiao Fan had his eye on this car because of its extremely cool color. The price is 500,000. This is still the promotional price. Xiao Tian smacked his lips. A 500,000 yuan car is really something else. The wheels are huge, and the frame is so high, it's almost as tall as me. It would be so much fun to ride in it. Xiao Huahua walked around the car and thought, it's really nice, but unfortunately I can't afford it. He glanced at Xiao Fan and asked, so, are you going to buy this car outright? Another cousin, Xiao So, laughed and said, taking a girl out for a spin in it is so exhilarating. The cousins chatted enthusiastically. At that moment, a salesperson dressed in a suit and wearing a name tag walked over. This off-road vehicle is our brand's flagship model, the new one this year.
You guys have excellent taste. We used brand new materials for this model. Feel them and see if the texture is different from other cars, because we used aerospace materials. Not only are the materials high quality, but the design is also unique, and it feels exceptionally stable to drive. You'll definitely love it. You can get on the bus, and I'll show you around and explain its features in detail. The salesperson was a woman around 22 years old. He looked like he had just graduated, his face still showing the naivety of someone fresh out of school. Xiao Huahua rubbed his hands together and was the first to respond. Okay, I'll give it a try. He has a driver's license, although he took the test several times but has never driven a car. But go up and experience it, it shouldn't be a problem. I went up and took a look around. After getting off, Xiao Huahua couldn't help but shout, "Damn, that was so cool." It really felt amazing. Xiao Tian couldn't hold back any longer. This time it's my turn. Xiao Tian was the oldest and also the largest of his cousins. This off-road vehicle is perfect for him. Goodness, as soon as I got on the bus, I was absolutely smitten. I went up and experienced it, and I didn't want to come down for a long time. The saleswoman smiled and said, "If you like it, you can try it out a little longer." After he got out of the car, Xiaosu also got on and tried it out. After getting off, he excitedly told Xiao Huahua, "Brother Hua, this car is so cool. It makes me feel like a successful person." Xiao Huahua nodded and sighed. "There's a reason why it's expensive, but unfortunately I can't afford it." This SUV was simply his dream car. Unfortunately, he can't afford it. 500,000 is not a small amount, it's enough to buy a house outright in their town. The salesperson could tell that several people wanted to buy. "Dear bosses, this price is a rare find right now. After this promotional price ends, it will revert to the official website price, which will increase by 50 or 60,000. We're only using this as part of our promotion to attract customers because of this auto show. Initially, our leaders discussed setting the price at 520,000, but now it's 500,000, with even greater discounts. If you feel that paying in full is too much of a burden, we also offer installment loans. You can drive it home with just a down payment of 150,000 yuan. The saleswoman took out her phone and opened the official website's suggested retail price. "Dear bosses, I wasn't lying to you, was I? Our promotional price today is indeed discounted by 50 to 60,000. Xiao Huahua stroked his chin. "A discount of only 50 or 60,000? Your discounts aren't that great. In the showroom next door, they have discounts of 90,000 to 100,000. The saleswoman got anxious and said, "Sir, the models are different, and the discounts are different too. This car is the latest model, and it uses the newest technology and materials. This is the biggest discount we can offer right now. If you go to other stores and look for the same model, I guarantee you won't find such a big discount. You can compare it with your friends, and you'll see that what I said is true." Xiao Huahua wanted to try to help Xiao Fan. "I've seen this car in other showrooms, and they have a discount of 100,000 yuan. Can you give us a discount of 100,000 yuan as well?" The saleswoman was speechless. There were only a handful of companies exhibiting this car model in the entire convention center. As a competitor, how could she not know about it? Offering a discount of 100,000 yuan on the same model is just asking around. But the saleswoman didn't say it outright. She just gave a helpless, bitter smile and said, "Sir, we really can't offer any more discounts. This is the lowest price we can offer now." At this moment, a staff member who appeared to be a leader called her over. The girl said to the group, "Gentlemen, please take a look first. I'll be right back in a bit." However, as soon as the saleswoman left, she was given a severe scolding by her boss. "I've told you so many times, why won't you listen? Do those people look like they can afford a car? Instead of wasting time with them, we should go to the showroom and bring back a few more customers. Also, in the future, you should pay attention to the people introducing cars. If they are like this, you can just ask them to introduce cars under 100,000 yuan. Don't waste too much time with them." The saleswoman had only been working for a short time when she was scolded by her boss. She shrank back and didn't dare to talk back. "Back in school, I dreamed of starting my own company after graduation and reaching the pinnacle of my life. But after graduation, she realized how cruel society was. People like her not only have low salaries, but they also have to be subservient to their bosses. This is too difficult." She understood what her supervisor was saying, but she still wanted to give it a try. What if they can actually afford it? On the other side, Xiao Fan and his group also heard what the other party's leader said.
The cars are high-end, but they are poor and can't afford them.
Talking to them is a waste of time. Chapter 102. The cousins had a bold idea.
Xiao Fan and his companions all looked displeased when they heard the girl being reprimanded by her boss.
There are so many people who look down on others these days. I just ran into 2 sycophantic foreigners who looked down on us. I ran into him again at a different store. Are people like this nowadays? People's hearts have changed. Even though they don't have any money, shouldn't they at least show some basic respect? Does being poor mean you have no dignity? Just then, Liang Chen and Xiao Meijin walked towards them with the triplets.
He noticed that his younger brother and several cousins looked unwell.
Xiao Meijin frowned and asked, Xiao Fan, what's wrong? Xiao Fan smiled.
Nothing much, I just heard the saleswoman being scolded by the manager, saying we can't afford it and are wasting their time.
Xiao Meijin raised an eyebrow. There are so many people who think they're above everyone else these days.
The less capable a person is, the bigger their temper.
Xiao Fan's situation isn't worth getting angry about. Liang Chen understood the cause and effect. Pushing the stroller up to Xiao Fan, she asked him, Are you planning to buy this stroller? Xiao Fan nodded. Yes, brother-in-law, I want to drive to work in the future.
With more space, I can carry more things when I drive at home or come to Nanning.
Upon hearing this, Xiao Meichin couldn't help but laugh. Is my younger brother planning to bring up some local specialties?
Come to think of it, every time they go out, my parents wish they could take out as much stuff as possible from the house and let them take it with them. However, the younger brother took a liking to this car. The car is indeed very good looking, with a very distinctive design.
Xiao Tian and Xiao Huahua and a few others greeted Liang Chen. This was their first time meeting Liang Chen. OMG! This is Meijin's husband.
This is the legendary tall, rich, and handsome guy.
Holy crap, he's so handsome. I was immediately struck by Liang Chen's handsome looks when we first met. All I can say is that they're incredibly skilled. However, the next second, Xiao Tian and his companions were once again thoroughly amazed. Oh my god! What an adorable baby! The triplets are so cute and adorable. Shocking! How can there be such an exquisitely beautiful and adorable baby in the world? The 3 little ones looked on with curiosity from inside the stroller. Xiao Tian and the others kept screaming, their hearts were melting. Awesome! Xiao Meichin is amazing. My husband is tall and handsome, and my children are triplets, they're so cute they're almost unbearable. This must be what it means to be a winner in life. Several people's eyes fell on Xiao Meijin, their eyes filled with envy and shock. Who would have thought that the bookworm she was as a child was the one the villagers talked about behind her back, saying she was stupid from studying too much? I'm doing so well now. Indeed, knowledge truly changes destiny.
Xiao Huahua spoke first. Meijin, you've really made something of yourself now, living a good life. The whole village envies you. The babies are so beautiful. They are the most beautiful babies I have ever seen. Looking at the 3 chubby human babies casting curious glances at him, Xiao Huahua couldn't help but scream inside. Xiao Meijin smiled slightly and said, Thank you, 6th brother.
You're getting more and more handsome.
The saleswoman had just been scolded by her boss.
I noticed a few more people had joined. He walked over again with a smile and asked, Bosses, what's your decision? Are you going to buy? Xiao Fan hadn't spoken yet. Liang Chen spoke first, Buy it, this is the one. Ah.
Xiao Huahua and Xiao Tian paused for a moment.
Listen to what Liang Chen said. An idea arose in their minds. Could Liang Chen be planning to give this car to Xiao Fan?
Hiss. The moment this thought crossed everyone's minds, they all gasped in shock.
That's 500,000.
The saleswoman overheard that Liang Chen wanted to buy something.
His expression was one of surprise. Boss, are you sure you want to buy?
If you pay and complete the formalities today, we'll also give you 3 free maintenance services at the 4S store.
Liang Chen nodded and smiled faintly. Could you give me a few more maintenance services? We can process the paperwork now. Upon hearing this, the saleswoman's eyes crinkled with a smile. Sure, we can give you 3 extra deliveries.
The young woman called out, signaling the other staff members to bring over the agreement and contract.
On the other side,
Xiao Meijin did not go with Liang Chen and the others. Instead, they took the babies for a stroll through the exhibition hall. The little ones are curious about everything, and everything was new and exciting for them as it was their first time at a car show.
Xiao Mei Chin pushed the stroller and let them see everything at once. Dabao, don't climb out, okay? Stay inside with your younger brother and sister. Look, cars, so many cars. What colors are they? It's black, right? And this one? This one is red. And what about this one? Does anyone know what color it is? Oh my, Shichi is so smart. It's white. You're right. The little ones often look at cardstock with their parents.
They can distinguish some common colors.
Although she can't speak yet, it doesn't stop Xiao Mei Chin from interacting with the babies.
She believed that the little ones understood what she meant by some of her words.
For example, right now.
The second child was overjoyed to be praised by his mother. As if she knew her mother was praising her, the little one excitedly waved her arms and legs, humming and cooing with excitement.
Wow, look at that little girl's expression, it's so cute. What is she doing? She looks so happy. What a beautiful baby. His emotions are written all over his face. He's so adorable, like an angel. Also, Mom is so beautiful.
She has such a great figure, you can't tell she's ever given birth at all, and she has such a wonderful aura.
If only it were my wife and kids. Sigh, who would marry a wife like that? Xiao Mei Chin showed the babies the cars while interacting with them.
Gradually, the exhibition hall changed. Many people who were originally looking at cars were drawn to the triplets.
Human babies are so cute. No car can compare to an adorable baby. Dabao and Xiaobao were making little babbling noises, I don't know what they were humming. But you can tell she's in a good mood.
When the little ones are looking at the cars, they sometimes stop and look at their mothers. She would even turn her head to look for her father. When out in unfamiliar environments, little ones need to see their parents to feel safe.
So, what is Dad doing at this moment?
The three little ones' gazes fell on their father. At this moment, Liang Chan and Xiao Fan were sitting on stools talking to the saleswoman.
The saleswoman asked questions while filling out the forms. Should I fill in Xiao Fan as the name? Are you sure it's Xiao Fan? Liang Chen nodded in affirmation, yes. Boss, how much are you planning to pay as a down payment?
We can offer installment plans.
Liang Chen shook his head, no installments.
I paid in full. The saleswoman paused for a moment while filling out the form, then took a deep breath.
Are you sure you don't want to pay in installments?
Many car buyers now choose to pay the down payment in installments. It's not uncommon to pay in full, but it's very rare. Only the very wealthy and powerful can afford to pay in full for such an expensive car.
I never expected to run into this. Chapter 103: The Overbearing Cousin-in-Law. The saleswoman didn't have high hopes to begin with. To my surprise, the other party actually bought it. It was paid in full. That's amazing.
Although she received less commission for paying in full than for taking out a loan in installments.
But as long as she can meet her sales targets, she's already very happy.
Moreover, this car costs 500,000 yuan, and the commission received is not satisfactory to long-term employees.
But she was happy. Judging from the way this young man is acting, it seems like he's giving it away. A car worth 500,000 yuan is given away for free.
The saleswoman was utterly astonished that Liang Chen, who was about the same age as her, could come up with so much money.
The formalities are almost complete, sir. Would you like to pay by card or cash?
Liang Chen smiled slightly and swiped his card. After he paid the money, he asked Xiao Fan to sign the papers. At this point, even a fool would know that Liang Chen intended to buy it for himself.
Xiao Fan hesitated, then said, "Brother-in-law, I." Liang Chen patted him on the shoulder and said, "Sign it. I've already paid. I don't think I've ever given you any gifts before, so this car is the first gift I've ever given you. Thank you for taking such good care of your sister all these years." Xiao Fan looked at the serious Liang Chen, took a deep breath, nodded emphatically, and accepted the gift. Xiao Huahua clicked his tongue in amazement.
If I had a brother-in-law like that, I would stick with him forever and cling to this golden thigh.
You can spend 500,000 yuan in one go without the other party even blinking. Not long after meeting Liang Chen, Xiao Tian was once again shocked by him.
I had heard from people in the village before that my cousin had married a rich husband. The other party owns a house and a car in the city, and is very successful in their career. He thought the other party was just a middle-class family. houses and shops worth tens of millions. Perhaps Gu Yuqing exaggerated her claims in the village to show off.
Moreover, in his view, how could Liang Chen, a student who hasn't even graduated from university, achieve such success in such a short time? Of course, he knew that there were many outstanding college students who achieved success before even graduating. But someone like Liang Chen is just too outrageous. How could a human possibly do that? He had been skeptical before. But now, after seeing Liang Chen in person and observing his attitude towards spending money, he is completely convinced. My cousin, Xiao Mei Chin, really married an amazing husband. After the paperwork was completed, the saleswoman told Xiao Fan that he could pick up the car at the dealership the next day. Xiao Fan hummed in agreement, a smile on his face. He was clearly happy to become a car owner. Just as he was about to thank his brother-in-law, I discovered my brother-in-law was gone. He was at the auto show with the babies. My cousins were incredibly excited. Xiao Fan, your brother-in-law is really generous. It's obvious he dotes on Mei Jin. He's very caring and considerate. He's the perfect brother-in-law for you. You're something else. Thanks to your sister, you not only earn over 10,000 a day, but your brother-in-law also gave you a car worth 500,000 yuan. Wow, this is the first time I've ever seen someone so extravagant. Now that you have a car, remember to take us for a drive. When I get a girlfriend, can I borrow your car so I can show off a bit? Xiao Huahuat and Xiao Tian started discussing it amongst themselves. They genuinely envied Xiao Mei Chin. I never imagined that studying could actually change my destiny. Now she's a university teacher and married a wonderful husband. All of this is thanks to reading. If she hadn't studied hard before, she wouldn't have met Liang Chen. Sure enough, stepping outside your comfort zone allows you to meet better people. Xiao Huahua and the others discussed it, and finally asked Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan, can we go visit your sister? My aunt told me that your brother-in-law lives in a mansion worth 20 or 30 million yuan. Why don't you take us there to see the sights? Is this convenient? Having finally made it to Nanning, I naturally wanted to see the mansions worth tens of millions. Xiao Fan hesitated for a moment, then said, I'll go ask my brother-in-law and sister later. Okay, go ask. Xiao Huahua and his friends rubbed their hands together, looking eager to try. On the other side, Liang Chen took the babies to see the car show. Interacting with the little ones. Lele, Chichi, Wan, look, how many wheels does the car have? Is it 1? Or 2? Or 3? Or 4? Hearing Dad's question, the little ones frowned as they thought, their little faces scrunched up like buns. Dabao thought for a moment, but he didn't know. He then looked intently at the car next to him, appearing to be deep in thought. Xiao Bao and his brother had the exact same expression. They are all seriously researching and thinking about it. Only 2 treasures. The little guy thought for a while, didn't know, and quickly stopped thinking about it. My eyes fell on the small toys around the auto show, and I reached out to want them. Looking at Lele and Wan's adorable puzzled expressions, Liang Chen smiled slightly and told them the answer. Oh dear, it has 4 wheels. A car needs 4 wheels to run on the road. Kids, we have a car at home too, do you remember? The babies giggled happily when they heard their father give the answer. It felt like knowing the answer made me incredibly happy. This is the simple joy of a baby. Her smile was incredibly healing Liang Chen and Xiao Meijin, as well as the people around them who were attending the auto show. Seeing the interaction between Liang Chen's family of 5, those around them shed tears of envy. Look, the triplets' dad is so handsome and gentle. It's really good for babies. Yes, he's very gentle and patient. I love this kind of man. This is exactly what I envision a family should be like. I wish my husband were half as good as that guy. A loving and happy family can easily inspire others. Whether it's Liang Chen's gentle handsomeness or the baby's innocence and cuteness. Everyone who witnessed this scene felt healed. The scene of Liang Chen buying a car for Xiao Fan was witnessed by the staff at the auto show. Upon seeing the family of 5 approaching, the salespeople warmly invited Liang Chen and Xiao Meijin to visit their showroom. Bao also got the small toys she had been longing for. Besides her, De Bao and San Bao were also holding small toys. These were all given to me by the saleswomen. Bao was very happy to receive the small souvenirs. Xiao Meichin smiled and said to her daughter, Chi, Auntie is going to give you a toy. What should you say? Should I say thank you? The second baby can't speak yet,
but the little guy is very smart. The chubby little thing waved its little hands and grinned.
Oh my god. This must be the smile of an angel.
The saleswoman's heart melted at Erbao's smile.
So cute. Lele, Wan Wan, do you want to say thank you? Come on, say thank you to your mom, auntie.
Although the babies can't speak yet and may not understand, Xiao Mei Chin will teach them some principles from a young age. They may not understand now, but they will when they grow up.
Chapter 104 Relatives and Friends Visit the Home.
The three little ones are like stars in the night sky.
Twinkle, twinkle, little star.
Wherever she goes, she is the center of attention.
They've only been at the auto show for a short time. Wherever they went, they attracted everyone's attention.
They're even more popular than car models. The three adorable, soft-spoken children seem to have gotten used to being the center of attention.
They all looked at them with curiosity. Both little hands were holding toys, which were given to them by the saleswoman.
Xiao Tian and his group were incredibly envious when they saw the popular family of 5.
I wish I had such a happy family. I just received a car.
Xiao Fan was in a great mood.
When his brother-in-law and the babies were resting, he went over and asked them with a happy smile. Is it convenient for my cousins to visit his home?
Xiao Meijin looked at Liang Chen with a questioning gaze.
Liang Chen smiled at her and said, of course, we welcome our cousins to visit our home. When we get back, I'll cook them something delicious.
Xiao Meichin's eyes narrowed as she smiled, her eyebrows and eyes curving beautifully. The three little ones stared blankly at their mother.
Good heavens, he's drooling. Is it because mom is too beautiful?
Xiao Meichin smiled gratefully and said, thank you, husband. She was very happy when her cousins came to Nanning.
Now that she's married, Xiao Meijin always consults Liang Chen first when relatives come to visit. Liang Chen was very considerate of her. When relatives come to visit, they will be warmly welcomed. Leave the convention center. Xiao Fan took Xiao Tian and the others to visit his brother-in-law's house.
The group hailed a taxi and followed the nanny van.
The nanny van arrived at Mingyue Bay first. Liang Chen spoke with the security guard at the gate and then led the group into the residential area.
Mingyue Bay is one of the top 10 luxury residences in Nanning. The main gate of the residential complex is extremely luxurious and eye-catching.
The buildings and greenery inside are dazzling. I was utterly shocked. So beautiful. Take a deep breath, and it feels as if the air itself is filled with the scent of money. This is the house where rich people live. The environment is so beautiful.
It has gardens, streams and bridges, and various sports facilities.
They even have football fields and swimming pools. Someone is relaxing on a lounge chair by the pool. It looks so pleasant.
Upon entering my cousin's large, single-level house, everyone began to tour it.
The interior design is amazing.
The color combination is so stunning that even those who don't understand art would be amazed.
Moreover, the interior design and styling are equally eye-catching.
The placement of tables and chairs, and the overall design, creates a very comfortable feeling.
The little ones have just gotten home. As if they had planned it together, everyone pulled it. Liang Chen bent down to pick up the wet wipes. Wife, you chat with your cousins.
I'll take care of the babies. Xiao Meijin smiled and shook her head. With Xiao Fan here, I don't need to go over. After saying that, she touched Erbao's little belly. The little guy kicked his toes and giggled.
You've already pooped, and you're still laughing so happily. Aren't you ashamed? Chi-Chi pooped, it's so embarrassing. Chi-Chi smiled even more happily. It seems like she'd be happy if the smell bothered her mom.
Xiaobao joined in the fun, waving his little hands and giggling.
Doesn't he know he's pooping?
After tidying up her daughter, Xiao Meijin's gaze fell on her youngest son.
Gently pinch his little nose. Silly boy, you've pooped in your pants. You're not clean anymore, you're a stinky baby, mommy doesn't love you anymore. Mom doesn't love the smelly baby. P.S. Sorry everyone, I just finished being busy today. Updates will resume tomorrow.
Thank you so much for your continued support.
Chapter 105 Scared the babies. The giant face is attacking. Mom doesn't love the smelly baby.
The little boy, who was laughing happily, heard his mother's voice.
His expression immediately fell.
Her watery eyes were filled with grievance. Xiao Meichin quickly comforted her son, asking why he was upset, saying that his mother was just teasing Wan Wan.
How could a mother not love her baby? Mom loves Wan Wan the most. Wan is a sweet and fragrant baby. Come here, Mom is giving you a heart.
The little rascal immediately stopped crying. At this moment, Debao rolled over and looked at his mother with his big, blinking eyes.
That expression seemed to say, Mom, am I not your favorite baby anymore? After cleaning up Xiaobao's bottom, Xiao Meijin gave Debao a bright smile. Dududu, Lele is also Mom's favorite baby.
She is her mother's precious darling. Come on, Mommy will make you smell sweet and lovely, time to change your pants.
Clean up the little one's poop.
She fed him milk again. The three adorable children were still very energetic and showed no signs of wanting to sleep.
I guess it's because there are many people at home, and it's lively.
Their expressions were remarkably similar, as they looked at their uncles with great curiosity. After Xiao Fan led Xiao Tian and the others on a tour, they returned to the living room. Xiao Su was the first to express his amazement. How luxurious!
Compared to my house, mine isn't even a doghouse. Xiao Tian smiled and said, what I like most is this big balcony. You can see the Yong River. It's so beautiful.
A large balcony is just like a terrace, you can even raise fish and flowers there.
This is the kind of life people should have. Xiao Huahua added, besides the beautiful scenery, the feng shui is also excellent.
I just searched the location of this neighborhood on Baidu, and it says this place is a treasure trove.
The feng shui is good, the house layout is good, it's bright and airy, and the natural light is really good. Such a nice house.
It would be a lie to say I'm not envious. What a luxurious, spacious apartment.
And the decor is so beautiful.
Xiao Tian and his friends guessed that this kind of renovation might cost several million to achieve such an effect. Then he went to Xiao Fan's side, sat down on the sofa, and patted him on the shoulder.
Your sister's house is so beautiful. Now that you're making money, when are you going to buy one?
Xiao Huahua knew about Xiao Fan's situation. Thinking of his ex-girlfriend, I couldn't help but say, you were right to break up with your ex. She was with you before only because she wanted your salary to support her. If she can be with the company leaders, she can be with other people for money in the future. Leaving her was the right thing to do.
Look, now your luck has turned around and you're taking off.
Xiao Fan used to be with Zhao Huilan. He worked hard and spent almost all of his monthly salary on her.
And what was the result?
In the end, he was cheated on by his partner. Xiao Huahua doesn't deserve it for his cousin. Xiao Fan has already let go of his resentment towards Zhao Huilan.
My cousin asked me when I was going to buy a house.
Xiao Fan thought for a moment and said, next year, I'll do it.
My parents told me that I plan to buy it next year.
I'll save some money this year.
Now that you earn over 10,000 yuan a day, you'll have a lot of money saved up by next year. Xiao Fan, you're not planning to buy a villa, are you?
Xiao Huahua thought for a moment, then asked with delight. Upon hearing the word villa, Xiao Su and his companions perked up. If Xiao Fan buys a villa, he'll be the first person in the village to own one. That's awesome.
Xiao Fan smiled and said that it was not confirmed yet. He wants to buy a villa, but he also wants to buy a large apartment.
He is where he is today because of his brother-in-law, Liang Chen. On the other side, Liang Chen asked Xiao Meijin to take care of the baby, and he was already cooking in the kitchen.
A delicious aroma wafted from the kitchen. Xiao Huahua couldn't help but swallow hard. Oh my god, it smells so good.
This is the most fragrant scent he has ever smelled in his life. Looking sideways towards the kitchen, I saw Liang Chen's graceful figure moving about.
Xiao Huahua asked in surprise, damn, Xiao Fan, your brother-in-law can cook?
Xiao Fan nodded proudly, yes, my brother-in-law's cooking is super delicious.
The cousins were shocked. That's amazing. Liang Chen is not only good-looking and good at making money, but he can also cook. I cried. How can there be such an outstanding man? The more they think about it, the more inferior they feel. Holy crap, this smells amazing.
As more food was prepared, the aroma wafting from the kitchen became increasingly enticing.
Xiao Tian and the others were starving.
Finally, after more than 20 minutes of agonizing waiting, Liang Chen finished cooking.
Xiao Fan went over to help and brought the dishes out.
Feeling embarrassed to be idle, Xiao Tian and the others went over to help serve the dishes and wash the dishes. Dinner is served, and everyone takes their seats in turn. The babies weren't asleep yet, so the couple put them in the play area to play, while Biscuit watched over them. Smelling the delicious aroma wafting from the dining table, Erbo, with his bottom sticking out, kept trying to climb onto the table.
Every time she tries to climb out of the baby mat, Biscuit pushes her back in. Everyone was amazed by the intelligence of the cat. This was the first time my cousins had come to visit us.
Xiao Meijin smiled and said to them, "Please help yourselves.
This was specially made for you by Liang Chen. Don't be shy, just make yourselves at home." Xiao Huahua rubbed his hands excitedly, "Then I won't be polite."
After saying that, he couldn't wait to pick up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth.
Holy crap! Absolutely amazing. Xiao Huahua's eyes widened in disbelief. This is the taste of the most exquisite flavor in the world.
One bite wasn't enough, so he picked up several more pieces of meat and began to enjoy them immensely.
Seeing this, everyone started eating. After taking a bite, Xiao Tian couldn't help but speak. "It's so delicious.
Meijin, I really envy you being able to eat dishes like this every day. My brother-in-law's cooking is the best and most delicious food I've ever eaten."
Holy crap, this is delicious.
Xiao Tian wasn't very educated, so he could only express his feelings in the simplest and most unadorned language. Xiao Meijin smiled slightly and said, "Third brother, order more if you like it.
Sixth brother, eighth brother, you should eat more too."
These are all Xiao Meijin's cousins, listed according to seniority in the village.
Xiao Huahua stopped midway and recorded a video of himself eating. "After we've eaten, I'll record a luxurious video of a large single-level apartment and send it to the group chat. That would make all the other kids in the village so envious. Xiao Meichin has really made something of herself now. She married into a good family."
After finishing their meal, Liang Chen chatted with them for a while before going to take care of the babies.
The cousins felt bad about bothering the couple for too long. After telling Xiao Meijin, she followed Xiao Fan to the children's clothing store. Before leaving, Xiao Huahua wanted to hug the babies. "Come on, little ones, how about letting your uncle give you a hug? Uncle will give you candy."
The little guy turned his head and saw a big, round face coming towards him. She was so frightened that she burst into tears. They whined and called for their parents. They didn't want their uncle to hold them.
Liang Chen laughed, "You're getting too close." The babies feel scared because it's sudden. From the little one's perspective,
the sudden closeness felt like something out of Attack on Titan. Suddenly a huge face appeared in your line of sight. It would be strange not to be scared. Xiao Huahua chuckled, scratching his head sheepishly. "Sorry, I'm inexperienced, I scared the babies."
Chapter 106, Let the Baby Participate in the Show and Become a Child Star? The three little ones didn't give them any face at all.
No matter how I try to coax her, she just won't let me hold her. I guess he was shocked by Xiao Huahua's big face. As soon as the group got a little closer, the little ones immediately started whimpering and crying.
Meow.
Biscuit stood up by its tail, meowed, and watched them warily. He had a fiercely protective expression on his face. Everyone gave a wry smile, deciding they could only wait until the babies were more relaxed next time to hold them, so as not to disturb the little one's rest. Xiao Fan left with the group of people who looked regretful.
"Let's go to the children's clothing store." Arriving at Bailu Square, I saw the crowds and buildings on the street.
Everyone had a general idea of the prices of the surrounding shops.
Absolutely outrageously expensive.
Xiao Tian exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, there's such a large flow of people here, and so many families with babies on the street.
No wonder you guys make so much money." The shop area is 220 square meters.
This area comprises a large number of shops. You should know that some small shops of 6 or 7 square meters have exorbitantly high monthly rents.
Not to mention a large area of 220 square meters. Shops in good locations can be more expensive than gold.
Hu Yulian and He Qian were busy in the shop when they saw them and hurried over to greet them.
"Young boss, you've arrived. My relatives and friends and I came to visit you all. Go about your business."
The two glanced at Xiao Tian and the others, then said, "All right, let's get back to work. I heard from my aunt that this store makes a net profit of 230,000 yuan every day." Relatives and friends said, "You're kidding, don't mess with us. How can a children's clothing store be so profitable? Even long-established stores don't have such profits." While the group was secretly observing the children's clothing store, a customer walked over, looked at the photos in the display area, and asked a question.
"Hey boss, are these the triplets from your shop?" Xiao Fan has been managing the children's clothing store for quite some time now. They become quite adept at handling customer inquiries.
The friendly reply was, "Yes, the photos in the display area are of triplets, the big boss's babies. The clothes they wear are all from the store's brand, so you can buy with confidence."
"Wow, the babies are so cute and exquisite.
I heard that the big boss, who is the father of the triplets, is super handsome, and many mothers come here to buy things just to see him.
Oh, isn't he in the store today? Oh, you also want to see the triplets, Dad? We do too, but we've come several times and haven't seen him yet. Just then, a passerby overheard their conversation and couldn't help but sigh.
Seeing this, Xiao Tian and his companions seemed to understand why their children's clothing store was doing so well. It must be because of the babies and Liang Chen's good looks.
Most parents come here specifically for them. The baby is so cute and the dad is so handsome. Isn't this combination absolutely irresistible? So this is the secret to making big money.
Xiao Huahua laughed and said, Brother Tian, you should also hurry up and find a beautiful wife to have children, preferably 3 cute babies, so that you can sell children's clothes and take us to new heights in the future.
Xiao Tian remained silent.
He's not handsome, and let alone a beautiful wife, he doesn't even have a girlfriend right now.
How can he have a cute baby? There's nothing we can do about it. Unless some stunningly beautiful woman, blinded by greed, marries him. Only then can you give birth to an adorable baby.
Of course, he also wants to marry a beautiful wife and have an adorable baby. However, Xiao Tian was self-aware and felt that such a thing would not happen to him. He should just stick to his job. While Xiao Tian was still marveling at the scene, Xiao Huahua had already sent the picture of the bustling children's clothing store to the family group chat. The video immediately caused a stir and sparked heated discussions. Many people envied Xiao Meichin's good fortune in marrying such a wonderful husband.
They are living the life they've always dreamed of. On the other side, within Mingyue Bay residential community,
the babies are already asleep. Xiao Meijin opened the calendar, saw the mark on it, and turned to Liang Chen.
Honey, today is the baby's checkup day. Let's take them to the hospital when they wake up.
Liang Chen was stunned, then leaned closer to look.
Another physical exam so soon? Time flies. It was 3 p.m. The babies are awake.
The little ones opened their eyes groggily, and Liang Chen chuckled.
Oh dear, the little ones are awake. Come on, Dad will dress you. We're going for a physical exam and to get your shots at the same time.
The little ones have just woken up and are not fully conscious yet, so even if you tell them they need an injection, they won't know what that means.
After getting ready, the couple took them out. Before setting off, Liang Chen had already made an appointment online.
Once they arrive, they can take a number and wait for the doctor to call them. The triplets' appearance in the pediatric ward immediately attracted everyone's attention. Their expressions were all incredibly strange.
No one can resist their cuteness.
These little ones are much prettier than the babies in commercials. Just then, a young woman in her late 20s walked over.
Mom and Dad, your baby is so cute. Triplets. They're so beautiful. They're the cutest and most exquisite babies I've ever seen. Hello, I'm from Yongcheng TV station. May I ask if we can record a program for the babies?
If you appear on our show, maybe your babies will become star babies in the future, and they can enter the entertainment industry when they grow up. The young woman looked at the couple expectantly, her gaze occasionally drifting over the 3 curious babies.
Oh my god, so cute.
The young woman is certain that this little guy will become a sensation in the commercial.
Xiao Meijin looked at Liang Chen and asked for his opinion. Without even thinking, Liang Chen shook his head and refused, saying, Sorry, my baby isn't feeling well.
The woman paused for a moment. She didn't expect Liang Chen to refuse.
This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to appear on television. With the triplets' good looks, they would definitely be famous, so why did he refuse?
Dad, think it over carefully. If your kids go on our show, they'll definitely become famous, and lots of companies will come looking for them to shoot commercials. If you shoot a few more commercials, you'll become a child star, giving you an advantage when you grow up and enter the entertainment industry.
Entering the entertainment industry means making tons of money. Who could resist such a temptation? However, Liang Chen shook his head and said he wouldn't consider it. My baby won't be in the entertainment industry, and we don't want to be famous.
Liang Chen doesn't want her children to enter the entertainment industry in the future, nor does she want them to become famous and have their lives exposed. The woman looked regretful.
Are you really not going to consider it? The babies have a very good foundation.
Then she looked at Xiao Meijin, still wanting to try again. Xiao Meijin shook her head and smiled, Thank you for your kindness, but my baby is not feeling well, so you should find someone else.
Compared to entering the entertainment industry, Xiao Meichin prefers her children to grow up peacefully and carefree. Chapter 107 Babies, do you still have the energy to cry?
Seeing how determined the couple was, the woman's face was full of regret.
With the triplets' good looks, they're sure to become a hit on TV.
She never expected that anyone could resist the allure of sudden fame.
Don't they know what becoming famous means? That means a steady stream of money. Liang-chen said casually, do we look like we're short of money?
The woman looked up at the family of 5 and was speechless.
Well, it definitely doesn't look like it. The couple possessed a certain air about them, an indescribable nobility.
The woman gave a bitter smile and could only leave with regret. I came to the hospital today to conduct interviews and collect materials.
She was amazed the moment the triplets appeared. Based on her experience, she knew that the babies would become a huge hit if they appeared on the show. What a pity! Watching their partner leave, the couple felt no regret whatsoever. On the contrary, they share the same view. They don't want to expose the little ones' lives. As long as they grow up safely and peacefully by my side, that's enough.
The items included in this baby's physical examination were height, weight, vision, head circumference, etc.
Another crucial step is the blood test. The purpose is to check if the babies are anemic. She pushed the stroller into the doctor's office. Pediatricians have vivid memories of the triplets. Oh dear, who's here? The babies are here.
Lele, Chi-Chi, and Wan-Wan, you've all grown so much.
Do you still remember your auntie?
The 3 little ones' eyes were bright and sparkling, as beautiful as grapes.
It made the doctor unable to help but feel fond of it. Come here, babies, let Auntie check you out. Wow, you've all grown so tall. You're all amazing.
The doctor praised them while examining each of the little ones. Height, weight, and head circumference are all normal.
I gave Liang-chen a blood test form.
He should go to the first floor to pay, then go to the lab on the 5th floor.
He can come back to me after the results are ready. Good. The payment didn't take long, and then Liang-chen took the babies to the 5th floor.
I have to say, that woman from Yongcheng TV station had a very accurate intuition.
If triplets were to appear on a TV show, it would definitely become a huge hit. Just like now, wherever the little ones go, they are all the focus of everyone's attention. When we arrived at the laboratory, there were already children there. Goodness, the baby was crying so pitifully. The entire department was filled with the baby's cries.
Upon hearing this, Xiao Bao, probably infected by it, also started crying loudly.
His crying made Bao, who was watching the commotion, cry too.
When the second child cries, the first child cries too.
Xiao Mei Chin couldn't do anything with the babies.
Honey, look, they got infected as soon as they came in.
Liang Chen quickly tried to comfort them.
They had barely stopped crying when it was their turn. The doctor smiled and said to the little ones, don't cry too early.
That's for sure, they'll be crying when they get their blood tested.
I just wonder if the babies will still have the energy to cry after they've already cried.
Just as the babies were confused, the little cuties suddenly got pricked on the finger. The doctor worked very quickly, finishing before the babies could even react. The result is, it was different from what the doctor had expected. Even if the babies have already cried, they still have the energy to cry now. The triplets looked completely bewildered. He stared blankly at his parents. They seemed not to understand what just happened. The first to react was Bao, who let out a loud wail. He felt the pain in his little hands. Xiao Bao was the second to react. However, the little one only cried for a short while before stopping, just sobbing and looking very sad. Bao finally realized the pain in his little hands and started crying loudly. She cried with a very aggrieved expression, looking so pitiful.
Xiao Mei Chin held her daughter and tried to comfort her. The little one nestled on her mother's shoulder, looking very sad.
The test results won't be available for a while. Babies, you still need to get vaccinated. Vaccinations are essential for your health and safety. The vaccination is on the 3rd floor.
The couple were already quite familiar with getting vaccinated, but there were more people this time. They waited in line for 20 minutes before it was their turn.
This time, as usual, I needed 2 injections. 1 in each arm.
Babies don't like injections, and Liang Chen guessed that the little ones who had just finished crying were about to start crying again. The couple couldn't help but feel heartbroken at the thought of their adorable child crying several times in a row.
But there's nothing we can do, these are things babies have to go through.
They could only force themselves to endure it and harden their hearts. All of this is for the good of the babies. The babies seemed to realize something, and one by one they started to get nervous.
Liang Chen is heartless.
Lele, as the older brother, shouldn't you set a good example for your younger siblings? Liang Chen picked up Debao, while Xiao Meijin cheered on her eldest son from the side. The doctor who administered the vaccine this time used the fastest technique the couple had ever seen. Before the couple could react, the baby had received 2 injections in no time.
That's it, next one.
Liang Chen and Xiao Meijin were stunned for a moment.
That's incredibly fast.
Just as Debao was completely bewildered. The second and third babies were also completely bewildered.
The speed at which the injection was administered was unbelievable. None of the little ones cried. I'm just wondering, what just happened? The test results are in after I received the vaccine. Liang Chen took it to the doctor for a look.
The doctor examined the babies and said they were fine and everything was normal. Upon learning that their babies were healthy, the couple happily took them home.
Liang Chen pushed the stroller, while Xiao Meijin made exaggerated expressions to amuse them as they walked.
But then, just as we stepped out of the hospital,
Xiao Meijin then encountered an unexpected person.
A man's voice came from behind. Meijin, Meijin, it really is you.
What a coincidence.
His voice was filled with excitement. His tone carried an air of admiration.
Xiao Meijin turned her head and frowned. Who are you?
The man excitedly exclaimed, I'm Guo Chun, your graduate school classmate.
Guo Chun?
Xiao Meijin remembered that there was indeed such a person when she was a graduate student. However, she was focused on her studies at the time and didn't pay much attention to him.
Is there anything I can help you with?
No, nothing's wrong, I was just happy to see you. I heard you've become a university professor.
Congratulations.
Thanks. Meijin, you're still so beautiful. By the way, I work at Shangfeng Group now and recently became a manager.
I'm planning to invite my graduate school classmates to dinner. Why don't you come along?
Guo Chun is now a department manager, earning an annual salary of 7 or 800,000. Now he has the confidence to invite Xiao Meijin. Guo Chun was incredibly excited to finally be able to invite her dream girl to dinner.
Oh, congratulations too. I won't eat there, you guys go ahead and have your party, I'm busy. Chapter 108 Goddess, how could you have a child? I'm not reconciled. Guo Chun's expression froze. I'm not going. How could she not go?
You should know that Xiao Meijin was his dream goddess. He had waited for this day for an unknown amount of time. He invited the other person to dinner at the height of his fame. Therefore, he specially invited all his former graduate school classmates, just to have a reason to see Xiao Meijin.
However, the other party completely ignored him.
Xiao Meijin said coldly, you guys can have your own gathering.
I have to spend time with my husband and children, I don't have time.
What?
Are you married and have children?
Guo Chun was stunned, as if struck by lightning.
How could she be pregnant?
Guo Chun remembers that when he first met Xiao Meijin, he had already thought of a name for the child. But now she's married to someone else and has a child.
Guo Chun could not accept this fact.
Xiao Meijin had no feelings for him and began to introduce him. Let me introduce you, this is my husband, Liang Chen.
These are my 3 children.
The moment Guo Chun looked up and saw Liang Chen, he was startled.
A deep sense of inferiority welled up within me.
The man in front of me is so much more handsome than me, with great looks and such a great temperament.
3 children. Guo Chun was once again amazed when her gaze fell on the stroller. The soft and cuddly baby is so cute.
This should have been Xiao Meijin's child.
Guo Chun wept inwardly.
At the same time, a great hatred for Xiao Meijin rose in his heart.
Ha, as expected, women are all obsessed with looks.
They're all visual creatures, they only like handsome guys.
Guo Chun's love turned to hatred. I think Xiao Meijin is a superficial woman who can't see her own good qualities. Even so, watching the other person and their husband and children leave, Guo Chun was still extremely unwilling.
His goddess just left, got married and had children, and no longer belonged to him at all.
He was unwilling to accept it.
After leaving, Liang Chen said on the way, honey, your classmate likes you.
Xiao Meijin was stunned for a moment. Huh? Is there?
Looking at her adorable expression, Liang Chen couldn't help but smile. It's normal for other men to like my wife, who is so beautiful. Xiao Meijin smiled, her eyes crinkling, and said, then you'd better cherish it.
Absolutely. We're going to grow old together, how could we not cherish this time? My wife, you and the babies are all my treasures. I heard the word baby. The triplets giggled, their innocent smiles filling the carriage. Liang Chen returned home filled with happiness. Midnight. The sleeping babies suddenly started whimpering and crying. They all looked terrified. It seems I dreamt of something terrible. All three babies are crying. Upon hearing the children's cries, Xiao Mei Qin reflexively sat up in bed, fully awake. I came over and saw the babies' terrified expressions. She panicked immediately. Honey, what should I do? The babies are crying so hard, are they sick? Liang Chen shook his head. Logically speaking, after taking the system reward potion, the baby shouldn't get sick for the next few months. He thought about it and guessed that he must have dreamed about the situation when he went to get his blood tested during the day. Children have memories. When they fall asleep, they may recall the scary things that happened during the day, and they will be afraid in their dreams and cry. Xiao Mei Qin had also heard of this claim. Seeing the little ones' frightened expressions, Xiao Meijin moved them all out onto the bed and hugged them. By conveying warmth to babies, children feel their mothers are by their side, giving them a sense of security and reducing their fear. Sure enough, it worked very well. Gradually, the baby stopped crying and drifted off to sleep. The couple looked at the little rice dumplings with heartache. Liang Chen lost his sleepiness and quietly watched over them. The babies are still small. I don't remember much. The next day, I forgot why I cried the night before. Xiao Mei Qin and Liang Chen exchanged a smile. Life went on like this. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The children's clothing store was holding an event that day, and Liang Chen went to help out. Xiao Mei Qin was staying home with her child instead of attending classes when she suddenly received a phone call. It was a call from a college classmate. Xiao Meijin didn't have many close friends during her university years, but Xinyu was one of her closest friends. Meijin, are you there? Are you there? I couldn't make it in other cities, so I came back to Nanning. Where are you? I'm coming to visit you. Xiao Meichin asked with concern, why are you back? Wasn't your work going well? Is there something wrong with your relationship? No, I'm single. I quit the company, and things are terrible. I have to work overtime every day and still get subjected to psychological manipulation. It's unbearable to work even one more day. Xinyu had been back in Yongqing for several days, and only after renting a house and settling in did she find Xiao Meijin. I'm just afraid of causing trouble for the other party. Tell me quickly, where are you? I'm coming to find you. Xinyu couldn't wait to meet her friend. After working away from home for so long, she had a lot to say to her good friend. Xiao Meichin glanced at the children playing and said, I'm at Mingyue Bay. Come over here. Call me when you get to the door. Okay, I'll be right there. My dear sister, I'm here. After hanging up the phone, Xinyu happily prepared to go out, but soon realized something was wrong. Mingyue Bay? Is this the Mingyue Bay that I know? She searched on the map and found that there was only one Mingyue Bay in the entire city of Yongqing. One of the top 10 luxury residences in Nanning. Xiao Meijin told me to go there to find her. Could it be that this girl lives there and has made a fortune? Fearing she might have made a mistake, she sent another WeChat message to ask again. I learned that was the place. Shen Yu. Good heavens. Could Xiao Meichin have really struck it rich and become a wealthy woman? With excitement in her heart, Xinyu went out and bought fruit. 20 minutes later, I stood in front of the luxurious and grand gate of Mingyue Bay. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Was this really a residential area he could enter? She called Xiao Meijin again to confirm, Meijin, I'm at the entrance of Mingyue Bay community. Are you sure you're not kidding me? Are you inside? Xiao Meijin smiled slightly and said, yes, I told the security guard that I can come in by saying my name in a bit. I can't come down to pick you up right now, so please come to me yourself. Good. Xinyu took a deep breath. She wanted to see what her good friend was up to. With a mix of trepidation and excitement, I finally stepped through the gates of Mingyue Bay residential complex. My goodness, this is one of the top 10 luxury residences in Nanning, it's so beautiful. Xinyu looked around like a country bumpkin visiting a large courtyard, looking here and there. Finally, filled with curiosity and excitement, Xinyu arrived at the front gate. Click.
The door opened, and a stunningly beautiful woman with a radiant face, a curvaceous figure, and fair skin appeared before Xinyu. Xiao Mei Qin greeted Ye with a smile, saying, "It's been a long time, welcome, welcome." Xinyu grinned and followed him into the house. While changing my shoes, I looked around. Wow, this house is so beautifully decorated. Chapter 109. Xinyu was so shocked that her jaw dropped. While changing her shoes, Xinyu noticed several pairs of men's shoes on the shoe cabinet. She guessed that Xiao Mei Qin probably had a boyfriend. Xiao Meijin asked Xinyu to put the fruit away, then went back to her room to change her clothes. Xinyu toured the living room alone. The house is big and spacious, and decorated very beautifully at Xinyu's dream house. In addition, she also noticed there are many small clothes on the balcony. It's children's clothing, baby clothes, available in blue and pink. Xinyu, with her wild imagination, wondered if her good friend might already have a child. By this time, she was pretty sure that Xiao Mei Qin had a boyfriend. When Xiao Mei Qin came out again, Xinyu asked curiously, "Meijin, I saw a lot of baby clothes on the balcony. Do you have a child?" Xiao Mei Qin smiled and nodded, "Yes. It's true. You have a husband?" Xinyu's eyes widened in surprise. Although she already had a guess in her heart, she was still shocked when she heard it from Xiao Meijin. Xinyu and Xiao Meijin were college classmates and used to be good friends. Of course, she knew how high Xiao Meichin's standards were for her partner. "I can't believe it's only been a short time, and she's already a mother." Seeing Xinyu's surprised expression, Xiao Meichin smiled and then told her about her general situation. Xinyu was so shocked she almost lost her mind. "You said you've already registered your marriage and your baby is already several months old? Have you met their parents yet?" "Both sides have met each other's parents, but the wedding hasn't been held yet. I'm thinking of inviting you when the wedding is held." Oh. Xinyu nodded blankly. Holy crap, that's way too fast. Looking at the luxurious mansion, Xinyu tentatively asked, "Meijin, your husband's family is really well off. How old is he?" It's strange, when it comes to rich people. In Xinyu's mind, there was a bald, greasy middle-aged man. This is her image of a rich person. Ask Liang Chen how old he is. Xiao Mei Qin was a little embarrassed. Seeing Xiao Meijin's reserved demeanor, Xinyu's heart skipped a beat. Contrary to expectations, Xiao Mei Qin married a bald older man, perhaps out of embarrassment. "What are you thinking about?" As if knowing what Xinyu was thinking, Xiao Meijin rolled her eyes at her. "My husband is younger than me, that's why I'm embarrassed to say it." "Oh? She's younger than you. You two are siblings. So the other person is a rich, handsome, and successful guy? Well done, Meijin, you've got a knack for it." Xinyu chuckled. Xinyu felt that the house should have been bought by the other party. Xiao Meichin could not possibly have that kind of financial capability. There's only one possibility, it's her husband's. Such a luxurious house couldn't possibly be rented. Therefore, Xinyu can conclude that Xiao Meijin married a young, rich, and handsome man. Xiao Meijin sat on the sofa, tidying up the baby's clothes while talking to Xinyu about the little things that had happened since they separated. Xinyu sat down beside her and listened attentively. "You said your husband bought this house on his own, without relying on his family's help. His family is from the countryside, and their circumstances are similar to ours." Xiao Meijin nodded. "Yes, he bought this house himself. He also has a shop in Bailu Plaza, and we have 2 cars, an Audi and a nanny van. He bought all of these himself." Then he continued with a smile, "You should know Bailu Square Pedestrian Street, right? The shops are there. Now he and my brother have opened a children's clothing store together, and they made a net profit of 230,000 yuan on the opening day." Xinyu was shocked. So many, and he bought them all himself? How is that possible? Houses, shops, and cars. The key point is that Xiao Meichin said Liang Chen's family background was not good. How could anyone possibly have the money to buy so many things? No matter how outstanding he is, it's impossible. There are even children's clothing stores that make over 200,000 yuan in profit a day. Is this really something a human could do? Xinyu was bewildered in the wind. Xinyu became increasingly curious about Liang Chen's identity. "Meijin, how old is your husband? Besides running a children's clothing store with your younger brother, what else does he do?" Xiao Meichin was silent for a while, then said hesitantly, "My husband is still a student. As a senior in college, you should know how old he is." Xinyu was stunned.
A senior in college? Your husband hasn't graduated from college yet? My goodness, is he a student at your school?
Xinyu knows that her good friend is now a university teacher.
Then what are she and Liang Chen? This is definitely a teacher-student relationship. Xiao Mei Chin's eyes darted away, which was considered an admission.
Xinyu then asked, "You're a university teacher, and he hasn't graduated yet.
What will happen to the child? Did you hire a postpartum nanny? No wonder your house is so clean."
Xiao Meijin shook her head and said she didn't invite him. Liang Chen usually stays at home to take care of the children and acts as a stay-at-home dad. He also cleans the house.
Ha! Liang Chen stays at home taking care of the kids and is a stay-at-home dad? Xinyu has been surprised for days.
There aren't many men willing to stay home and be stay-at-home dads these days. Liang Chen was actually willing to stay home and take care of the baby.
It seems he has deep feelings for his wife and children. The best friends seem to have a very sweet life together. Xinyu was happy for her.
Xinyu's gaze fell on the little clothes on the balcony, and she asked curiously, "Meijin, there are so many cute little clothes.
How many babies have you had? Are they twins?"
Xiao Meichin smiled and shook her head, saying they weren't twins.
They're triplets. Xinyu stood up abruptly. "Meijin, how many babies have you had?" Xiao Meichin proudly said, "3 babies, triplets." Xinyu was shocked. Holy crap, she gave birth to triplets in one go. Meijin, you're amazing. You can really have so many babies. 3 babies, raising them is not easy.
Raising even one child is difficult enough these days.
The pressure from these 3 factors will only increase.
If all 3 babies are boys, you'll need to prepare 3 houses before the future arrives.
Good heavens, who can handle this?
After looking around the house, it was fortunate that Xiao Meichin's family did not seem to be short of money.
Perhaps they don't have the pressures of ordinary families.
As the two were talking, the sound of babies whimpering came from the room.
Xiao Meijin's expression shifted. "Come here, Xinyu, let me show you my 3 treasures." Xinyu quickly understood what she meant by baby.
After washing his hands, he followed behind Xiao Meichin.
Upon entering the master bedroom, 3 tiny figures wriggled in the crib. It's pink, soft, and cuddly. It's incredibly cute.
Seeing their mother approach, the 3 little ones hummed even more happily. Xinyu couldn't help but scream when she saw such adorable babies for the first time.
"Oh my god, Meijin, they're so cute.
They're like little rice dumplings.
I really want to take a bite."
Xinyu's sudden scream startled the triplets, and Xiao Meijin was heartbroken.
Chapter 110 Meijin, can you give me Dabeo?
Yeah, stop startling us, keep your voice down, you're scaring the babies.
Xinyu snapped out of her daze at the baby's cuteness. "Meijin, are these all your babies?" Xinyu was rambling incoherently. I realized I asked a pointless question. There's no way around it, these little cuties are just too adorable. My best friend secretly gave birth to triplets, which amazed everyone. Xiao Meichin nodded with a smile, and then checked the baby's diapers.
There seemed to be a strange smell in the air. Xinyu saw Xiao Meijin touching and smelling the babies and wondered what she was doing.
"Meijin, what's wrong with the babies?"
Xiao Meichin smiled mysteriously, her eyes sparkling as she spoke.
Yeah, take a deep breath. Xinyu subconsciously took a breath. "Meijin, I feel something's off. It smells a bit."
Xiao Meichin laughed, "It's just right that it smells bad.
Because the babies pooped.
Perhaps they were uncomfortable, because the babies were all whimpering and unhappy." Under Xinyu's surprised gaze, Xiao Meijin skillfully changed the diapers of the babies.
There is a special area in the bathroom for cleaning up after babies.
It has a height-adjustable countertop that is convenient for parents to use.
The little ones are so naughty, they won't cooperate at all. Even after pooping, I still want to play with my mom. Helpless, Xiao Meijin asked Xinyu for help. "Could you get me that blue handkerchief with Dabao's name on it? And also, could you get me a pack of wet wipes? Also, that jar of baby powder has Dabao's name on it." Xinyu snapped out of her daze and said, "Okay, right away."
Upon closer inspection, the handkerchief bore the name Dabao Lulu.
Xinyu knew it was Dabao's. The pink one next to it said Airbao, and the one on the right was Xiaobao's. Both Dabao's and Xiaobao's were blue. But the blue one is different.
In addition to these, the table outside the wet and dry areas also has diapers, talcum powder, baby wipes, cotton swabs, baby nail clippers, and so on. Si Yao Mei Chin placed a bow on the table and opened the little ears of the diaper. Xin Yu watched from the side, filled with admiration. Si Yao Mei Chin had become a great mother without even realizing it.
That's amazing.
Bao was playing while his mom cleaned his bottom, and he was so cute without crying or fussing.
Come on, help me hold Bao. Ha? I can hug you? Really? Is it okay? Xin Yu was at a loss, unable to believe her ears. This is so sudden. Is it really okay for her to hold the baby? Si Yao Mei Chin gave her ear a good look.
Then, in a gentle tone, she said to her son,
Lele, would you like to play with your auntie for a bit?
Bao understood and turned to look at the unfamiliar aunt. Then she stretched out her chubby little hand. Xin Yu beamed with joy.
Oh my god, Mei Jin, Bao is willing to be with me. Look, he's taking the initiative to get close to me and even smiling at me. Ah, so cute. Bao, your name is Lele, right? Oh my, you have such a beautiful smile. Don't you think auntie is very pretty? Bao stared blankly at the aunt.
He had a very disgusted expression.
Si Yao Mei Chin said to her, you talk too much. My son probably thinks this auntie is stupid.
Xin Yu chuckled. She couldn't help it, the baby was just too adorable, soft and squishy like a marshmallow.
Mei Jin, give me Bao, okay? Then I won't have to have any more children. I can raise him like my own son. Please give him to me.
Xin Yu felt that even if Xiao Mei Jin gave her one,
she has two more. Bao didn't speak, but listened quietly. Although he couldn't speak yet, he listened very attentively when the adults spoke. This is one of his ways of learning, a way of gradually getting to know the world. Si Yao Mei Chin couldn't do anything about her. You wish.
If you want a baby, go have one yourself. Xin Yu felt wronged, thinking she couldn't possibly give birth to such an adorable baby.
I don't want anything that's not cute. I want my little cuties. Xin Yu was eager to try. Mei Jin, what does your husband look like? Do you have a picture? Let me see him.
With such adorable babies, their dads must be just as good looking.
Want to know? I want to, I really want to.
Si Yao Mei Chin smiled and said, if you want to know, just take good care of the baby for me, and I'll take you to see it in a bit.
Real.
Mei Jin, you're so great.
Xin Yu jumped up excitedly.
I told you not to startle them like that, you scared the babies.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot again.
Lele, auntie is so sorry, please forgive auntie, okay?
Auntie is so naive.
Xin Yu said pitifully. Bao ignored Xin Yu and reached out to grab her neck. The little guy was interested in her necklace. Xin Yu is taking care of Bao here. Si Yao Mei Chin quickly changed the diapers for her second and third babies. Just like their brother, the siblings have transformed into adorable, refreshing little ones again.
Xin Yu, holding Bao, noticed Xiao Mei Jin carrying Bao and San Bao back to the room.
Then, she took out a U-shaped pillow and leaned it against the bed.
She asked curiously, what are you going to do? Feeding the babies.
The little ones are hungry, so once you've cleaned their bottoms, it's time to feed them. Si Yao Mei Chin leaned back on the bed, one baby in her left hand and one baby in her right. He performed a feat of attacking with both hands in front of Xin Yu. Xin Yu, holding her baby, drooled with envy when she saw the size of Xiao Mei Jin's food supply. Your three babies are in for a treat, they have plenty of food. With a smile on her face, Xiao Mei Jin glanced at her and said sympathetically, you're still as penniless as before.
Xin Yu. What can she do about A's genetic condition?
Knowing full well that this is your sore spot, you're still so heartless.
Although I was hurt by this heartless woman, my mood was quickly healed by the babies.
She found the way the babies nursed to be incredibly cute. Her little mouth slurped as she ate, her chubby pink toes turning this way and that.
So cute, it's absolutely adorable.
The little hands were clenched into fists as they ate and listened to them talk. Xin Yu looked down at Bao, who was just as adorable. Her long eyelashes fluttered like fans. The little guy looked at her quietly, his big, grape-like eyes seemed to hold a sky full of stars.
Oh my god, 3 little angels. Xin Yu can't wait to see their father. What you think about comes true.
Just as Si Yao Mei Chin was breastfeeding her babies, the door opened. A man's voice came from the living room.
Honey, I'm home.
The man's voice was very pleasant, and you could tell that the owner of the voice was quite young. Xinyu, carrying her baby, walked into the living room entrance and saw a tall, handsome man. He is estimated to be around 1.8 meters tall, and has an incredibly handsome and dashing appearance. The moment Xinyu saw Liang Chen, she was utterly shocked. Chapter 111. Thank goodness it wasn't a bald, greasy old man, it was a handsome guy. The moment Xinyu saw Liang Chen, she was utterly shocked.
Oh my god! How can there be such a handsome man in the world? So handsome it's unbelievable. So handsome it's almost unbelievable.
Xinyu subconsciously glanced at Dibao in her arms. Perhaps in the future, only Dibao and Xiaobao's handsome looks could rival the man in front of her.
Liang Chen was stunned when he saw an unfamiliar girl come out of his house.
Then I saw Dibao happily stretch out his little hand towards me. It was humming and groaning, as if welcoming him home.
Xinyu smiled and said, "Hello, I'm Mei Jin's classmate, my name is Xinyu. I've come to visit her and the babies today." Liang Chen suddenly realized.
Reaching out to take the jubilant little one, a bright smile appeared on his face. While playing with their son, they replied, "Hello, I'm Mei Jin's husband, Liang Chen." At this moment, Xiao Mei Chin pushed a stroller out of the room.
The two chubby little ones, who had just finished eating, sat obediently in the car. Xiao Mei Chin gave a formal introduction. "This is my husband, Liang Chen, the father of our babies. This is my good friend from university, Xinyu." Xinyu smiled slightly and said, "So you're Mei Jin's husband? You're so handsome."
At first I thought you were a bald middle-aged man, but seeing you in person puts my mind at ease.
Liang Chen.
He thought his wife's friend was quite interesting. Xiao Mei Chin was speechless and gave her a hard time.
"You're the bald one, you greasy old man."
She turned her head and gave Liang Chen a gentle smile. Don't listen to Xinyu's nonsense, she just loves to talk nonsense.
Xinyu. These sisters are so possessive of their food, you can't even joke about it. So, will the love between us disappear?
However, seeing her good friend immersed in happiness, Xinyu smiled.
Never mind.
Love doesn't disappear, it just moves on. Liang Chen waved his hand and smiled, indicating that he knew the other party was joking and didn't take it to heart. The second and third babies have had their milk, but the first baby is still hungry.
I just pooped.
Liang Chen handed Dibao to Xiao Mei Jin and said, "Lele, your younger siblings are full.
It's your turn. You need to eat more, okay? Show some of your big brother spirit."
Dibao was very happy as soon as he was in his mother's arms, nuzzling his head and refusing to nurse.
"Hey, it's just for fun."
Xiao Mei Chin smiled helplessly, you little rascal." Liang Chen tidied up the activity area for the babies, making room for them to play, and then called Biscuit over, instructing it to watch over the babies for a while.
Xinyu stood quietly to the side, watching this heartwarming scene. I'm happy for Xiao Mei Chin.
After spending some time with Erbao and Sanbao, Liang Chen said to Xiao Mei Jin, "Wife, I'm going to cook."
He then asked Xinyu, "Is there any dish you'd like to eat?" Xinyu's expression shifted slightly. "You can cook?" "I know a little." Yeah, my husband is a great cook, he's more than just a little bit good at it. Just tell him what you want to eat." Xiao Mei Chin's tone was full of pride. "Is it true or false? You can eat whatever you want?" Xinyu expressed doubt. Xiao Mei Chin nodded, full of confidence in her husband.
Xinyu thought for a moment, and the home-cooked dishes she usually liked to eat came to mind.
Are braised eggplant, lemon duck, sweet and sour pork ribs, and braised pork belly with preserved mustard greens okay?
Xiao Mei Chin was speechless at the name of the dish Xinyu mentioned.
Braised pork belly? Do you know how long it takes to make braised pork belly?
Xinyu smiled sheepishly.
Does making braised pork take a long time? I don't know, I only know how to eat it. Let's skip the braised pork belly and just have the dishes mentioned above, okay? Okay, no problem. Liang Chen went to the kitchen to get busy.
If he had enough time, he planned to make braised pork for Xinyu.
Liang Chen just left. Xinyu couldn't hold back anymore.
Wow, Mei Jin, your husband is super handsome and has a great body. Being handsome makes all the difference. His smile is like a flower, and his cheeks radiate sunshine.
And another thing, he's so gentle, has a great physique, and most importantly, he can cook. Extra points. Sigh, how come I can't find a man like that? Am I just looking for something better? Xiao Mei Chin laughed, perhaps, or why don't you carry a lantern too?
Xinyu immediately wilted, and knowing her place, she said, "Forget it, handsome young men are not for me."
Right, little ones? Oh my babies are so beautiful. Do you still want your moms? How about Auntie becomes your mom or godmother?
The babies have tiny noses, big eyes, and rosy lips. Shinyu loves them more and more every time she looks at them.
The three little ones curiously sized up this loud and boisterous auntie. Shinyu's heart softened so much.
Oh my, so sweet and soft, smelling so milky, it's so comfortable to hug.
Meijin, did you see that? Erbao was smiling at me again. Does she think I'm a great beauty? Meijin, you're amazing. All three triplets are so cute.
Just give me one to raise, and I'll treat them like my own children.
No, one isn't enough, give me all three.
I'll sell everything I own and work illegal jobs to support them.
Xiao Meichin touched Debao's belly and smiled at her. You're having another episode?
Shinyu had gone completely mad at this point, and Xiao Meijin warned her to rein it in, or she would scare the babies. Shinyu chuckled and said, I'm so beautiful and elegant, how could I possibly scare the baby?
However, they were quickly proven wrong.
As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Bao burst into tears.
Xiao Meichin got angry and said, See? I told you.
You made my son cry because he's so ugly. After saying that, she picked up her youngest son and comforted him, while Biscuit wagged its tail to amuse him.
Huh? How could that be? Am I ugly? The baby just happened to be crying, okay? You're talking nonsense.
My baby was perfectly fine before you came, but he started crying soon after you arrived.
If it's not your fault, whose is it?
Shinyu smiled sheepishly and said, I'm sorry, I couldn't control myself again. The babies are just too beautiful. They are the most beautiful and adorable babies I've ever seen.
I couldn't help myself.
I promise I will control my emotions and there won't be a next time. Xiao Meijin smiled and said, That's more like it, but it's not your fault.
Xiao Bao is quite shy.
If strangers come to the house and make too much noise, he gets scared and cries, but he'll be fine after a while.
Oh, I see. I always said, how could someone as pretty as me be ugly? Xiao Meichin, you're just jealous of me, jealous of my beauty. Xiao Meichin sighed. When did Shinyu become so narcissistic?
Shinyu sniffed the air, her eyes lighting up.
Oh my god, I'm going to check the kitchen.
Xiao Meichin said smugly, I told you it smelled good. Shinyu paused, I didn't realize you liked showing off your husband so much.
Xiao Meichin said, I didn't, you're lying. Chapter 112 Hee hee, keep pretending, woman. His boasting was written all over his face. They still say no. Shinyu, hee hee, keep pretending, woman. I'll just play along.
At this moment, Liang Chen, wearing an apron, stood in front of the cabinet, his knife flashing with a dashing and handsome motion.
Shinyu was stunned when she arrived at the kitchen door. Wow, your cooking skills are amazing.
You can tell from his knife skills that Liang Chen's cooking skills are very high.
Liang Chen's movements were not only graceful, but also possessed an indescribable charm. It's the kind of beauty that's pleasing to the eye. Liang Chen tossed the wok, performing a series of smooth and skillful operations. Boom!
Flames were leaping out of the pot. Shinyu had never seen anything like it before. Startled, she stumbled backward, staring incredulously at the man before her.
Liang Chen kept moving, and the flames roared, sometimes large and sometimes small.
An enticing aroma wafted continuously from the pot. Liang Chen completely transformed his home kitchen into the kitchen of a 5-star hotel.
And he transformed into a master chef.
Looking at Liang Chen's superb culinary skills, Shinyu's eyes sparkled with admiration. The waiting time was incredibly agonizing. Finally, after more than half an hour, the dishes were finished. Shinyu swallowed hard as she looked at the table full of delicious food.
Wow, it looks delicious, and it smells amazing. This is the legendary dish that has a perfect combination of color, aroma, and taste. Liang Chen went to the activity area to call Xiao Meijin for dinner. Honey, dinner's ready. Xiao Meichin looked up. So fast? Liang Chen nodded.
The three sat down, and the aroma lingering in the air made Shinyu unable to control her appetite any longer.
Meijin, I'm so sorry, I'm too hungry, I'll eat first. Shinyu took a bite and almost bit her tongue off. Xiao Meichin's eyebrows twitched with a hint of smugness. How about it? Not bad, right? Shinyu's cheeks are chubby. This is the most delicious dish I've ever eaten. Wow, there's even braised pork belly. Liang Chen, you're so kind.
Making braised pork belly takes a long time, and Shinyu didn't expect the other party to make it for her on purpose.
Xinyu is a carnivore and can't live without meat. Braised pork belly is her absolute favorite.
Although I love eating meat, I just don't have the body type to gain weight easily.
No matter what I eat or how much I eat, my weight doesn't increase at all.
Therefore, Xinyu has no dietary restrictions. But as I eat more variety of food, my palate has gradually become more discerning.
If I come across a dish I like, I'll eat it like crazy. She tasted all the food on the table,
especially braised pork belly with preserved mustard greens. Xinyu had never imagined that such delicious food existed in the world. While eating, she gave Liang Chen a thumbs up.
This is incredible. I feel like crying.
Xiao Meiqin smiled broadly and said, "Don't cry, as long as you like it, eat more."
Meijin, can I come to your house for meals anytime from now on? Shen Yu asked shamelessly.
Sure. Yay, you're such a great sister. Who would have thought that a senior college student would have master-level culinary skills?
Liang Chen has given Xinyu so many surprises.
When the meal was finished, Xinyu had already swept the plates off the table. A solid, clean plate campaign. Xiao Meijin got up to wash the dishes with Liang Chen, but Liang Chen gave her a look.
Chat with your classmate for a while.
Xinyu sat on the sofa, secretly observing the couple's every move.
Follow Xiao Meichin to the activity area and watch the little ones play. Shen Yu plopped down. Liang Chen is so good to you. He's considerate, takes care of the baby, can cook, and is so handsome. Owning a house, a car, and making money, it's too perfect. Meijin, you're so lucky. What am I going to do if I'm jealous? Xiao Meichin laughed, jealous.
You should hurry up and find a man to marry and start your happy life. The two chatted like that, when Debao crawled over with his bottom sticking out. She snuggled into her mother's arms and turned to smile at her.
Her smile is like that of a little angel.
Xiao Meichin hugged her eldest child, embracing happiness with a look of contentment on her face.
Liang Chen is very good to me. He is responsible and especially good to the babies.
He has sacrificed so much for this family.
Xinyu nodded, she could tell.
For an outstanding man like Liang Chen to willingly stay at home as a stay-at-home dad, he must have made a huge concession. Time flew by, and evening arrived in the blink of an eye.
Shen spent the night in Mingyue Bay.
She and Xiao Meichin slept in the guest room, while Liang Chen stayed in the master bedroom with the babies. As Xinyu lay in bed reminiscing about her university days, she asked, "Does Liang Chen take care of the little ones every night?" You should know that babies are easier to take care of during the day. But taking care of 3 little ones at night is really exhausting. Xiao Meichin said with self-reproach, "Yes, the babies sometimes wake up at night, and I want to help him, but I always sleep very soundly and sometimes I can't even get up."
He's the one who takes care of the children.
Xinyu smiled, "That's wonderful. Her husband spoils her so much." Xiao Meichin smiled sweetly, "Meeting him made me happy."
How are your relationships going after working away from home for so long?
Sigh, I have quite a few suitors, but none of them are my type.
It's okay, take your time. Relationships are all about fate, you can't rush it. Maybe the right person will appear someday. That's what I think too, I hope so.
Although the two hadn't seen each other for a long time, it didn't affect their relationship.
Meijin, do you still remember Huang Xiaolong from our class in college? What's wrong? Do you remember when he pursued you relentlessly, sending you flowers or milk tea every day? That guy is really annoying. Shen Yu's expression was meaningful. Now, Su Lizhan from your dorm is with Huang Xiaolong. Su Lizhan was one of Xiao Meichin's roommates in college. My relationship with Xiao Meichin used to be neither good nor bad.
However, Xiao Meichin never expected that the two of them would end up together. During his university years, Huang Xiaolong was in the same class as them. Their families were relatively well off, and they were somewhat handsome compared to the average person. At the beginning of his freshman year, Huang Xiaolong fell in love with Xiao Meijin at first sight and then began to fawn over her, launching a crazy pursuit. Su Lizhan, who was her roommate, often saw Huang Xiaolong giving Xiao Meijin gifts and trying to curry favor with her.
Of course, Xiao Meichin refused everything Huang Xiaolong did.
I suspect that Su Lizhan had feelings for Huang Xiaolong back in college.
This guy has been following you around and even stole your suitor. Do you think she harbored resentment towards you if she had feelings for Huang Xiaolong during college? Xiao Meichin listened quietly.
So what if they're together?
It's none of my business.
All I want to do right now is manage my family well, ensure my babies grow up safely, and be happy with my husband.
Everything else is none of my concern. Okay, my good friend has a good attitude. I'm easygoing.
It would feel strange if it were Xinyu instead. The man she had been pursuing for 3 or 4 years suddenly got together with her roommate. Xiao Mei-chin wouldn't think much of it, but Xinyu would find it very strange. Xiao Mei-jin smiled and said, "Alright, she's already graduated, and she's not an important person anyway, let her be." When they talked about their student days, their expressions were filled with nostalgia. On the other side, inside the master bedroom, the 3 little ones slept in the big bed with their dad. Perhaps they could sense his presence.
The little ones slept exceptionally soundly. Chapter 113. The goddess got married. Can someone tell me if this is true? A new day.
Xinyu felt embarrassed to bother them. When Xiao Mei-chin went to work, she left with her. Before leaving, the look in her eyes as she looked at the babies was so full of reluctance. If Liang Chen and Xiao Mei-jin hadn't been there, she probably would have stolen one and taken it home to raise herself.
What Xiao Mei-chin didn't know was,
after leaving Mingyue Bay, Xinyu posted several videos in the university class group.
The university QQ group, which had been dormant for many years, suddenly erupted in excitement. A large number of people tagged Xiao Mei-chin. Wow, a mansion, a large single-level apartment, what a beautiful house. Oh my god. Is Mei-jin the lady of this house? I'm so envious. Ah, if someone could let me live in a house like this, I'd do anything for them. Oh my god, is that handsome young man Xiao Mei-chin's boyfriend?
He has such a great presence. He's exactly my ideal tall, rich, and handsome guy. Xinyu's videos have brought out all the lurkers in the group, who are all asking if it's real. Some boys who had a crush on Xiao Mei-chin lost their hearts on the spot after seeing the video.
However, there was something even more heartbreaking for them.
Because Xinyu posted several more videos of her baby.
When everyone clicked in, their jaws dropped in astonishment. What did they see? 3 incredibly cute babies. Oh my god, triplets. Squad leader Lu Jiomei at Xinyu, is this your child? Xinyu chuckled, guess? I guess not. You couldn't possibly have such a cute baby? Could this be Xiao Mei-chin's child?
Holy crap, she had triplets, right?
Xinyu. She was still angry about Lu Jiaomei's first words. What do you mean you can't have such a cute baby yourself? Are you looking down on me? That's infuriating.
However, before she could even get into the mood, Xia Zhang, the sports committee member, tagged her again.
Is what Jiaomei said true? Mei-jin, is she really pregnant? How come we didn't know?
Xinyu chuckled, that's right, these are Mei-jin's babies, aren't they adorable?
Triplets. Good heavens, is this insane?
Mei-jin is married and has a child, and she didn't reveal a single thing.
Even the counselor was shocked by Xinyu's video.
As a seasoned diver, this was the first time she had surfaced since graduating from university.
Xinyu transforms into a walking megaphone, answering every question. I only found out yesterday. Mei-jin's husband is so handsome.
He owns a house and a car, and has his own business. He dotes on Mei-jin, takes good care of the baby, and cooks incredibly delicious food.
He's an amazing husband. I'm so envious.
Is it true that some fans in the group are simps who are unwilling to accept this and are tagging Xinyu? Xinyu chuckled, telling them to give up their unrealistic ideas as soon as possible.
Goddess Xiao is already taken.
At that moment, Xinyu saw a familiar profile picture flashing.
It turns out to be Su Lizhan, Xiao Mei-chin's roommate. Su Lizhan was very surprised when she saw Xiao Mei-chin's video. Has Xiao Mei-chin really gotten married? And married a rich man?
Xinyu's tone was cold and carried a strange meaning. Yes, her husband is tall and handsome, and he is self-made.
He is very outstanding. He is the most outstanding and handsome man I have ever seen.
Among all the guys I know, not one is worthy of carrying his shoes.
Huang Xiaolong saw the message and expressed disbelief, saying, Really? We're not even qualified to carry your shoes. This is outrageous.
Huang Xiaolong felt that he came from a good family, had good conditions in all aspects, and was also quite handsome. With his qualifications, he would be highly competitive anywhere. Now Xinyu says he's not even qualified to carry Liang Chen's shoes. He was already feeling terrible when he heard that his goddess was marrying Liang Chen. Hearing Xinyu's words, he became even more indignant.
Not convinced? Xinyu didn't even bother to acknowledge him. What qualifications do you have to compare yourself to Liang Chen?
You'll know if it's true or not when you see him in person. He's incredibly handsome. She has a great figure. Now their family runs a children's clothing store in Nanning, and their daily net profit is over 200,000 yuan. Shen Yu said proudly. It's as if Xiao Meichin's achievements belong to her. Of course, everyone in the group knows that Shen Yu and Xiao Meijin are good friends. Even if she said that, no one thought it was inappropriate. Earning 200,000 a day? Who would believe that? How could this be? Huang Xiaolong was the first to disbelieve it. Shen Yu scoffed, "You don't believe me because you can't do it. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't." Their children's clothing store is located on the pedestrian street of Bailu Square. The most popular one is theirs. Anyone who doesn't believe me can go and see for themselves. Wow, that's really profitable. I'll go check it out during my break sometime. Seeing how convincing Shen Yu's story was, some people in the class believed her. If you have time, go and take a look. You might even run into Xiao Meichin's husband. What kind of man could possibly win over the goddess of their class? Everyone was incredibly curious. They watched the video and thought he was incredibly handsome, but they still want to meet him in person. On the other side, Xiao Meijin was unaware that Shen Yu had sent her to the group chat. After class, I saw that my phone had received many private messages. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that Shen Yu had posted a message about her in the group chat. None of these things are shameful. Xiao Meichin responded generously in the group chat. Then I happily went home after get off work. Xiao Meichin hummed a song as she returned home. The three little cuties, hearing the noise at the door, stuck out their bottoms and looked as happy as could be. The little ones are growing very fast, changing every day. The clever children already knew that their mother often appeared from the direction of the front door. So sometimes, when the little ones can't see their mother at home, they'll look towards the door from time to time. If mom appears, the little ones will see her immediately. Oh my little angels, mommy's home. Xiao Meichin put down her bag, walked over, squatted down, and opened her arms to wait for the little guy to crawl over. De Bao and Air Bao are the strongest and climbed the farthest. She snuggled into her mother's arms, nuzzling her little head against the wall. She's being affectionate with her mom. A mother's embrace is the warmest place in the world. De Bao and Air Bao have arrived. What about Xiao Bao? When Xiao Meijin took a look, she exclaimed, "Oh dear, the little guy got tired after crawling for a while and just lay there with his head drooping, not moving." Seeing his mother looking at him, the little guy tried hard to lift his head, stick out his bottom, and crawled towards his mother with great effort. Xiao Meichin cheered on her youngest son, saying, "Go, baby. Wan Wan is the best. Mommy gives you a thumbs up." Hearing her mother's words, the little cutie stopped, looked up at her mother and smiled, then silently crawled away again. That small figure was full of perseverance and hard work. Finally, the warm and cuddly baby crawled to his mother, rolled over, and rolled into her arms, giggling. Children's happiness is simple. They can be very happy just to be in their mother's arms. Chapter 114. You're not allowed to go anywhere, stay here with me. The three little ones, like little piglets, snuggled and rubbed against Xiao Meichin's arms. Their adorable little faces pressed together are just too cute. When Xiao Meijin returned, the three little ones were all hungry. He was eating rice while snuggled in his mother's arms. Xiao Meichin carried the babies to the bed, lay down, and breastfed them. Like a tool for feeding babies. But once you get used to it, breastfeeding isn't actually that hard. Her job was to feed the babies and play with them. Liang Chen worked the hardest. He's the one who changes the diapers when the babies wake up in the middle of the night. He does housework during the day, but he's still the one who takes care of the children. For the sake of this family, Liang Chen is constantly spinning like a top, never resting for a moment. All he does is for himself and his little ones. "Honey, you stay and rest with the babies for a while, I'll go get the clothes." Before Liang Chen could finish speaking, Xiao Meijin grabbed her hand, blinked her big, watery eyes, and said coquettishly, "No, stay here with us. The five of us will take a nap together in a little while. I'll pack my clothes after I wake up." Liang Chen smiled and said, "I'll put it in the washing machine and it'll be here soon." Xiao Meichin won't let go, no matter how fast it goes. "I want you to stay here with me and the babies." Seeing that his wife insisted, Liang Chen had no choice but to agree. "Fine, I'll stay here with my four little darlings and they'll take a nap later." Xiao Meichin was finally satisfied, and was as happy as a child. Because of Shen Yu, her university classmates all knew about her situation. Today I saw the envy from my teachers and classmates in the group chat.
Although I didn't feel anything when I was outside, it was different when I got home and saw the babies.
That feeling of being envied welled up inside me, as I thought of my adorable baby and handsome husband.
These all belong to me. Xiao Mei Chin's smile never disappeared. Come on, lie down quickly. After the babies finish eating, we'll all go to sleep together. Cover yourselves with blankets, otherwise your tummy will get cold.
Liang Chen gave a wry smile.
Look, he's not a little kid. Is it appropriate to speak to yourself in this tone?
While feeding the babies, Xiao Mei Chen yawned and said, Honey, as long as you're with me and the babies, my sleep quality is exceptionally good.
Isn't that amazing? So, how about you just stay with us at noon today and do nothing else?
Seeing that she looked sleepy, Liang Chen smiled and said, I'm keeping you company right now.
Are you hungry?
I'll go get you something to eat, and you can go to sleep after you've eaten.
Xiao Mei Chin pouted, I'm not hungry, and you're not allowed to go anywhere. The little ones live very simple lives every day. It's easy to feel sleepy after eating and drinking your fill.
Sure enough, not long after he finished eating, he fell fast asleep on the bed. The couple put the babies on one side of the bed, and they slept on the other side. Liang Chen could tell that Xiao Mei Jin was very sleepy, so he patted her shoulder and said, Baby is asleep, you should go to sleep too. Xiao Mei Chin turned to look at her, then closed her eyes beautifully. At this moment, her head was resting on Liang Chen's arm, and one hand was on Liang Chen's waist.
She gradually fell asleep.
Xiao Mei Chin loves sleeping with her head on Liang Chen's arm. It gives her a great sense of security.
Biscuit had entered the room at some point.
The little guy was lying on the floor, his chin resting on his little paws, seemingly dozing off. Its head was facing the direction where the triplets were sleeping. Wow, even when it's sleeping, Biscuit is still a very responsible little guardian.
Liang Chen looked up and saw this scene, and couldn't help but smile. It's a wonderful thing to have biscuits with you while taking care of the babies.
Lost in thought, Liang Chen drifted off to sleep without realizing it. Before he knew it, he woke up again.
It was already 2:30 p.m. Liang Chen got up quietly and went about his own business. The biscuit followed him, making a clattering sound.
Liang Chen squatted down, patted the little head, and whispered to it, Good boy, Biscuit, can you help your brother watch the babies?
When the babies wake up, come and tell me.
The biscuit circled his legs once, nuzzled affectionately, and then went back to lying down. After Liang Chen finished washing clothes and doing housework, he heard Biscuit meowing. Following it into the room, I saw that Xiao Bao was awake. When Xiao Bao saw his father come in, he smiled at him and stretched out his little hand as if to greet his father. Liang Chen guessed that her son was interacting with her, saying, Wan Wan, wake up. You were number one today, so good boy.
Look, Biscuit is here too. Biscuit has been watching over Xiao Bao and his older brothers and sisters. Shall we thank Biscuit together? Xiao Bao knows that the biscuit is a kitten.
Hearing the meow, Wan Wan tilted her head and quietly looked at the biscuit. The little creature seemed to be observing it. Biscuit jumped up and landed on the edge of the bed, wagging its tail at Xiao Bao to amuse him.
Biscuit loves playing tail wagging games with the babies.
After playing with the cookies for a while, Wan Wan turned to look at her mother with curiosity on her face. Liang Chen whispered to her son, Little Bao, Mommy is still sleeping.
Mommy is too tired and has fallen asleep. Let's not wake Mommy up, okay? This is a game. Xiao Bao said he wouldn't listen.
The little one crawled to his mother's side and poked his head close to Xiao Meijin's face.
Liang Chen noticed that his wife's eyelashes twitched.
Liang Chen said with a smile, Mommy's awake, it's time to get up.
Baby's here to play with you. Xiao Mei Chin's eyelashes twitched again, but she continued to pretend to be asleep to amuse her son. Liang Chen cooperated, Hey, why isn't Mommy awake? Why is this happening? Little Bao, let's work together to figure out a way to wake Mommy up, okay? So how can we wake Mom up? By the way, let's kiss Mom.
Kissing Mom's face will wake her up.
Will it be Wan Wan or Dad?
The little baby snuggled up to his mother's face, pressing his chubby cheeks against hers.
Children don't understand what kissing is. All I know is moi moi.
The next second, Xiao Mei Chin opened her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering.
Oh dear, Mom's awake.
The little one giggled when he saw his mother open her eyes. He was so happy because he thought he had woken his mother up. Liang Chen praised him, Baby, you're so great.
You woke up Mommy right away.
Xiao Mei Chin kissed her son's cheek and exclaimed, Oh my, Mommy is so happy. The first thing I see when I wake up is my little baby.
Mommy has so much happiness.
Xiao Mei Qin gestured a super big happiness. Xiao Bao started mimicking the gestures.
Perhaps he doesn't know what happiness is, but the little guy is very happy. Xiao Mei Qin asked her youngest son, Wan Wan, why did you wake up earlier than your older brother and sister? Did you want to wake up and see your mother sooner? Just then, Bao's loud crying came from the side. The couple smiled helplessly. Some things shouldn't be said too early. Chapter 115 Xiao Meijin's seemingly good proposal. Liangchen picked up his whimpering daughter and said, Come on, our loudmouth is awake. The little one is growing. The first thing I do when I wake up is eat. The best way to stop her from crying, even more effective than comforting her, is to feed her. Xiao Meichin asked Liangchen to bring her daughter over. The little guy looked like a pig that hadn't eaten for days. Xiao Meichin wasn't ready yet. Bao was so anxious that he was panting heavily. Ouch, Chi-Chi, eat slowly, no one's going to take it from you. Bao has a strong appetite, and now Xiao Meijin experiences excruciating pain every time she breastfeeds her. Honey, it's only been 3 months and it's already hurting so much. What should we do? Bao was completely absorbed in eating. Smelling the milky aroma, Bao groggily opened his eyes. The baby opened his eyes and saw his little sister nursing vigorously. Lei hummed twice, indicating that she wanted to eat too. Liang Chen brought his son over so that the second child could get some nutrition too. Bao eats and plays during the day, but this doesn't happen at night. The little ones don't sleep through the night every night. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night. The second child is the most direct. He wakes up in the middle of the night and cries immediately. At this moment, Liang Chen had to breastfeed her, and the little one continued to sleep after eating her fill. The baby is a bit demanding. He only eats when his mother feeds him, and he sometimes falls asleep while eating. It's strange. He'll eat when Liang Chen feeds him during the day, but he won't eat at all at night. This puzzled the couple. What could be the reason for Xiaobao's condition? In the middle of the night, when I was feeding my baby again, Xiao Meichin came up with what she thought was a very good but terrible idea. Honey, how about we keep the lights on all night when we sleep? That way, when the baby wakes up to nurse, he'll think it's daytime and he'll eat faster. Liang Chen pondered, but Xiao Bao has already developed a biological clock. He can distinguish between day and night. Xiao Meichin thought it was worth a try. Honey, let's give it a shot. Maybe we can help Xiao Bao get rid of his bad habits? You don't know, Xiao Bao is stronger now. He eats for a long time at night, and it hurts a lot. I can bear it when he eats quickly during the day, but it really hurts at night. Moreover, eating intermittently is not good for a baby's absorption. How can Xiao Bao catch up with the Bao and Air Bao? Xiao Meichin believes that as long as Xiao Bao can eat well at night, he might catch up with his older siblings soon. Liang Chen hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed to his wife's suggestion. So, the lights were left on the next night after the little ones fell asleep. After the little ones woke up, both babies are feeding at a normal pace. To their surprise, the baby's feeding time became shorter. Although it wasn't as efficient as during the day, the time was shortened. The couple were overjoyed. This method seemed to have worked. It seems that correcting the baby's habit of taking so long to nurse at night is just around the corner. But it turned out that the couple had oversimplified things. It's important to understand that things don't always go as people expect. Just like now. The problem of prolonged breastfeeding at night has not only not been resolved, but has actually recurred. Now he not only eats for longer than before, but he also likes to sleep with it in his mouth, whether it's day or night. She was eating and sleeping at the same time. You must keep your rations in your mouth. In addition to this, what made things even worse for them was that the biological clocks of their 2 children were completely messed up. They used to urinate and defecate very infrequently at night. Even when things are going well, they don't poop. Now, goodness, I poop 3 or 4 times every night, either peeing or pooping. The 3 little ones are so much harder to handle than they were a few days ago. Seeing the babies looking so upset as their schedules were completely disrupted, Xiao Meichin felt incredibly guilty. Honey, I never expected things to turn out this way. Liang Chen patted her head. Of course he knew his wife hadn't meant it. They were both new parents, and they learned how to raise a child step by step through trial and error. It's possible that we turned on the lights at night, and the little one couldn't distinguish between day and night, which disrupted their biological clock over the past 3 months. It's okay, we'll take it slowly and get it back on track. Xiao Meichin felt deeply guilty and sorry to her husband. The babies are so upset right now, I feel so sorry for them. Honey, you've worked so hard.
Liang Chen shook his head, his smile warm.
It's not hard work. It's all for the babies. Besides, you're the one who works the hardest in our family. The babies are growing fast now and are much heavier than before.
Previously, Xiao Mei Chin could easily feed 2 babies at once. Now, as the babies grow and develop, feeding 2 babies at the same time is much more tiring.
Moreover, as babies' appetites increase, Xiao Mei Chin's breastfeeding time also increased as a result.
Sometimes, lying in one place for a long time, with 2 babies in my arms, is incredibly tiring. Furthermore, you must not be drowsy while breastfeeding, whether it is day or night.
Even if you're sleepy, you can't go to sleep.
If the baby accidentally falls asleep, the milk may leak out and block the baby's mouth and nose, which could have very dangerous consequences. Therefore, as the babies grew day by day, it became increasingly difficult for Xiao Mei Chin to breastfeed them.
Most of the time, Liang Chen would be watching from the sidelines, and he couldn't let his guard down.
They have 3 babies, and Xiao Mei Chin can only feed 2 of them at a time. Before the other one had eaten, Liang Chen had to hold her.
If the babies don't reject it, then feed them formula.
But whether a baby will drink formula depends entirely on his energy level. Now, the incident of turning on the lights at night has disrupted the baby's sleep patterns. Xiaoba likes to hold the baby in his mouth while nursing and falls asleep while eating. For as long as Xiao Mei Chin fed him, Liang Chen stayed by his side. And so, the couple would both be awake at the same time when they fed their baby at night. However, if Xiao Mei Chin is too tired and falls asleep by accident, Liang Chen will take care of her and her son afterwards. Because the baby is full and asleep, you have to be very careful to carry him back to his crib.
In case of accident, the movement is too large. The little one will wake up soon, and when he realizes he's not in his mother's arms, he'll immediately protest with cries to express his dissatisfaction.
Honey, are you tired? Liang Chen gently placed the soft, cuddly baby back into the crib and covered him with a small blanket.
Whispering a little, but I'm very happy.
It's worth it for the babies.
Xiao Mei Chin pursed her lips and said, me too. As long as it's for the babies, Xiao Mei Jin is willing to pay any price.
In the following period, the couple worked to help their babies return to their previous sleep schedules.
There were no deliberate changes made, we just took care of them as usual.
They continued doing the same things as before, step by step.
3 days later, the little ones finally recovered to their previous state. Chapter 116 Gifts for Each Other.
Before we knew it, half a month had passed.
In the blink of an eye, the babies are already 4 months old. Every day is just like this, uneventful. Today was another ordinary day.
Liang Chen went out to buy groceries, pondering what to buy as he walked. In the past, he would have just ordered some takeout to make do.
Now, even in winter,
for his wife and children, he would get up early to go to the market. He is happy to go out to buy groceries so that Xiao Mei Jin can eat fresh, nutritious vegetables, have enough breast milk, and that her babies can eat well and grow strong. I passed by a newly opened flower shop. Looking at the vibrant and colorful flowers, Liang Chen stopped in his tracks.
Should we surprise our wives? Liang Chen realized that he had never properly given Xiao Mei Jin flowers before.
I saw that this shop had nice flowers, so I bought a bouquet for my wife. The proprietress, seeing that he was handsome and had come out to buy groceries in a van, greeted him with a smile. Handsome guy, buying flowers for your girlfriend?
Does she have any favorite flowers?
Liang Chen picked out a pink bouquet, and while scanning the QR code, he replied, she's not my girlfriend, she's my wife.
I'm already married. Ah. Handsome guy, you got married at such a young age?
With your great figure, good looks, and romantic nature, your wife is so lucky. Liang Chen smiled, holding the flowers. Marrying her is my blessing. Looking at the wedding ring on Liang Chen's hand, the shop owner was extremely envious. She wished her husband was half as caring as him.
I'm home. Xiao Mei Chin asked in surprise, husband, what's going on?
Liang Chen handed the flowers to her, a smile on his face.
Wife, you've worked so hard these past few days. These are for you. I hope you're happy and safe every day.
Xiao Mei Chin was stunned for a moment, then accepted the gift with a mix of surprise and shyness, saying, thank you, husband. Xiao Mei Chin was overjoyed to receive flowers personally delivered by her husband.
Wow, this is the most beautiful flower I've ever seen. It's so gorgeous. Pink flowers are her favorite. It has a light, pleasant fragrance.
She happily showed the flowers to her children, saying, look, babies, these are flowers that Daddy gave to Mommy.
Aren't they beautiful? Ha, you guys think it's pretty too, right? Mom won't give it to you, hee hee.
Look at Siamei Chin, she looks like a child after receiving the flowers. The triplets' eyes followed the bouquet of flowers, their faces full of interest. The second child stretched out her little hand, looking so eager that she was practically asking her mother to give it to her.
De Bao and Xiao Bao also hummed and whined, indicating that they wanted it too.
Siamei Chin smiled and generously picked a flower for each of the little cuties to wear on their heads. They looked like 3 little flower girls, so adorable. While Siamei Chin was interacting with the babies, Liang Chen received a phone call from his mother, Yu Yu.
Hey, how are the babies? Are they being good? Mom, I'm your son, why don't you ask me how I am? Yu Yu's disdainful voice came from behind, you're such a grown-up, aren't you ashamed?
Liang Chen chuckled and said, no matter how old I am, I'm still your son.
Sons need to be cared for too. Stop joking with me, how have you all been lately?
It's good she eats her milk on time every day and plays by herself.
That's good. What about Mei Jin? How is she? Xiao Chen, don't neglect the adults while taking care of the babies.
Mei Jin has gone through so much to give birth to 3 babies for you.
You have to treat her well, okay? Women need more care and attention after giving birth.
You can prepare some surprises for her to make her happy. For example, you could send her some flowers or small pieces of jewelry.
They don't have to be expensive as long as it's something you bought, she'll be very happy to receive them.
Yu Yu has gone to great lengths to ensure her son has a good life. Liang Chen smiled and said, Mom, I understand. I just bought a bouquet of flowers, and Mei Jin is very happy about it. Yu Yu praised him for being sensible. Life may be mundane, but occasionally creating surprises can generate more beautiful memories. Then Yu Yu asked with concern, the babies are growing up day by day, and you don't hire a nanny.
Are you able to manage?
Liang Chen thought for a moment and said, let's see how it goes for now.
It's okay so far.
If we really can't manage in the future, Mom, I won't hire an aunt.
I'll ask you to come and help take care of it then.
Yu Yu told him, I'm your mother.
Don't say things like troubling me anymore. It's not right. If you need anything, just tell me.
I'll do my best to help if I can. Liang Chen was touched and nodded, Mom, I understand, thank you. When I was little, I would hear my mother's words of concern, but I would just listen and forget about them, without taking them to heart. Now that I have a child and am a father, I am deeply moved when I hear my parents' caring words. I chatted with my mom for a while.
Liang Chen turned on the video and let her interact with the babies. The 3 little ones still remember their grandma.
Seeing their grandmother appear in the video, everyone was curious, wondering how she had suddenly become so small. The expression on their faces when they looked at the screen was absolutely priceless. On the other side, seeing her 3 adorable grandchildren, Yu Yu smiled broadly and then turned on the screen recording function on her phone. I plan to watch the video again after I hang up the phone. While Liang Chen was interacting with the babies and her mother-in-law, they took advantage of the time.
Siamei Chin used her mobile phone to buy Liang Chen an electric shaver in the same city. The items I ordered from the same city arrived very quickly.
It should arrive in about the time it takes to order takeout. Taking care of the babies during the day is tiring, and he often has to get up in the middle of the night to feed them and change their diapers, so Liang Chen's beard grew very quickly. To avoid his beard scratching the baby's delicate skin, Liang Chen shaves every 1 or 2 days.
It's pretty much as Siamei Chin predicted. The delivery person arrived in less than half an hour after I placed the order.
Xiao Meijin quietly went to open the door, and Liang Chen, who was taking care of the child, saw his wife mysteriously walking towards the door. When I returned, I had a bulging box in my hand.
Under Liang Chen's questioning gaze, Xiao Meijin walked up to him with a smile.
Liang Chen was captivated by her beautiful smile and asked with a smile, "Wife, what's wrong?" Xiao Meijin coughed and said, honey, thank you for the flowers. I like to reciprocate gifts, so this is a gift for you. After saying that, he handed a beautifully crafted gift box to Liang Chen.
Liang Chen was slightly taken aback. What was this?
Xiao Meijin looked at him expectantly. Open it and take a look. Liang Chen nodded, opened the packaging, and saw a brand new, stylish razor in front of him.
Xiao Meijin observed his expression. So, do you like it? Liang Chen nodded happily and said, I like it. Thank you, my wife. This is exactly what I wanted. Well, as long as you like it.
She gave the right gift, which made her husband happy, and Xiao Meijin was overjoyed.
Chapter 117. The new mother fell ill. The couple were very happy to receive each other's gifts.
Each of the little ones had a small red flower, and they were smiling like sunflowers.
Today was another ordinary yet happy day.
During this period, Xinyu would occasionally come to visit Xiao Meijin, and sometimes they would go shopping together. Seeing his friend and wife having fun together, Liangchen felt happy for her.
Today, Xinyu went out with Xiao Meijin again.
They heard that a clothing store had opened in Mixi Mall, so they went to check it out. As for him, he continued to be an ordinary stay-at-home dad, taking care of the babies, just like always.
Xiao Meijin estimated that she would not be back until after 3 p.m.
Liangchen played with the babies all by himself. When he's busy with housework or going to the bathroom, the task of looking after the babies falls to Biscuit.
Liangchen had been playing with the babies all morning, and after drinking water in the afternoon, he planned to take a nap.
I had just lain down when Xiao Meijin returned ahead of time.
She was helped back by Xinyu.
Meijin said she felt a little dizzy and sneezed a few times, wondering if she had a fever or a cold. I was worried she was sick, so I took her to the pharmacy to buy some medicine and came back early. When Liangchen got up, he saw that Xiao Meijin's face was slightly pale and she looked listless. He quickly stepped forward and touched her forehead. It seemed a little hot.
Xinyu, pour yourself some water and take a rest.
Okay, don't worry about me, you take care of Meijin first.
After Liangchen took Xiao Meijin back to her room, Xinyu couldn't help but take another look at the interior design of the large apartment.
Every time I visit their home, I can't help but be amazed. Looking at the high-end, luxurious decor, Xinyu was practically envious. It's a top-tier luxury residence in Nanning, and also includes a large commercial property.
This is what other people's husbands are like.
The key is that he's not only rich and handsome, but also so gentle and considerate.
In comparison, how are they supposed to find husbands in the future?
Inside the room, Liangchen put Xiao Meijin on the bed, frowning with concern. She was fine when she left this morning, so why is she suddenly like this?
Did she eat something bad?
Xiao Meijin shook her head weakly. No, maybe I haven't exercised in a long time. Honey, don't worry, I'll take some medicine and sleep for a while and I'll be fine.
Liangchen nodded.
Okay, I'll check the first aid kit to see if there's any medicine that suits you, and I'll also treat Xinyu to a meal. Although Xinyu had already bought medicine for Xiao Meijin, he was still worried and looked for more medicines to see which one was suitable.
Feeling Liangchen's concern, Xiao Meijin felt warm inside.
Okay, go ahead, husband.
Liangchen came to the living room and set out a fruit platter.
Xinyu, thank you for accompanying Meijin to buy medicine and bringing her back.
Please stay for dinner tonight. Xinyu naturally wanted to stay and eat the food Liangchen had cooked. But today's situation is not suitable.
She shook her head.
Next time.
Take good care of Meijin today.
I'll come over to eat when she's better. Become.
After Xinyu left, Liangchen took the family medicine kit back to his room. After taking the medicine, Xiao Meijin felt drowsy and quickly fell asleep.
Liangchen covered her with a blanket and then quietly went to check on the babies. He was wondering if breastfeeding the babies in Meijin's current condition would affect them.
After all, the breast milk that babies drink comes from their mothers.
Arriving at the crib, the little ones are awake.
The three little cuties are very well behaved, not crying or fussing, each playing on their own. Seeing her father coming over, she immediately cheered and jumped for joy, her little face beaming with happiness. The silly children were unaware that their mother was already sick. I don't know how much time passed.
Xiao Meijin woke up and seemed to feel a little better than before. I got dressed and came out of the guest room. Upon entering the living room, I saw Liangchen giving the baby some light exercise in the activity area. The cookies rolled around nearby, seemingly making the cookies with the babies. Husband. You're up? Are you feeling better? I don't feel so bad anymore. That's good. There's food on the table, including porridge. I've kept it warm for you. Go and have something to eat. Xiao Meijin has no appetite and doesn't want to eat. The two people were talking.
The three little ones, who were doing some light exercise, immediately stopped moving when they heard their mother's voice. All three faces turned to look at their mother, their eyes filled with longing. She clearly wants her mother to hold her and also wants to nurse. Xiao Meijin was afraid of infecting the babies because she was sick, so she didn't dare to go over and hold them. She could only play with them from a distance.
The mother doesn't hold the baby.
If you don't get close to your baby, the little ones will cry sadly, feeling that their mothers don't love them anymore.
It was evening.
Mom still wouldn't hold him, and the baby, who wanted milk, started to get upset. Like her older brother, the second child refuses to drink formula and keeps fussing for her mother's milk. Xiaobao cried the most, not only because he was hungry, but also because he missed his mother. The triplets have never encountered a situation like this before. No matter how much they cried, their mother wouldn't come to hug them. Their grievances have now reached their peak. In order to vent their emotions, the babies cried and screamed. This was the loudest and most heartbreaking cry they had ever had since they were born. Especially Xiaobao. Formula milk couldn't soothe her at all. Her face turned purple from crying, and Liang Chen felt heartbroken seeing her in such distress.
Liang Chen couldn't bear it, so he quickly carried the baby to Xiao Meijin.
To reduce the risk of infecting the babies, Xiao Meijin put on a mask and gently comforted the baby in her arms.
Don't cry, Wan Wan, mommy's here, mommy's hugging you. Mom loves Wan Wan the most. Oh my, which baby smells so sweet?
Feeling the warmth of his mother's embrace, the little boy gradually stopped crying and looked at her pitifully.
It was so heartbreaking to see her sobbing like that.
Seeing their mother holding their younger brother, the two children immediately panicked and burst into tears, their cries several decibels louder than before.
She cried and crawled towards her mother with her bottom sticking out. What to do? De Bao and Er Bao are so pitiful too.
The mother holds the younger brother but not the other babies.
Does that mean they are babies abandoned by their mother? How can a baby be without a mother?
Lei and Chi cried even more sadly than their younger brother had cried earlier. Xiao Meijin looked at her eldest son and daughter with heartache. Holding the baby, she squatted down in front of them. The next second, Lei and Chi cried and burrowed into their mother's arms. The two little babies nudged each other with their heads, as if trying to push their little brother out.
Xiao Meijin was both annoyed and heartbroken. Liang Chen walked over and said, "Wife, let's coax her together." He walked over with the triplets' favorite toy. Who knew that the little ones only have eyes for their mother now, completely ignoring their father? Liang Chen opened Erbao's favorite music box. The little princess only listened for a moment, then turned her head away and snuggled into her mother's arms, wanting to find her own food. Xiao Meijin doesn't want to breastfeed her babies today, so she's covering up her second baby and not letting him eat. Chapter 118, The Triplets Crying Together, Heartbroken.
Xiao Meijin dared not breastfeed her babies, fearing that her illness would be passed to them through her breast milk. But because she couldn't get milk, the second baby cried sadly again. The phrase, "the most pitiful baby in the world," doesn't even begin to describe her condition.
Xiao Meijin handed her the baby bottle.
The little guy turned his head away and refused to pick it up no matter what. She looked at her mother with teary eyes.
Looking at the pitiful Erbao, Xiao Meijin's heart was broken. Ma. Mom. Unable to get milk, the second baby cried out "Mama" in desperation.
Although it's not entirely accurate yet, the couple both know that Chi is talking about her mother.
The two were stunned on the spot. My baby is only 4 months old and can already talk. Is this the power of a foodie? Erbao didn't seem to realize what he had said. He continued to sob as he looked at Xiao Meijin.
Seeing his daughter so heartbroken, Liang Chen felt extremely distressed.
Liang Chen remembered that the babies had previously drunk the systemic immunity-boosting medicine.
Babies will not get sick during the effective period. She is still under effective protection, so even if Xiao Meijin gets sick, she has no worries about the babies.
Liang Chen found a reason to soothe Xiao Meijin's emotions.
She said it was just a mild cold and fever, and it wouldn't affect the babies or infect them.
Hearing Liang Chen's story, and looking at the incredibly heartbroken babies, I felt a pang of sadness.
In the end, Xiao Meijin softened her heart.
Chi, come on, time to drink milk. Eat as much as you want, Mom will feed you. The little one was crying and covered in sweat.
Xiao Meijin picked up her daughter with heartache and carefully wiped the sweat from her forehead.
Finally, the baby drank the milk. The little guy was crying while eating, with tears in the corners of his eyes. He looked so pitiful.
On the other side, I smelled the familiar aroma of milk. De Bao and Xiaobao crawled over, looking pitifully at their mother.
Oh dear, my poor little thing.
The two little ones were crying so hard their faces turned pale, and their backs were covered in sweat. While De Bao and Xiaobao were waiting to be fed, Liang Chen came over and wiped the sweat off their backs.
Then I took a small square towel and placed it behind my back.
Finally, after the second baby was full, the first and third babies also drank milk. The little ones had cried themselves to sleep long after finishing their milk and fell asleep soon after. The sleeping babies still have tear stains on their faces, showing how heartbroken they were just crying. Looking at the three little ones who had eaten and drunk their fill and fallen asleep,
Xiao Mei Chin began to worry. Honey, the baby is so persistent. What will we do after weaning? That situation is unimaginable. Xiao Mei Chin is terrified just thinking about it.
Liang Chen carefully wiped away the tears from the babies' faces with a handkerchief while comforting Xiao Mei Jin. Honey, don't worry, maybe the babies will get used to formula later.
Don't overthink it. We'll gradually wean them off in the future. Other people's children went through the same process. Xiao Mei Chin sighed.
This was all she could do for now. She would just have to take it one step at a time. Xiao Mei Jin was extremely worried about the future when she had to wean her baby. But thinking about how her daughter had just called her mommy, Xiao Mei Jin smiled happily again.
Showing off in front of Liang Chen. See, the first word my daughter said was indeed mommy. Liang Chen was incredibly envious. I wonder when the babies will start saying daddy. I imagine my three sweet, cuddly babies calling me daddy together. The scene was so perfect, just thinking about it made him incredibly excited. Xiao Mei Chin was still a little dizzy.
Liang Chen brought over the fever reducer and cold medicine, and Xiao Mei Jin took some more before falling into a deep sleep. On a new day, Xiao Mei Chin had finally made a full recovery. The second child nestled in her mother's arms, refusing to let her go anywhere.
Chi-Chi, why don't you play with your older and younger brothers for a while? Mommy has to go to work. After carrying the little one to the activity area, Xiao Mei Chin said, Mommy hasn't gone to work yet. I'll stay here with you and play by yourself for a while, okay?
The second child was unwilling and grabbed his mother's collar, refusing to let go, indicating that he wouldn't listen.
Chi-Chi, if mommy doesn't go to work, you won't have any food to eat or pretty clothes to wear.
The little guy remained unmoved. Unfortunately, since the baby wouldn't let her out, Xiao Mei Jin had no choice but to ask teacher Huang Yuding for help, requesting that she take 2 classes in her place today.
I heard my mother say she wasn't going to work anymore and would stay with me. Bao smiled happily. De Bao and Xiao Bao also giggled happily.
The little one reached out his little hand to his mother, indicating that they wanted a hug too. The little ones felt that they could return to their parents' arms as soon as they reached out. Xiao Mei Chin put the second child down in the activity area and then picked up the first and second children in turn to interact with them.
Babies, who cried so sadly yesterday? Huh? Which babies are crying at this age? Aren't you ashamed? The babies denied it and happily fussed in their mother's arms. Xiao Mei Chin is so incredibly happy.
Life went on like this, and time slipped through their fingers unnoticed every day. Before we knew it, the day of the school's big exams arrived. This time, it wasn't Xiao Mei Chin who was going to school.
Instead, Liang Chen was going to take a school exam, and their class advisor had organized a party. I won't be attending the party. Liang Chen played with Chi-Chi's toys. Daddy was busy raising the kids, so he wouldn't be going to the party.
The second child climbed onto his father's chest and scratched his face with his hands. The little guy was pinching his dad's face and seemed to be having a lot of fun.
During this period, Xiao Mei Chin tutored Liang Chen. I've already asked the school for leave during your exams.
I'll be taking care of the kids at home, so don't worry.
Liang Chen said no problem, okay.
Soon, the day of the school exams arrived.
The exam will take 2 days.
Liang Chen wore a white shirt, black pants, and casual shoes, looking clean and handsome. When I arrived at the classroom, there was still half an hour before the start time.
Liang Chen video chatted with Xiao Mei Jin outside the classroom. You can see the babies' every move through videos.
The little ones rolled around on the soft mat with their chubby little bodies. Biscuit squatted to the side, tucking its little paws in, looking at the 3 human cubs with an adult-like expression. The little ones had a lot of fun playing by themselves. De Bao was holding a small blue shark in his hand. The second child snatched it away, only to have it snatched away by the third child in the next second. De Bao suddenly realized that the toy in his hand was gone, and he looked completely bewildered. Turning her head, she saw the toy in her younger brother's hand, rolled over to him, and snatched it back. Xiao Bao didn't want to give it to his brother and resisted. But he wasn't as strong as his older brother, and De Bao easily snatched it back. Xiao Bao wanted to take it back, so did he crawl to his brother's side. But Lei Lei held on tightly, giving her no chance at all.
Hey cuties, have you seen Daddy? Dad's here. Upon hearing Liang Chen's voice, the little ones looked left and right, searching for their father. Chapter 119. How about I introduce my niece to you? The babies are with Liang Chen almost every day. They knew their father's voice. They looked left and right but couldn't find their father, and they all felt very strange. Seeing their adorable, puzzled expressions, Liang Chen chuckled. Ring ring. Ring ring. The exam time has arrived. It's time to enter the exam room. A middle-aged man was standing at the entrance of the examination hall. Looking at everyone with a serious expression, I said, "Hand over your phones, I'll keep them safe." Then he turned to the side. I'm scanning the exam room. If I find any of you sneaking in your phones to cheat, you'll fail the exam. Seeing the serious-looking inspectors, everyone was taken aback. Liang Chen remained completely unmoved. The exam questions were very easy for him. He finished writing in less than an hour, checked it to make sure there were no problems, and left the examination room early. Feeling the envious and amazed looks from everyone, Liang Chen calmly handed in his paper and walked out of the examination room. The scholars are also taking an exam at school today. I haven't seen them for a while. Liang Chen decided to wait for them to come out and chat for a while. Feeling a bit hungry, he headed towards the cafeteria. Liang Chen, it's been a long time since I've seen you eat in the cafeteria. Have you gone out for your internship? How's work? Some of my classmates have already gone out for internships. I don't live on campus anymore, so I rarely come here to eat. In the school cafeteria, there was an auntie at one of the windows who had a good relationship with Liang Chen. The rice noodles at her stall are delicious. He used to come here often with the scholar. Liang Chen ordered a 3-liang bowl of laoyuf and a type of rice noodle soup and a fried egg, just like before. Because everyone is taking exams, there are few people in the cafeteria at this time. The aunt chatted with Liang Chen when she had some free time. Where have you been all this time? I've noticed you're even more handsome, mature, and charming than before. Liang Chen smiled and said, Really? I didn't even notice it myself. It's very intuitive. He's become more mature and composed. My aunt came over and asked, Do you have a boyfriend now? I have a nice niece who works at a company. How about I introduce you too? Her niece is beautiful and has tens of thousands of followers on Douyin. I work for a company, have a permanent position, and am highly educated. But because she has excellent qualities in all aspects, she has exceptionally high standards. She doesn't like this one or that one, and she still doesn't have a partner. The aunt thought Liang Chen was a good person and introduced him to her niece, who would definitely like him. Introduce me to someone? Liang Chen paused for a moment. The auntie smiled and said, Yes, so, do you have a boyfriend yet? If not, I'll introduce you to someone right away, and you can meet tonight. Liang Chen laughed and said, Auntie, I'm married and have kids now. What? Upon hearing Liang Chen's words, the aunt looked incredulous. You said you're married and have a baby? Liang Chen nodded happily, yes. Look, these are my children, triplets, aren't they adorable? After saying that, she smiled brightly and took out the videos of the babies to show her. Oh my god, so cute. Are these all your children? Triplets? Yes. My goodness, you have children, triplets no less. You're so lucky. The aunt still stared wide-eyed. I never expected Liang Chen to have a child at such a young age. Sure enough, the outstanding man had already been snatched up by someone else. What am I going to do about my niece? The aunt's face was full of regret as she thought that her niece and Liang Chen no longer had a chance. Having worked in the cafeteria for so long, she had met many people, but her favorite was Liang Chen. Not only is the other person good-looking, but their character is also excellent. This kind of man is perfect to be a husband. It's a pity my niece didn't have that blessing. The 3 scholars did not emerge from the examination hall until the exam was over. Liang Chen chatted with them for a while, then went home. There's an exam in the morning, and another one in the afternoon. The exam schedule for the past 2 days has been arranged in this way. Time flies, and the 2-day exam is over in the blink of an eye. That afternoon, Liang Chen returned home at 5:30. I'm back. Honey, babies, I'm home. Ah, Dad's back after his exam. Even from a distance, across the entrance of the large apartment, Liang Chen could hear the babies' happy laughter. They heard their father's voice, knew he was back, and greeted him with happy smiles. After putting away my exam supplies and washing my hands, I headed towards the activity area.
The three little ones were playing on the soft mat. Upon seeing their father return, they immediately stuck out their bottoms and bounced around to greet him.
Oh my, so cute. So cute. Even though the babies can't talk yet, their humming and babbling are incredibly cute.
The first thing I do when I see the babies is to give them a big hug.
Human babies smell so good and feel so warm.
The smell of milk on them instantly washed away Liang Chen's fatigue. After getting close to the babies, the second thing Liang Chen did was hug their eldest child, Xiao Meijin.
Honey, you've had a tough time these past 2 days. It's not hard work.
These past 2 days, Liang Chen has been taking an exam, while she's been staying home taking care of the children. But before Liang Chen went to take the exam, he did all the housework and cooked the meal for her in advance. Aside from taking care of the children, she doesn't have much to do at home. Although Xiao Meijin says she's not tired because she only takes care of the children and doesn't need to do anything else. But taking care of it these past 2 days hasn't been so easy. Now she can better understand Liang Chen's hardships and feels more and more sorry for him. Liang Chen has sacrificed so much for this family.
Honey, the babies have been very good these past few days.
They miss you so much while you're not home. Xiao Meijin and Liang Chen talked about some funny things that happened to the babies at home these past 2 days. Daba let Xiao Meijin hold him, and then directed with his little hands to go to the kitchen. When they reached the kitchen door, the little guy peeked inside.
At first, Xiao Meijin didn't know what her son was looking for.
Until the little guy directed her to look for it on the balcony again.
Xiao Meijin finally understood.
So Daba was looking for his dad. The little one wanted to find his father, but couldn't say it, so he could only use this method to get his mother to help him find him.
Erbo was quite mischievous when playing with his older and younger brothers in the activity area.
He will snatch their toys when they are not paying attention.
However, Daba will quickly snatch the toy back himself after it's taken away.
If Xiaobao can't get it back, he'll cry very sadly. Xiao Meijin gave him another toy that was exactly the same, but he didn't want it. He insisted on having the original one. Liang Chen felt a warm glow in his heart as he listened to Xiao Meijin recount the baby's stories.
So this is how they live when I'm not home.
I never expected Daba would come looking for me. Liang Chen sat down on the soft cushion, and the little cuties, wanting to play with their dad, were already making crawling motions with their little bottoms sticking out. The second child is clever. He lies down, rolls over, and rolls right to his father's side, faster than his older and younger brothers.
Chapter 120: Simple Interactive Games with Babies.
The second child was the first to reach his father's arms.
Liang Chen picked up the little one and took a deep breath. It smells so good.
The little dumpling was so happy in her father's arms, giggling happily. Daba and Sanbao are a bit slower here.
Liang Chen held Erbo in one arm and opened his other arm to welcome the two brothers. Come here to daddy.
The two little ones tried their best to climb when they heard their father's voice.
Xiao Meijin cheered on the babies from the sidelines. Go Lele. Go Wan Wan.
Daba crawled very fast and was the second to reach his father's arms.
Liang Chen didn't show favoritism and gave the cute child a big hug and a kiss. Xiaobao couldn't keep up and climbed very slowly. Goodness, just as Liang Chen was moved by Xiaobao's perseverance.
Unexpectedly, Xiaobao, who was crawling around with his head down, stopped abruptly upon hearing his mother's words and then turned around and crawled towards Xiao Meijin.
The little one went to find his mother. Liang Chen's smile froze. Didn't we agree to come to Dad's place? So, love can disappear, right, Wan Wan?
Seeing her youngest son slowly walking towards her, Xiao Meijin smiled with her eyes crinkling.
Wow, baby, you're so great. Here, give me a kiss as a reward. Although Xiaobao crawls slower than his older siblings, he has one advantage: perseverance.
I went up to my mother and smiled at her. Xiao Meijin is both soft-hearted and proud. She's truly a good girl to her mother.
After finishing her little interaction with the babies, Liang Chen went to the kitchen to cook.
No sooner had he left than Xiao Meijin called out loudly, "Honey, your little darling is looking for you again."
Liang Chen walked back quickly before starting to cook.
Sure enough, he saw three adorable children looking at him with eager expressions. What surprised him most was that Xiaobao would also come looking for him.
He just now chose his mother's option. Liang Chen was overjoyed that someone would look for him after he left. Babies, Daddy's going to cook now. I'll come play with you after I'm done cooking, okay? After saying that, Liang Chen left again.
Watching their father's brisk back, the little ones thought he was playing hide and seek with them. She kept craning her little head to look into the kitchen, hoping to catch a glimpse of her father.
Oh my god, the babies are so cute with their heads tilted, they're absolutely adorable.
Xiao Mei-chin screamed inwardly.
Husband.
Liang Chen came running out again, beaming, and said, Daddy's here again.
Then I turned around and said, oh dear, Dad's gonna cook again.
After turning on the stove and waiting for the pot to heat up, Liang Chen ran out again, and then his father appeared.
It ran back to the kitchen again and disappeared. It made the kids laugh so hard, they were so happy.
Even Xiao Bao, who usually smiles the least, had a cute, chubby smile on his face. The food was ready, and Liang Chen brought it out.
Then Dad came out and said, Mom, go wash your hands and eat. Xiao Mei-chin, imitating her husband, hurried away. Oh dear, this time it was Mom's turn to leave.
She washed her hands, picked up the bowl and chopsticks, and came out.
Ha, you didn't expect that, did you? Mom appeared again.
The dining table can be moved, and now it is only 2.5 meters away from the children's activity area.
The little ones looked at their parents expectantly, wanting to continue playing games with them. Liang Chen laughed and said, let's stop playing now. Mom and Dad are hungry. We'll play with you after we've eaten.
After saying that, he touched his stomach to indicate that he was hungry. This is how you communicate with babies. In addition to verbal expression, you can also use body language. If the two are combined, the expression becomes richer, and the little ones will understand it more easily.
The little ones slept very soundly at night.
Perhaps they were too tired from playing games today, because they all fell asleep quickly after taking a bath and having milk.
Biscuit moved her nest back to the room at some point and set it up not far from the crib.
When Liang Chen and Xiao Mei-jin passed by, the little guy would open his eyes and make gurgling sounds in his throat. After they left, he closed his eyes and went back to sleep. After the babies fell asleep, the couple took the opportunity to grow again, and Xiao Mei-jin found that her husband was getting more and more vigorous. On a new day, Xiao Mei-chin went to work. After being away for 2 days, Liang Chen is back at home as a full-time stay-at-home dad today.
Ding dong!
Congratulations, owner, for playing games with your babies.
You've won 3 amazing health cards. A magical health card? Liang Chen was filled with doubt. System, what are the functions of this magical health card?
The system communicates with the user through thought, reporting back to the owner. The miraculous health card can be used on any person, and the user can immediately recover their health no matter how serious their illness.
Liang Chen roughly understood the system's explanation. This health card can cure diseases, can be used by anyone, and can cure diseases very quickly.
Yes, master.
After the rewards were distributed, the system disappeared without a trace.
Looking at the 3 gray cards in his hand, Liang Chen was overjoyed. With this amazing gadget, I won't have to worry about my wife getting sick anymore. If you have a cold or fever, using this tool will make you feel better immediately, and you'll never have to suffer again. Although this system only appears once in a long while, it is undeniably very thoughtful. With a health card, not only is the health of my wife and children guaranteed, but my parents are also protected. Thinking of his mother, Liang Chen took some time to call her home.
Mom, what are you doing? Busy preparing for your wedding with Mei-jin, huh? My in-laws and I have already picked a date. The 3rd day of next month is auspicious for the wedding.
We've discussed it and decided to hold it in Nanning.
That way, it will be more convenient for relatives from both sides to attend. Let me tell you, I've ordered 2 pigs from the next village.
Once the wedding preparations begin, I'll have them slaughtered in advance, and then we'll find someone to transport them to Nanning. Just tell the hotel that we'll provide the pork ourselves.
Well, it's not that the pork from outside is bad, it's just that we don't trust it.
Besides, the pork from our own free-range pigs tastes even better.
Okay, Mom, you can arrange these things. Are those pigs from the next village? How much do they cost per pound?
For the people in the next village, others buy it for 33 yuan per gene, but the other party only asks for 28 yuan when they hear it's your wedding.
Huh? It's that much cheaper?
You said cheerfully, that's right. I told him I'd pay him the original price, but he wasn't happy about it.
Now, everyone in their area knows that Liang Chen has made a lot of money in the city and his business is booming.
When they go out shopping, if they know it's something he wants, the other person will try to get a smaller quantity.
For no other reason than to gain favor with Liang Chen's parents. The other party's son is so successful, who knows, maybe he'll need their help someday?
Yu was naturally aware of their thoughts, and felt incredibly proud.
Chapter 121: Xiao Mei-jin's determination to lose weight.
When Xiao Mei-jin returned, she heard that her mother-in-law and mother were already preparing for their wedding.
I felt both happy and had a headache.
Every woman dreams about what her wedding will be like, let alone Siamei Chin, who married the person she loved. And of course she was happy that her husband was so handsome.
However, I also have a headache. She lacks confidence in her current body shape.
After all, you have to wear a wedding dress to get married.
Liang Chen said he would take her to a wedding planning company tomorrow and they would also choose a wedding dress. Xiaomei Jin was extremely worried.
Oh my god, honey, I'm so fat now, I definitely won't be able to fit into my wedding dress. No, there's still more than a month until the wedding, I must lose weight during this time.
I can't put it off any longer, I need to get started now. Where's my yoga mat?
Oh dear, it seems Teacher Huang borrowed it.
I'll call and ask.
Teacher Huang Yuting is at home wearing a face mask and watching a TV series.
I suddenly received a call from Siamei Chin. Are you getting married? Congratulations, Ms. Sio. People who marry for love must be happy. A yoga mat?
I have it here, I'll bring it to you later.
Oh, by the way, Miss Xiao, I want to be your bridesmaid at your wedding.
I think you don't really need to lose weight. You have a great figure. If you lose weight, you won't be able to fit into your wedding dress by the time of the wedding.
What if you lose too much weight? Being too thin won't look good in a wedding dress.
Teacher Huang Yuting said that she doesn't need to lose weight to maintain her figure. However, Siamei Chin lacked confidence and felt she should lose some weight.
However, after thinking about it for a while,
there's no need for her to bring her yoga mat just yet, it would be too much trouble for her. She plans to go with Liang Chen to find the wedding planning shop tomorrow, and then go to Teacher Huang's house to pick it up. Huang Yuting thought for a moment and said, okay, send me a message in advance when you're ready to arrive tomorrow, and I'll come down to pick you up.
Then she asked, where are you planning to hold your wedding? Is it in your husband's hometown or in Nanning?
I'll choose a hotel in Nanning a few days later.
Do you have any hotel recommendations, Teacher Huang?
I don't have that kind of money. With my limited financial resources, the hotels I know of are not good enough for your perfect wedding.
Huang Yuting knew that Liang Chen's wedding for Xiaomei Jin would definitely be grand and luxurious, and extremely expensive. Ordinary hotels can hardly meet their venue requirements. After chatting with Huang Yuting for a while,
Xiaomei Jin called Gu Yuqing again and talked about some wedding matters.
During this time, Gu Yuqing has been busy preparing for her daughter's wedding.
She was overjoyed to receive a call from her daughter. She was finally at ease after her daughter married well, had a baby, and held the wedding ceremony. Gu Yuqing laughed as she listened to the phone call. Once you've had the wedding, your dad and I will finally feel much better.
My dear daughter, you have no idea how many people envy you now. There weren't many people in our family before, but now it's bustling with activity every day. Everyone comes to admire and praise you.
Ever since they learned that Xiaomei Jin had married a rich man, the villagers have become much more welcoming to Gu Yuqing than before, and more people have come to visit their home. Now, when she walks on the street, many people greet her warmly, which makes Gu Yuqing feel very proud. She walked with much straighter posture and a smile on her face, but she actually enjoyed the feeling of being admired. This is probably what the book means by a mother gaining status through her daughter. The wedding was held in Nanning, which made it convenient for their relatives and friends to attend. Xiaomei Jin smiled sweetly. Mom, let's invite all our close relatives and friends.
I'll cover all the expenses for food, drinks, and accommodation in Nanning. You just need to come.
Okay, I'll talk to my relatives and friends. Gu Yuqing smiled when she heard her daughter's words.
Look at that, that's the confidence my daughter has.
She can just reimburse such a large expense for a whole family of relatives without hesitation.
My daughter has become very successful. Gu Yuqing felt increasingly proud the more she thought about it.
I promised myself I'd lose weight. But every time she sat at the dinner table, Siamei Chin couldn't help but shed tears.
Wah, honey, you're the stumbling block and obstacle on my weight loss journey.
If you had cooked the food even a little less delicious, I wouldn't have eaten so much.
I can't help but overeat every day, how am I supposed to lose weight?
Little did she know that she was now feeding 3 or 4-month-old babies every day, and the abundance of breast milk depended entirely on Liang Chen's delicious meals for her every day.
The babies are growing and eating a lot right now.
Siamei Chin ate so much, but it wasn't just for her alone. There are also 3 babies who are crying for milk.
Liang Chen laughed. Wife, I told you don't need to lose weight.
Look, Teacher Huang and Teacher Lin are both envious of your figure.
Just keep this figure and you'll look absolutely gorgeous in your wedding dress, I guarantee it.
Xiao Meijin lacked confidence. She said nervously, "Honey, all your relatives and friends will be coming to the wedding.
What if they say I'm not good enough for you if I don't dress up nicely? I have to dress beautifully and appear at the wedding. I need to lose weight." Liang Chen was helpless, unable to understand what women were thinking. Her figure is already perfect. Why do you still look so insecure?
My wife has a full figure now, and she has a kind of affluence.
She's a natural clothes hanger and looks good in anything.
There's no need to worry about your figure. After dinner today, she didn't play with the babies as usual, but instead had Liang Chen interact with them.
She was practicing yoga on the other end of the baby mat.
The three little ones and their father sat beside her, looking at Xiao Meijin with curiosity. The human babies have no idea what their mother is doing.
I thought Mom was playing a game.
Looking at his hard-working and earnest wife, and then at the three curious little dumplings, he felt a pang of envy. Liang Chen explained to them that his mother was doing yoga and exercising to lose weight, and losing weight meant getting rid of the fat.
But, babies, Daddy tells you, Mommy isn't fat at all.
The triplets looked at their father with curious expressions.
I don't understand what yoga is. But they probably know what exercise means.
Because their parents often do light exercises with them, the little ones gradually learned the meaning of this word.
In addition, Erbao also understood the word roro meaning meat.
As a foodie, she knows that meat is delicious and fragrant. Seeing her daughter making a kissing sound, Liang Chen couldn't help but smile.
It's not the kind of meat you eat, Mommy doesn't have any meat, she's not fat.
The little one then turned his gaze to his mother. While Mom was exercising nearby, Lele and the others couldn't sit still at all. In less than a minute, they crawled over to find Mom to play. Unfortunately, for the sake of her weight loss plan, Xiao Meijin has no choice but to make things difficult for the babies for now.
Lele, you and Daddy play here, Mommy will come and play with you later, okay?
After saying that, he took a soft cushion and went into the guest room to work out diligently. It seems she's very determined this time.
Chapter 122 Comparing Bridal Shops, Choosing a Wedding Dress. Xiao Meijin exercised for half an hour and felt much more relaxed.
When I got to the living room, I found that the little guy was throwing a tantrum. When Mom came out, they all pouted and turned away. She was playing with her toys while feeling sad.
Xiao Meijin couldn't bear to see the babies so sad.
With a tender voice, I said, "I'm sorry, babies.
Mommy's out. Mommy will play with you now, okay?"
Mom had something to do earlier, but she's done now.
Can you forgive Mom?
Three little crybabies, pouting and looking aggrieved. But upon hearing her mother's words, she quickly burst into tears. The little girl was crying so sadly. These are innocent little babies, their sadness and joy are written all over their faces. Even though their mother ignored them just now, they were very sad. But she's a mother. No matter how wrong she felt, her mother comforted her, and she quickly returned to her mother's embrace. Back in their mother's arms, the little ones, who had been feeling wronged, transformed back into happy, adorable babies. While teasing them, Xiao Meijin led them in some light exercise. Xiao Bao looked at his mother with a puzzled expression.
Those curious eyes seemed to be saying, "Oh dear, why is this different from the little exercise Mom just did?"
The second child and his younger brother had the same expression. Dad said that exercising makes you chubby.
But where is the meat? The little princess didn't see it. Xiao Meijin touched her daughter's little belly and exclaimed, "Oh dear, isn't there plenty of chubby flesh here? Pink and chubby, come and give Mommy a bite of your meat."
The second child giggled as his mother amused him.
De Bao and San Bao were infected by the smiles and laughed happily too.
Liang Chen sat next to him, using his phone to buy things on a shopping app. She spent over 2,000 yuan to buy Xiao Meijin a treadmill, which she can use on the balcony or terrace in the future.
You can run and exercise at home, which is very convenient. Honey, thank you, you're so good to me.
Seeing how thoughtful Liang Chen was in order for her to exercise at home, Xiao Meijin felt a warm glow inside. After placing the order, the couple played with the babies for a while. Then I took them to take a bath, and put them to sleep before 10 o'clock. The couple is going to take their children out to find a wedding planning company tomorrow, so they decided to go to bed early tonight. Suddenly, Xiao Meijin received a message from Gu Yuqing. She said she's coming to Nanning tomorrow because she misses her grandchildren and wants to visit them.
I also took the couple to visit a wedding planning company. Xiao Meijin told Liang Chen the news.
Liang said that he would personally pick up his mother-in-law at the station tomorrow when she arrives.
Xiao Meijin nodded and said, let's go together. A new day. Gu Yuqing bought her high-speed train ticket well in advance.
She originally intended to dress up a bit before going to the big city, but then she thought of her babies and decided to go out without makeup.
She doesn't wear any makeup.
Don't let your makeup smudge your perfume on your little grandchildren, because perfume can be very strong for babies. Upon arrival at Yongcheng railway station, swipe your ID card to exit the security gate. When she came out, she saw that her daughter and son-in-law were already waiting for her. The young couple is very good looking. They stand out in a crowd and it's hard not to notice them. Seeing 3 adorable little babies in the stroller next to her, Gu Yuqing walked over happily.
Lele, Chichi, Wan, Grandma's here. Do you still know who Grandma is?
Seeing the triplets, Gu Yuqing was in a great mood. The fatigue from the car ride was instantly swept away the moment she saw them. At this moment, the couple also saw Gu Yuqing. Liang Chen went to greet her, took the luggage, and said, "Mom, you must be tired after the long journey.
Are you hungry? I prepared some food at home."
Gu Yuqing shook her head, not tired. After saying that, she squatted down to play with the triplets.
Oh dear, my little grandchildren, why are you looking at your grandma like that? You haven't forgotten your grandma, have you? Grandma is heartbroken. The little ones blinked their big, watery eyes and looked at their grandma with curiosity. Children don't have good memories. People will forget those they haven't seen for too long.
However, the children haven't completely forgotten their grandmother. They still have some memories of her. After interacting for a while, Gu Yuqing spoke to them. Then he turned to Xiao Meichin and said, "Let's put the babies in the car. There are a lot of people in cars here, and it's dusty."
Xiao Meichin said, "Mom, it's okay. We just came downstairs and let the babies get some sun." Gu Yuqing glanced at her and asked, "Do you think it's appropriate to sunbathe in a place like outside the station? With so many people, what if someone catches a cold and it spreads?"
Hearing her mother's words, Xiao Meichin fell silent.
Carry the babies up. Gu Yuqing asked them where they were going next.
Liang Chen originally planned to go home first, as he had already prepared dinner and could eat as soon as he got home.
Gu Yuqing shook her head. I already ate at home before I left. Let's go find the wedding planning company.
When we get to the wedding planning store, I'll record a video and send it to your mom so she can give me some advice.
Both sets of parents were very interested in their wedding. When a couple gets married, they must make sure it's beautiful and grand. A quick search for wedding planning companies in the same city will yield a ton of results.
Liang Chen selected several of the best reputed companies and visited each one in person to compare them.
After 2 hours of on-site comparison. After discussing it, the 3 of them finally chose one.
Their prices aren't the cheapest, nor are they the most expensive, but their service is the best. The wedding shop manager, observing their demeanor, knew that they were well off. They immediately began their introduction.
We can try on wedding dresses here now. Would you like to try them on today or tomorrow? Gu Yuqing thought for a moment and said, why don't you introduce yourself to us today?
The person in charge held up a brochure and led them to the display area in the shop window.
In addition to the bride's wedding dress, the groom also needs to choose a wedding dress.
It's just that Liang Chen has an easier time. He lets Xiao Meijin choose, and when it's his turn, he can choose the men's version that matches the bride's wedding dress. Of course, in addition to the bride and groom's wedding dresses, the best man and maid of honor's outfits also need to be chosen.
Xiao Meichin has confirmed 3 bridesmaids, teachers Huang Yuting and Lin Qing, and her college classmate Xin Yu. To maintain symmetry, Liang Chen also prepared 3 groomsmen. His 3 roommates were Xiaocai, Dazue, and De Kongming. These people all happened to be free today.
While they were choosing their wedding dresses, the couple sent their locations to each other, inviting them to come and help them choose the best man and maid of honor outfits. During this time, Gu Yuqing also called her son Xiao Fan over. Let him take a look around and familiarize himself with the wedding process. After his sister got married, he was the only one left at home. Since taking over the children's clothing store from Liang Chen, Xiao Fan has noticeably lost weight, but has also matured considerably. On the other side, after receiving Xiao Meijin's message, Huang Yuting and Lin Jing arrived quickly. They came together by car. Upon arriving at the wedding shop and seeing the dazzling array of beautiful wedding dresses, their faces were filled with envy.
Chapter 123 Trying on Wedding Dresses, Marrying a Happy Woman. People who marry for love are different.
The wedding dresses are all so beautiful. Not knowing if they would ever have the chance to wear such a beautiful wedding dress in their lifetime, Huang Yuting and her husband shed tears of envy.
They were overwhelmed by the dazzling array of bridesmaid dresses. Not long after, Xin Yu also arrived.
The three scholars arrived around the same time as her.
Upon learning of Liang Chen's wedding date, the three of them offered their blessings. Congratulations, Brother Chen.
Congratulations, sister-in-law. Wishing you a long and happy marriage, and peace and joy.
Thanks. Liang Chen accepted the blessings graciously. After Gu Yuqing and the others greeted each other, Xiaocai asked nervously, Brother Chen, will it embarrass you if we are the best men? Xiao Mei Chen's bridesmaids are all very beautiful. But the three of them looked very ordinary. The scholar felt he didn't fit in with them at all. Yeah, Brother Chen, can we do it? Won't we embarrass you?
Big Mouth and Big Smart said uncertainly.
This is the first time I've ever been a groomsman. Liang Chen told them not to overthink things, that everyone who came was one of their own, so what was there to be afraid of?
He urged them to hurry up and choose their clothes. Although Brother Chen said that, the three scholars were still quite nervous.
Brother Chen, let Teacher Huang and Teacher Lin choose.
After they've made their selections, we can choose based on their style combinations.
Liang Chen nodded. Okay. Over here, everyone waited for Xiao Mei Chen to choose her wedding dress first. The wedding planner asked, are you planning a Western style or Chinese style wedding? Xiao Mei Jin returns, Chinese style. She and Liang Chen discussed it and decided to have a traditional Chinese wedding.
Upon hearing Chinese style, the person in charge's eyes narrowed with a smile.
Finally, I led them to the best phoenix coronet and embroidered robe in the store and introduced them. How about this Chinese style set? It's our store's prized possession. Upon seeing the magnificent and exquisite phoenix coronet and wedding gown before them, everyone's eyes lit up. What a beautiful wedding dress! Xiao Mei Chen was also amazed and asked the person in charge, what size is this set?
The manager glanced at her figure and said, beautiful lady, you have a great figure.
This outfit should fit you. Why don't you try it on?
Gu Yuqing chuckled and urged her daughter to give it a try and see how it went. She couldn't wait to see her daughter in her wedding dress.
There were no wedding dresses this beautiful when she got married.
Xiaofan also came over to join in the fun, thinking that his sister would look beautiful in her wedding dress. Seeing his older sister, whom he had grown up with, in her wedding dress filled Xiaofan with emotion and joy.
Huang Yuting, Lin Jing, and Xin Yu also went over to see. Liang Chen and his three roommates were left to look after the babies. After they left, Xiaocai asked, Brother Chen, are you inviting our counselor and classmates to the wedding?
After all, both teachers, Huang Yuting and Lin Jing, came.
It feels inappropriate not to invite their counselor. Liang Chen thought for a moment and said, let's go back later and discuss it with Mei Jin before making a decision. Good.
The scholar nodded. He was only saying that for Liang Chen's own good.
On the other side,
Xiao Mei Chen changed her clothes and felt they fit her quite well. She looked so beautiful standing in front of the mirror, wearing a phoenix crown and a wedding robe. Even without makeup, her stunning face, delicate features, and sparkling eyes are absolutely gorgeous. Looking at her daughter in her wedding dress, Gu Yuqing's eyes inexplicably reddened. She looked so beautiful. Her daughter was the most beautiful bride.
Xiaofan also said, sis, you're so beautiful.
Looking at her colleague wearing a phoenix crown, Huang Yuting smiled and said, Mei Jin, I told you didn't need to lose weight.
Look, you have such a good figure, it suits you perfectly. If you lose weight, it won't look good on you. Lin Jing felt the same way. It was perfect. Oh my god, Ms. Xiao, you are the most beautiful, the prettiest, and the happiest bride in the world.
Xiao Mei Chen was already stunningly beautiful, and when she wore a phoenix coronet and embroidered robe, she was breathtakingly gorgeous.
Shen Yu went to call Liang Chen over to see the results. Upon arriving, Liang Chen was filled with amazement. The most beautiful woman in the world. He must be talking about his wife. Feeling Liang Chen's gaze, Xiao Mei Jin felt embarrassed and asked, honey, how do you think it went? Liang Chen blurted out, absolutely beautiful. He could tell that his wife really liked the outfit, so he turned around and asked the person in charge, how much is this phoenix coronet and embroidered robe? The person in charge was stunned for a moment. He asked himself how much it cost. Was he planning to buy it? Quickly say, 388,000. 388,000? Liang Chen could accept this price. He thought for a moment and nodded, saying, okay, if it's confirmed to be this price, I'll buy it. Ah. Okay, sure, the price won't change.
The person in charge was taken aback. She had thought Liang Chen would try to negotiate the price. She had prepared her counter-offer. The other party bought it without even blinking.
My goodness, is this the extravagance of the rich? That's so direct, she likes it.
Hearing that this phoenix coronet and embroidered robe cost 388,000 yuan, Huang Yuting and the others were already shocked enough. But when she heard that Liang Chen wanted to buy it for Xiao Meijin, she was even more shocked.
They all gasped. Oh my god, that's too much pampering.
After realizing that Xiao Meijin liked it, he bought it without saying a word.
This kind of man is amazing.
I wish I had a husband like that. A strong surge of lemon-like energy rose in their hearts.
You know, this is for weddings held normally. Wedding companies typically provide rented outfits for newlyweds. It's rare to find couples who specifically buy wedding dresses.
Since you only need to wear a wedding dress on your wedding day, renting one is sufficient. There's no need to buy one.
But what about now?
Just because Xiao Meijin liked it, and to make her happy, Liang Chen spent 388,000 yuan without hesitation.
This man really cried.
Upon hearing that Liang Chen wanted to buy it, Xiao Meijin exclaimed, 388,000.
That's almost 400,000. It's so expensive. Let's not buy it. We can just rent it for a day, honey. Gu Yuqing was also shocked when she heard the price. Too expensive.
At the same time, she was also happy for her daughter. Liang Chen is willing to buy such expensive clothes for his daughter. He spoils her beyond ordinary. Liang Chen smiled and shook his head, then said to the person in charge, "Don't listen to them, I'll buy this dress, I'll swipe my card for you in a bit." The person in charge glanced at Xiao Meijin, took a breath, and nodded.
Okay.
She was incredibly envious. The man in front of me is not only handsome and rich, but also treats his wife so well.
This is the perfect husband in her mind. Unfortunately, he's already taken.
Seeing that Liang Chen had made up his mind to buy it. Even though she really liked the clothes, she felt bad about spending so much money on them all at once. 388,000 yuan, if saved up, can be used to do a lot for the triplets when they grow up. Moreover, that much money could be used as a down payment for a house in Nanning. In such a short time, Liang Chen had already spent all of it on himself.
Chapter 124. Having you all is the greatest happiness, the finale. Liang Chen could see Xiao Meijin's distress.
He smiled and comforted her. "Honey, we only get married once in our lives.
This dress is so beautiful, wouldn't it be nice to buy it as a keepsake? Let it witness our wedding."
Liang Chen's attitude was firm and short. He was determined to buy this phoenix coronet and wedding gown.
At this moment, Gu Yuqing brought the babies over. Oh my god, the first thing I saw when I looked at my mother.
The little ones stared intently, mesmerized, at their mother.
The little ones don't understand. Oh dear, mom has changed. Mom is different now, she's become even more beautiful.
The three little ones were drooling as they watched.
Xiao Meijin came over, bent down, and said with a smile, "Oh dear, what are you babies looking at? Is it because mommy is too beautiful?"
When they saw their mother coming over, the little angels giggled and laughed. They were so happy.
Time passed by like this. More than a month has passed in the blink of an eye.
The hotel for the wedding has been booked, and the parents of both Liang and Zhao's families have already made arrangements. During this month or so, something else happened that made the couple particularly happy. Those are the triplets. They can sit up on their own without any adult assistance.
The babies can sit up independently now. This is a very big step forward for them.
Seeing their progress made the couple happier than if they had won 100 million in the lottery. Every step of their children's growth is their happiest and most gratifying moment.
That day. It's Liang Chen and Xiao Meijin's wedding day.
The couple, dressed in traditional Chinese wedding attire, greeted their relatives and friends at the hotel.
Next to the welcoming entrance,
Xiao Meijin, dressed in a phoenix coronet and embroidered robe, was elegant, noble, and stunningly beautiful.
Liang Chen was dressed in a matching men's traditional wedding attire.
He stood beside her with a smile on his face. There was a stroller in front of the couple, with three adorable babies sitting inside, looking curiously at the guests coming and going, their faces full of curiosity and excitement. The three little ones are all dressed up today.
Before leaving home, their grandparents dressed them in festive and adorable clothes. They look just like three joyful babies from a New Year's painting. They're so cute.
No one can resist them when they see their relatives and friends. The three little ones were very curious, looking here and there, unaware that their parents were having a wedding today. But they were very happy to have their parents with them. Babies are happiest when they are with their parents, with all their relatives and friends present. The wedding MC went on stage to introduce the happy couple, and the audience erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers.
Husband, I'm so happy to have married you. Meeting you is the greatest luck of my life.
As the host's voice faded, Xiao Mei Chen said to Liang Chen with a happy expression.
Liang Chen's eyes softened. Wife, me too.
Meeting you is the greatest happiness of my life.
Meeting you, I'm willing to use up all my luck.
Seeing the sweet interaction between the two, their relatives and friends in the audience once again burst into enthusiastic cheers. The three little ones were in their grandparents' and maternal grandmother's arms. Seeing the happy and sweet parents on stage, she suddenly became emotional.
Why don't Mom and Dad take them up to play?
The adorable kids protested with whimpers. Liang Chen and Xiao Meijin exchanged a smile.
Mom and Dad, bring the babies over here. We'll take care of them. On stage,
the babies, once again nestled in their parents' arms, quickly became happy again.
They giggled in their parents' arms.
Perhaps they didn't know it was their parents' wedding day, but they were very happy.
Life went on uneventfully like that.
But they have each other's company, and they are happy every day. The three little ones looked up, their eyes sparkling as they gazed at their parents.
They don't understand what happiness is.
Xiao Mei Chen smiled gently. Happiness is having you all by my side every day.
The end.